My admission ticket was torn up by the girl I adored, and she turned away to mock me with her best friend, %%.
Whether he takes the English exam or not makes little difference, he can't even get into an undergraduate program. How laughable.
I endured for a year to activate the black tech system, and now that the mission is complete, I just want her to know.
I'm no longer her personal ATM.
Just as the whole world thought I would fail the college entrance exam, a sudden technological sanction against Dragon Country's top corporations descended.
Millions of mobile phones collectively went black.
No one knew that at this moment, the only key capable of rescuing the nation from this disaster was in the hands of a failure like me, who had flunked the college entrance exam. My name is Lin Feng, formerly known as the patriotic youth who consistently topped the grade rankings at Jiangning High School in Donghai City. To activate the sci-fi system bound to me, I had to cater to the whims of Xia Qianqian, the girl I had a crush on, even purposely lowering his grades to make her happy. The condition to activate the system was to wholeheartedly devote himself to Xia Qianqian during the final year of high school, yet her academic level was barely enough for a mediocre second-tier university. After giving everything, she still treated me as nothing more than a pathetic simp. On the day of the college entrance English exam, Xia Qianqian lost her admission ticket, and taking advantage of my feelings for her, she even tore up my admission ticket. In the final 2 minutes before the exam cutoff, Xia Qianqian's mother rushed in on an electric bike to deliver her exam admission ticket. Xia Qianqian immediately rushed into the exam hall, leaving me standing alone outside the school gate, having missed the college entrance exam. My friend Shuaolong thought it was unfair for me and questioned me. Did you skip the final English exam? This is the college entrance exam, not child's play. I put down my textbook probability theory and its applications and calmly said to him,
"It's okay, this kind of thing won't happen again. I have nothing to do with Xia Qianqian anymore.
The system has been activated, and I no longer have any reason to maintain contact with Xia Qianqian." Shuaolong hoped I could see Xia Qianqian for who she really was, then suggested we hit up an internet cafe to unwind after the college entrance exams. We had only walked a few meters when Xia Qianqian passed by with her sisters, chatting and laughing. Shuaolong furiously blocked her path, demanding to know if she didn't intend to apologize to him. Xia Qianqian's figure stiffened slightly, aware she had gone too far this time. If not for Shuaolong stopping her,
she initially intended to pretend she hadn't seen anything and walk away.
Shuaolong smirked in anger and told her, "By tearing up Lin Feng's exam admission ticket, you caused him to miss the extremely important college entrance exam.
Lin Feng has already made it clear earlier that from now on, he has nothing to do with you anymore."
Xia Qianqian glanced at me and muttered in a low voice that the situation was a bit complicated at the time and hard to explain clearly right away. Afraid the situation would escalate, she quickly spoke up, "Lin Feng, I was wrong about this matter, I'm sorry.
However, you said you like me, and I hope you can understand me. I have things to do, so I'll leave now." Shuaolong blocked her path again, dissatisfied with her apologetic attitude.
Helpless, I came before Xia Qianqian. "I don't care about what happened today, but from now on, there will be no more ties between you and me." Xia Qianqian looked at me in disbelief. These were the harshest words I'd uttered in a year.
She gave me an angry glance and then left.
I watched the retreating figures of Xia Qianqian and the others, then said to Shuaolong, "Although I missed the Gaokao, it doesn't mean I have no school to attend. I plan to take the enrollment exam for the excellence program at Dragon University of Science and Technology. Winning first place grants you direct admission to Dragon University of Science and Technology."
Shuaolong was shocked, but considering my college entrance exam failure, he didn't expose me and just accompanied me to the internet cafe.
Xia Qianqian's classmates caught up with her, believing she had gone too far this time. However, Xia Qianqian impatiently replied, "His grades were worse than mine to begin with. No matter how well he performed, he wouldn't get into even a second-tier university. Whether English is tested or not doesn't make much difference. Besides, I at least got into a decent second-tier university. From now on, we were destined to be in different worlds. I couldn't wait to cut ties with him sooner." Time flew. Shuaolong and I spent 5 hours at the internet cafe. During that time, I only played CSGO with him for 1 hour. The rest of the time I spent finishing the remaining chapters of my probability theory and its applications textbook, and searched online for university physics ebooks to study. Shuaolong thought I was just trying to ease the sorrow of failing the college entrance exam, so he didn't say much. After finishing the university physics textbook, I suggested heading home. Shuaolong also stood up, saying he wanted to go back and research which phone to buy. We agreed and walked out of the internet cafe together. On Beibei Road, we each went our separate ways. After Shuaolong got home, he found my parents' phone number and called them to inform them that I had missed the English exam, hoping they could offer me more encouragement and comfort. After a long silence on the other end, my father Lin Shan said, "We understand. Thank you, Xiao Shui." My parents' faces were filled with worry, but my father said, "No matter how he performs on the exam, he's still our son. If he doesn't want to repeat the school year, then I'll have him learn a technical skill. Now we should stay calm and not put too much pressure on Fenger." Xinjin, my mother, also went to the kitchen to salvage the nearly burnt mapo tofu. After finishing the dishes, they waited by the door for my return. I walked into the neighborhood and was stopped by Aunt Wang next door. Her son Lin Yong was in the same grade as me, and my consistent top ranking in previous years had embarrassed her. After my grades plummeted in senior year, she gained a sense of superiority and often made sarcastic comments in front of my parents. Aunt Wang walked over with a smile, about to ask about my college entrance exam results, when my mother Qianqian quickly came over and ushered me inside.
Fenger, you're finally back. Mom made you delicious food early, it's a whole table full. My mother sent Aunt Wang away. Aunt Wang's son Lin Yong happened to run over carrying a ball.
Aunt Wang stopped him and asked if he thought I could get into a first-tier university. Lin Yong said my usual grades spoke for themselves even if he overperformed, he could only make it to a first-tier university, and at best I might reach a second-tier one.
Aunt Wang smiled smugly upon hearing this. I returned to the house and wolfed down the meal like a whirlwind.
I put down my chopsticks and said, Mom, Dad, I skipped this afternoon's English exam.
Although English wasn't tested, getting into a Tier 1 university shouldn't be too difficult.
But my goal is Dragon University of Science and Technology, so I need to take the Excellence Program entrance exam to secure admission into Dragon University of Science and Technology. The parents exchanged a glance, then smiled and nodded, go for it, son.
Mom believes in you.
I stood up and headed back to my room. Opening QQ on my phone, I noticed the class group had plus 99 unread messages. The class monitor was asking if anyone needed college application materials. I sent the unnecessary 3 words. My goal is the University of Science and Technology of China, USTC, and I'm not too particular about the major. After all, I'll explore various fields in the future, so buying study materials is less valuable than subscribing to academic journals. The other members in the group laughed as expected, thinking I was once again at the bottom of the class.
I don't even have the courage to fill out the application.
I don't care what others think. I logged out of QQ and picked up the latest academic journal featuring our country's research report on lunar soil.
The thought of the United States previously banning all scientific collaborations between their space agency and China.
Now they demand transparency in the aerospace field and the free sharing of lunar soil, provoking a derisive chuckle. What I didn't know was that while I was engrossed in academic journals, the class monitor had initiated a vote in the group chat.
Should we organize a class party after the grades are released?
Chapter 3, Threat. Early the next morning, Xia Qianqian called. Lin Feng had just woken up. Still half asleep, he grabbed the phone from the bedside table and answered it.
Hello? Xia Qianqian's voice came through.
Lin Feng, hurry out and come shopping with me.
I'm buying a new phone today. I'm almost at Yida Plaza. Grab a cab and hurry over. I'll wait a few minutes.
Her tone carried a heavy command, as if she'd already forgotten yesterday's events. Lin Feng sat up lazily but replied politely. I made it clear yesterday from now on, we have no connection whatsoever.
I couldn't care less about what you do. You. Xia Qianqian on the other end was momentarily speechless.
After a stunned pause, she snapped angrily.
Fine, Lin Feng. If you don't care, then don't care. You'll regret it. Just wait until you come begging for my forgiveness. I'll never forgive you.
Before she could finish, Lin Feng hung up. In the taxi, Xia Qianqian heard the dial tone ringing in her hand and laughed bitterly in frustration. She muttered to herself, Lin Feng, you've got some nerve.
A guy who couldn't even get into a vocational college and you're giving me attitude?
When the results come out, at the class celebration, I'll make our relationship clear to everyone in front of the whole class.
Everyone's smart enough to see who's beneath whom.
Truthfully, Xia Qianqian didn't truly care about Lin Feng either. She'd called him out not because she genuinely wanted to see him, but purely because having him around meant free food and drinks without spending a dime, no need to buy anything herself. After hanging up, Lin Feng didn't dwell on Xia Qianqian's words. Instead, he got up, slipped on his slippers, and headed out of the room. However, just a few steps later, his phone rang again. He saw it was Xia Qianqian calling. Lin Feng answered without hesitation.
Lin Feng, are you free tonight?
I picked a night last night, come with me to buy a phone later.
Xia Qianqian was his good buddy, so Lin Feng was naturally happy to oblige. Sure thing. Meet me at the entrance of Yida Plaza at 8.
He hurried out the door and made his way to Yida Plaza. After waiting a moment, Xia Qianqian came running over from a taxi.
Xia Qianqian slapped Lin Feng's shoulder excitedly. Let's go, let's go. I can't wait any longer. This 16 gigabytes phone is driving me crazy. Even watching anime makes the clothes disappear.
What should have been a beautiful, healing show turned into study material for me.
Lin Feng replied as they walked. That is quite a headache. I know a thing or two about phones. If you can't bear to toss it, I could help tweak it for you.
Whoa, Lin Feng, never would have guessed you could even mod phones. Lin Feng responded with a calm smile. Though he had to hide his abilities for mission requirements, he was actually a rare genius in this world. By his first semester of high school, he'd spent 3 months mastering all the knowledge meant for 3 years of senior high. The rest of his time, he devoted to studying other natural sciences based on his interests. Now, he possessed a smattering of knowledge in electronics, astronomy, nuclear fusion, and most other fields. Before long, guided by Xia Qianqian, the two arrived at the Huawei authorized store. However, the store was already packed with college students. Xia Qianqian, who had just spoken harshly to Lin Feng that morning, was conspicuously present among them. The store was small.
As soon as Lin Feng and Xia Haolong noticed Xia Qianqian, she spotted them too.
Xia Qianqian shot Lin Feng a glance before angrily averting her eyes. However, her best friend, Wu Qian, approached the two. Lin Feng, last night the class monitor sent out a survey. It means we're postponing the class party for now and holding it as a celebration after the college entrance exam results come out. Even if you don't do well, you'll still get everyone's comfort and encouragement. But Teacher Lu thinks we should consider everyone's wishes. Right now, you're the only one who hasn't responded. Also, everyone else supports this idea. We all know you might not have done well this time. You didn't even pick up your college application materials. One setback doesn't mean the end, there'll be more chances. Everyone at the party will genuinely cheer you on. Hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and pulled out his phone to open QQ. Sure enough, there were 99 plus unread messages, 40 of which were tagged to him. He showed his phone to Wu Qianqian. Sorry, I haven't checked QQ since replying last night. Since everyone agrees, I have no objections either. My college entrance exam results were indeed disappointing this time, but that's not why I didn't pick up the application materials. On the contrary, my goal is clear. I'm taking the Excellence Program entrance exam for Longguo University to secure a spot there. You're taking the Excellence Program entrance exam? Wu Qian stared at Lin Feng in shock, blurting it out loud in front of everyone. Only when all eyes turned to her did she snap out of her daze. She lowered her hand from her mouth, let out an almost imperceptible cold chuckle, then feigned concern. Well then, good luck. Best of luck to you. With that, she returned to Xia Qianqian's side and began rapidly typing on her phone. Since many present were high school seniors, they all had some familiarity with the Excellence Program. The Excellence Program only offered admission to the top-ranked student. Not just in Donghai City, but even within their entire province of Xiguan, securing a top 5 spot was incredibly difficult. Consequently, those watching Lin Feng dismissed his claims as pure nonsense, with no one holding out hope for him. Xia Haolong hurriedly pulled Lin Feng out of the Huawei authorized store. He knew Lin Feng well. The Lin Feng before senior year might have had a chance, but the current Lin Feng? Forget making the top 3 scoring well at all seemed improbable. Lin Feng, how could you just blurt that out so casually? If you pass, fine. But if you fail, everyone's just waiting to laugh at you. Lin Feng responded with a carefree smile. Don't worry, I'm absolutely certain. You're practically holding it in your hands. However, just as Lin Feng and his companion prepared to re-enter the electronics store, the Huawei Experience store suddenly erupted into chaos. What's going on? Why are all the phones in the store black screening? Ha! My Huawei phone is black screening too. Mine as well. Are all the Huawei phones black screening? Seeing the growing disorder inside, the staff hurriedly called out to calm the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm. We're working to resolve this. At that moment, State Affairs Negotiation Center. Clinton, the official representative from the United States, let a faint smile touch his lips. Dr. Wang, I assume you've received the news. This time, we'll only disable all Huawei phones on the Dragon Nation mainland for 1 hour. If you still refuse to share lunar soil with our country without compensation, we will continue to sanction Dragon Nation's high-tech enterprises. Beyond Huawei, we'll ban all 14 nanometers and smaller chips from entering China. Not only that, we'll restrict the use of sub-14 nanometers chips in Huawei devices. At that point, every Huawei phone in China will be rendered completely useless. Wang Wei, the academician and chief researcher of the Lunar Soil Project, turned ashen-faced but couldn't utter a word. Chapter 4, The Last Straw. Clinton, your country has gone too far. Do you realize the immense impact this will have on our nation? Moreover, this lunar soil was transported back entirely by our independent efforts. Its ownership rights belong solely to us. Whether to donate it, whether to make the research public, these decisions must follow our will, not yours. Your actions are no different from those of bandits. This will severely damage international relations between our two nations. Wang Weiguo spoke with unmasked fury. Facing Wang Weiguo's rebuke, Clinton's lips curled into a faint smile. Academician Wang, the moon is humanity's shared treasure. The soil your Dragon Nation collected belongs to all mankind. Since it belongs to all humanity, it should be shared with the entire world. Allowing your Dragon Nation to access lunar soil is upholding global justice. As for restricting chip imports and usage, it's merely a gentle nudge for you. Want to avoid sanctions? Simply develop and produce your own chip independently. Clinton's tone turned mocking, dripping with sarcasm. But given your Dragon Nation's research capabilities, even if we gave you the blueprints, you couldn't build it anyway. Academician Wang, our beautiful nation is quite magnanimous. We'll give you half a month to consider. If after half a month our beautiful nation doesn't see Dragon Nation delivering lunar soil, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. With that, he stood up and left the negotiation center without giving Wang Weiguo any chance to negotiate. After Clinton departed, Wang Weiguo's assistant and chief disciple, Lin Feng, hurried into the negotiation room.
Senior Wang, how did the talks go? Are the Americans stubbornly insisting on the lunar soil? Wang Weigui nodded solemnly.
They not only want the lunar soil, but also aim to use this to suppress the rise of our nation's chip industry.
As far as I know, Huawei is about to release a self-developed chip. Rumor has it that chip outperforms nearly all others on the market, yet costs only 2/3 the price. If that chip truly enters the market, it will reshuffle the global chip industry and severely undermine the pretty country's dominance in semiconductors. They'll use chips as leverage and make a huge fuss. I predict Huawei's chip business will face sanctions soon. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a bunch of ruthless bandits. Wang Weigui also frowned deeply. The chip industry had always been a weak point for the Dragon Nation, and the United States using this as leverage was essentially gripping its vital pulse. Unless a major breakthrough could be achieved in the chip industry within an extremely short timeframe to replace American technology and deliver a decisive blow, the Dragon Nation would have no choice but to endure the United States bullying this time. After a moment's thought, he walked toward the door and said, "Shaolin, notify Su Gage and Zhong Yujin. This matter is critical. Report it to higher-ups immediately and convene an emergency meeting." Lin Qianqian's expression instantly turned grave. "I'll go prepare right away." At that moment, in Donghai City, at the Yida Plaza Huawei authorized store, the place remained incredibly chaotic. Every phone in the store had gone black, including those already purchased by customers. Despite the staff's frantic attempts to calm the crowd, their efforts were barely effective. If the screens had stayed black for just a few minutes or even 10, customers might have endured it. But an hour? Forget an hour, half an hour alone was enough to exhaust most people's patience. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and a third of the customers had already left the store. Many buyers who had just paid were clamoring for refunds. After only 25 minutes, nearly all the customers in the Huawei store had flooded into other stores. The once bustling store instantly fell silent. Only a few long-time users remained, demanding repairs. Xia Qianqian stood outside the store, puzzled. What's going on? This is Huawei, the top-selling phone brand in the country. How could such a serious malfunction occur? Lin Feng frowned, pondering. It's not just one store. I searched Huawei phone black screen on Douyin and found reports of Huawei phones going black screen all over the country. This is highly likely the result of sanctions against one of Huawei's technologies. Just as the two were discussing, loud shouts erupted from the adjacent Apple Experience store. Sales staff emerged holding megaphones. Attention, customers. It's graduation season. Present your exam admission ticket to get 200 yuan off your phone purchase. Apple phones, top performance, top sales, top experience. Never subjecting users to the frustration of unexplained blackouts. Across the global smartphone market, Huawei stands as the only brand capable of competing head-to-head with Apple in the premium segment. Now, with Huawei facing such severe malfunctions coupled with Apple's established reputation, hordes of users are flooding into Apple stores. This creates a stark contrast to the deserted Huawei store next door. Premium domestic brand? Only Huawei could pull off such widespread, prolonged blackouts. If you need to call emergency services now, you can't even make the call. Isn't that indirect manslaughter? I'll never set foot in a Huawei store again. Nor will I buy any Huawei product. Cherish life, stay away from Huawei. Occasional jeers against Huawei phones echoed through the crowd. This warning shot from the US instantly sent Huawei's brand reputation plummeting. If this persists, it could, no exaggeration, indirectly destroy Huawei. After waiting patiently for a while, Xia Qianqian also stepped out of the Huawei store. I was originally eyeing the Huawei Mate 60, but now with Huawei facing these issues. Sigh, let's see how Huawei headquarters explains this. Might as well wait for their upcoming new chip release. With that, the two turned to leave Yida Plaza. Coincidentally, Xia Qianqian, who had just purchased an Apple phone, also emerged. She eyed Lin Feng with a faint, mocking smile as she approached him. Lin Feng, may you excel beyond expectations in the special admissions exam and secure that special enrollment spot at Longguo University. Out of politeness, Lin Feng nodded. However, Xia Qianqian seemed unable to hold back her laughter after speaking. Right in front of Lin Feng, she grabbed Wu Qian and dashed off into the distance. Once Lin Feng and Wu Qian were completely out of sight, Wu Qian burst into laughter. Haha, Qianqian, if you'd run any slower, I wouldn't have been able to hold it in. Xia Qianqian chimed in from beside her. What can I say? I thought I could hold it in. With his scores barely good enough for a second-tier university, he actually wants to take the Longguo University Excellence Program exam. That's the funniest joke I've heard in my entire life. As they chatted, their phones buzzed incessantly with new messages. In just a short while, the news that Lin Feng was taking the Excellence Program entrance exam had already spread like wildfire through the class group chat. Chapter 5, Neighborhood Celebrity. Watching their retreating figures, Xia Qianqian couldn't help but feel irritated. They're all laughing at you. Can't you tell? Lin Feng shook his head calmly. Actions speak louder than words. Verbal defenses are utterly useless. I'll let my results prove the truth to them. Xia Qianqian let out an almost imperceptible sigh. He knew Lin Feng well enough. Getting into Longguo University through the excellence program was nothing short of a pipe dream. He just hadn't voiced it out of consideration for Lin Feng.
Lin Feng looked up, perhaps sensing Xia Qianqian's thoughts, and patted his shoulder.
Don't worry, buddy. Got it covered. No phone shopping today. Wanna hit the internet cafe for a bit? Xia Qianqian shook his head. Forget it. I remember the excellence program entrance exam is in 2 days. I won't bother you these next 2 days. Focus on your prep. I believe in you, bro.
Lin Feng nodded in agreement.
He preferred studying at home over wandering the streets. With that, the two exited the mall and went their separate ways.
Half an hour later, Lin Feng returned to his residential complex.
The moment Lin Feng stepped out of the taxi, Lin Yong rushed over and grabbed his arm. Brother Feng. I heard you didn't do well on the college entrance exam and are taking the excellence program entrance exam? And that you got first place, securing a spot at Longguo University?
Lin Feng glanced around the complex and noticed an unusually large crowd today.
Many people were even recording the scene with their phones.
Lin Feng looked at Lin Yong, calmly replied with a simple yes, and then walked toward his home without another word.
However, with Lin Feng's confirmation, the neighborhood instantly erupted into a buzz of excitement. TSK, the Lin Shan seemed like such honest folks. How did they raise such a boastful son?
My daughter told me she did well on her college entrance exam and could get into a top-tier university.
But she wouldn't dare take that excellence program entrance exam.
She said with her scores, she'd only be at the bottom. Forget him. My daughter says she wouldn't dare apply to a Tier 2 11 university.
Whoever tops the excellence program could easily get into Tsinghua or Peking University.
I heard Lin Feng was mediocre in school. His best performance in senior year barely scraped the threshold for a Tier 2 university. A student like him entering such a high-level competition will only embarrass himself.
Listening to the crowd's chatter, Wang Shu chuckled smugly.
These young people so arrogant and impatient. If he'd just focused the drive on his studies, he could easily get into a top-tier university like my son. The neighborhood buzzed with chatter. Lin Yong even pulled out his phone to film Lin Feng's retreating figure. He captioned the video, I know second-tier universities will never be your destiny. Winning first place in Longguo University's entrance exam will finally bring your transformation dog head emoji. The moment the video went live, Lin Yong received several comments. Turkey-flavored rice cracker, first place in the excellence program? Who knew Donghai had such talent? Xiangyang knows horsepower, holy crap, this guy looks familiar. Isn't this Lin Feng from Jiangning High? By God knows hearts, it really is him. I thought he was only college-level material. Tornado destroys trash can, what an embarrassment. For toilet paper I turned into 3 years of incense, thought a big shot arrived, but it turned out to be a big turd.
Lin Dayu uprooting the weeping willow, this kid probably wants to grab attention, go viral, and then break into e-commerce. People online speak even bolder than the neighborhood residents.
Whether neighbors or netizens, without exception, not a single soul believed in Lin Feng.
Within just 3 hours of stepping out, Lin Feng became the neighborhood celebrity. But gossip is endless, ignore it, and it fades.
Facing these rumors, Lin Feng turned a deaf ear, slowly entering the house under everyone's mocking, amused gazes. As soon as Lin Feng entered, Qianqian, alerted by the sound, came out of her room. She glanced out the window at the neighborhood beyond, then pulled Lin Feng close and whispered, Son, I know what's going on with you.
Let them gossip all they want. I'll always believe in you, always support you.
After saying this, she picked up a spatula and headed toward the kitchen, continuing as she walked.
Go play in your room for a bit. Lunch will take a little longer. I'll call you when it's ready.
Lin Feng drank a glass of water, gave a brief reply, and returned to his room. Upon entering, he had just pulled out his phone to see how the Huawei official account explained the phone blackout incident when group owner Wang Hai tagged him.
At Lin Feng, everyone's rooting for you. Stop lurking, come say hi.
Annoyed by the +99 unread message notification, Lin Feng tapped in, replied thanks for the support, then enabled group message do not disturb.
His response instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm.
While exchanging polite pleasantries in the group, they privately chatted with friends about Lin Feng behind his back. Ignoring the group chatter, Lin Feng, now in do not disturb mode, opened Douyin to search for news about Huawei. Clicking in, he discovered Huawei's black screen incident had somehow become a trending topic. Lin Feng skimmed through the headlines, finding the video with the highest number of likes. It even included a clip of Clinton conversing with academician Wang Weiguo. Moments later, after watching the video, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Especially Clinton's smug, self-satisfied expression. Even someone as mild-mannered as Lin Feng wanted to slap him twice. The pretty country is utterly shameless. They're cutting off imports of our chips below 14 nanometers unless we hand over lunar soil. Today's Huawei incident is entirely their doing. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Our Dragon Nation must develop our own chips and create our own lithography machines. No sooner had Lin Feng finished speaking than a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected unreasonable suppression of Dragon Nation technology by the pretty country.
System task dispatched to host's email.
Lin Feng hurriedly opened his computer.
The email contained 3 lines of text and a file attachment. Task: build Dragon Nation's own lithography machine. Task equipment: detailed production technology for next-generation lithography machines fully adapted to Dragon Nation's existing technology.
Reward: perfect grade mathematical knowledge, chip design blueprints, and design extension plans. After carefully reading through it, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. With this technology, our country can independently produce lithography machines. Before long, Dragon Nation's chip technology will surpass the pretty nations.
Their plans will never succeed. Without a second thought, he immediately sent the file to Dragon Tech University. Chapter 6: Humiliation. The next day, at Huawei headquarters, Wang Yaqan, Director of Public Relations, jolted awake in his chair. He had spent the entire night in the office. He wasn't alone. Nearly every employee in the department had pulled an all-nighter, debating how to counter the negative impact of the blackout incident on Huawei. Fortunately, after a night of deliberation, they had finally found a solution. That solution was to unveil Huawei's self-developed Kunpeng chip ahead of schedule. Huawei had already invested heavily in promoting the Kunpeng chip's upcoming release. As a chip designed entirely within the Dragon Nation, it carried not only the nation's hopes but the aspirations of every citizen. For far too long, the beautiful country had wielded chips as a weapon, subjecting us to unjust suppression. It could be said that possessing our own chip was the dream of every Dragon Nation citizen. He believed that the successful launch of the Kunpeng chip would not only instantly reverse Huawei's reputation but also elevate the company to unprecedented heights. With this conviction, Wang Yaqan gathered the documents before him, stood up, and headed toward Chairman Zhou Yaogui's office. Knock knock. Wang Yaqan knocked on the door. Seeing Zhou Yaogui nodding while processing documents, he entered. He handed the documents to Zhou Yaogui. Chairman Zhou, this is the PR plan we devised last night.
Given the massive scale of this black screen incident, any solution will inevitably impact Huawei's reputation to some degree.
However, the Kunpeng chip carries everyone's hopes. To reverse our reputation, an early launch of the Kunpeng chip is our only recourse. Zhou Yaogui listened attentively while reviewing Wang Yaqan's proposal. After reading it, he sighed softly and shook his head. This PR plan is indeed well crafted, but it hinges entirely on our ability to actually produce the Kunpeng chip. Having worked under Zhou for years, Wang Yaqan instantly grasped the implication behind his words. He cautiously inquired. Could there be a problem with the Kunpeng chip itself? Zhou Yaogui looked at Wang Yaqan and nodded.
The chip's design and architecture are sound.
The problem lies in our over-reliance on globalized division of labor. Because of the United States, last night, ASML, the foundry partner we'd already secured, unilaterally rejected our cooperation. Since receiving that rejection last night, we've been trying to communicate with ASML, but they've given us no room for negotiation. Forget about an early Kunpeng chip release, even the scheduled launch event might be postponed indefinitely. The US wants both the lunar soil we painstakingly retrieved and to strangle the rise of our nation's chip industry. So, Wang, this PR plan clearly won't work now. At this point, Huawei must accept some reputational damage. Have the department staff brainstorm an alternative solution. Hearing this, Wang Yaqan felt both furious and helpless. There's no way around it, our technology lags behind theirs. We can design chips, but we can't manufacture them ourselves. With that thought, he nodded. Understood, President Zhou. I'll get it arranged immediately. With that, Wang Yaqan turned and prepared to leave the office without looking back. However, just as he reached the doorway, Zhou Yaogui called him back. Leave this matter to your staff. At noon, I will lead all the group executives to ASML personally to negotiate with them. You are responsible for notifying all executives about this before noon. This is the utmost respect Huawei can offer, and it's our final chance. Let's hope it can change ASM's mind. I'll handle it immediately. Wang Yaqan responded before turning to leave. At noon, under Zhou Yaogui's leadership, all members of the Huawei leadership team set off for ASM's headquarters. One day later, ASM headquarters. Sophia, secretary to Chairman Kate Donald, rushed into his office. Sir, we've received word from China's Huawei Group. Their chairman, Zhou Yaogui, is leading all executives to our headquarters to discuss chip foundry services. Should we arrange a meeting with them? Hearing this, Kate's lips curved slightly. Huawei are our friends, of course we'll meet them. While we absolutely won't outsource production to them, we still need to discuss chip sales above 14 nanometers. Sophia nodded promptly. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Fresh off the plane, Zhou Yaogui and his delegation wasted no time. Dragging their weary bodies, they headed straight for ASML headquarters. Their urgency stemmed from ASML scheduling the meeting just 2 hours after their arrival in Delft. Originally, the meeting time was mutually agreed upon, but now ASML held all the leverage. Zhou Yaogui and his team had no authority to refuse. However, upon reaching the entrance of ASML headquarters, security personnel immediately blocked their path without a word. Seeing this, Wang Yaqan frowned and spoke in gibberish. We are representatives of Longguo Huawei Company. We have come today to discuss business cooperation with your esteemed company. We confirmed the meeting time with your company yesterday. Please allow us to enter.
Hearing Wang Yukong's words, the security guard chuckled lightly.
The boss instructed that you are honored guests. He will personally come to greet you.
Therefore, we kindly request you rest and wait outside until the boss arrives.
Rest? Wait? Who gets blocked at the door and told to rest? Not even a place to sit. Not even a bottle of water? This is outright humiliation. Wang Yukong was furious, and the other executives were equally enraged. Zhou Yaoguo shook his head. Everyone, keep your composure. This is the price of being behind. We endure this humiliation so Kunping chips, so Huawei can survive.
Perhaps we'll make it until Dragon Nation produces its own lithography machines. Our generation can bear this disgrace, but the next generation, the generation after that, and all generations to come, we must never suffer this again. Hearing this, the other executives suppressed their anger and vowed silently to conquer cutting-edge technology at all costs, ensuring today's humiliation never repeated. Thus, the group stood outside for a full 2 hours before Kate finally emerged, her face plastered with a smile.
Seeing that forced, insincere grin, Wang Yukong and the others felt nothing but utter disgust. Kate approached Zhou Yaoguo and shook his hand. My apologies, Mr. Zhou. I had to attend an impromptu meeting with officials from the United States and couldn't notify you in time. Truly sorry. Now, let's proceed inside to discuss our collaboration. Zhou Yaoguo nodded with his unreadable expression and followed Kate into ASM International's headquarters. Chapter 7, At a Loss. Upon entering the headquarters, ASM employees, led by Kate, immediately took seats on the plush chairs lining the left side. For Zhou Yaoguo and his group, only the plain, hard stools on the right remained.
It was blatantly obvious they intended to humiliate Huawei, dismissing them as insignificant simply because of their technological superiority.
Kate offered a slightly apologetic explanation.
My sincere apologies, everyone. The conference room chairs were reserved for our distinguished American officials. These were hastily brought from the warehouse. However, since Mr. Zhou is here to discuss cooperation, I trust he won't dwell on such minor details. Zhou Yaoguo's gaze gradually turned icy. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation toward Huawei. Wang Yukong and the others beside him saw the foreigner's true colors completely. If Longguo had technology to replace ASML's, Wang Yukong would have slapped Kate across the face to teach him basic respect. However, for the future of Huawei and the Kunping chip, Zhou Yaoguo shot Kate a contemptuous glance before sitting down on the stool.
Alright, Mr. Kate. Since we're both seated, let's discuss the foundry arrangement. Kate smiled. Mr. Zhou, Huawei is an exceptional company. ASML Group would be delighted to collaborate with you. But there's nothing we can do, the US has spoken.
Under no circumstances can we provide foundry services for your Kunping chips.
Kate paused, then added thoughtfully.
While we can't manufacture them for you, we can sell you lithography machine technology. With lithography manufacturing technology, you could produce them yourselves. Before Kate could finish, an executive beside him quickly interjected with a laugh. Boss, you seem to have forgotten with Dragon Nation's current tech level, even if we gave them the lithography machine technology, they still couldn't build it.
Ha ha. Kate burst into laughter upon hearing this. Dragon Nation's tech has been advancing rapidly these past few years, hasn't it?
I thought they'd already secured a certain global standing, but it turns out they can't even get a bite of cold leftovers. He turned to Zhou Yaoguo with feigned sincerity.
My deepest apologies, Mr. Zhou. I overestimated your nation's technological capabilities. I failed to consider.
But before he could finish, Zhou Yaoguo leapt to his feet, fury boiling over. Mr. Kate, to keep Huawei alive, I'll bow before you.
But you dare not insult our nation.
We may indeed lag behind you in lithography equipment, but in quantum communication and laser technology, you can't keep up with us.
Don't assume Dragon Nation can't function without you. Our technological progress is accelerating rapidly. It won't be long before we surpass you.
When that day comes, I hope ASML still looks as cheerful as it does today.
With that, he led the way out of ASML headquarters. From this day forward, Huawei will never collaborate with ASML again. And for your unilateral breach of contract, we will implement the harshest countermeasures. Kate trailed behind them with a mocking expression, holding a contract and speaking with playful sarcasm. Mr. Zhou, don't be so absolute. We've already restricted your Kunping chip foundry services. Soon, we'll limit imports of all chips below 14 nanometers. As long as I'm alive, your Dragon Nation will never build a lithography machine. Then you'll have no advanced chips to use. This contract in my hand is for a 15 nanometers chip collaboration project. Sign now, and it's only double the current import price. If you wait until next time you come begging, it won't be this price. Worse chips, higher prices. This is blatant banditry. Wang Yaoguo, however, turned a deaf ear, treating Kate's demands as mere barking. Watching Zhou Yaoguo and his team walk away, Secretary Sophia frowned and said, Boss, what if they refuse to sign the contract? Kate chuckled lightly. Don't worry. They'll come begging me later.
Right now, only us and Luji Electronics can manufacture high-end chips. With the US ban in place, Luji Electronics can't supply chips to Huawei either. And Luji's chips are significantly inferior to ours. If Huawei wants to keep operating, they'll have to come to us. In Kate's view, Longsin International was utterly incapable of posing any threat to him. Inside the hotel, all of Huawei's top executives gathered together, the atmosphere heavy with tension. They had come clinging to their last hope, only to spend nearly a full day achieving nothing positive, instead suffering the humiliation of being kicked while down. Wang Yekong grew increasingly furious, venting his frustration. ASML has gone too far. Do they really think they're the only foundry in the world? Mr. Zhou, let's approach Luji Electronics. Perhaps we can persuade them. Though their foundry process lags behind ASML's, it should suffice for our immediate needs. Zhou Yaoguo shook his head. It's futile. Luji Electronics is also constrained by the restrictions imposed by the United States. The only one capable of foundry services for us now is probably Longsin International. Zhou Yaoguo spoke, his brow deeply furrowed. He knew full well that Longsin International's foundry technology lagged far behind both ASML and TSMC. But as Kate had said, it wouldn't be long before imports of chips below 14 nanometers were restricted for the Dragon Nation. That would be a devastating blow to Huawei and the entire Dragon Nation. But Dragon Nation would never bow to the United States. The only relief now lay in collaborating with Longsin International to pour every effort into developing the most advanced chip available for national use. Though its performance fell far below international averages, it would suffice to alleviate Dragon Nation's immediate crisis. After this incident, Longguo will undoubtedly dedicate greater resources to chip development. With collective wisdom and effort, Longguo's chip technology will achieve remarkable progress in a short time. With this resolve, Zhou Yaoguo wasted no time resting. He instructed Yan Yun, book our return flight to Longguo immediately. First, head to the Longguo Academy of Sciences. See if we can collaborate with Longguo's scientists to devise a countermeasure. Then we'll proceed directly to Longsin International. Yan Yun nodded promptly. Understood, Mr. Zhou. I'll arrange it immediately. Thus, the group returned to Dragon Nation without delay. Upon their arrival, Zhou Yaoguo received an invitation call from academician Wang Weigui. This is academician Wang Weigui of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. I need to speak with Mr. Zhou. Upon hearing it was an academician from the Dragon Science Academy, Yan Yun dared not delay for a moment and promptly handed the phone to Zhou Yaoguo. Hello, academician Wang. This is Zhou Yaoguo. Wang Weigui got straight to the point. Tonight, we've gathered numerous domestic experts in the chip field to convene a high-level meeting. We aim to discuss countermeasures against the US sanctions. Mr. Zhou's Huawei group holds pivotal influence in chip design, so we sincerely hope you can join us. Hearing this, Zhou Yaoguo nodded eagerly. This is precisely the challenge I'm urgently seeking to solve. I will arrive punctually for tonight's meeting. Chapter 8, Come to the beautiful country, even the air smells sweet here. That evening, Zhou Yaoguo arrived at the meeting venue right on time. Upon entering the conference hall, he found nearly everyone already seated. Apologizing as he walked in, he said, My apologies, everyone. Time was tight, so I arrived a bit late. Truly sorry. Wang Weigui, seated at the head of the table, shook his head. No need for apologies, Mr. Zhou. We've heard a bit about today's matter. Since you're here, please take your seat. Zhou Yaoguo wasted no time, heading straight for his seat upon hearing this. Wang Weigui scanned the conference hall and began. Everyone, since you're all here, you must be aware of the current situation. Given the circumstances, we have only two paths forward. First, yield to the threats from the United States, hand over a portion of the lunar soil to them, halt the research on the Huawei Kunping chip, and dissolve the Huawei chip research headquarters. Second, resolutely refuse to surrender the lunar soil, abandon imports of international chips below 14 nanometers, first collaborate deeply with Longsin International to develop a temporary substitute chip, then mobilize the entire nation to overcome the lithography machine bottleneck in the shortest possible time. After speaking, Wang Weigui couldn't help but shake his head. However, our lithography technology lags far behind the international standard. Closing that gap would take decades at the very least. Yet without high-performance chips, the capabilities of many of our electronic devices would be severely compromised. This means the pace of our technological advancement could be drastically slowed. Breaking through international blockades and achieving global leadership would be delayed even further. As soon as Wang Weigui finished speaking, academician Chen Yuejin stood up immediately. We absolutely cannot hand over the lunar soil. If we agree to the United States, we will not only lose our leading position in lunar exploration but also damage our nation's dignity on the international stage. Moreover, the Americans are insatiable wolves. Once we open the door, they will inevitably make increasingly unreasonable demands again and again. Wang Weigui nodded in agreement, leaning toward the second proposal. He glanced around the room and asked softly, Any other opinions? As he finished, Zhang Hashan, a scientist beside Chen Yuejin, rose slowly. I believe we can yield this time. As academician Chen stated, this would bring considerable trouble to our nation, but it would also buy us crucial breathing room. We could use this time to intensively tackle the lithography machine challenge. If we can master lithography machines and produce Kunping chips within a short time frame, the United States won't dare sanction us again. Though most were resistant to this proposal, it must be acknowledged that, in the short term, it was indeed the optimal solution. A heated debate erupted in the conference hall. Once the discussion subsided, Wang Weiguo spoke slowly. I trust everyone has reached their own conclusions. If no new proposals emerge, we shall proceed to the vote. Our voting results will significantly influence the leadership's decision. Just as the assembly prepared to vote, Wang Weiguo's student Lin Qianqian burst in, frantically clutching a laptop. He rushed to Wang Weiguo's side. I apologize, Professor. I know I shouldn't be in a meeting of this caliber, but this is urgent, please understand. He placed the laptop before Wang Weiguo. You know the scientist on this video call. He's He Jiaoyu, a top student who went abroad for advanced studies 4 years ago, specializing in lithography machine manufacturing technology overseas. He's now established a certain standing in the lithography machine field. Shortly after your meeting began, he called via video, saying he could offer insights regarding the domestic situation. Wang Weiguo looked at the figure on the screen and frowned. He knew He Jiaoyu, but he'd heard this man was ungrateful. The nation nurtured him, yet he'd truly taken root abroad. Could the nation's crisis have stirred his patriotic heart? With this thought, and unwilling to miss any opportunity, Wang Weiguo nodded. Connect the computer to the projector. If he truly offers a solution to our current crisis, he'd be a national treasure. Once the projection connected, He Jiaoyu's voice filled the room. He regarded Wang Weiguo with a faint, ambiguous smile and said, Mr. Wang, I've long admired your reputation. To shoulder such a heavy burden truly admirable. Hearing this, Wang Weiguo's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased. Such sycophantic flattery was hardly the conduct of a scientist. Yet Wang Weiguo maintained his composure. Mr. He, let's get straight to the point. He Jiaoyu nodded on the other end of the video call. Since you've spoken, old Wang, I won't keep you in suspense. The current situation in Dragon Nation has become the focus of the entire world. Forgive my bluntness, but handing over the lunar soil is Dragon Nation's only way out. Everyone present here is among Dragon Nation's top scientists, holding pivotal positions in various fields. That barren technological soil in Longguo simply cannot allow you all to fully unleash your talents. But the United States is free, open, even the air there smells sweet. Therefore, everyone, join the United States. I guarantee you will receive the best treatment if you join the United States. The moment these words were spoken, the scientists present were instantly boiling with rage. They had thought this man was saving the Dragon Nation from crisis for the sake of national righteousness, but he turned out to be a lackey and lobbyist sent by the beautiful country. Wang Weiguo was also burning with rage and hurriedly ordered Lin Qianqian to shut down the computer. Lin Qianqian knew full well that his good intentions had caused a major disaster. He grabbed the computer and rushed straight out, not daring to linger for a moment. Such a traitor who forgets his roots will surely face divine retribution in the future. Wang Weiguo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down as he said, Everyone, let's just consider that a dog barking. We should continue. However, this single incident completely shifted the majority's perspective. When the voting results were announced, not a single person supported the first proposal. Clearly, the backbone of the Dragon Nation must never bend. After the meeting concluded, Wang Weiguo was the last to leave the conference hall. His expression was grim. What he despised most in life were those who acted like He Jiaoyu, people who served as others' lackeys. Lin Qianqian knew he had made a mistake and stood silently by, not daring to utter a word. Wang Weiguo clearly saw Lin Qianqian's discomfort. Alright, don't be afraid. This isn't your fault. Go back and prepare thoroughly. Tomorrow, you'll accompany me to Longsan International to discuss the chip design. At these words, Lin Qianqian's worried expression instantly vanished. Rest assured, Professor. I'll definitely cram on lithography machine knowledge tonight. However, just as the two were about to leave, Professor Zhang Hai from Longguo University rushed over holding a set of blueprints. Academician Wang. Academician Wang. We've found a solution for the chip. Hearing this, Wang Weiguo's expression abruptly changed. Chapter 9, The Breakthrough Solution. When Zhang Hai reached Wang Weiguo, Wang hurriedly asked, Professor Jiang, quickly. What is this solution? Zhang Hai handed Wang the thick stack of printed documents. This is a detailed blueprint for manufacturing a lithography machine. It was sent to Longguo University's official email last night, but I was busy and only saw it this afternoon. Detailed lithography machine blueprints. Wang Weiguo took the documents with a mix of skepticism and doubt. Who provided these? Have they been evaluated? Are they reliable? Is this feasible? Zhang Hai paused briefly before responding. Initially, we were skeptical too. But starting this afternoon, every professor and academician at Longguo University except you jointly assessed these documents. Everyone unanimously agreed this document is feasible. Moreover, this lithography machine model differs from the traditional American production technology. It takes a completely new approach.
This technology is entirely novel. Chips produced using it will see a direct 35% performance boost. As for the document's origin, we've already dispatched investigators to trace it since I left Longguo University. Hearing this, Wang Weiguo's hands began to tremble.
Overwhelmed with excitement, he exclaimed.
Excellent. Absolutely brilliant.
With this technology, the United States will never again threaten Longguo in the semiconductor field. Now, I must deliver this document to the leader. Immediately afterward, I will convene a meeting of all relevant scholars in the lithography field to accelerate the R&D process. Kobayashi, you must go to Longguo University immediately to assist in locating the sender of this document.
Contact me the moment you find them.
At the first opportunity, I will personally meet this genius who saved our nation from the brink.
As it was already late, Lin Qianqian tried to dissuade him after hearing Wang Weiguo's arrangements. Professor, it's very late now.
For your health, perhaps you should.
Rest?
Rest what? With these lithography machine blueprints, I could live in the lab for a month straight.
Without waiting for Lin Qianqian's response, Wang Weiguo left with Zhanghai. At that moment, Lin Feng's residence in Donghai City.
Lin Feng sat before his computer.
This is truly strange. Nearly 2 days have passed. Why hasn't Longguo University responded? Could it be they feared the file was a prank and never opened it?
With that thought, Lin Feng attempted to recall the sent email.
Recall failed. Seeing those 4 words, Lin Feng finally exhaled in relief. This document must be too advanced. The Longguo University faculty are probably reviewing its feasibility. I'll wait another day or 2. If there's still no reply, I'll resend it. After that, Lin Feng lay down on his bed. His eyes had barely closed when a message notification sounded. Xia Qianqian, the exam is tomorrow morning. Good luck. Hope you know all the answers and guess all the rest correctly. Lin Feng chuckled, replied with an okay, and put his phone down. In truth, besides Xia Qianqian, the class group chat was also actively encouraging Lin Feng. However, their encouragement was all insincere. They were just waiting to see Lin Feng fail. Wang Hai at all members.
Everyone, let's cheer Lin Feng on. If Lin Feng really gets first place, it won't just be his glory, it'll be our class's glory too.
Wang Hai, go Lin Feng. Xia Qianqian, go Lin Feng.
Wu Shanshan, go Lin Feng. Seeing Xia Qianqian's lightning-fast response, Wu Qian hurriedly messaged her.
Shanshan, everyone knows Lin Feng is pursuing you.
By replying so quickly, people might think you genuinely support him.
Some might already be laughing at you.
Within moments, Xia Qianqian replied. Don't worry, Lin Feng and I are completely over.
Wang Hai confessed to me yesterday. We haven't announced it yet, just want to surprise everyone at the class party. Wang Hai. So jealous of Qianqian, she's got such great luck with guys.
Heard Wang Hai did exceptionally well this time, guaranteed admission to a top-tier university.
Ha ha. Xia Qianqian retorted, a talent like that is a perfect match for me. As for Lin Feng? He's nothing but trash. Ha ha ha. Qianqian, let's bet on how many points Lin Feng will score this time.
Xia Qianqian didn't hesitate, immediately replying with 25. The Longguo University Excellence Program exam is rumored to be extremely difficult, with a total score of 150. That score fits perfectly.
Wu Qian, oh Qianqian, you're such a tease.
I was planning to guess that exact score. The 2 girls spent over an hour bantering back and forth, using Lin Feng as their target for teasing. And it wasn't just them, everyone else was doing the same.
Early the next morning, Qianqian had already prepared breakfast.
She came to Lin Feng's door and knocked.
Son, get up for breakfast. Lin Feng responded with a grunt and emerged 5 minutes later.
Watching him eat his egg, Qianqian murmured softly.
Son, just treat it like any other exam. Don't be nervous. Lin Feng shrugged. Don't worry, Mom. It's just an admissions test.
It might be tough for others, but for me, it's pretty easy.
Qianqian nodded quickly. Go for it. I believe in you.
After breakfast, he tidied up briefly and headed straight for the Donghai City exam site. At the community gate, Lin Yang seemed to have been waiting there all along. Seeing Lin Feng emerge, his face broke into a huge smile.
Lin Feng, go for it. We're all rooting for you.
Lin Feng knew perfectly well what Lin Yang's real motive was, but he didn't care. He gave a polite nod and walked out the community gate on his own.
Watching Lin Feng's receding figure, Lin Yang pulled out his phone again, recorded a video, and captioned it.
The exam hall is like a battlefield.
We all know your grand ambitions.
Go forth and show your true strength. After posting the video, he immediately left the first comment in the section.
The top student has already gone to take the Excellence Program exam. Get the latest updates firsthand, follow for more. Turkey-flavored rice cracker, he's actually going? I thought he was just talking big?
For toilet paper I turned into 3 years of scented candles. Judging by his calm demeanor, he must be well aware of his own level.
He probably isn't holding out much hope, just participating for the sake of it. Several commenters were clearly Lin Yang's friends, sniffing out the video the moment it went live.
On the way, Lin Feng ran into Xia Qianqian, who had come specifically to cheer him on. Accompanied by Xia Qianqian, the two arrived outside the exam venue. But as soon as they got there, a wave of gasps washed over them.
Hey, isn't that Lin Feng from Jiangning High? You're actually taking the entrance exam too? Chapter 10, The Bet.
Hearing the voices, Xia Qianqian and Lin Feng both turned to look in the same direction.
However, neither recognized the other. The person across from them approached as if they were old acquaintances, walking up to the two and sizing up Lin Feng. Lin Feng from Jiangning High School, you're really here for the admissions exam? This is Longguo University's independent admissions test. They set their own questions.
Its difficulty far surpasses the college entrance exam by who knows how many times. This isn't something you can take just by mastering some high school knowledge. Hearing this, Xia Qianqian frowned.
What? Is Longguo University's admissions exam being held just for you? Just because the questions are hard, does that mean others can't participate?
Hu Jie sneered coldly. I do want you to withdraw, because your participation indirectly lowers the standard of this exam.
Those in the know might still recognize this as Longguo University's admissions test, but the uninformed would assume anyone could just walk in.
Lin Feng, your past grades were indeed impressive.
But since entering senior year, your performance has plummeted. Rumor has it you can't even get into a second-tier university now.
Your presence at this high-level exam is nothing but an embarrassment. As Hu Jie spoke, an indescribable sense of satisfaction filled his heart. Though they attended different schools, Lin Feng's achievements had been dazzling until sophomore year. During joint school exams, Lin Feng always took first place. Teachers frequently compared him to Hu Jie, but he was always thoroughly outclassed by Lin Feng. Now, seeing Lin Feng plummet from the peak to the depths, Hu Jie finally felt he had the right to lecture him, a thought that brought him immense satisfaction. Hu Jie's words drew the attention of several curious onlookers, all eyes turning their way.
Among them were those who had heard of Lin Feng's legendary reputation.
They clearly knew Lin Feng's current standing and held him in utter contempt. A surge of anger welled up in Xia Qianqian.
Anyone can talk big. Maybe after the exam, your scores won't even match Lin Feng's?
Compare with him. Before sophomore year, maybe he could hold his own against me.
But now? He's not even close.
Before Xia Qianqian could speak again, Lin Feng cut him off.
If that's the case, then let's settle this.
Though Lin Feng didn't care much about such matters, that didn't mean he'd tolerate being insulted for no reason. Hu Jie clearly perked up, chuckling lightly.
Heh, sounds good.
If my score falls below yours, I'll shout I'm not as good as you.
For 10 minutes at the entrance of Yida Plaza. If it's the other way around, you do it.
Hu Jie spoke, then hurriedly motioned for a friend nearby to record the scene. Xia Qianqian stared at Lin Feng in shock. He was finding it harder and harder to figure out Lin Feng's game. The fact that this guy dared to take Longguo University's independent admissions exam meant he had some real skills. In Xia Qianqian's eyes, there was no way Lin Feng could possibly outperform him.
This bet was one Lin Feng was bound to lose.
It wasn't that Xia Qianqian didn't believe in him, he just knew him too well. He'd intended to call out and stop him, but Lin Feng didn't give him the chance. Lin Feng nodded, then shook his head just as he was about to speak. After a moment's thought, he spoke again.
No.
If I don't get a perfect score, I lose. The moment those words left his mouth, Xia Qianqian and Hu Jie froze in place. In previous years, Longguo University had also conducted independent admissions exams. To better prepare for this test, Hu Jie had already worked through several practice sets. The difficulty was such that achieving a perfect score was out of the question. 130 points was the absolute ceiling.
This was because the final major question was inherently an open-ended one. It was an open-ended academic discussion question.
It not only tested students' mastery of relevant knowledge but also challenged their ability to transfer and expand their knowledge. It was widely known that no one had ever achieved a perfect score on the final question of the independent enrollment exam, and those who scored at all were exceedingly rare.
Yet Lin Feng was now openly declaring he would get full marks.
This was nothing short of a pipe dream.
Hu Jie let out a loud laugh. Lin Feng, I thought your decline was merely academic.
I never imagined your mind had gone completely off the rails. Lin Feng shook his head calmly.
I'm not like you.
Judging me by your standards only exposes your own foolishness.
Ha!
Hu Jie chuckled mockingly.
Since you're so confident, let's do it your way.
He gestured toward the phone and the person beside him.
I've recorded this on video. Don't try to back out later.
Lin Feng paid no heed, utterly confident in his abilities. Only after Hu Jie had walked far away did Xia Qianqian voice his deep concern.
Lin Feng, you're being reckless. This is the entrance exam for Longguo University. Forget about you, even our provincial top scholar from Xiguang province couldn't score perfect marks.
This is far too difficult for you. Lin Feng looked at Xia Qianqian and smiled.
I'm not the same person I was when I first entered senior year. Just wait for my good news. This time, first place is mine for the taking.
With that, Lin Feng strode toward the exam hall. Xia Qianqian stared blankly at Lin Feng's receding figure. As if in a daze, he suddenly snapped back to reality, murmuring to himself. Lin Feng's demeanor now truly resembles what it was before sophomore year. Could it be that his sudden drop in grades during senior year was really just to please Xia Qianqian? Now that he's seen her true colors, he's stopped pretending? Inside the exam hall. An hour and a half had passed since the exam began. The examinees had nearly completed all the questions they could handle. The vast majority had now focused their attention on the final, major question at the end of the exam paper. Evidently, the difficulty level of this last problem was exceptionally high. In the exam hall where Lin Feng sat, the examinees sat with furrowed brows. However, most stared at that single question for over 10 minutes without a single person putting pen to paper. Those who did attempt it scribbled a few lines before giving up, utterly baffled. For a moment, the entire room fell into an eerie silence. Even the soft scratching of pencils on paper vanished. Just as everyone was resigning themselves to abandoning the final question, the sharp sound of a pencil scraping against paper pierced the dead quiet, jarringly loud in the stillness. Those nearby heard the sound coming from Lin Feng's desk and couldn't help but chuckle softly. A few muttered mockingly to themselves. Only 20 minutes left before the exam ends. Friend, you're writing so urgently. Do you really think you found the answer to the final question? This is the final question of the independent admissions exam, extremely difficult. How could a mere high school graduate even attempt it? Where does this confidence come from? Thinking you've grasped the basics makes you believe you're a genius. For a moment, the rustling sound from Lin Feng's desk drew no serious attention from the others in the exam hall. After all, most who dared to take this admissions exam were top-performing students. They were well aware of this question's difficulty. They were certain no one could possibly solve it. Everyone believed Lin Feng's actions were nothing but a waste of time. Chapter 11, The Second Meeting. 20 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye for Lin Feng, who was furiously scribbling away. It wasn't until the very last minute before the exam ended that he finally completed the solution to the final question. The moment he handed it in, every examinee stood up. As the teacher collected Lin Feng's paper, the person beside him curiously glanced at his solution to the final question. It was filled to the brim. Yet, he smiled knowingly, as if he'd found a kindred spirit. Looks like this guy's just like me. Right or wrong doesn't matter, filling every space is what counts. After the proctor announced they could leave, the person hurried over to Lin Feng. Friend, how'd it go? I filled the last question just like you did. I'm sure we're the only two in this exam hall brave enough to tackle such a tough problem. Though we probably won't get many points. Lin Feng chuckled. This question is indeed tough. Solving it with conventional thinking would lead down many dead ends. But if you reverse engineer it, the solution becomes straightforward. As they walked, Lin Feng explained part of the solution process, leaving the other man utterly dumbfounded. As they neared the exit, the other students stared at Lin Feng in utter disbelief. You're not just some guy? You're really a high school student? How come what you're saying is so different from what I learned? He had assumed Lin Feng was like him, someone trying to scam sympathy points from the teacher with endless scribbling. But after hearing Lin Feng's explanation, he realized Lin Feng was genuinely skilled. His reasoning was flawless, heavily incorporating high school knowledge. Yet when Lin Feng explained it, the other guy was completely baffled. Lin Feng remained calm, replying, I just have an interest in this stuff. So I know a bit more than most, I guess. The other guy sucked in a sharp breath. Just a bit more. Stepping out the door, Lin Feng spotted Jia already waiting there. He'd come specifically to remind Lin Feng not to forget their bet. After the exam, Jia was utterly certain he'd win. After all, the difficulty of the final question was plain for all to see. In his entire exam hall, nearly everyone had left the last question blank. Even top-tier students from prestigious universities like 985 and 211 institutions couldn't solve it. Let alone someone like Lin Feng, whose top score could only get him into a second-tier university. Jia looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. Lin Feng, you're bound to lose this time. While not many people know yet, fulfill the bet now. This exam was harder than ever before. At my level, I could only manage around 80 points at best, let alone you. Lin Feng shot Jia a cold glance, his tone displeased. The results aren't out yet, are they? I've told you before, assuming others are like yourself is the dumbest thing you can do. With that, Lin Feng turned his back on Jia and strode home without looking back. Feeling the contempt in Lin Feng's tone, a surge of anger welled up inside him. You bastard, Lin Feng. All talk and no action. I was even planning to show some mercy and spare you some face, but you proved yourself useless. With that, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to the friend who de-recorded the video earlier. Post this video on Douyin and share it in the class group. The more people who see it, the better. Half an hour later. Lin Feng stepped out of the taxi. As he walked toward his apartment, Lin Yong appeared out of nowhere, phone in hand. While capturing the moment, he asked with feigned concern. So? How'd it go? How'd you do on the exam? The whole neighborhood is waiting for your good news. If you pass the excellence program and get into Longguo University, the whole neighborhood is ready to throw you a victory party. Lin Feng nodded. It went well.
No need for a party, this isn't a big deal anyway. To others, topping the admissions exam was like scaling a mountain.
But to Lin Feng, it was just another routine test. After speaking, Lin Feng spotted Xia Qianqian waving at him outside his door. So he gave a casual reply before heading straight inside.
At that moment,
Lin Yang posted another photo of Lin Feng's departing figure.
Caption: Hero departs, triumphant return. Dog head, dog head.
He also posted the first comment in the discussion section.
Breaking news, he just said first place is guaranteed.
Turkey-flavored rice cracker, he does have some self-awareness, knowing he's guaranteed last place, haha. For toilet paper I turned into 3 years of scented candles, gotta say, he's pretty honest. He's already lost all face now, so when the results come out, he won't have any left to lose, haha.
Lin Yang's dull comments section quickly buzzed with activity.
Lin Feng entered the house, drank a glass of water, and sat down in a chair.
Xia Qianqian brought the dishes out from the kitchen.
As she placed the last plate of mapo tofu on the table, Xia Qianqian suddenly remembered something. Oh right, son, around 11 o'clock, your phone kept buzzing non-stop.
Probably an urgent matter from a classmate.
You should check it.
Hearing this, Lin Feng finally remembered.
When he woke up that morning, he'd found his phone had only 20% battery left, so he'd left it charging in his room. Assuming it was a reply from Longguo University regarding his application documents, Lin Feng immediately got up and went into his room.
He opened his phone, but couldn't help but frown. His email did have a notification, but the overwhelming majority were concerned greetings from classmates.
No need to guess, the class group chat was now flooded with inquiries about how he'd done on the exam. Since he hadn't seen it, they'd grown impatient and started messaging him privately one by one. This left Lin Feng thoroughly puzzled.
This is my personal business.
Why are they so concerned? Facing his classmates' concern, Lin Feng had no intention of reading their messages.
Instead, he immediately opened the email notification. Inside was the reply from Longguo University. Mr. Lin Feng, we have received the document you sent to Longguo University. As Longguo faces critical challenges, we urgently require the implementation of the technology detailed in these documents. Given their highly classified nature, we implore you to maintain strict confidentiality for Longguo. Once the project is operational, we pledge to extend you the highest honors. After reading, the email window abruptly closed as if glitching. Lin Feng intended to log back in and permanently delete the chat history to prevent any potential document leaks. However, upon clicking into his inbox, he discovered it had been permanently deactivated. Lin Feng chuckled. Well, just one email account gone. Compared to the future of Longguo's lithography machines, it's insignificant. With that, he left the room and returned to his chair. What he didn't know was this. While he was checking his emails, the U.S. Secretary of State Clinton had once again contacted Wang Weiguo, preparing to convene a second round of negotiations. Chapter 12, The Final Ultimatum.
At that moment, inside the International Conference Center,
Clinton looked at Wang Weiguo and his delegation across the table, a faint smile playing on her lips.
Wang Weiguo, preoccupied with lithography machine research. He had barely slept in the past 2 days. Thus, he appeared slightly haggard.
But in Clinton's eyes, Wang Weiguo's fatigue stemmed from handling the lunar soil incident.
Thinking this, Clinton chuckled softly before addressing Wang Weiguo.
Academician Wang, so many days have passed. Has Longguo come up with any proposals?
I heard that just the other day, the president of Huawei personally led the company's executives to the headquarters of ASML in Delft, only to return disappointed.
Ha ha ha.
Clinton spoke while opening the documents on the table.
Mr. Wang, I've come bearing good news this time.
I know it's not easy to get Dragon Nation to voluntarily and proactively share lunar soil with the United States without compensation.
Therefore, we will intensify our sanctions once again.
After deliberation, our beautiful country will advance the ban on Longguo importing chips. Furthermore, Longxing Semiconductor International must cease supplying 14 nanometers and 15 nanometers chips to Longguo. Should Longxing violate these regulations, our beautiful country will classify this as disrupting market order and undermining international market stability. At that point, the entire world will blacklist Longxing Semiconductor International. Longxing Semiconductor International will cease to exist instantly. However, our nation is also remarkably magnanimous. Clinton waved the document in his hand. We permit you to purchase 14 nanometers and 15 nanometers chips from our nation, but the price will increase tenfold until your nation agrees to share lunar soil with us. With that, Clinton handed the document to Wang Weiguo. Academician Wang, present this proposal to the Dragon Nation's leader. You have no right to refuse. Wang Weiguo glanced at the document on the table, let out a cold laugh, and flung it onto the floor. Seeing this, Clinton's brow furrowed sharply. Academician Wang, what do you mean by this? This is our beautiful country's generosity toward you. Do you know the consequences of defying our beautiful country's arrangements? Ha! Wang Weiguo chuckled. The United States may act arrogantly before others, but don't even think about dictating terms to us in Dragon Nation. Not now, and certainly not in the future.
First, Dragon Nation welcomes scientists from all nations to participate in lunar soil research. The reason we didn't invite you is simply out of respect for the legislation you established in the aerospace field. You may join lunar soil research but only after your beautiful country repeals that legislation. Otherwise, participation remains forever off the table. Second, we've already found an alternative solution. Thus, you hold no threat over the Dragon Nation. This document? I won't read it. The Dragon Nation's leadership certainly won't. It's no different from trash. Hearing this, Clinton laughed. You found an alternative method? Academician Wang, Dragon Nation lags decades behind our beautiful country in lithography technology. All these years, you've never caught up, yet now you claim to have found an alternative solution. Is Dragon Nation only good at making empty boasts? However, Wang Weigui ignored Clinton and stood up abruptly. If you don't believe me, then just wait and see. When the time comes, your beautiful country will regret what you've done today. With that, he turned and walked out of the negotiation room without looking back. Watching Wang Weigui's retreating figure, Clinton felt profoundly disrespected. As an official of the beautiful country, everywhere he went, every nation treated him with utmost deference, often having to read his every expression. Yet here in Dragon Nation, he was being looked down upon. For the first time in all these years. This thought ignited a surge of rage within Clinton. Academician Wang. I represent the United States in offering you one final chance. Pick up those documents and publicly apologize to me, and I will consider the matter settled. Otherwise, Dragon Nation will face the harshest consequences. Yet Wang Weigui, completely absorbed in the lithography machine's development, hadn't heard a word Clinton said. Clinton's mouth twitched as he glanced at the officials beside him. Call the leader immediately. I will make Dragon Nation pay for underestimating our beautiful country. I will bring Dragon Nation's chip industry to a complete standstill. The official beside him dialed the number without hesitation. Mr. President, I have urgent matters to report. The moment the call connected, Clinton's tone instantly turned deferential. After receiving the American leader's acknowledgement, Clinton recounted the entire incident in meticulous detail, embellishing every point. Did the Dragon Nation truly act this way? The American leader sounded almost incredulous. This was the first time anyone had dared to throw the United States' dignity to the wind. Clinton hastened to agree. Absolutely true. The Dragon Nation has grown utterly arrogant. If we don't rein them in now, they'll surely disrespect our United States in the future. The American leader on the other end nodded. In that case, it's necessary to make the Dragon Nation suffer some consequences. Clinton's eyes lit up at these words. This was precisely what he wanted. The American leader moved swiftly. The news arrived at noon, and by evening, an executive order was signed. To uphold peace and security in the global economic market and order in the semiconductor sector. 15 days from now, the United States will prohibit the Dragon Nation from directly purchasing chips internationally. As the American Congress enacted this decree, Clinton simultaneously posted a video on his personal media account. It was a veiled jab at the Dragon Nation, implying they'd never build lithography machines and were all talk. The decree instantly sent shockwaves through the international community. U.S. netizen, the Dragon Nation has become increasingly unruly in recent years. Their audacity keeps growing. How dare they defy our great nation? Kimchi Nation netizen, Dragon Nation's chip tech is all stolen from us. Kimchi Nation. They have the nerve to claim it's their own independent design? Thieves. Shameless. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, how dare they provoke my pretty country daddy? Dragon Nation won't end well. Big Bear Nation netizen at Cherry Blossom netizen at Kimchi netizen, dogs, keep your barking to yourselves, okay? Do you just eat when the US tells you to? Disgusting. And you Koreans, your thieving is world renowned. How dare you come here bragging? Afraid people don't know you're the land of thieves? Dragon Nation netizen, I believe my country will definitely build lithography machines. I'm utterly confident in this. Little Bus netizen at Dragon Nation netizen, go Dragon Nation. In an instant, all eyes converged on Dragon Nation. Chapter 13, The Overconfident Lin Feng. Hours after the ultimatum was issued, Wang Weigui, overseeing operations in the lithography machine or D Lab, received a call from Dragon Nation's leader. Addressing the leader with respect, Wang Weigui inquired. What brings you here, head of state? The head of state first acknowledged Wang Weigui's performance in the negotiation room that day. You did exceptionally well at the National Negotiation Center today. Our Dragon Nation neither provokes trouble nor fears it. We absolutely cannot tolerate unjust oppression from other countries. Wang Weigui smiled. The head of state is being too modest. I believe any Dragon Nation citizen would have chosen the same course of action as I did. The backbone of our Dragon Nation must never bend. The leader responded with several hearty goods. Before continuing. Now, the beautiful nation's countermeasures have been revealed. Within 15 days, they will completely restrict our chip imports. How much longer will it take for our Dragon Nation to develop our own lithography machines? Wang Weigui paused briefly.
After obtaining the blueprints, we immediately prioritized lithography machine production as our nation's top manufacturing initiative. Most research projects must yield to lithography machine production. If we fully leverage existing resources, we are confident in producing lithography machines before the American restrictions take effect. Moreover, we are simultaneously establishing production lines. Once the first machine is successfully developed, we can swiftly use it as a foundation to mass-produce 7 nanometers Quanping chips. At these words, the leader seemed visibly stirred. Excellent. Soon, our nation will catch up to the United States in the chip sector and achieve international leadership. Thank you all for your hard work during this period. Wang Weigua hastened to interject. Serving our nation is the honor of every Dragon Country citizen. If it means advancing Dragon Country's technological prowess, we'd gladly work like this every day. With that, the leader ended the call first, while Wang Weigua returned to the RD lab. Shortly thereafter, the Dragon Nation government issued a response to the Beautiful Nation's legislation. The Beautiful Nation, seeking to obtain our lunar soil and obstruct our chip development, has unjustly suppressed our nation, all while hypocritically claiming to uphold world peace and acting as the self-appointed world's policeman. This is classic bandit logic. Longguo firmly opposes this and will implement countermeasures, including but not limited to restricting exports of chip manufacturing materials and regulating the domestic circulation of international chips. This statement unequivocally declared Longguo's stance. It will never yield to the United States' unreasonable suppression. Longguo's response was like a bomb dropped into water, instantly creating a massive uproar. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, Dragon Nation may not have the chops, but they sure talk big. Restricting international chips from entering their country? Do they really think their tech can produce lithography machines now? Kimchi Nation netizen, Dragon Nation's lithography machine tech lags behind the pretty country by at least decades. Even if they suddenly managed to build one now, it'd still be light years behind the pretty countries. Their tech must be stolen. USA netizen, how dare a mere Dragon Nation sanction our American companies? I can't wait to see you begging us to sell you chips, haha. Bear Nation netizen at Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, if Dragon Nation actually develops lithography machines, your little cherry blossoms will erupt like volcanoes. Bear Nation netizen at Kimchi Nation netizen, every sentence revolves around stealing, undoubtedly a house of thieves. Bear Nation netizen at Beautiful Country netizen, you started the provocation. Now you have the nerve to act righteous? Dragon Nation welcomes global scientists to jointly study lunar soil. It was your beautiful country that legislated against your own space agency collaborating with Dragon Nation in aerospace, yet you blame Dragon Nation for not inviting you? Your nerve is truly something. The international community was buzzing with heated discussions. Domestically, the fervor was no less intense. On Douyin, the comments section beneath relevant videos was ablaze. By God knows hearts, holy crap. Judging by the official tone, is our Dragon Nation about to have its own lithography machine? Shenyang knows horsepower, hats off to our researchers. This means the pretty nation can never threaten us with chips again. Our Huawei phones will never experience black screen incidents. Lying in bed, Lin Feng glanced at the video comments and smiled. Looks like the documents I sent to Longguo University worked. Actually, the Longguo Academy staff didn't need to come find me specifically. After the semester starts, I'll head to Longguo University myself. That way, I won't waste their precious time. Lin Feng was a patriotic young man. Ever since he was a child, what he disliked most was the United States' hypocritical facade. He was thrilled to contribute to Long Nation's technological advancement. His only regret was that his current platform wasn't large enough to personally participate in every project. But he believed that once he joined Longguo University, he'd have a stage to showcase his talents. With that thought, Lin Feng closed Dull without further distraction. After reading 2 academic papers, he prepared for bed. Yet, just as he was about to sleep, Wang Hai sent him a message. Opening his phone, he saw it was the video of his bet with Hu Jie. Wang Hai, Lin Feng, you really bet with him? Lin Feng, yes. Wang Hai, do you even know who he is? He's Hu Jie from Class 1, Senior 3 at Donghai No. 1 High School next door. Not just you, even our class valedictorian wouldn't dare talk to him like that. Right now, this video is going viral all over campus. You've taken this joke way too far. When the results come out, it'll reflect badly on our school and our class. I advise you to find a way to settle this privately. It's better for you, the class, and the school. In Wang Hai's eyes, Lin Feng betting his grades against Hu Jie was pure overreach. How could Lin Feng's grades possibly compare to Hu Jie's? Lin Feng glanced at Wang Hai's message and replied simply. The only one who can lose is him. After sending it, Lin Feng added Wang Hai to his do not disturb list. This was his personal matter, whether he replied or not was entirely up to him. Moreover, Lin Feng couldn't understand why others seemed more concerned about this trivial matter than he was. Seeing Lin Feng's message, Wang Hai sent a few more frustrated replies. After waiting half an hour with no response, he screenshotted the chat history and posted it in the class group. The moment the screenshot appeared, the previously quiet class group erupted with activity. Lin Feng blocked your messages, bet he blocked the class group too.
Lin Feng really doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. Doesn't he realize the class monitor is looking out for him? He has no real ability, yet he tries to put on airs. Who knew Lin Feng was such a big talker? He seemed pretty honest when he was pursuing Xia Qianqian before. Does he even deserve to pursue Xia Qianqian? Bad company corrupts good character. We all know what level Lin Feng is at. He ignored our advice. I can't wait to see what he does when the results come out. For a moment, the entire class was eagerly anticipating the day Lin Feng's results would be released. Chapter 14, The Shock at Longguo University. Soon, 5 days had passed. By this time, the grading process at Longguo University was nearing its end. As Wang Ping marked the final question on a blank sheet with a 0, he couldn't resist teasing Guohong, the lead exam setter beside him. Look at this final question you created. Why make it so ridiculously difficult? Putting the world-renowned mathematical problem, the Goldbach conjecture, on an admissions exam. Did you seriously expect a bunch of high school kids to surpass the world's top mathematicians? After grading so many papers, they're either blank or filled with gibberish. So far, only 1 or 2 got a single point. Guohong chuckled, continuing his grading as he replied. Talent emerges in youth. Even if they can't solve it, seeing their understanding is valuable. But 2 did score points, didn't they? This is a world-class problem with no standard answer. Whatever they write shows their true ability. Their minds are active, they might have unique insights. Besides, this is a tradition at Longguo University. Wang Ping listened but said little. He picked up a test paper and glanced at the last major question, densely covered in writing. His instinctive thought was that the student was just trying to pad their score. He handed the paper to Guohong. Another one filled to the brim. See for yourself, is this nonsense or the new approach you mentioned? Guohong didn't get angry, he reached out and took the paper Wang Ping handed him. Yet, the moment he focused his eyes, he froze in place. Moments later, his body began to tremble violently, overcome with intense emotion. Wang Ping, sitting beside him, noticed Guohong's unusual state. What's wrong? It's solved. This approach seems correct. What? A world-renowned mathematical problem, solved by a high school graduate. Guohong's voice was so loud that every teacher in the grading room heard him clearly. They all rushed over. Guohong pointed to the steps on the paper. This part, up to here, I'm sure everyone is familiar with it. It's the optimal solution acknowledged by most scholars, right? However, this approach gets stuck in an infinite loop later on, leading to a dead end where the problem can never be solved. But look at the latter part of this paper, it actually breaks free from that dead end. The entire solution process is crystal clear. Teachers unfamiliar with the problem were baffled, while those who knew it were stunned by the steps on the paper. Wang Ping stood frozen for a full minute before speaking. With this student's ability, they deserve the highest honor in the mathematical world. This is our Longguo University's treasure. We must immediately report this to President Wang. Have the university's mathematics professors evaluate it, then submit the solution steps to international institutions for review. Guohong nodded, picked up his phone, and dialed Wang Weiguo's number. Coincidentally, Wang Weiguo was just stepping out of the lithography machine production lab, preparing to take a short break. Answering the call, Guohong tried his best to keep his tone calm. Professor Wang, it appears a student has solved the final problem on this year's entrance exam. What? Wang Weiguo thought he'd misheard. He reviewed every past entrance exam paper and knew the final problem was always a world-class challenge. A problem unsolved by mathematicians worldwide had been cracked by a high school student? To anyone, that sounded utterly absurd. Unable to believe it, Wang Weiguo asked again. Upon receiving Guohong's confirmation, he burst into laughter. All traces of fatigue vanished instantly. Heaven blesses our dragon nation. Heaven blesses our dragon nation. Not long ago, we had a genius youth who produced blueprints for lithography machines. Now we have a student who outshines mathematicians worldwide. How could Wang Weiguo not be overjoyed that such a talent had emerged from the Dragon Nation? What is this student's name? Wang Weiguo pressed further. Lin Feng, from Jiangning High School in Donghai City, Xiguang Province. Hearing this, Wang Weiguo sucked in a sharp breath, murmuring to himself. I never imagined it was the same person. What kind of genius could achieve this level? Simply producing detailed photolithography machine blueprints compatible with Longguo's manufacturing technology was already beyond anyone's reach. And now, he'd solved a world-class mathematical problem. At this thought, Wang Weiguo realized he'd underestimated Lin Feng. He must go to Donghai City immediately. Yet, the moment this thought surfaced, it was immediately dismissed. The research and production of the lithography machine had entered a critical phase he absolutely could not leave. He promptly addressed Guohong and the others on the other end of the line. You may temporarily release the news that the international mathematical problem might have been solved, but Lin Feng's name must remain confidential. Under no circumstances should other universities learn of this. In 2 days, I will personally go to Donghai. A genius like this must remain at our Longguo University. Guohong nodded on the other end of the line. Rest assured, Professor Wang. We all understand.
After ending the call, news that a student had solved a world-class problem spread throughout Longguo University within just 10 minutes.
Half an hour later, Duel platform exploded.
Hu Jia, who had been scrolling through videos on Duel, suddenly sat bolt upright. He hurriedly forwarded the video to his classmates. Holy crap, I told you this was a world-class problem.
This is the final question on the admissions exam. Is Longguo University really pulling this off? An admissions exam featuring a world-class math problem? You know, this timing is so coincidental. Could it be that one student actually solved it?
As they discussed, Lin Feng's face flashed through Hu Jia's mind.
But he immediately dismissed the thought. He chuckled and shook his head. I must be losing my mind. Lin Feng's grades aren't even as good as mine. How could I imagine he solved a world-class problem?
As this news spread to more and more people,
everyone curiously searched for Longguo University's entrance exam. Coincidentally, the video of Lin Feng and Hu Jia's bet ranked first. No, if he doesn't get a perfect score, I lose. Seeing this caption, netizens began speculating in the comments section. Who is this guy? His swagger outshines even the top student from East China. Did he really crack that world-class math problem?
I heard his grades are average, he just entered to get last place.
These two are lucky.
They can ride this buzz to go viral and start live streaming sales.
Even if he finishes last, he's still cashing in. Whether it's true or not, just head to Yida Plaza when the results come out.
The internet was abuzz with conflicting opinions. But most people were just waiting to see Lin Feng's downfall. Thanks to that bet video, Lin Feng had become the center of online attention. Little did anyone know, during these idle days, Lin Feng had actually cracked his second world-class mathematical problem.
Chapter 15, Lin Feng, were not compatible. Time flew by. The day to check the college entrance exam results finally arrived.
In the afternoon, Wang Hai sent several group messages.
Everyone, I've booked the hotel. Please aim to arrive before 7 p.m. Tonight, let's treat it as the final night of our high school lives. Let's welcome our futures with laughter. The moment Wang Hai's messages went out, the class group chat erupted with excitement. The class party was secondary, what mattered was that tonight, Class 8 of Senior 3 would check their exam results at the party. For Lin Feng, today meant not only receiving his college entrance exam scores but also learning the results of Longguo University's independent admissions. This was what countless people were eagerly awaiting. So, that afternoon, Hu Jia deliberately sent Wang Hai a message. Lin Feng, the results are out tonight. Time to settle that bet.
Lin Feng saw the message and casually replied.
Fine.
I'll be at the Hanting Hotel at 7 p.m. tonight.
Just come find me.
Ha! Hu Jia replied coldly, then ended the conversation with Lin Feng. Lin Feng closed his QQ, stepped out of his room, and headed outside. Mom, there's a class party tonight, so I won't be home for dinner.
Qianqian set down the broom she was holding. Son, do you want mom and dad to check your results with you?
The day the college entrance exams ended, they'd learned from Xia Qianqian that Lin Feng had failed miserably. They had been afraid to let Lin Feng check his results alone, fearing he couldn't handle it and might do something reckless. Moreover, attending a class reunion where everyone checked results together though they claimed it wouldn't matter might actually amplify the pressure through comparison. In Qianqian and her husband's view, with so many classmates present at the party, Lin Feng probably wouldn't do anything.
But on the way home, no one would be accompanying him. What if something went wrong then?
Lin Feng looked at Qianqian. Perhaps sensing her worries, he smiled reassuringly.
Hey, Mom, it's okay. My college entrance exam results weren't great, but there's still Longguo University's independent enrollment program. Don't worry. My exam results won't affect my mood.
I'll be home before 9:30 sharp. Qianqian pondered for a moment.
Fine. But I'm telling you this now. The college entrance exam isn't your entire life. In our eyes, you'll always be the best.
Lin Feng nodded at her words before heading out the door. What he didn't know was that just 2 minutes after he left, Qianqian followed him out. Though Qianqian had verbally agreed with Lin Feng, her heart hadn't consented. If her son insisted on going, so be it. As long as she stayed close behind him, he'd be safe. Lin Feng strolled leisurely down the street. By the time he reached the Hanting Hotel, most of his classmates had already arrived.
Lin Hai scanned every table.
Frowning at the lone empty seat, he turned to Wu Qian beside him. And asked, "What's up?
Lin Feng still hasn't shown up? Have you tried contacting him?"
Wu pulled out her phone and showed him the chat history from 2.5 minutes ago with Lin Feng.
I've been sending him a reminder message every 2.5 minutes.
But he never replied.
Probably didn't even look at them. I reckon he's too embarrassed to show his face.
Hearing this, Wang Hai chuckled.
Now he's suddenly worried about saving face?
This party absolutely can't go on without him. His presence is the best consolation for students who did poorly on the college entrance exam.
Plus, I'm waiting to give him a big gift, he absolutely has to come.
Saying this, Wang Hai glanced at his phone.
Let's wait a bit longer. I refuse to believe that guy won't show up.
A few days ago, Qianqian did something trivial to him, and he blew up at her. Qianqian has seen his true colors these past days and is deliberately avoiding him, hoping to use this chance to make things completely clear with Lin Feng. Lin Feng must be waiting for this one chance to see Qianqian. Wang Hai spoke, a faint smile playing on his lips. Wu Qian nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then we'll wait. Having all of us wait for just one person? That's giving him way too much face. Heh, Lin Feng's a big deal online now. His reputation is huge. Soon, the clock struck 6:55. The rest of the classmates were already clamoring impatiently. Wang Hai frowned, glancing toward the hotel entrance. Finally, under everyone's strong demands, he had no choice but to kick off the banquet. However, just as the dishes were served and everyone was about to dig in, the hotel doors slowly opened. Lin Feng walked in with a calm expression. Watching his figure approach slowly, someone couldn't help but sneer. He really doesn't know his own place. If you could get into Huawei or Beijing University, we'd wait for you forever. But you're a guaranteed failure. What's there to be proud of? Do you seriously think you'll get into Longguo University through independent admissions? Dream on. Seeing Lin Feng arrive, Wang Hai immediately rose from his seat. He walked to the door and ushered Lin Feng toward their table. As luck would have it, Xia Qianqian was also seated at the table, right next to Lin Feng. The moment she saw Lin Feng, she immediately wore that distant, disdainful look. After Lin Feng sat back down at his own seat, Wang Hai teased him. Thought you weren't coming, ha? Lin Feng glanced at his watch from his seat. Got held up with something on the way. Wang Hai replied with feigned concern. As long as you're here now, no one's going to mind. He then turned to the rest of the class. Everyone from Class 8, Senior 3 is here. Let's dig in. With that, everyone began eating and chatting cheerfully. Halfway through the meal, as the atmosphere grew lively, Wang Hai stood up, holding a bottle of beer. Everyone, I'd like to take a moment to share some great news. Hope you don't mind. The others, caught up in the fun, quickly raised their drinks. Not at all. After being class monitor for so many years, we all respect you. Yeah, just spill it. Wang Hai nodded, gathering his courage. A few days ago, I confessed to Qianqian. She agreed to be my girlfriend. Whoa! The moment he spoke, a roar of excitement erupted. Xia Qianqian's face flushed slightly. After a moment of coy hesitation, she slowly said, actually, I like Wang Hai too. Her words made the students' voices grow even louder. With Wang Hai's encouragement, Xia Qianqian stood up and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I've known about your feelings for me this past year. I also know you came to this party specifically to apologize. But we really aren't right for each other. You don't need to apologize anymore. I forgive you. We'll always be good friends. In Xia Qianqian's view, Lin Feng's college entrance exam results were already dismal, probably the lowest in the entire class. He had no reason to attend this gala. Besides coming specifically to apologize and seek her forgiveness, she couldn't fathom any other motive for his attendance. Lin Feng responded with a dismissive sneer. Who said I came to apologize? I never had any feelings for you in the first place. Don't flatter yourself. Chapter 16. Lin Feng must have scored worse than me. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Qianqian didn't lose her temper on the spot. She knew he was just speaking out of frustration. After all, even though she disliked him, she could still sense Lin Feng's feelings for her. Years of effort yielding nothing would break anyone's resolve. Truthfully, in Xia Qianqian's eyes, this was merely a test she was putting Lin Feng through. If Lin Feng could reach her level, she might even consider giving him a chance. But after tonight, an unbridgeable chasm had opened between Lin Feng and her. Lin Feng would never be worthy of her. The rest of the class heard this and merely snickered derisively to themselves. After all, in their minds, Lin Feng was utterly unworthy of Xia Qianqian. Wang Hai looked at Lin Feng with a smug smile, lost in his own thoughts. Lin Feng, he mused inwardly. So what if you've pursued Xia Qianqian for a whole year? All I needed was one confession. You'll never measure up to me. While thinking this, Wang Hai offered a seemingly noble consolation. Lin Feng, I know you're just venting. But this world is harsh. Besides, loving someone isn't about possessing her, it's about making her happy. True to his role as class monitor, Wang Hai had a knack for delivering polished speeches. Hearing this, the other students were even more impressed by Wang Hai's magnanimity, which stood in stark contrast to Lin Feng's petty-mindedness. However, Lin Feng remained unconvinced by these words, his expression still utterly calm. I'm not speaking out of anger. Whether she's happy or not is none of my business. At this remark, Xia Qianqian frowned. She was about to say something when Wu Qian noticed the atmosphere growing tense. How petty is Lin Feng? 2 sentences and he's already losing his cool like this? If he keeps this up, he might actually start arguing with Qianqian. It'd be a huge loss if a mediocre student like him messed up our class party. After muttering her complaints under her breath, Wu Qian stepped in to mediate. All right. The 3 of you can sort this out privately. Tonight's main event is the class party. We can't let the mood of 1 or 2 people ruin the whole thing.
As she spoke, Wu Qian shot Wang Hai a meaningful glance, signaling that arguing with Lin Feng wasn't worth it. Wang Hai understood perfectly. He took Xia Qianqian's small hand and sat down immediately. He looked at the other students and forced a smile. My apologies, everyone. Please continue with the party. Here's wishing everyone the best possible results on their exams. The rest of the students shot Lin Feng a glance and quickly shook their heads at Wang Hai. Ah, class monitor, you're joking. You're not at fault here. Everyone has the right to pursue someone they like. It's just that some people are too stubborn and can't handle it. Regardless of who was right or wrong in this matter, when it came to the future value of Wang Hai and Lin Feng, the others naturally knew whose side to take. After that, everyone chatted and laughed as they ate their meals. After finishing, there was still an hour left before the college entrance exam results were released. So, the students took turns performing on stage. Zhang Zhou, usually quite shy, gradually lost his self-consciousness amid everyone's cheers of encouragement. A sudden burst of courage propelled him onto the stage. He pulled out his phone and searched for a song called Beat It on QQ Music. The moment he slipped on his headphones, Zhang Zhou seemed to lose himself in the music. His eyes slowly closed as emotion flowed naturally from him. His posture and stage presence bore an uncanny resemblance to professional singers. Watching Zhang Zhou's movements, everyone was startled and couldn't help but exclaim. Look at his posture, he seems pretty skilled. Could Zhang Zhou have been hiding his talent all this time? Back in the dorm, I heard him sing once. His voice sounds just like Jay Chou's. Someone said this, causing the entire group to gasp in unison. Just as everyone was speculating about Zhang Zhou's singing ability, the melody began to drift out. Hashtag @ lightning strike warning. Wall fatigue. Squeeze to death, lightning strike. The moment those two lines hit, the food everyone had just put in their mouths nearly shot right back out. They quickly covered their mouths, afraid that laughing out loud would affect Zhang Zhou and create bad blood among classmates right before graduation. Even Lin Feng, who had been quietly eating and minding his own business, couldn't help but chuckle. Many pulled out their phones, originally intending to capture Zhang Zhou's moment of glory, only to record his moment of madness instead. But what they didn't know was that Zhang Zhou's unintentional act had already paved the way for his future. Even before he registered a Douyin account, his fame had already taken flight. Should he ever hit rock bottom, one livestream could instantly turn his fortunes around. Though Zhang Zhou's singing was admittedly subpar, his classmates still applauded enthusiastically. When the song ended, Zhang Zhou removed his headphones and bowed to the crowd. Thank you all for your encouragement. Good. Clap clap clap. As soon as Zhang Zhou finished speaking, deafening applause erupted throughout the hotel. Satisfied by everyone's encouragement, Zhang Zhou returned contentedly to his seat. This was his first time performing on stage, and he was thoroughly pleased with the response. And so, with everyone chatting and singing, an hour passed quickly. Everyone. It's 9 o'clock. Wang Hai glanced at his phone and called out to the others. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere instantly grew solemn. The earlier festive mood vanished instantly. The college entrance exam represented 12 years of hard work. No one dared to take it lightly. 30 seconds passed, and Huang Yu suddenly jumped up from his seat. 550 points. I scored 550 points. First tier university. First tier. Ha ha ha. Huang Yu shouted triumphantly. This was his best score since entering high school. His results drew envy from many. They also stirred a sense of nervousness in quite a few others. Amidst the unease, many opened the score-checking page. Within a minute, some sighed while others cheered. The Gokao held many uncertainties. Not everyone could perform beyond expectations. Xia Qianqian glanced at Wang Hai, hesitating to enter her exam ID number. Wang Hai had already checked his results earlier, over 560 points. Xia Qianqian's performance was notoriously inconsistent, relying heavily on luck during exams. She feared her score might be too low to match Lin Hai's. Wang Hai sensed her anxiety and spoke gently. Go ahead. No matter what, I'll always be by your side. With Wang Hai's promise, Xia Qianqian smiled and nodded. Thank you, Wang Hai. With that, she entered her exam ID number. After 2 seconds of loading, Xia Qianqian's expression instantly darkened. 479 points. Such a score could only barely get her into a public second-tier university. The moment she saw the result, her heart sank coldly, but she quickly patted her chest. It's okay, Qianqian, it's okay. Lin Feng couldn't even get into a second-tier university. You have Wang Hai behind you, while he has nothing behind him. With that, she lifted her gaze and fixed it on Lin Feng. She sought solace in this sight. She wasn't alone. Many classmates who hadn't performed well also turned their eyes toward Lin Feng. Chapter 17 shocked the entire hall. Before Lin Feng could even begin checking his results, Wang Hai, sitting beside Xia Qianqian, saw her score the moment the results refreshed. Fearing Xia Qianqian would be too upset, he hurriedly offered comfort. It's okay, Qianqian. I told you, we'll always be together. Even if we can't attend the same university, we'll still be in the same city. At best, Xia Qianqian could only get into a public second-tier university now. It was certain they wouldn't be attending the same school. Hearing Wang Hai's words, Xia Qianqian's eyes reddened, tears welling up.
Wang Hai gently rubbed her eyes, his voice soft and tender.
Alright, Qianqian, it's all over now.
Don't dwell too much on your score.
It only makes you more upset.
Besides, there are plenty who scored much lower than you.
If you feel this way, how must they feel?
At this, both turned their gaze toward Lin Feng across the table. They saw Lin Feng eating leisurely, seemingly unconcerned about the college entrance exam results.
Wang Hai couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly, silently grumbling to himself.
Looks like he knows his place after all. Afraid his scores are too low to face ridicule, he doesn't even dare to check. But, your low scores are the best tonic for everyone else. I need to make it clear how vastly different our abilities are, so you have to check. With that thought, Wang Hai looked at Lin Feng with concern.
What's wrong, Lin Feng? Why aren't you checking your scores? Is it because the internet's bad? If that's the case, I can lend you my phone.
Lin Feng gave Wang Hai a careless glance and replied calmly. My scores are terrible anyway. There's no point in checking. I never counted on this exam to get me into college anyway. Hearing this, Wang Hai hurriedly offered comfort. Lin Feng, you shouldn't talk like that. We all know you didn't perform well this time, but these scores represent years of hard work.
No matter the outcome, we should accept it.
Besides, even though you took Longguo University's independent admissions test, your chances are incredibly slim. Instead of pinning your hopes on that unrealistic independent enrollment, you'd be better off accepting your results and considering your next steps. Those involved are often blinded, while outsiders see clearly. We've been classmates for 3 years. I'm only saying this because I don't want to watch you stray further down the wrong path. Hearing this, the other students also turned their gaze toward them. Many in the class were eager to see just how low Lin Feng's scores might be.
Those who hadn't performed well themselves hoped Lin Feng would announce his results right then.
That way, they'd have someone to compare themselves to, making their own situation seem slightly better. After all, in their eyes, even if Lin Feng had done exceptionally well, without his English exam results, there was absolutely no way he could surpass them.
This comparison would at least offer them some small comfort. With that thought, they promptly began clamoring. Yeah, Lin Feng, go check your score already.
Lin Feng set down his bowl and chopsticks.
To be honest, I really don't want to check.
Because it won't do me any good, and it might just discourage you guys.
But since you all insist, I'll check them. Hearing this, Xia Qianqian couldn't help but roll her eyes. You didn't even take the English exam.
You started 150 points behind us.
How could you possibly score higher? Because of your ignorance? Thank goodness I distanced myself from you. Otherwise, I'd be mortified. Wang Hai is much better. The others couldn't help but sneer inwardly. How ridiculous. All this time, and none of us realized Lin Feng was such a braggart. Undermine us? As if you could?
Though their expressions were filled with utter disdain, they didn't voice it directly. Instead, they stared intently at Lin Feng's phone screen. They watched as Lin Feng's fingers swiftly glided across the keyboard. 2.5 seconds later, his score appeared on the screen. Those closest to him immediately leaned in. The moment they saw the number, they were stunned.
Noticing the expressions around him,
Wang Hai chuckled. Seemed Lin Feng had performed beyond expectations this time. His low score had genuinely shocked everyone. Moments later, Wang Hai took a sip of his drink and chuckled softly.
So, how did Lin Feng do this time?
As if Wang Hai hadn't spoken, the person froze for a full minute before snapping out of their profound shock. Staring at Wang Hai, they uttered in disbelief, Lin Feng scored 598 points.
Math, 150 points. Science Comprehensive, 300 points. Chinese, 148 points. English, 0 points.
These words exploded like thunder in everyone's minds, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Especially Xia Qianqian and the others, who had been preparing to gloat over Lin Feng's failure, were frozen solid on the spot. How could someone who didn't even take the English exam score 598 points, with only 2 points deducted in Chinese? Was this even humanly possible? The boy everyone had written off as the absolute bottom of the class had now surged to the top of the rankings. He had even surpassed Wang Hua by a solid 30 points.
Had Lin Feng been holding back all along? Was this his true caliber?
It was hard for them not to believe now that if Lin Feng's admission ticket hadn't been torn up, he could have easily gotten into Huawei or Beijing University. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and exited the score inquiry interface.
Alright, you've seen the results. Get back to what you were doing.
With that, he sat back down on his stool.
Xia Qianqian watched Lin Feng with a complex expression. Only now did she truly grasp the extent of his abilities.
Suddenly, all the things he had done for her in the past flooded back into her mind.
Could it be he was pretending all along? Did he pretend for an entire year of senior year just to test whether I had the potential to be a good girlfriend? But my actions today must have disappointed him terribly. Still, he was so wholeheartedly devoted to me back then. I must hold an irreplaceable place in his heart. I need to properly apologize to Lin Feng later. We have to get back to how things were before.
In that instant, Xia Qianqian felt Wang Hai had lost his appeal. In her eyes, Lin Feng now seemed 1,000 times better than Wang Hai. With that thought, Xia Qianqian quickly pulled her hand away from Wang Hai's grasp and excused herself to the restroom, leaving his side. Upon returning, she deliberately sat in a seat closer to Lin Feng.
Qianqian.
Seeing Xia Qianqian's actions, Wang Hai wanted to say something, but was met with a fierce glare from her. It wasn't just Xia Qianqian, everyone else's attitude toward Lin Feng had gradually shifted after the results came out. Lin Feng became the center of attention at the party, while Wang Hai, who had originally performed exceptionally well, was suddenly sidelined.
Thus, the gala continued until 9:20 p.m.
Yet, apart from Lin Feng, everyone else seemed to be wearing rather sour expressions. They simply couldn't accept that someone they had mocked and looked down upon daily had scored higher than them on the college entrance exam. However, just as the gala was about to conclude, Hu Jie walked in holding a phone.
Chapter 18: Overestimating One's Abilities.
Seeing Hu Jie enter, no one was particularly surprised. The video of Lin Feng and Hu Jie's bet over the potential solution to an international math problem had already gone viral. As the protagonists in that video, they were now household names.
Everyone, don't worry.
You'll see Lin Feng soon. Hu Jie was now live streaming. What was surprising, however, was that over 10,000 people were watching the live stream. It seemed that spectating was ingrained in the very bones of the Dragon Nation's people. After scanning the hotel room, Hu Jie pinpointed Lin Feng's location and walked straight over.
Lin Feng, it's almost 9:30. The admissions exam results will be available soon. Are you ready to admit defeat?
Lin Feng stared at Hu Jie, his expression calm as he replied.
No need to check. First place will be mine. Lin Feng's voice was steady yet powerful.
Ha! Hu Jie chuckled dryly, then teased the tens of thousands of viewers on his phone.
Friends, did you see that?
Just like in his videos, he's nothing but all talk in real life. Turkey-flavored rice cracker. Whoa, this kid really talks a big game.
If he's bragging like this, does that mean he solved that international math problem? With his swagger, wouldn't the president of Longguo University personally come to greet him?
I love telling the truth. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With his habit of shooting his mouth off, if he really solved an international problem, I'll eat 10 pounds of manure. I swear to tell the truth.
Flipping Garden strong mom, aren't the college entrance exam results out by now?
Dare to show us his scores? Let's see if he's got the chops. It'll also settle whether the streamer's grades are better or if he's the real deal. Hu Jie wholeheartedly agreed. On his way here, he'd already checked his scores. Though he'd performed poorly this time, scoring significantly lower than his practice tests, he was certain even with his eyes closed, his results would still far surpass Lin Feng's. With that thought, he casually launched a prediction event on Douyin.
Streamer, isn't this redundant? Who'd bet their points on that kid?
Yeah, I've already bet all my points on the host. Only a fool would bet on that big talker, haha. Only a handful of viewers, embracing the nothing-to-lose mentality hoping for a big payoff, placed their points on Lin Feng. Watching the rapidly scrolling comments, Hu Jie generously revealed his college entrance exam score. Lin Feng, I made a serious mistake this time.
I was too nervous during the exam.
I filled in the wrong answers for the English closed test on the answer sheet and misunderstood the English essay prompt.
So this time, I only scored 590 points.
Although I didn't perform well this time, I don't think you can match me. Saying this, Hu Jie couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Even though he hadn't performed at his full potential this time, scoring 590 points despite the major English blunder was proof enough of his capabilities. The bullet comments, as Hu Jie had expected, were all filled with admiration for him.
Whoa! The streamer is seriously skilled.
Without the mistakes, he'd have at least 630 points guaranteed.
Stop it, streamer. You're making me feel like I'm just here to fill space.
If I messed up like that on the college entrance exam, I wouldn't even get into a junior college.
Hey, what about the other guy?
Spill your score so we can feel good about ourselves.
Let us find some sense of superiority too.
What Hu Jie didn't know was that everyone in the hotel who knew Lin Feng's score was looking at him like he was a complete fool.
You really think highly of yourself. So what if you made a major mistake in English and scored 590? Lin Feng got 598 without even taking the English exam. How can you compare? Ignorance is truly bliss.
Hu Jie glanced at the comments before shifting his gaze back to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng, stop stalling. Show us your score already. Let everyone see what you're really made of.
But Lin Feng merely shook his head.
Why should I tell you?
Lin Feng might have a good temper, but that didn't mean he was weak. Hearing this, Hu Jie frowned.
The live chat instantly erupted with heated comments. What a joke.
Turns out he was just all talk.
Can't even beat someone's college entrance exam score, yet claims he's the undisputed top recruit.
Dude, you're really full of hot air. If I were him, I'd leave Donghai immediately.
Total embarrassment. Confirmed. This guy's just putting on a show.
Frowning, Hu Jie pondered for a moment before speaking slowly.
Heh, so you do have your moments of cowardice. Fine, no comparison. The results will be out in a few minutes anyway.
When they do, you'll lose spectacularly. Sitting beside Lin Feng, Xia Qianqian witnessed this exchange and thought this was the perfect chance to earn his forgiveness. Without a second thought, she teased him playfully.
Afraid to compete with you? Don't you know there's always someone better out there? My dear boyfriend isn't afraid to compete with you. He's just sparing your dignity by holding back.
Since you've left my boyfriend no room to save face, we needn't consider your feelings either.
Let me tell you the truth, my boyfriend scored 598. And guess what? He didn't even take the English exam.
The moment those words left her mouth, Hu Jie froze in place.
Lin Feng scored 598 without even taking the English exam? That meant he only lost 2 points total? Hadn't Lin Feng's skills been plummeting since his senior year? Wasn't it said that even at his best, Lin Feng could only reach the level of an ordinary vocational college? Countless question marks swirled in Hu Jie's mind.
A full minute passed before he shook his head frantically.
No. Absolutely impossible. Words alone aren't proof. Who knows if you're just bragging? What if Lin Feng lied to you when he told you his scores? Prove it. Show me the screenshot of Lin Feng's score inquiry page.
But before he could finish speaking, the person sitting beside Lin Feng pulled up an image from their phone gallery.
The image clearly displayed Lin Feng's recent score inquiry screen. Though part of the ID number was obscured, Lin Feng's name remained visible.
The person handing over the photo gave Hu Jie a smirk.
See clearly now?
The truth is exactly as Xia Qianqian said.
Chapter 19, Visitors from Longguo University.
At that moment, Hu Jie's livestream chat was flooded with question marks. The person who had just bet all their points on Lin Feng burst into laughter. I knew this kid had deep eyes. He must be a genius, not some academic loser. You guys, the saying goes, don't judge a book by its cover.
How can you never learn? Dog head emoji, dog head emoji. Big win, huge win. How many points is this worth? Ha ha ha. Host, you fraud. Your grades are worse than his. Where'd you get that confidence? You made me lose all my points. Turns out you're the clown. Disgusting. I'm done. Feeling sick. Reporting this stream now.
Hu Jie felt his face burning with embarrassment. To humiliate Lin Feng even more, Hu Jie had deliberately started a live stream. But now, he'd dug his own grave. Faced with the barrage of mocking comments, Hu Jie completely lost his composure. Without offering any explanation, he shut down the stream. He stuffed his phone back into his pocket and turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I never expected you to perform so well on the college entrance exam. But don't forget, our bet is that you lose if you don't get a perfect score. At this point, Longguo University hadn't officially announced who had solved that world-renowned math problem. It was all just rumor. So, in Hu Jie's eyes, Lin Feng was indeed far stronger than him. But his mistake was being far too arrogant. Achieving a perfect score on Longguo University's entrance exam was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. This thought brought a slight easing to Hu Jie's mood. Soon, his image as someone who overestimated his abilities would likely go viral across the internet. He feared that by tomorrow, he'd be known online as Clown Guy. This time, Lin Feng had humiliated him so thoroughly. When the results came out, he would repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Facing Hu Jie's aggressive stance, Lin Feng paid him no mind whatsoever, his gaze fixed instead on Xia Qianqian. I've said it before, there's absolutely nothing between us anymore. And you just declared in front of the entire class that Wang Hai is your boyfriend. Lin Feng saw right through Xia Qianqian. He dreaded her clinging desperately, insisting on forcing some connection with him. If more people found out about this later, it would be a surefire black mark on his record. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Qianqian also felt her actions were utterly shameful. However, in order to salvage her relationship with Lin Feng, she still thickened her skin and said coyly, I only did that to get back at you. You were the one who said those harsh things to me that afternoon. With that, Xia Qianqian flashed Lin Feng a smile, extending her right hand as she spoke softly. Alright, Lin Feng, I forgive you. Let's make up and go back to how we were before. Watching Xia Qianqian, Lin Feng felt nothing but utter disgust. Before the college entrance exam results came out, you looked down on me. Now that you realize you misjudged me, you come crawling back to suck up to me. You didn't want to share the hardship, but now you want to share the glory. Don't tell me I have no feelings for you. Even if I did, I'd cut ties with you immediately. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. I'll say this one last time, I'm not your boyfriend, and there's absolutely nothing between us. With that, he turned and headed for the door. But just as he took a few steps, Hu Jie stepped in front of him. Hu Jie sneered. What? Scores are about to be released, and you think you can just run away? Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He pulled out his phone, ready to prove Hu Jie wrong. But just as he pulled out his phone, the hotel door swung open once more. Entering were Wang Weigua and a group of professors from Longguo University. Wang Weigua scanned the room and asked, Who here is Lin Feng? Lin Feng studied Wang Weigua. I'm Lin Feng. Who might you be? What brings you here? Wang Weigua turned toward the voice, his eyes lighting up.
Ha ha ha. I'm Wang Weigua, president of Longguo University. I've come specifically to inform you that you've been specially admitted to our university.
At these words, everyone froze in place. It wasn't just because Lin Feng had been specially admitted to Longguo University, it was because the university president himself had come to personally extend the invitation. In the past, no one in all of Donghai City had ever been worthy of such an honor from the university president. Moreover, just a few hours ago, Lin Feng had been seen as the bottom of the barrel by everyone. Now, he had practically become a top-tier talent worthy of being the provincial champion of Xiguang province. Standing nearby, Hu Jia was also deeply shocked. Yet, he still looked at his phone in confusion, checking the time.
The results aren't due for another 2 minutes.
Regardless of whether he qualifies for Longguo University, if he didn't score perfect marks, he must honor the wager. With that thought, Hu Jia gathered his courage to ask.
Respected teacher Wang, there are still 2 minutes until the admissions exam results are released. So, Lin Feng didn't secure the special admission spot by ranking first in the admissions exam? It was for some other reason? But if this special admission spot was given to Lin Feng for other reasons, wouldn't that be unfair to the other candidates? Hearing this, Wang Weigua turned to look at Hu Jia. Without any airs, he personally explained. Indeed, we are giving this spot to Lin Feng because one of his inventions has contributed to the nation. But I can also assure you that, given Lin Feng's caliber, securing first place in the entrance exam would have been no challenge at all. Before Wang Weigua could mention Lin Feng's resolution of a world-renowned mathematical problem, Lin Feng, looking displeased, picked up his phone and approached Hu Jia. Since you're so suspicious, I'll make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. With that, Lin Feng swiftly typed his ID number into his phone. Just as he finished entering the ID, the score inquiry window opened. After a second of loading, Lin Feng's score appeared starkly on the phone screen. 150 points. The moment they saw the score, Hu Jia and everyone present froze in place. They had all seen the video from 2 days prior. If Lin Feng had topped the admissions exam, it meant he had solved that problem stumping scientists worldwide. They'd spent the past year alongside a genius without realizing it. At this moment, even mocking themselves for failing to recognize a mountain was done with genuine conviction. But what amused everyone even more was Xia Qianqian.
Throughout their senior year, everyone knew how devoted Lin Feng had been to her. Had Xia Qianqian reciprocated his feelings wholeheartedly, they might have spent their lives together. Yet, when Lin Feng faced temporary setbacks, she not only callously abandoned him but also relentlessly criticized and humiliated him. Now, upon learning of his true capabilities, she sought to curry favor once more. Everyone could see it now, Xia Qianqian was the one unworthy of Lin Feng.
Chapter 20, Are you alright?
Turning back to Lin Feng, he saw him holding his phone up to Hu Jia's face. Worried Hu Jia might not see clearly, he deliberately held it very close.
See clearly now? I ranked first in the special admissions exam with a perfect score. This spot is rightfully mine.
You lost our bet, so fulfill it tomorrow.
Don't bother me again.
Hearing this, Hu Jia felt as if the sky were falling. The thought of his overreach in challenging Lin Feng to a bet, and the impending humiliation at Yida Plaza tomorrow, was unbearable. His face darkened to an extreme degree. He looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes.
Lin Feng, can we just call this bet off?
You might not realize it, but this whole thing has already gone viral online.
Tomorrow, Yida Plaza will be packed with people coming to gawk. If I actually do what the bet says, my entire life will be ruined.
Truthfully, Hu Jia had only himself to blame. Had he not exploited the buzz around solving an international math problem to broadcast his bet with Lin Feng, few would have known. Even if he had to fulfill the bet, only a handful would find out. It wouldn't have caused much of a stir. Moreover, Hu Jia hadn't given Lin Feng a second thought when making this bet. Lin Feng wasn't a fool either. He chuckled lightly. If I'd lost this bet, would you have let it go?
You know the answer better than anyone.
I never took this matter seriously from the start. You just enjoy stirring up trouble. And you reap what you sow. If you hadn't gone around bragging about it, hardly anyone would have known.
So remember to show up tomorrow to settle the bet. Of course, if you don't come, there's nothing I can do about it. But your live stream audience will likely hound you relentlessly.
With that, Lin Feng turned his attention back to Wang Weigua.
My apologies, Teacher Wang. This personal matter has made a spectacle of me.
If you're not too busy, please come to my place for a chat.
We can talk things over properly. Wang Weigua nodded indifferently.
Ha ha, what kind of life would it be without a few minor conflicts? Since that's the case, let's head to your place now and discuss your admission terms. With that, Lin Feng led Wang Weigua and the others out of the hotel. Watching their retreating figures, Xia Qianqian froze, a pang of sadness welling up inside her.
Lin Feng didn't call me when he left. Looks like he's still mad at me.
Staring at Lin Feng's back, she silently made up her mind. Lin Feng, I will make you forgive me.
Our relationship will definitely return to how it was before.
At that moment, Lin Feng and his group had already stepped out of the hotel entrance. On the way home, for some reason, Lin Feng felt Wang Weigua constantly glancing around.
Wang Weigua, however, was seen quietly asking Lin Xiangqian beside him. Little Lin, no one else knows about us coming out, right? Lin Qianqian quickly nodded. Rest assured, Teacher Wang. Our confidentiality is airtight. Not only do Kyoto University and Huaqing University have no idea you left Longguo University. Even if they found out, they wouldn't know why you came out. This time, they absolutely won't come poach Lin Feng from us. Hearing this, Wang Weiguo finally relaxed. That's best. If those two bastards, Shen Yun and Lu Genoa, found out, who knows what tricks they'd pull to snatch Lin Feng from me. However, no sooner had his words fallen than two other groups abruptly blocked his path. Wang Weiguo looked up and recognized them instantly, Shen Yun and Lu Genoa. They were the presidents of Kyoto University and Huaqing University, respectively. Lu Genoa flashed Wang Weiguo a smug grin. Wang Weiguo, you old fox. I knew you weren't up to good when you slipped away from Longguo University. You've been hiding this prodigy's whereabouts all these days, and now you dare try to snatch such a promising talent for Longguo University behind my back? You're being downright unfair. Shen Yun nodded in agreement. Wang Weiguo, you're being incredibly selfish. A genius like this deserves more options. Who knows? Maybe after hearing about our admission benefits at Kyoto University, he'll want to join us instead. Oh, you too. Seeing the two of them, Wang Weiguo was thoroughly annoyed. Frowning as he shot them a glance, he walked straight over to Lin Feng and slung his arm around the boy's shoulder. Now then. Lin Feng, don't mind them. Stand firm in your choice. Let's hurry back to your home right now and finalize the admission terms with your parents. Then we'll get your enrollment paperwork done immediately. However, Shen Yun and Wang Jingguo weren't about to let Wang Weiguo succeed so easily. Though Wang Weiguo had seized the initiative, they still had a chance to compete. But while children might be easily swayed, parents were far more pragmatic. So instead of immediately revealing their own offers, they brazenly inquired of Lin Feng. Lin Feng, our enrollment conditions are also quite generous. Could we also come to your home to discuss matters with your parents? Facing these two influential figures, Lin Feng already had his answer, but outright refusal would seem overly rude. With a kind expression, he nodded in agreement. It would be my honor to invite you both to my home. With that, he led the entire group toward his residence. En route, Lin Feng made a point of calling Qingjin. He informed her that the principals of the three top schools in the Dragon Nation would be visiting their home. Qingjin, who had been waiting outside the hotel for Lin Feng, was taken aback upon hearing this. As far as she knew, her son had performed poorly on the college entrance exam. Forget top universities scrambling for him, even getting into a second-tier college seemed unlikely. Thinking Lin Feng must be upset about something, she asked in surprise. Son, are you okay? Do you need mom to come pick you up? Lin Feng replied with a light laugh. Mom, just trust me. Hurry and prepare some food and drinks. Though puzzled, Qingjin took the shortcut home on her electric scooter, half believing, half doubting, when she spotted the large crowd trailing behind Lin Feng from afar. Returning to the residential complex, Qingjin heard the commotion from a distance. Upon entering, she learned that Wang Shu's son, Lin Yong, had unexpectedly scored 550 points on the exam and was celebrating wildly. As luck would have it, Wang Shu spotted Qingjin the moment she entered. Wang Shu approached Qingjin with great enthusiasm. Oh, isn't this Qingjin? No wonder no one was home, you were out. The college entrance exam results are out now. How did your son do? Let me tell you, my son scored 550 points. He got the highest score in our whole neighborhood. The neighbors are all celebrating. Would Aunt Qin like to join us in the celebration? Qingjin shook her head, looking somewhat troubled. Thank you for your kind invitation, Aunt Wang. Fomer is about to host the presidents of Longguo University, Huaqing University, and Kyoto University at our home. I need to head back to prepare. Hearing this, Wang Shu burst out laughing. What? Those are top-tier universities in Longguo. You say they're coming to your house? Wang Shu's voice carried loudly, drawing the attention of many nearby. Chapter 21, Changing Faces Faster Than Turning Pages. Hearing the commotion, those who had been congratulating Wang Shu immediately gathered around. They all frowned, looking at Qingjin as if she were a fool. Qingjin, are you okay? You're talking about the top universities in our country. Did your son really perform exceptionally well this time, scoring over 600 points? He's only college-level material normally, and now he's suddenly become the provincial top scorer? For a moment, everyone present assumed Qingjin couldn't accept Lin Feng's score and was just spouting nonsense. Qingjin, however, paid no attention to their words. Instead, she said very seriously. This is what my son said himself. I'm terribly sorry, everyone, but I must excuse myself now. They'll be arriving very soon. I need to quickly prepare some tea to welcome them. With that, she headed straight for the house. Seeing Qingjin's expression, which didn't seem like she was lying, everyone present looked utterly dumbfounded. After Qingjin returned to the house, a plump woman asked Wang Shu. Wang Shu, didn't you say Qingjin's kid was overestimating himself and could only get into a vocational college at best? From the way Qingjin sounded just now, that kid must be something special. Wang Shu rolled her eyes. Who doesn't talk big? I bet Lin Feng's scores won't beat my son's. If you don't believe me, we can wait here and see. I'll see for myself what kind of imposter Lin Feng brings back to pass off as his son. With that, Wang Shu plopped down on the stone bench facing the community entrance. Half an hour passed. Instead of Lin Feng, Wang Shu was greeted by Lin Yong, returning from basketball practice. Son, why are you back so early tonight? Spotting his mother, Lin Yong set his basketball by his feet, wiped the sweat from his brow, and replied. I came back to check on Lin Feng. Netizens say the results for Longguo University's independent admissions exam are out. I rushed back specifically to see if he really scored perfect marks like he claimed. Wang Shu's face twisted with disdain. Well, you're back too soon. Lin Feng hasn't returned yet. His mom just said the presidents of Longguo University, Huaqing University, and Jingdu University are all here fighting over Lin Feng. He'll be bringing those 3 presidents to our neighborhood soon. Hearing this, Lin Yong burst out laughing. He quickly grabbed his phone and started frantically tapping away on Douyin. Everyone. Lin Feng has gone mad. With his grades, he actually claims to be being fought over by 3 top-tier universities? And he's bringing the presidents of those prestigious schools to our neighborhood later. Seeing this message, Lin Yong's fan group exploded. Turkey-flavored rice cracker. What game is Lin Feng playing? Only our provincial top scholar deserves to say something like that. Her toilet paper has been scented for 10 years. Hurry. Host, hurry up and start the live stream. I can't wait to see Lin Feng bringing home a bunch of old grandpas from the street. Lin Yong, upon seeing this message, immediately opened Douyin Live. Since the college entrance exam, he had already gained over 1,000 followers by hyping up Lin Feng. After the livestream, he might just get another wave of followers. As he started the stream, he aimed the camera toward the entrance of the residential compound. Everyone, relax. I'm right here at the gate waiting. The moment Lin Feng returns, you'll get the first-hand news. About 20 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at the compound entrance with Wang Weiguo and the others. The instant Lin Feng came into view, Lin Yong's eyes lit up. He's back. Lin Feng is back. Yet to Lin Yong's surprise, Lin Feng had indeed brought a group of elderly gentlemen with him. Lin Yong approached Wang Shu. Mom, you're often out and about. Do you know these old gentlemen? Wang Shu shook her head blankly. Meanwhile, viewers in Lin Yong's livestream couldn't contain their excitement. Holy crap. That is actually President Wang Weiguo of Longguo University. I've seen him in videos. The guy on his right, I've seen him online too. That's Xin Yun, president of Kyoto University. Whoa, don't you guys recognize Wang Zhenhua, president of Huaqing University? Could Lin Feng really be our Western Guang province's top scholar, so coveted by 3 prestigious universities? Didn't the host say Lin Feng's best score was only good enough for a vocational college? Seems like the host's eyes are just for decoration. Dog head emoji. Lin Yong froze upon seeing the comments. He hurriedly grabbed Wang Shu's phone to search. After some digging, he discovered it was all true. Not just Lin Yong, but Wang Shu and the others were petrified in place. They never imagined Lin Feng could actually be fought over by 3 top universities. And their own son, even at his absolute best, couldn't even reach the threshold of those institutions. Suddenly, recalling all her past actions toward Lin Feng, Wang Shu felt her face burning with embarrassment. Lin Feng, who had just walked through the gate, approached Wang Shu nonchalantly and smiled. Mom told me Lin Yong scored 550. Congratulations, Aunt Wang. Wang Shu gave an awkward chuckle. Ha, but he can't compare to you. You're truly the pride of our neighborhood. Please look out for Lin Yong from now on. You two grew up together, and he's always seen you as his own brother. Lin Feng nodded in response, not outright refusing. Indeed, when you have ability, good people gather around you. Standing nearby, Xin Yun, hoping to win over Lin Feng's neighbors to speak on his behalf, also grasped Wang Shu's hand. Hello, I'm the president of Kyoto University. Lin Feng's excellence owes much to neighbors like you. In the future, please recommend Lin Feng to our Kyoto University. Wang Shu was deeply moved. What had she ever done to deserve shaking hands with the president of Kyoto University? She hurriedly smiled and nodded. Rest assured, President Shun. We've watched Lin Feng grow up. He's been bright since childhood. We know Kyoto University is one of the finest institutions in the Dragon Nation. We all hope he can attend your esteemed university. Xin Yun nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Excellent. With your support, Lin Feng's future will undoubtedly be even brighter. Standing nearby, Wang Zhenhua inwardly cursed under his breath. He hadn't expected Xin Yun to move so swiftly, securing the key community resources around Lin Feng first. This development was decidedly unfavorable for him. After exchanging a few more words with Wang Shu, Xin Yun followed Lin Feng into the house. Inside, Xinjin had already set out tea. After everyone sat down, Wang Weiguo turned to Lin Feng's father, Lin Shan. Since both of Lin Feng's parents are present, let's confirm his enrollment benefits. Chapter 22, The Scramble. Hearing Wang Weiguo's words, Xin Yun and Wang Weiguo instantly grew displeased. What do you mean admission benefits? Lin Feng hasn't even heard our enrollment terms yet. Lin Feng, if you join our capital university, we'll immediately reward you with 2 million yuan in cash. We'll also grant you a direct spot in our combined bachelor's-master's program. Not only that, but we promise, after graduation, whichever research institution or project you wish to join, Capital University will secure it for you. Wang Zhenhua chuckled and chimed in immediately. Lin Feng, if you join Huaqing University, we'll directly gift you an apartment in Beijing. Whether you're enrolled or graduated, you'll have unrestricted access to all our university's laboratories. Any experimental data or materials you require, Huaqing University will fully provide. After speaking, Wang Zhenhua glanced at Shen Yun and Wang Weiguo with evident satisfaction. His offer was exceptionally generous, anyone would be tempted. Even Lin Feng's parents seemed somewhat moved. Wang Weiguo, seated opposite Lin Feng, pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Lin Feng, Longguo University doesn't have the deep pockets of Beijing University. However, I can promise you this, once you join Longguo, you become my student. You may freely choose any major you desire. In research, we'll do everything in our power to meet any conditions you set. Even if Longguo University lacks the resources, we'll strive to create them for you. Lin Feng, seated before the three, remained unmoved by their offers. In truth, his mind was already made up. From the very beginning, his target university had been Longguo University. He turned to face Qianqian and the others. Dad, Mom, what are your thoughts or suggestions? Lin Shan paused upon hearing this, then smiled warmly. Son, you decide for yourself. Whatever choice you make, your parents will support you. Your life shouldn't be planned by us. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, then refocused his gaze on Wang Weiguo and the others. Professor Wang, I've made up my mind, I'm enrolling at Longguo University. Ha! Excellent! Wang Weiguo immediately leapt to his feet, beaming with pride as he slapped Lin Feng's shoulder. He sensed that Lin Feng, joining Longguo University, was destined for greatness. He promptly put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder and looked at Shen Yun and Wang Zhenhua with great pride. My apologies, gentlemen. Lin Feng is now a student of Longguo University, my student, Wang Weiguo. Shen Yun ignored Wang Weiguo and spoke earnestly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're being foolish. Though you verbally committed, you still have the chance to change your mind before formally enrolling at Longguo University. His gaze then shifted to Lin Shan. Mr. Lin, might I speak with you privately? Lin Shan accepted the invitation, following Shen Yun out the door. Wang Weiguo remained utterly unfazed. He knew what truly drew Lin Feng wasn't the favorable terms offered by Longguo University, but the institution's profound patriotic spirit. Wang Weiguo couldn't guarantee every single person at Longguo University possessed a patriotic heart, but he was certain of 99% of them. Ultimately, Shen Yun and Wang Zhenhua spent another hour trying to persuade him. When they realized Lin Feng's resolve was unshakable, they departed first. Truthfully, Shen Yun had exhausted every avenue. He'd called Lin Shan out specifically, offering not only substantial additional benefits but even promising to introduce Lin Feng to a girlfriend. It could be said that to secure Lin Feng for their university, the two had pulled out all the stops. After the two had completely departed, Lin Feng and Wang Weiguo began chatting casually. Their conversation mostly revolved around academic knowledge. The more they talked, the more Wang Weiguo felt Lin Feng was nothing short of a child prodigy. At such a young age, he could answer every single question Wang posed. It was worth noting that even fourth-year students at Longguo University might struggle to answer these questions. However, while they were chatting, Qianqian emerged from Lin Feng's bedroom carrying a stack of draft papers. She approached him. Son, are these papers still useful? I just saw large sheets scattered all over the floor. If they're still needed, I'll put them away for you. If not, I'll toss them in the trash. Wang Weiguo, who had been holding his cup ready to drink tea, caught a glimpse of it and froze instantly. Because at the top of one sheet was written a problem. A problem he knew all too well, an internationally recognized mathematical conundrum, the Poincare conjecture. Clearly, the dense scribbles were the solution steps for that very problem. Wang Weiguo stared at the papers in Qianqian's hands in disbelief and asked, Lin Feng, is that another international mathematical problem you've solved? Lin Feng turned to look, nodded, and replied calmly. Yes, I had some free time those days, so I tackled another one. But this time I forced my way through the solution. I haven't had time to consider if there's a simpler approach or if the process could be streamlined. Hearing this, Wang Weiguo froze in place, as if turned to stone. For anyone else, let alone finding optimizations or simplifying the steps, just solving it would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. He found himself increasingly unable to fathom Lin Feng. Wang Weiguo looked at Lin Feng. That international mathematical problem you solved during the admissions exam, we've already submitted it to the International Mathematical Union. We should hear back soon. If you're willing, we can submit this one too. Lin Feng shook his head. There's no rush. I'll submit it to the International Mathematical Union once I find a simpler solution. With that, Wang Weiguo finished the tea in his cup. He stood up and headed for the door, saying as he walked, Very well, I'll leave it to your discretion. Take this summer break to rest at home.
I know that once you start university, with your talent, you'll likely have no time for rest. On the first day of school, someone from the Longguo conference will come specifically to pick you up. Before Lin Feng could respond, Wang Weiguo opened the door. However, just as he reached the doorway, the phone rang. Wang Weiguo saw it was from the lithography machine or D-Lab. Furrowing his brow, he answered immediately. Old Long, it's bad news. Old Long, the lithography machine is developed, but for some reason it just won't run. All the researchers in the factory have been working on it for hours and still can't find the problem. The sanctions from the United States are set to take effect the day after tomorrow. You must come back quickly. Wang Weiguo understood the gravity of the situation the moment he heard this. Without hesitation, he headed for the door. Just as he stepped outside, something occurred to him. He turned back to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, we're facing a major production issue with the lithography machine. You provided the blueprints. Would you be interested in joining me at the R&D lab? Lin Feng paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Wang. I'd be delighted. Chapter 23, The Lithography Machine's Issues. At that moment, inside the Beijing Lithography Machine Research Center, Chief Engineer Rin Jianjun stared intently at the lithography machine, a machine that had consumed countless hours of their collective effort. Have you exhausted all conventional methods? His assistant, Wang Zihan, nodded. We've exhausted every possible method, yet we still haven't pinpointed the issue. We've already notified Professor Wang. He's on his way to Kyoto now. Hearing this, Rin Jianjun let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Professor Wang is indeed an expert in this field, but this is China's first attempt at producing a lithography machine. We have no prior experience to draw upon. Moreover, with such tight deadlines and heavy demands, we haven't had time to understand every single detail. Even for old Wang, fixing it in such a short time would be extremely difficult. Right now, the sanctions bill from the United States will take effect soon, and we urgently need a lithography machine capable of processing chips. The only effective solution is to send it to an international organization for repair. However, Ren Jianjun's words were met with immediate opposition from most present, their voices unwavering. This is a lithography machine independently produced by our Dragon Nation, utilizing our own technology. If the United States finds out, given their predatory nature, they won't just steal our technology, they'll destroy this machine outright. Even if we can't pinpoint the problem now, we can use time to solve it. If it takes a day, then 2 days. If 2 days aren't enough, then 3 days. We'll keep at it until we find the problem and fix this lithography machine. Faced with the collective opposition, Rin Jianjun merely shook his head with a bitter smile. That may be true, but everyone is overlooking the environment we're currently in. If we can't produce a chip capable of addressing the nation's urgent needs within a short time frame, every industry in the nation will suffer severe blows. We simply don't have that kind of time. At this point, the R&D workshop staff grasped the gravity of the situation, and the atmosphere instantly turned solemn. After scanning the room, Rin Jianjun spoke slowly. With old Wang absent, I am now the head of the R&D department. Time waits for no one. I propose we immediately send this lithography machine to an international testing facility so we can pinpoint the issue as quickly as possible. For a moment, no one spoke except Rin Jianjun. After a brief pause, someone finally raised their head. I support Director Ren's proposal. With one person voicing agreement, the others swiftly followed suit. All were highly efficient individuals. Within just 1 hour, they had secured a special transport vessel from the leadership. However, just as the team was loading the lithography machine onto the transport vehicle to head to the port, Wang Weiguo emerged from a car, accompanied by Lin Feng. Recognizing the visitors, Rin Jianjun exclaimed in surprise. Senior Wang. Wang Weiguo approached Rin Jianjun and the others with a puzzled expression, asking, What are you doing? Has the lithography machine issue been resolved already? Are you rushing it to the leader for inspection? Rin Jianjun didn't beat around the bush, recounting the entire incident to Wang Weiguo. Hearing this, Wang Weiguo's face instantly flushed red with anger. He barked at Rin Jianjun. Foolish. While the International Inspection Agency may not formally belong to the United States, but in reality, it's controlled by the United States. While they lack justification to destroy our lithography machine, stealing its advanced technology would be alarmingly easy. Such actions are nothing short of digging our own grave. After speaking, Wang Weiguo took several deep breaths, striving to regain his composure. He then shifted his gaze to Lin Feng standing behind him and introduced him to the group. Everyone, unload the lithography machine from my transport vehicle. With him here, every issue with the machine can be resolved. Hearing this, the assembled crowd stared at Lin Feng in utter shock. Dragon Nation was already extremely weak in the field of lithography machines. Even old Wang couldn't guarantee he could solve every problem encountered in their production. Moreover, knowledge requires learning. Age, to a certain extent, reflected the depth of one's accumulated knowledge. Now, old Wang was placing his hopes on a young man. How utterly absurd. Wang Weiguo, perhaps sensing the skepticism in their eyes, chuckled lightly.
Don't let his youth fool you. He provided the manufacturing blueprints for the lithography machine. He even solved an internationally renowned mathematical problem.
At this remark, the crowd froze in place. Observing the engineers standing dumbfounded, Lin Feng smiled and said,
Professor Wang overestimates me.
Achieving all this was merely a matter of luck.
Moreover, my contributions were theoretical. The actual R&D process still relies on all of you. With that, Lin Feng walked alone to the lithography machine.
This lithography machine is fully compatible with our nation's current technology.
Logically, with our nation's capabilities, there shouldn't be any technical manufacturing issues.
Could I see the previous test parameters? Within a minute of Wang Weiguo's nod, detailed records were placed in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng examined the lithography machine while reviewing the datasheets. After connecting the lithography machine to power and running it through a test cycle, a faint smile touched his lips.
He then returned to stand before Wang Weiguo and the others. That's all for the inspection? Seeing Lin Feng's relaxed expression, the group couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Even Wang Weiguo hadn't anticipated Lin Feng's inspection being so straightforward. He began to suspect Lin Feng might be exaggerating. However, having witnessed Lin Feng's extraordinary abilities before, Wang Weiguo knew better than to judge him by ordinary standards.
With a hint of skepticism, he prompted.
Tell us, what's the problem?
Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush. The lithography machine's architecture has no production issues.
However, the part that should have been made of fused silica was replaced with another material.
Given the properties of fused silica, ordinary materials simply cannot be compatible. Insufficient load capacity makes the lithography machine difficult to operate.
Hearing this, Lin Jianjun and the others suddenly understood. So that's it. The material specified on the blueprints differs from what's used internationally.
So, to be safe, we substituted a more common material. Little did we know that this minor change would render the lithography machine inoperable.
At this point, Lin Jianjun's expression darkened as if recalling something. Currently, our fused silica is imported from abroad.
For us, mass-producing it within a short time frame remains extremely challenging. However, the moment Lin Jianjun finished speaking, the system's notification tone sounded in Lin Feng's mind.
Ding!
Detected lithography machine production issue.
Mission: develop mass production technology for fused silica.
Mission tools: perfect grade knowledge of fused silica, perfect grade drafting skills.
Mission reward: perfect grade programming knowledge.
Hearing the alert, Lin Feng felt puzzled, unsure why the system would reward him with perfect grade programming knowledge.
After pondering for a moment, he spoke. As far as I know, the National Testing Agency has maintenance services, right? Let's send this lithography machine to an international inspection agency. We'll borrow high-performance fused silica from them first. I'll study its production process and see if batch manufacturing is feasible.
Of course, no need to worry about technology leaks. This lithography machine's technology is tailored for our dragon nation.
Even if we gave the pretty country detailed blueprints, they couldn't replicate it. Chapter 24, The Bet. So you're saying the United States can't steal our technology? This time, even Wang Weiguo couldn't contain his surprise.
After all, the United States was the world's technological superpower. With their capabilities, acquiring and adapting others' technology was remarkably easy. In this world, replicating someone else's technology was a breeze for the United States, but for other nations, replicating American technology was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. If they could develop lithography technology that even the United States couldn't steal, it would undoubtedly signify a major leap forward for the Dragon Nation in the technological arena. Lin Feng nodded in agreement.
Exactly. Just send it to the International Testing Center.
This will significantly reduce our time costs, allowing us to complete the production of the first domestically made chip before the Chip Act takes effect.
Wang Weiguo nodded and immediately instructed Lin Jianjun. Quickly! Transport this lithography machine to the International Testing Center.
Have them replace the current materials with the most advanced fused quartz. Upon receiving the order, Lin Jianjun set aside his admiration for Lin Feng, turned to the driver, exchanged a few words, and then returned to Wang Weiguo. This time, I'll personally oversee the process at the International Testing Center. I won't let the US tamper with our lithography machine in any way. Wang Weiguo considered this and nodded. That's the right call. While the US can't steal our technology, they'll certainly try to sabotage our lithography machine. With you there, I'm at ease. With that, Lin Jianjun didn't even bother changing his clothes before rushing straight to the passenger seat. Once the transport vehicle departed, Wang Weiguo dismissed all the researchers present to rest. For the past fortnight, they had poured their entire focus into the lithography machine, working almost day and night. Now, as soon as Lin Jianjun transported this machine back, it could be put into operation smoothly. The concurrently established lithography machine production facility would also commence mass production. Combined with Huawei Group's self-developed chips, Longguo would no longer rely on chips from the international market. This intense phase of work could finally be declared complete, allowing everyone to take a well-deserved break. After all the engineers had left, Wang Weiguo patted Lin Feng on the shoulder.
You've worked hard today. It's getting late.
I've had your senior colleague Lin Qianqian prepare a restroom for you.
Go get some sleep. Once this busy period ends, I'll apply for a national award for you.
Lin Feng calmly shook his head.
This honor belongs to everyone.
There's no need for you to single me out, Professor.
With that, Lin Feng didn't give Professor Wang Weigua another chance to praise him.
He turned and followed Lin Qianqian.
I'll head to rest now.
If you have time later, I'd still like you to show me the fused silica production process. To mass-produce lithography machines, we can't neglect fused silica production.
Hearing this, Wang Weigua laughed heartily. Ah, you youngster, you've got my old spirit. Don't worry, I'll take you as soon as I can.
With that, Lin Feng followed Lin Qianqian toward their resting quarters.
Early the next morning, the transport ship carrying the Dragon Nation lithography machine arrived at the International Testing Center.
However, when Ren Jianjun had spent 2 hours completing all necessary paperwork and was ready to push the lithography machine through the center's gates, he was informed that the Dragon Nation's equipment could only enter after the equipment from the United States had been inspected. Hearing this, Ren Jianjun flew into a rage. He confronted the gate supervisor.
Mr. Bieber, Longguo made the reservation first.
By the principle of first come, first served, the United States should be behind us.
Moreover, the paperwork process is extremely cumbersome, taking at least 2 hours. Are we just supposed to wait here for nothing? Bieber shot Ren Jianjun a look of utter disdain.
The United States leads the world in technology. They have special privileges exempting them from formalities.
Moreover, equipment sent by the United States for inspection typically has the fewest issues and processes extremely quickly.
However, based on the documentation submitted, your country is requesting inspection for a lithography machine. Currently, the international consensus is that only the United States possesses the technology to manufacture advanced lithography machines. Even if your Dragon Nation manages to produce one, it's bound to be riddled with flaws. It would consume a huge chunk of our time and severely delay the testing progress of other projects.
Therefore, both logically and reasonably, the beautiful country's inspection should take precedence over yours. Making you wait 2 hours for nothing isn't unreasonable. Ren Jianjun glared at Bieber with intense fury.
This was pure sophistry.
Where in the world was such logic justified?
Mr. Bieber, lithography machines aren't exclusive to the United States. Our Dragon Nation's machines are even more advanced than theirs.
Moreover, we resolved all major issues before arriving. Only 1 or 2 challenges remain that our nation struggles with. Testing time.
That's merely your Dragon Nation's claim, but your technological backwardness compared to the US is undeniable. We have every reason to prioritize the United States, no reason to care about your Dragon Nation. Ren Jianjun was cut off mid-sentence. He never imagined the man before him would worship the United States like a lapdog.
After fruitless arguments, Ren Jianjun could only stand there resentfully, waiting for the American equipment to enter the testing center. Approximately 2.5 hours later, the American engineers finally arrived, pulling their equipment forward.
The moment Bieber saw the American engineers, his expression immediately changed. He hurried forward.
Mr. Walter, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. Walter was quite satisfied with Bieber's attitude, nodding. Instead of speaking immediately, he glanced at Ren Jianjun.
After briefly surveying the equipment beside Ren Jianjun, Walter turned to Bieber and inquired.
What equipment has the Dragon Nation sent for inspection this time? Currently, the Dragon Nation and the United States were embroiled in a major international dispute over chips. Relations between the two nations had become extremely tense. Under normal circumstances, Walter wouldn't have paid attention to what equipment Ren Jianjun had brought. But these extraordinary times demanded otherwise. Bieber let out a cold laugh.
This time, the Dragon Nation sent a lithography machine for inspection.
A lithography machine.
Walter, visibly startled, then burst into laughter.
He slowly walked up to Ren Jianjun. Who would have thought your Dragon Nation actually developed a lithography machine? But without our beautiful nation's technical support, what you've cobbled together must be junk, right?
After speaking, he turned his gaze back to Bieber.
A lithography machine developed entirely by the Dragon Nation must be full of flaws. Testing theirs would be a complete waste of time.
I suggest revoking their testing qualifications.
Ren Jianjun narrowed his eyes, refusing to be outdone.
Our lithography machine technology is not inferior to yours, beautiful country.
The issues we have are absolutely less than 1/10 of yours. In comparison, what you produce is the real junk.
Oh? Walter seemed intrigued. In that case, let's have a contest to see whose equipment has more problems. The losing side must publicly admit to the world that their products are junk.
Without a second thought, Ren Jianjun agreed. Don't come crying to me later. Chapter 25, The Pretty Country Breaks the Record.
Seeing himself challenged, a flash of anger crossed Walter's face as he sneered. A mere dragon country dares to challenge us, the pretty country.
Looks like we'll have to beat you into submission before you realize who truly dominates the world's technology. With that, he strode toward his equipment while instructing Bieber. Go.
Take both my device and that Dragon Nation junk lithography machine to the testing lab. Identify the faults in both units within the shortest possible time.
Bieber shot Lin Feng a mocking glance. He immediately ordered his staff to transport both devices to the testing lab. Just before Bieber entered the lab, Walter specifically instructed that the testers should not be informed of the manufacturers of either device. When recording and announcing the results, he also insisted that uninformed personnel handle the process, concealing the ownership of both machines. He intended to uphold the fairness Lin Feng had emphasized, ensuring the Dragon Nation suffered a defeat they would accept wholeheartedly. After Bieber delivered the devices, both men followed inside, silently observing the technicians inspecting their respective equipment. Through the glass of the testing room, Walter could see the opposing tester momentarily at a loss, his brow deeply furrowed. He set down part of the test reports in his hand and chuckled lightly. Longguo's technology is simply outdated. With their backward technical capabilities, they actually attempted to independently develop lithography machines under our beautiful country's technological blockade. It's nothing short of a colossal joke. Just look at the tester's expression. Seeing Longguo's self-developed lithography machine is practically like seeing trash. In Walter's view, the United States was the technological overlord of Blue Star. Any product they developed and designed was inevitably the most advanced in the world. So far, the equipment he had sent in had only detected over 20 issues. Such performance was already considered top tier among international inspection agencies. Therefore, Walter had never once considered the possibility of losing. Not only that, he had instructed his assistant to inform U.S. officials about this matter. He intended to make a huge deal out of this, forcing Lin Feng to publicly declare before the entire world that Dragon Nation could only produce junk. The equipment testing had been ongoing for over half an hour. Amplified by extensive coverage from American media and fueled by the recent escalating tensions between Dragon Nation and the United States, this incident quickly became a hot topic of discussion. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, who'd have thought? Over 10 days passed, and Dragon Nation actually developed its own lithography machine. But everyone knows lithography machine RD is insanely difficult. With Dragon Nation's research capabilities, what else could they produce but junk? Pretty country's class is truly high. They even took the bet seriously. If I'd run into them, I wouldn't have given them the time of day.
Kimchi Nation netizen, oh, Dragon Nation sure has some nerve.
Stealing our Kimchi Nation's tech and claiming it's their own development? But you can't steal the essence. You make some junk and think you can compete with the beautiful nation? You've got no shame. Unlike us Kimchi Nation, when our tech falls short, we humbly learn. We don't steal, and we don't brag. Big Bear netizen at Kimchi Nation netizen, you're full of it.
Big Bear netizen at Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, your products are junk, and you're all trash.
Little Ba, I'll always believe in Dragon Nation's technological prowess. In an instant, netizens worldwide were debating this incident.
But in most people's eyes, Dragon Nation's production of lithography machines was merely a publicity stunt. At that moment, Dragon Nation's leader also learned of the matter. He hurriedly called Wang Weiguo.
The phone rang only twice before being answered. Did you see the online reports about the lithography machines? How confident are we in winning this? On the other end, Wang Weiguo was currently escorting Lin Feng to the fused silica research lab.
Hearing the leader's question, he turned to look at Lin Feng.
Without hesitation, Lin Feng answered with absolute certainty, 100%. After all, the lithography machine was being developed by Longguo's top scientists. With accurate blueprints, major production errors were virtually impossible. Moreover, Lin Feng had personally inspected the lithography machine before it was sent to the International Testing Agency. Lin Feng was certain that aside from the material issue he had identified, the testing agency wouldn't uncover anything else. Seeing Lin Feng's unwavering confidence, Wang Weiguo also answered the leader with great certainty.
Rest assured, leader. We will win this bet. The leader on the other end of the line nodded.
Good. This time, we absolutely must strike a blow against the arrogance of the United States. Let them know that our Dragon Nation is not to be bullied at will. Just as the eyes of the international community were fixed on the International Testing Agency, the final test results were released. Watching Lin Feng slowly emerge from the testing room, Walter chuckled lightly. Ready to admit defeat? The entire world is watching right now. You represent the entire Dragon Nation. Don't back out now out of fear of embarrassment.
Having been tested and found with only one error, Lin Feng stared at Walter as if he were a fool. His lips curled slightly upward. We of Dragon Nation stand by our actions. As for you, I hope you won't regret this. With that, both men walked out of the International Testing Center. Upon reaching the entrance, they found major media outlets had already gathered there. Reporters thrust their cameras and microphones relentlessly toward their faces.
Mr. Ren, has Dragon Nation truly developed a lithography machine? Is your lithography machine entirely self-developed? Did you receive assistance from other nations? Mr. Walter, do you believe Dragon Nation possesses the technology to manufacture lithography machines? What is your perspective on Dragon Nation producing lithography machines? In an instant, the journalists completely overwhelmed the two men. Walter cleared his throat twice amidst the crowd. His assistant quickly understood and, together with Bieber and others, pushed the reporters back a meter. Standing facing the journalists, Walter said politely, "Fellow journalists, I will answer your questions one by one shortly. However, our immediate priority is to announce the outcome of our wager." At this, the journalists instantly fell silent. They all knew this was the real bombshell. For it represented not merely a clash between Walter and Lin Feng. It was a showdown between Longguo and the United States. Seeing the journalists waiting quietly, Walter nodded to the recorder beside him. The latter stepped between Walter and the reporters, glancing at his notepad and announcing. This time, the testing equipment provided by the United States identified only 30 issues, shattering our testing center's previous record of 66 problems. The room gasped in unison. It was understood that 30 faults alone represented a record-breaking achievement, and a massive one at that. Surpassing the new benchmark set by the United States would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Chapter 26, Threat. Seeing the stunned expressions on everyone present, Walter turned to Lin Feng with a look brimming with provocation. "This time, to ensure your defeat is truly convincing, I deliberately concealed the information about the tested products. This proves that the United States has achieved this level entirely through our own capabilities. There's no unfairness here." In Walter's view, the 30 detected faults had already shattered the International Testing Agency's record. For Dragon Nation to reach this level would take decades at the very least. Thus, the outcome of this wager seemed decided. It must be said, the equipment sent by the United States for testing left Lin Feng deeply impressed. Up to now, Dragon Nation's equipment had detected at least 80 issues. Had this lithography machine not come with detailed manufacturing blueprints, been crafted by Longguo's top engineers, and ultimately inspected by Lin Feng, victory in this wager might have been impossible. Observing Walter's smug expression, Lin Feng chuckled softly before motioning for the recorder beside him to step forward. The recorder, facing the assembled journalists, spoke with palpable excitement. "After repeated inspections and meticulous verification of the lithography machine sent by Dragon Nation for testing, we discovered only one single issue." The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Walter's expression froze instantly. Consider this, the over 30 issues the beautiful nation had just uncovered had already shattered the testing facility's previous record. Yet Dragon Nation had, in the blink of an eye, elevated that record to a level that seemed almost impossible to surpass. And this was in their weakest area. Even if the United States poured all its current technological resources into building a lithography machine, it would be utterly impossible to achieve this level of perfection. At this realization, Walter, overcome by immense shock, abruptly yanked the recorder in front of him toward himself. "What are you doing? Can't you even record a single data point correctly? Your international testing center has been operating for so many years. Have you ever seen fewer than 50 errors, let alone just one? Moreover, I saw the tester's grave expression in the lab earlier. That look clearly comes from making too many mistakes. And after all that time checking, were you really just focusing on one issue? It must be a recording error, definitely a recording error. Go recheck it immediately." They in Longguo absolutely couldn't achieve this level. Facing Walter's rebuke, the recorder before him looked terrified. Sir, because we couldn't believe the data ourselves, I double-checked it 10 times. There's absolutely no way the data could have recording errors. And the reason the tester looked like that was probably because he was seeing such perfect equipment for the first time and was utterly shocked." "Nonsense!" Walter bellowed angrily. Just as he prepared to speak again, Lin Feng approached with a faint, mocking smile. "Mr. Walter, accept reality. This time, you lost. Fulfill the wager promptly. Then we can dismiss these reporters. I have no time for your unreasonable antics." Hearing the voice, anger flashed across Walter's face. Surveying the sea of reporters before him, he realized there was no graceful way out. Of course, he'd never imagined losing. Walter's mind was now in turmoil. Breaking the bet outright would humiliate the United States before the entire world. But admitting his equipment was junk would also deal a crushing blow to American pride. Today, no solution seemed possible. Walter lowered his head in deep thought. Some reporters were already thrusting their microphones into his face, eager for answers. "Mr. Walter, are you considering reneging on the wager? Mr. Walter, what are your thoughts on losing this bet? Do you believe American technology is declining while Dragon Nation's technology is catching up? How do you think China's successful development of lithography machines will impact the United States' dominance in the semiconductor industry?" The relentless barrage of questions left Walter's thoughts in complete disarray. Moments later, Walter shifted his gaze back to Lin Feng. With a smile on his face, he addressed the reporters. "The United States is the most righteous nation. Naturally, I will honor the wager. But before we proceed with the travel wager, I have something to say to our friends from the Dragon Nation." With that, Walter approached Lin Feng and whispered, "Mr. Ren, I have something to discuss with you. Please step aside for a moment." Lin Feng saw the threat in Walter's eyes. It was obvious Walter was trying to intimidate him into abandoning the wager. Watching Walter's retreating figure, Rin Jianjun fumbled with his phone, then slipped it into his front pocket before following. Once they were sufficiently away from the media, Walter halted. His eyes narrowed as he fixed Rin Jianjun with a cold stare. I don't know how you Dragon Nation achieved this. But, this technology doesn't belong to your Dragon Nation. Your actions disrupt the international order. Our beautiful nation has the right to demand you hand over the lithography machine production technology. However, if you abandon this bet and concede defeat, our beautiful nation can magnanimously allow you to retain this technology. After all, your Dragon Nation's lithography machine technology can never match ours. Granting you this chance is merely charity. Otherwise, we will rigorously investigate the origins of this technology and strip you of your right to manufacture lithography machines. At these words, Rin Jianjun couldn't help but roll his eyes. The pretty country truly had reached the pinnacle of shamelessness. He waved his hand dismissively, indifferently stating, "This lithography machine is entirely independently produced by our Dragon Nation. You cannot restrict us, we produce it when we choose. Moreover, this technology belongs solely to our Dragon Nation. Even if we gave it to you, you couldn't replicate it." With that, Rin Jianjun ignored Walter and strode directly toward the assembled media. Watching Rin Jianjun's retreating figure, Walter's expression twisted into a vicious grimace. "This is my final warning, don't push your luck." Rin Jianjun remained unresponsive. He walked up to the reporters, took a microphone, unlocked his phone revealing a recording interface. With a cold chuckle, he spoke slowly. "Ladies and gentlemen, this wager was won by our Dragon Nation. Yet Mr. Walter refuses to honor the bet and instead threatens me to concede defeat. What you're about to hear are his exact words to me. I'll expose his true colors to the world." With that, Rin Jianjun aimed his phone at the microphone and pressed play. Seeing this, Walter's face turned ashen. He charged toward Rin Jianjun like a madman. Chapter 27, The True Colors of the Beautiful Country. Witnessing Walter's loss of composure, the sharp-eyed journalists knew a bombshell was coming. "I don't know how you people in Dragon Country manage this. But, this isn't the kind of technology your country should possess. Your actions are disrupting the international order. The United States has every right to demand Dragon Country hand over the production technology for these lithography machines. However, if you abandon this wager and concede defeat now, the United States can magnanimously allow you to retain this technology. After all, Dragon Country's lithography machine technology will never match ours." Amplified by the microphone, Walter's words reached every ear with crystal clarity. After the recording ended, the journalist stared fixedly at Walter. Without exaggeration, his remarks would severely damage the United States' international image. Though let's be honest, it wasn't exactly stellar to begin with. After completing this, Rin Jianjun selectively answered a few reporters' questions before leaving the international testing facility under the protection of his entourage. Only Walter remained, surrounded by the media. Media professionals maintained restraint, posing questions to Walter with professional decorum. Netizens, however, were unreserved in their opinions. "Bear Nation netizen, the pretty country has finally shown its true colors, huh? Can't handle losing? Classic international banditry, if you have it, others can't? And if others get it, you have to destroy it. How shameless can you pretty country be? Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, I think Mr. Walter did the right thing. As he said, the US is maintaining international order. Dragon Nation's products can't compare to the US's. If Dragon Nation produced lithography machines, the chip industry would be thrown into chaos. I wouldn't dare use my phone then. Kimchi Nation netizen, did Mr. Walter do anything wrong? Only the US can make lithography machines. Did Dragon Nation steal them, or did they develop them themselves? Is it wrong for them to reclaim their own technology? It's the Dragon Nation that's being aggressive, leaving no room for others. It's hard to imagine how far they'd push us if their tech ever matched America's. The world should unite to curb the Dragon Nation's development. Little Bar Netizen, 6. Big Bear Netizen, twisting the truth is what you do best. In an instant, this incident caused a global uproar. Apart from America's lapdogs, most people could still see right from wrong, flooding the internet with condemnation of America. U.S. State Department. Clinton, upon receiving the news, wore an expression of indifference, yet the anger beneath his brow was unmistakable. The United States had long grown accustomed to its arrogant and domineering ways, but never imagined this time they would be slapped in the face by another nation. What shocked him even more was that the Dragon Nation had actually managed to produce a lithography machine in such a short time. After pondering for a moment, he dialed the White House. "President George, you've heard about Walter's situation, right?" A commanding voice answered from the other end. Clinton cut straight to the point. "I never imagined the Dragon Nation could actually produce a lithography machine in such a short time. I believe it's necessary to intercept this machine and bring it back to the United States for thorough research, thereby eliminating any possibility of them independently producing chips." The leader on the other end did not respond immediately. After a moment's deliberation, he spoke slowly. "The Dragon Nation's lithography machine has not entered our territory. Therefore, we have neither the right nor the justification to seize it. Furthermore, the Dragon Nation's transport vessel is not slow. Catching up to it is highly unlikely. In short, this matter is rather difficult. Hearing the leader's words, Clinton's brow furrowed deeply. Even if we can't intercept that lithography machine, we must acquire its production technology to formulate countermeasures for the future. They've been sailing for some time, that's no obstacle. We simply need to disable the GPS navigation on the transport vessel. Then they'll be like headless flies, completely at our mercy. Moreover, disabling the GPS means we won't have to pursue them ourselves. We can directly negotiate terms with Longguo. I believe the Dragon Nation can sacrifice a technology, but they'll never abandon their people. We can exploit this weakness. George's eyes lit up at these words. The Dragon Nation relies on shipping, yet they lack their own navigation satellites and depend entirely on our GPS. With such vast seas, once we cut off GPS access, the Dragon Nation will have no choice but to obey our every command to protect that single lithography machine. At this thought, the American leader smiled. That's an excellent idea. I'll notify the American Department of Defense immediately. With that, the American leader hung up the phone. Listening to the disconnection tone from the other end, Clinton's lips curled into a faint smile. Longguo, I will never let you build that lithography machine. I will ensure you remain forever constrained by our United States. At that moment, after completing the material replacement, aboard the transport ship carrying the lithography machine, Lin Jianjun surveyed his surroundings before asking the navigator. How many hours until we return to Dragon Nation? The navigator checked the route. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, about 15 hours. Lin Jianjun nodded. Speed up as much as possible. This time, we've thoroughly humiliated the United States, exposing their true colors before the global media. Given their nature, they won't let this rest. If we can't return soon, I fear unforeseen complications may arise. The navigator grasped the gravity of the situation and immediately grabbed the intercom to make arrangements. At that very moment, Wang Weiguo called. After reporting the situation, Wang Weiguo reassured Lin Jianjun. Professor Ren, rest assured. The nation places immense importance on the lithography machine. The leadership has just notified me military forces are en route to your location. Within an hour at most, they will rendezvous with you. By then, whatever the Americans attempt will be futile. Yet, the moment Wang Weiguo's words faded, the navigator who had just spoken with Lin Jianjun rushed over with a grave expression. Professor Ren, the Americans seem to have already made their move. All navigation systems on our ship have failed. Without navigation, the cargo ship dares not proceed recklessly. Otherwise, it will gradually drift off course and risk getting lost at sea. What? Lin Jianjun's heart jolted. Wang Weiguo on the other end of the line had clearly heard the navigator's voice too, his brow furrowing deeply. They had anticipated the pretty country might take measures to intercept their cargo ship, but they never imagined the pretty country would directly disable the ship's GPS. Realizing this, he said gravely, "Stay calm. I'll report this matter to the commander immediately." Chapter 28, Obstruction. After hanging up, Wang Weiguo immediately dialed the commander. Commander, the US has taken action. The cargo ship's navigation systems have all failed, causing the vessel to halt its voyage. The commander nodded upon hearing this. Military personnel have already contacted me about this. It's not just the cargo ship, even military vessels have lost navigation. Currently, ships from both sides have halted their voyages. However, do not panic. Do your utmost to reassure the engineers transporting the lithography machine and the accompanying crew. We are organizing negotiations with the United States. We will strive to provide you with a response as quickly as possible. Wang Weiguo's expression turned solemn. Rest assured, leader. We will spare no effort to ensure the lithography machine's safety. With that, Wang Weiguo ended the call. The leader immediately initiated a video conference with George, the leader of the United States, who was in the Black House. The moment the video conference connected, George sneered contemptuously. "Ha, finally got you. Isn't Dragon Nation's information technology highly advanced? Why is communication so slow?" The Dragon Nation leader narrowed his eyes, cutting straight to the chase. "Why did you shut down our GPS access? Our two nations have a signed agreement. This action by the United States violates the contract. Restore GPS access in Dragon Nation immediately to minimize losses. Otherwise, Dragon Nation will pursue strict accountability." Yet, faced with the Dragon Nation leader's interrogation, George remained unmoved, merely sneering. "GPS belongs to our beautiful country. We shut it down when we want. Blame yourselves for not being able to build your own." With that, George waved his hand dismissively. Just kidding, just kidding. Our beautiful country is the most civilized nation in the world. We absolutely honor the spirit of agreements. This time, we're shutting down part of your GPS access according to protocol, because we've detected signs of unauthorized GPS use by Dragon Nation. You Dragon Nation thieves have stolen our detailed lithography machine manufacturing technology. And you're using our GPS to transport these stolen lithography machines back to Dragon Nation. We, the United States, firmly oppose such actions. Therefore, under unavoidable circumstances, we must suspend Dragon Nation's partial GPS access. Hearing this, Dragon Nation's leader seethed with rage. George, let me reiterate, lithography machine technology is entirely self-developed by our Dragon Nation. It has absolutely nothing to do with your beautiful nation. Our cargo ships are lost at sea because you disabled their GPS access. They face imminent danger. Restore our nation's GPS access immediately to avoid unnecessary complications. Facing the leader's confrontation, George retorted stubbornly. Only our nation possesses the capability to manufacture lithography machines. Your nation has no chance of developing such technology. Restoration of GPS access hinges on two conditions. First, return the lithography machines or D technology to our nation. Second, never use the lithography machine aboard the cargo ship again, and permit us to install a shutdown program within it. With that, George unilaterally terminated the video call, denying the Dragon Nation leader any chance to negotiate. After the video conference was cut off, the Dragon Nation leader glared furiously at the display screen before him. The pretty country has truly gone too far. If our Dragon Nation possessed its own navigation satellites, they wouldn't dare humiliate us like this. Yet despite these thoughts, as the Dragon Nation's leader, he knew he must maintain composure in such circumstances. Taking a deep breath, he instructed his secretary beside him. Inform Wang Weigui of the negotiation outcome. Have them hold firm for a while longer. We will actively engage with the United States. The secretary nodded and promptly relayed the message to Wang Weigui. However, upon receiving the message, Wang Weigui immediately called the leader directly. Before Wang Weigui could speak, the leader preempted him. The matter hasn't been settled yet. We're already exploring other options. Leader, we could actually transfer the lithography machine production technology to the pretty country to alleviate this crisis. Hearing this, the leader thought he'd misheard and asked in stunned disbelief. What did you say? Are we really going to hand over our nation's lithography machine technology to them? Wang Weigui detected the leader's disbelief and quickly added. Rest assured, leader. The production blueprints for these lithography machines are our nation's original creation. Their manufacturing process is highly specialized and tailored to our nation's cutting-edge capabilities. Even if we gave them the blueprints, they couldn't produce them. Therefore, giving them the lithography machine blueprints is like handing them a pile of worthless paper. Even if they try to embed a shutdown program, as long as we mobilize enough experts, we can decode it. This way, we can safely bring that lithography machine back to our country and produce our Dragon Nation's chips before the pretty country's chip regulations take effect. At this point, the Dragon Nation leader nodded, still somewhat skeptical. You built the lithography machine, you know it best. Since you insist, we'll follow your plan. But today's incident serves as a reminder, we must accelerate development of our independent navigation system. With that, the Dragon Nation leader instructed his secretary to reconnect with the beautiful country's leader. The video conference connected. George adopted a tone dripping with mockery. What? The Dragon Nation leader was so adamant just moments ago. How quickly you've changed your mind. Truthfully, our beautiful country is a nation of righteousness. I'm constantly concerned about the safety of those aboard the ship. How could a mere lithography machine compare to an entire ship of Dragon Nation citizens? Seeing George's sanctimonious expression, the Dragon Nation leader felt utterly disgusted. With a faint, contemptuous laugh, the Dragon Nation leader declared. Yes, we will soon provide you with the detailed manufacturing blueprints. We are not giving them to you because the Dragon Nation fears the United States, but because with your so-called technological prowess, you will never comprehend the blueprints of our lithography machine. George burst into laughter as if he'd heard the most absurd joke imaginable. It had been ages since anyone dared speak to the United States like this. Their nation's technology held absolute supremacy on Blue Star. He never imagined any other country would dare look down on them. He sneered contemptuously. Who would have thought the Dragon Nation would speak so boldly now? You actually think we can't build what your Dragon Nation can produce? Where on earth do you get such confidence? Oomph. Facing the American leader's mockery, the Dragon Nation leader gave a cold laugh. Very well, we'll see. Let's see if those blueprints turn into worthless scraps of paper once they're in your hands. Chapter 29, Nothing but a pile of junk. After concluding the video conference, Dragon Nation compiled and sent the documents to the United States. Upon seeing the actual documents in hand, George was so overjoyed he practically danced with delight. Moments later, he picked up the printed files from his desk and handed them to Clinton, who had been waiting there all along. These are the Dragon Nation's lithography machine production documents. Take them down for analysis. See if they pose any threat to us. Clinton's eyes lit up as he looked at the documents before him. He suddenly felt he had overestimated the Dragon Nation. Even if Dragon Nation somehow caught up in lithography machines, so what? First off, with Pretty Nation's technology, upgrading and building better lithography machines isn't difficult. If Dragon Nation independently manufactures lithography machines, we simply innovate ours. That way, Dragon Nation will forever trail behind us. Moreover, the United States holds overwhelming advantages over Dragon Nation in most fields. Even if overtaken in one area, we could impose sanctions across numerous sectors.
Thus, Dragon Nation would forever live in our shadow. While pondering this, Clinton still accepted the documents from the American leader. His earlier distraction had reminded him of his original intent to comprehensively contain Dragon Nation's development. Therefore, it was imperative to cripple the Dragon Nation's semiconductor industry completely. As he took the documents, he stated, "We will assess the feasibility of this proposal with utmost urgency and formulate corresponding sanctions." With that, Clinton departed the White House with the documents in hand. He did not return to his office but instead delivered the documents directly to the American branch of Kate's Lithography Research Institute. As soon as he reached the building entrance, Kate, the CEO of ASML, came out to greet him courteously. When news broke that Dragon Nation had independently developed a lithography machine, no one was more stunned than him. After all, just days earlier, he had publicly humiliated Zhou Yaohua. Yet within weeks, Dragon Nation's lithography machine had emerged. He was eager to see whether Dragon Nation's lithography machine was the real deal or merely a hollow facade. Kate looked at Clinton and asked with a smile, "Mr. Clinton, did you get the item?" Clinton handed the document he'd brought from the White House to Kate. "This is the complete file. Take it down and analyze the feasibility of this document at top speed. Find ways to impose sanctions. America's chip export restrictions on Dragon Nation will take effect soon. We absolutely cannot let them break through our technological blockade now. We must use this opportunity to make an example of them, showing the world who the true global hegemon is. Our authority must not be challenged by anyone." Kate took the documents. "Rest assured, Mr. Clinton, I take this matter even more seriously than you do. If the Dragon Nation truly develops lithography machines, the greatest threat will be to our ASML corporation." Kate spoke while leading Clinton to the research center. The conference room was already filled with top-tier experts in lithography technology. Within just 5 minutes, Kate had made multiple copies of the document. Once everyone had a copy, he addressed the group. "You are all experts in your respective fields. This is Dragon Nation's independently developed lithography machine technology. I request your professional assessment of its feasibility. This is critically important for our company." All the researchers immediately began scrutinizing the materials. Even without Kate's prompting, they would have examined them closely. After all, they were deeply curious. As lithography experts themselves, they understood the immense difficulty of developing such equipment. Yet here was Dragon Nation, having developed lithography machines despite the blockade imposed by the United States. This could very well represent groundbreaking new technology, signaling a paradigm shift in the field. It meant they might be able to iterate and upgrade their own lithography machines much faster than with existing technologies. However, after numerous researchers examined the documents in their hands, their brows furrowed deeply. They discovered that the materials and manufacturing methods used in these lithography machine blueprints were vastly different from their traditional production approaches. As they studied further, doubts began to surface in their minds. Can Longguo's technology truly produce lithography machines? Are these blueprints just a joke? The sheer uniqueness of Longguo's lithography machine production sparked heated debate among the assembled experts. In an instant, the room transformed into a conference hall. After 2.5 hours of intense discussion, the experts gradually quieted down. Once all had set aside their documents, Kate rose and addressed the group. "Ladies and gentlemen, after all this time, has a conclusion been reached? What exactly is the status of Longguo's lithography machine?" Clinton, seated nearby, also eagerly awaited the answer. This matter directly impacted the stability of their beautiful country's dominance in the semiconductor industry. However, instead of responding immediately, the room full of professionals exchanged glances before selecting a representative, Michelle, to respond. Michelle rose, surveyed the assembled experts, and spoke slowly. "Mr. Kate, overall, Longguo's lithography machines are simply unfeasible. Their lithography technology not only lags far behind our current capabilities, but their manufacturing processes also differ drastically from ours. Therefore, we believe Dragon Nation is merely bluffing. Their so-called lithography machines are unusable." At this declaration, both Clinton and Kate visibly relaxed. Clinton grinned widely. "So Dragon Nation really was just bluffing all along. I knew their technological level couldn't possibly produce lithography machines." Kate nodded in agreement. "If that's the case, Dragon Nation poses no threat whatsoever. We remain the eternal leaders in the semiconductor field." Kate then sought confirmation from Michelle. After receiving the final answer, she and Clinton walked out of the company together. At the company entrance, Clinton chuckled. "This is excellent news for us. I'm going back to make this public. Let everyone know Dragon Nation is all talk." Kate chimed in beside him. "We'll await Mr. Clinton's good news. ASML will always stand with the United States." Learning that Dragon Nation's lithography machine was nothing but junk instantly lifted the weight off their shoulders. They chatted casually for a while before Clinton took his leave first. He needed to get back early to issue the announcement. Clinton moved swiftly. Roughly an hour later, an official announcement was issued in the name of the United States. Following our technical assessment of Dragon Nation's equipment, their lithography machines are deemed unusable. Therefore, the devices submitted by Dragon Nation to the testing agency were merely a collection of rather perfect junk. This bet was won by Dragon Nation through underhanded tactics. The United States did not lose. This was all part of their scheme to tarnish our nation's international reputation. The true loser of this wager is Dragon Nation. The news from the United States instantly ignited heated discussions across the entire internet. Ha, I told you Dragon Nation could never build a lithography machine. If they really pulled it off, I'd bow 300 times to Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation is shameless pretending to have capabilities they don't. Now they embarrass themselves globally. After this, Dragon Nation has no international credibility left. For a time, international opinion was almost entirely critical of Dragon Nation. Chapter 30, The Halted Program. Meanwhile, aboard the transport ship, the American engineer tasked with installing the shutdown program for Longguo slowly boarded the transport ship carrying the lithography machine. Gazing at the pristine machine before him, Engineer Page sneered with disdain. I have no idea what Clinton was thinking. We've already verified this is just junk Longguo cobbled together for show, yet he insists we come install a shutdown program. Utterly pointless. Another engineer, Andrew, pulled out a laptop and essential tools from his backpack. Trash belongs in the trash can. Since it's just scrap metal, we'll install a worthless program on it. After all, only trash deserves trash. Once the crew led them to the compartment housing the lithography machine, the two wasted no time in beginning the installation. Yet as they worked, they bellowed incessant taunts at the Dragon Nation's lithography machine, their voices deliberately loud, as if meant for Lin Jianjun and his team to hear. Standing nearby, Lin Jianjun's fury boiled over at their disparaging remarks. The lithography machine they'd built day and night was being dismissed as utterly worthless. How could he not be furious? He strode up to Andrew and Page, his voice cold as ice. Mark my words, our Dragon Nation always sticks to the facts. If you call our lithography machines junk, it's only because your technology can't see their true worth. At this, Andrew and Page exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. Even with our beautiful country's technology, you can't see it? Ha ha ha. Since when did the Dragon Nation dare speak to our beautiful country in such a tone? Hearing this, Lin Jianjun shook his head. If that's the case, then wait and see. In 2 days, we'll make your beautiful country's past ship bill a laughingstock. With that, Andrew and Page successfully implanted the shutdown program. As they packed up, Page shot Lin Jianjun a mocking look. Let me tell you straight, forget about using this lithography machine to produce chips. You won't even be able to start this thing up. The shutdown program I installed is the highest level one in our beautiful country. It's been deployed countless times over the years, and no one has ever cracked it. In the end, they just watched the equipment with the shutdown program get tossed into the trash heap. Initially, we only intended to install a low-level shutdown program. After all, it's junk, we didn't care. But your tone just now showed no respect whatsoever for us Americans. This action was merely to teach you a lesson, to remind you that the Dragon Nation will never be on par with the United States. With that, the two turned away with a light chuckle and slowly boarded the American vessel. The moment the American engineers departed the Dragon Nation's transport ship, the navigation system immediately restored itself. Watching this unfold, Lin Jianjun's brow furrowed deeply. He seethed inwardly, yet found himself utterly speechless. He slammed his fist against the ship's hull, his voice firm. Once we return to Dragon Nation, I will insist the leadership develop our own navigation system. He never wanted Dragon Nation to suffer such humiliation again. With the beautiful nation's obstruction removed, the transport ship's journey proceeded smoothly. Escorted by the military fleet, it arrived an hour ahead of schedule. When Lin Jianjun delivered the lithography machine to the RD lab, he found Wang Weiguo already waiting there. Not only him, but all the professors from Longguo University's computer science and related departments had gathered. The moment he saw Lin Jianjun, Wang Weiguo walked over and slapped him on the shoulder. You've worked hard on this trip. Leave the rest to us. Yet, Lin Jianjun's face remained clouded with worry. He knew full well that the shutdown program the pretty country had installed on the lithography machine wouldn't be easy to crack. Wang Weiguo, perhaps sensing Lin Jianjun's unease, gestured for him to look at the numerous Longguo University professors behind him. Rest assured, it's just a program. Look, all the relevant professors from Longguo University are here. If one person can't crack it, then a group will. If a group can't, then we'll select from the entire nation. Can't 1.4 billion people crack a single program? Hearing this, Lin Jianjun glanced behind him. Somehow, a surge of strength welled up within him. In an instant, the worry vanished from his face, replaced by a resolute tone. My apologies, Professor Wang. I shouldn't have doubted my own country. I believe in you. Unity is strength. Our power comes from every citizen of Longguo. With everyone's efforts, we will surpass the United States. With that, he accepted Wang Weiguo's suggestion and slowly made his way back to his residence. He had barely rested for the past 2 or 3 days and was on the verge of collapse. Moreover, computers weren't his forte, so staying here wouldn't be of much use. Better to rest well, recuperate his health, and ensure he could deliver his best when needed.
After Rin Jianjun departed, Wang Weiguo turned his attention back to the teachers behind him.
His expression grew solemn. Everyone, the fate of Longguo's lithography industry holds the key to our nation's future prosperity or decline. Now, to deliver a heavy blow to the United States and break through the chip restrictions on the day the Chip Act takes effect, we have no choice but to crack this shutdown program. The professors behind him exchanged encouraging glances and replied with smiles.
Rest assured, Professor Wang. We'll do our utmost.
After that, the experts collaborated with transport personnel to move the lithography machine into the RD lab, then immerse themselves entirely in cracking the program.
It must be said, the shutdown program installed by the United States was exceptionally formidable. The entire team of experts at Longguo University spent a full day studying it without any progress. They couldn't find a single clue. The atmosphere in the lab grew heavy. The deadline for the chip bill's implementation was drawing ever closer. The pressure on the experts grew heavier by the minute. Throughout this period, Wang Weiguo maintained constant communication with the leadership, securing the addition of another 100 experts to the project. After a full day of fruitless decryption attempts, Wang Weiguo emerged from the lab feeling frustrated. Every possible method had been exhausted, yet it seemed as though the United States had anticipated every one of their tactics. No matter the approach, they were ultimately blocked. Just as Wang Weiguo stepped outside the lab to compose himself before re-entering, Lin Feng's call came through. Seeing the caller ID, Wang Weiguo recalled his promise to Lin Feng to visit the domestic fused silica research lab. He had planned to take Lin Feng there 2 days prior, but delays had postponed the visit until now. After a moment's consideration, Wang Weiguo answered the call.
In his view, even if this particular lithography machine became unusable, they could always build another one. It just meant they wouldn't be able to break through the American blockade on the very day the US chip bill took effect. In the future, mass-producing a batch of lithography machines would remain a top priority.
The call connected, and before Lin Feng could speak, Wang Weiguo laughed. Ha ha, Lin Feng. I've been busy these past few days and forgot to take you to the fused quartz production lab.
I'm free now. Meet me at the entrance of Longguo University.
I'll be waiting there for you.
Lin Feng, understanding on the other end, replied, It's fine, Professor.
Your work comes first.
After all, the projects you're researching in your position are vital to Dragon Nation. It wouldn't be worth it if I caused delays.
Wang Weiguo felt deeply gratified by this response. I'm truly glad you see it that way. Hurry over. Now that I have time, I can take you there right away. As Wang Weiguo spoke, he had already entered his official vehicle.
The sound of the engine starting reached Lin Feng's ears. With that settled, Lin Feng didn't hesitate. After hanging up, he quickly slung his backpack over his shoulder and dashed from his residence straight to the entrance of Longguo University. Since Wang Weiguo had arranged accommodation for Lin Feng within the university campus, it didn't take him long to reach the gate compared to Wang Weiguo.
He waited a full 20 minutes before Wang Weiguo's car slowly pulled up. Chapter 31, The New Plan.
At the university entrance, Wang Weiguo signaled Lin Feng to get in from the front passenger window. Once Lin Feng was seated, they headed straight for the fused quartz research lab.
To ensure smooth access to the research center, Wang Weiguo had already established connections with its director, Zhang Gage. In the car, Wang Weiguo glanced at Lin Feng through the rearview mirror and smiled. The development and industrialization of fused quartz fall outside my area of expertise. So during the tour, it won't be me explaining things to you, it'll be the research center's specialists. Rest assured, Professor. I've arranged for Professor Zhang Gage, a leading expert in materials science. With him there, you'll gain a solid understanding of fused quartz in no time. However, upon hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head. Professor Wang, this trip isn't just for sightseeing. I'm here to solve the challenges in fused silica production.
To enable mass production of fused silica, paving the way for our future lithography machine manufacturing. Fearing Professor Wang might think he was talking nonsense, Lin Feng then pulled out a thick stack of research documents from his backpack and waved them in front of the rearview mirror.
My research interests lie in lithography machines, and their production involves numerous interconnected aspects. Therefore, I've long had a grasp of fused silica manufacturing. Combined with the intensive study of material production techniques over the past 2 days, I've devised a fairly feasible production plan. Hearing this, Wang Weiguo froze. He forced himself to remain composed. Are you suggesting you've likely solved the production challenge for fused silica?
Lin Feng nodded in response.
That should be the case. With the institute's experts giving their approval, we can proceed with production and implementation.
The notion was almost too incredible to believe.
Even Wang Weiguo couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
It was well known that while Dragon Nation could produce fused quartz on a small scale, mass production remained elusive. Countless researchers had tackled this challenge for years without substantial breakthroughs. Now, Lin Feng might have solved it.
No one could believe a high school graduate could overcome such a formidable problem.
Thinking this, Wang Weiguo cautioned. Lin Feng, it's admirable to love research and dare to explore, but we can't rush things. Some things require years of accumulation and repeated refinement to bear fruit. However, since you've developed what you believe is a feasible mass production plan, I'll help submit it to the Research Institute's team. Just be prepared for the possibility that your proposal might be rejected outright. Lin Feng clearly understood what Wang Weiguo meant. After all, everything he'd presented so far had been backed by systematic support. If someone in this world could achieve such results without a system, he'd suspect they were a reincarnated individual with prior knowledge, just like in those novels. With that thought, he smiled at Wang Weiguo and said, "All right, Professor. I'll be prepared. Even if it gets rejected, I'll just consider it experience gained." After that, they stopped discussing fused quartz and shifted the topic to the US government's halt on lithography machine exports. Hearing Wang Weiguo's explanation, Lin Feng finally understood why the system had rewarded him with perfect grade programming knowledge. Before they knew it, the two had arrived at their destination. The person responsible for escorting Wang Weiguo was already waiting there. Spotting Wang Weiguo's license plate, Zhou Gang hurried over. He looked at Wang Weiguo through the car window. "Professor Wang, please follow me this way. The institute is a classified facility. Outsiders cannot enter without internal personnel escort." Wang Weiguo clearly knew these protocols well. Nodding, he drove the vehicle to the designated location. After completing the required preparations as per the institute's protocol, Zhou Gang led the two men into the Fused Quartz Research Institute. Inside the institute, after gesturing for them to sit, Zhou Gang served tea to both guests. He addressed Wang Weiguo. "My apologies, Professor Wang. Professor Zhang may be delayed due to an unexpected meeting, but he assured me he'll come see you immediately after it concludes." Wang Weiguo nodded indifferently. "No problem. We have important matters to discuss today and can wait." Zhou Gang set down his cup, inwardly murmuring with genuine envy. Professor Wang truly is a remarkable teacher, going out of his way to have a professor explain things to his student just to broaden his horizons. Ah, if only Professor Zhang were half as considerate as Professor Wang. As he pondered this, his curious gaze shifted to Lin Feng. He was determined to see who else, besides that second-year provincial top scholar Xia Qianqian, was worthy of being Wang Lao's student. After observing Lin Feng for a moment, Zhou Gang suggested, "Professor Wang, if it's possible, may I give your student a tour of the Fused Quartz Research Institute? Though I'm not as erudite as Professor Zhang, I can still provide your student with a solid understanding of fused quartz." However, Wang Weiguo shook his head. "I underestimated my student earlier. He's not here to learn about fused quartz. He's here to present his mass production plan for fused quartz to the institute." "A mass production plan?" Zhou Gang stared at Lin Feng in utter disbelief. Others might not grasp how difficult mass-producing fused quartz was, but he knew. His own mentor specialized in this very field. Having worked alongside Zhang Gage for years, he'd witnessed firsthand the immense hurdles in achieving mass production of fused quartz. Each year, even advancing the production timeline by a fraction represented a monumental breakthrough. Thus, upon learning Lin Feng had come to present a solution, Zhou Gang was utterly dumbfounded. Wang Weiguo observed Zhou Gang with a faint, knowing smile. "So, you understand why we're here now, right? If possible, have old Zhang come see us immediately. I doubt he won't be thrilled when he sees the proposal." Wang Weiguo's words snapped Zhou Gang out of his shock. He hurriedly nodded. "Please wait just a moment longer, Professor Wang. Before the meeting, my mentor told me that if anything urgent came up, I could enter the conference room to notify him. The mass production technology for fused quartz is too crucial. I'll go inform the professor immediately." After Zhou Gang left, Wang Weiguo looked at Lin Feng and smiled. If we'd told old Zhang about the mass production technology before coming, I think he would have cancelled this meeting outright. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and cautioned Lin Feng. "Old Zhang has a rather straightforward temperament. Be mindful of that when you meet him." Chapter 32, Criticism. After leaving Wang Weiguo and the others, Zhou Gang practically ran to the door of the conference room where Zhang Gage was meeting. Inside the conference room, Zhang Gage was currently negotiating with representatives from the United States. The subject of the negotiations was the introduction of American production technology for fused quartz. Zhang Gage had previously participated in lithography machine R&D. Upon learning that lithography machine production required fused silica, he was assigned to resolve its mass production. After prolonged discussions, they concluded achieving rapid mass production of fused silica was extremely challenging. The ultimate solution was to import advanced fused silica production technology from abroad. Unfortunately, the current leader in this technology was the United States. Judging by the atmosphere in the conference room, this negotiation was not going smoothly. Sitting across from the American representatives, Zhang Gage struggled to conceal his anger. "Mr. Smith, we came here in good faith. But your demands are unreasonable. Paying you patent fees for using your technology is what you deserve, but demanding 50% of all profits? No one does business like that in this world. It must be understood that fused silica has immense applications across numerous fields. Accepting Smith's terms would result in Dragon Nation suffering massive economic losses.
It would be no exaggeration to call it a money-losing deal. Yet across the table, Smith adopted an indifferent, unflappable demeanor, chuckling lightly. Mr. Zhang, I have no choice. After all, your nation has recently been at odds with the United States in the semiconductor sector. Our leader George has made it clear, any chip manufacturing technology entering Longguo must undergo review by national specialized agencies. We all recognize the importance of fused silica. To do business with Longguo, we've greased many palms and navigated countless restrictions. So, having invested so much to bring fused silica production technology to your country for collaboration, raising the price seems perfectly reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Of course, you might say we could just source it from other countries. While their quality can't match our American tech, it'd be good enough to make do. As he spoke, Smith's expression turned mocking. But as things stand, every other country supports us. Aside from the United States itself, no nation dares send their technology to your dragon nation. At these words, Zhang Gage's brow furrowed involuntarily. Smith was correct, that had indeed been their last resort contingency plan, but the United States had already preemptively blocked that path. Now, for the dragon nation to mass-produce fused quartz and break the United States restrictions in the chip sector, it seemed there was no choice left but to accept the United States' unreasonable demands. The cooperation negotiations had instantly reached a deadlock. Observing the silent Zhang Gage, Smith stood up with extreme insolence. Mr. Zhang, our time is precious. Let's not waste each other's. Isn't the situation already crystal clear? You have no other options besides our beautiful country. As he spoke, Smith glanced at his watch. You have 15 minutes left. If no decision is made by then, we will leave. With that, Smith turned and headed for the door. Smith's actions were undoubtedly issuing an ultimatum to Zhang Gage. To Zhang Gage, this was the only solution. However, that didn't mean they would take the loss silently. If they couldn't reach an agreement themselves, then the nation would have to step in. With that thought, Zhang Gage was about to refuse. However, just as he was about to speak, a knock sounded at the door. Zhang Gage and the others turned toward the entrance. They saw Zhou Gang panting as he jogged in. He leaned close and whispered to Zhang Gage about Wang Weiguo bringing the mass production technology. Hearing Zhou Gang's words, Zhang Gage was startled. Without explaining to the others, he stormed straight out the conference room door. Watching Zhang Gage abandon the negotiations so abruptly and lose his composure, everyone felt utterly perplexed. Before long, Zhang Gage rushed up to Wang Weiguo and Lin Feng. Seeing Zhang Gage panting heavily, Wang Weiguo hurriedly handed him a glass of water. Old Zhang, there's no need to be so frantic. At your age, look how you've worn yourself out. Zhang Gage snatched the cup and gulped down a mouthful. You have no idea what kind of face that pretty country is putting on. They've gotten completely out of hand. If it weren't for my position, I'd have slapped them both across the face. Now you tell me we have mass production technology, how could I not be excited? As he spoke, he extended his hand to Wang Weiguo, his tone sincere. Old Wang, hand over that proposal you mentioned. While the institute team is here, I can evaluate it and reject those Americans. Wang Weiguo wasted no time, turning to glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, show teacher Zhang the solution you devised. Professor Zhang is a top expert in materials science. His opinion will practically determine the feasibility of your technology. Lin Feng unzipped his backpack and handed the thick, pre-prepared materials to Zhang Gage. However, Zhang Gage was displeased, feeling he'd been played for a fool. Professor Wang? What do you mean by this? We all know he's exceptionally talented to be your student. But for someone so young to dabble in various research fields after merely scratching the surface of one discipline is utterly frivolous. Research isn't a game to be trifled with. With that, Zhang Gage turned his back on Lin Feng and Wang Weiguo, preparing to walk straight back into the conference room. Thanks to Wang Weiguo's earlier warning, Lin Feng was prepared, though he hadn't anticipated old Zhang's temper would be this explosive, refusing even a chance to explain. Watching Zhang Gage walk further away, Wang Weiguo hurried to intercept him. Wait, old Zhang. My student is a top-tier genius who solved the Goldbach conjecture. Though I'm not an expert in materials science, I have some understanding. I've reviewed my student's work and believe it's feasible. 2 minutes, just 2 minutes of your time. Give it a quick look. If it's no good, we'll leave immediately. Learning that Lin Feng was the one who had solved the Goldbach conjecture, Zhang Gage couldn't help but regard him with new respect. After a moment's consideration, he stopped. Very well. I'll review it out of respect for old Wang. But young man, I'm meticulous in academic matters. If I find any nonsense in your materials, don't blame me for disciplining you on old Wang's behalf. Lin Feng handed over the documents. If that happens, old Zhang disciplining me would be entirely justified. With that, Zhang Gage took the documents from his hands. Yet the moment he saw the documents, Zhang Gage's brow furrowed deeply. After 5 minutes of reading, he began trembling with excitement. Chapter 33, Successful Breakthrough. Unconsciously, Zhang Gage had become completely immersed in the materials before him. It took a full 10 minutes for him to snap back to reality. Closing the documents, he looked at Lin Feng with overwhelming excitement. Truly, the young are formidable. This mass production technology, we never imagined it. And from my professional perspective, it's highly feasible. But who could have predicted such cutting-edge technology would come from a recent high school graduate? With that, he patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. You're exceptional. Your future achievements will surely surpass all of us. I tend to be blunt, please don't dwell on what happened earlier. Zhang Gage's attitude did a complete 180, lavishing praise on Lin Feng without reservation. Lin Feng smiled, Professor Zhang, you flatter me. Your words stem from your earnest hopes for the younger generation. Since you deem this document highly feasible, Teacher Zhang, please gather all Research Institute personnel for evaluation. After all, the ban from the United States will take effect soon. To break their blockade swiftly and minimize losses for our nation, we can't afford delays. Hearing this, Zhang Gage chuckled wryly and tapped his forehead. Ah! My attention was entirely focused on this technology, and I completely forgot the meeting was still in progress. As he spoke, he turned and pulled Lin Feng toward the conference room. While leading Lin Feng away, he didn't forget to give Wang Weigua a nod. Old one, Lin Feng is the developer of this technology. Having him explain it to everyone will likely be most effective, so I'll take him away for a bit. If you can't wait or have other matters, feel free to leave early. I'll have Xiao Zhou send him back tonight. Wang Weigua nodded generously with a smile. No problem, no problem. Meeting more people will be good for Lin Feng. But no sooner had his words faded than the distant, hushed voice of Zhang Gage reached them. Lin Feng, have you ever considered switching mentors? If you were to become my student. The moment those words left his mouth, Wang Weigua's face flushed crimson. Zhang Gage, you shameless man. Lin Feng is my student. If you dare poach him again, I won't let it go. With Wang Weigua's warning, Zhang Gage reined himself in considerably. But he loved talent too. Who wouldn't want a genius like Lin Feng under their tutelage? Before long, Zhang Gage led Lin Feng into the conference hall. Yet upon approaching, they found Smith and the Research Institute staff already seated, waiting for him. Smith's expression was extremely unpleasant. Anyone could see the anger on his face. The moment he spotted Zhang Gage, Smith slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Mr. Zhang, your lack of respect toward our beautiful country is utterly unacceptable. I gave you 15 minutes to persuade yourselves to sign the cooperation agreement, but judging by your actions, you clearly didn't take it seriously at all. With that, he rose from his seat and strode toward the exit. Under these circumstances, there's no point in continuing our discussions. With Smith leading the way, his entire entourage followed him out the door. Stepping outside, Smith turned back with a stern expression. Next time you seek cooperation with our beautiful country, straighten out your attitude first. Without another glance, he departed. Walking at the front, surrounded by his entourage, Smith's lips curled into a faint smile. I hadn't even thought of a reason to reject you lot. But this bunch of pig-headed fools handed me the opportunity themselves. Next time you come begging for cooperation with our beautiful country, it won't come cheap. In his view, Dragon Nation had no other way to mass-produce fused quartz besides importing his technology. So he used this minor incident to escalate the conflict, making it easier to inflate the price during future negotiations. At this thought, Smith's lips curled upward again, a smug smile spreading across his face. Yet, to his surprise, he hadn't walked far before hearing the conference room door slam shut, followed by Zhang Gage's furious shouts. Who do you think you are? Do you really believe the Dragon Nation revolves around your pretty country? Now, we have no use for your technology. Get out. Get out now. This research institute will be much quieter without you. Zhang Gage's voice boomed. He was deliberately addressing Smith. Had Smith not moved swiftly, he might have been met with a face-to-face confrontation. Hearing Zhang's outburst, the other researchers in the conference room rushed forward to intervene. Professor Zhang, what are you doing? Can't you see Smith is acting? He's deliberately worsening our relationship to drive up prices later. We all know your temper flares easily. For the time being, our mass production of fused quartz still relies on the United States. It's best to hold back. Zhang Gage shook his head at the people before him, then took the materials Lin Feng had given him and walked to the table. I'm telling you all this with full responsibility. From this moment onward, we no longer need to kowtow to Smith. Our Dragon Nation now possesses its own mass production technology for fused quartz. These words exploded like thunder in everyone's minds. For a moment, they were so stunned they couldn't speak. Seeing their petrified expressions, Zhang Gage chuckled. Look at your faces, you can't handle a little pressure. Hearing this, the others snapped back to reality, each chiming in. Professor Zhang, cut the small talk. Hurry up. Show us the technology first. We've all been dreaming of mass-produced Dragon Nation fused quartz. In response, Zhang Gage reached out and pulled Lin Feng to his side. Today's presenter isn't me, it's him. He's also the one providing the detailed technical specifications. I'm merely an audience member. These words plunged the crowd into confusion, their eyes immediately turning to scrutinize Lin Feng. Most gazes held skepticism toward him. In their minds, it was utterly impossible for a young man to solve such a national-level challenge.
However, seeing Zhang Gage seated at the front, watching Lin Feng and his team with an appreciative expression, they held their tongues. Instead, they watched Lin Feng project the materials and begin his presentation with furrowed brows. As the explanation progressed, every single person present mirrored Zhang Gage's initial reaction upon first seeing the materials. Observing the expressions of the experts below the podium, Lin Feng knew his proposal had succeeded. For 3 full hours, not a single person was willing to miss a minute of Lin Feng's presentation. The moment the presentation concluded, the conference hall erupted first in deafening applause, then in thunderous cheers that drowned it out. Now, Longguo possessed the technology for mass-producing high-quality fused quartz. After the meeting ended, surrounded by the crowd, Zhang Gage escorted Lin Feng back to the guest house. However, Wang Weiguo was already nowhere to be found. Noticing this, Zhang Gage teased Lin Feng. "Your mentor sure trusts you. He's not worried I'll poach you for my team?" Before Lin Feng could respond, Zhang Gage pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Weiguo. "Old Zhang, just letting you know I'm keeping Lin Feng at the lab for another day. We need to double-check production details with the engineers. Once the engineers fully grasp the blueprints, I'll personally escort him back." Wang Weiguo, in the lithography machine production workshop, replied while changing clothes. "As long as Lin Feng agrees, anything is possible except joining your team." "Ah, never mind, never mind. The head is here for an inspection. I must rush to the lab immediately." Thus, their phone call ended after barely 2 sentences. Wang Weiguo rushed into the research institute just 5 minutes before the Dragon Nation leader arrived. After receiving the leader, they entered together. Feeling the heavy atmosphere in the room, the leader's heart sank. He turned to Wang Weiguo beside him and asked, "What's the situation? Can the self-destruct program be deactivated before the decree takes effect?" Hearing this, Wang Weiguo hesitated slightly. The leader had already gleaned the answer from Wang Weiguo's expression. He let out an almost imperceptible sigh before offering encouragement. "Academician Wang, there's no need to be overly anxious. This is a major project after all." Wang Weiguo nodded helplessly. At this point, disabling the lithography machine's self-destruct program before the law takes effect is nearly impossible. "But we will certainly do our utmost." The leader responded with conviction, "I trust you. Our Long Nation scientists are the finest in the world." He then turned to leave, intending to attend to other matters. However, just as one foot crossed the threshold, an incredibly excited voice reached his ears. "It's cracked. We've successfully cracked it." The announcement sent the entire room into an uproar. Chapter 34, Conspiracy. The Dragon Nation leader rushed to the expert, his voice trembling with excitement. "Is this true? The program planted by the beautiful nation has truly been cracked?" The expert nodded confidently at the leader, then ran the decrypted program on the computer. Not only the leader, but every expert present fixed their gaze on the screen. Ultimately, under the collective scrutiny of all present, this decryption method gained widespread acceptance. At that moment, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Breaking the self-destruct program meant they could use their own lithography machines tomorrow to manufacture the Kunpeng chips developed by Huawei. This signaled the Dragon Nation would never again face sanctions from the beautiful nation in the chip sector. Shortly thereafter, Wang Weiguo gathered the scientists involved in the lithography machine project. The Dragon Nation leader looked at Wang Weiguo before him. "Are all the personnel present?" Wang Weiguo surveyed the group. "Lin Feng, the provider of the detailed lithography machine blueprints, is currently occupied with research on fused silica and cannot spare the time. However, I will convey everything you say to him verbatim." Hearing this, the Dragon Nation leader waved his hand. "No problem. I must meet such a genius in person." Wang Weiguo said nothing further and walked straight to the group of researchers. Once everyone had gathered, the Dragon Nation leader first bowed to them, then spoke earnestly. "Distinguished researchers, thank you for your outstanding contributions to Longguo's semiconductor industry. Without your tireless dedication day and night, Longguo would never have developed its own lithography machines. You are Longguo's heroes, and the nation takes pride in you. Now that this mission is nearing completion, everyone should return and rest well. You've worked hard these past months." The Dragon Nation leader personally bowing to them. What an extraordinary honor. The researchers present were now filled with immense excitement. Raising their fists, they responded, "It is our privilege to serve our nation. Whenever the country needs us, we stand ready to resume high-intensity work." The leader's speech lifted everyone's spirits. They engaged in passionate discussions for quite some time before gradually calming down. The leader then offered further words of encouragement before departing. After leaving, the leader swiftly returned to the National Affairs Center and issued a statement. The Dragon Nation Lithography Machine Research Institute will broadcast the production of the world's first 7nm Kunpeng chip live on July 23rd. This announcement instantly sent shockwaves across the globe. Dragon Nation netizen, "My country is amazing, they've actually built a lithography machine. The pretty country really has no eyes. They publicly disparaged our Dragon Nation, calling our lithography machines junk. Facts speak louder than words. Tomorrow, we'll slap the pretty country's face raw." Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, "Oomph.
Who exactly is secretly smuggling lithography machines to Dragon Nation? I absolutely refuse to believe Dragon Nation could produce them.
I suggest a thorough investigation and even shutting down companies with deep ties to Dragon Nation. Kimchi Nation netizen, the US should investigate thoroughly. They must have stolen your lithography machines. Seriously, Dragon Nation has no shame, stealing things then claiming them as their own. Little Ba, we stand with Dragon Nation forever. Reading the online comments, the Dragon Nation leader sneered with contempt. For those supporting Dragon Nation, he would give them a satisfactory response tomorrow. For those slandering him, he would respond firmly with facts tomorrow.
At that moment,
across the vast ocean, Clinton also saw Dragon Nation's announcement and understood the global netizen's stance toward Dragon Nation. He still trusted Kate regarding whether the lithography machines could be operational. After all, they were the authority in this field. In his view, Dragon Nation's actions were merely fabrications to placate its own populace. What shocked him, however, was that Dragon Nation had actually managed to breach the shutdown protocol planted by the United States. With this thought, Clinton immediately instructed his secretary to find Andrew's phone number. The moment the call connected, Andrew answered with utmost deference. "Mr. Clinton, what might I do for you?" Clinton, his gaze fixed on the online reports, demanded sternly. "Didn't you implant our latest compiled shutdown program into the Dragon Nation's lithography machines? How could they have cracked it? Did you implant the wrong one? With Dragon Nation's capabilities, they simply couldn't have cracked it." Hearing this, Andrew suddenly remembered something and hurriedly replied, "Mr. Clinton, please calm down. This was my oversight. I neglected to inform you that when implanting the self-destruct program, I arbitrarily split it into two parts. Currently, Longguo has only cracked the first part. The other segment remains under my remote control. When they broadcast their chip production live to the world tomorrow, I'll make their equipment shut down completely, humiliating them before the entire global audience." Clinton felt Andrew had handled this brilliantly. First, he gave Longguo a glimmer of hope, only to crush it completely and do so before the entire world. This would undoubtedly leave Longguo utterly disgraced. At this thought, Clinton's expression changed faster than turning a page, and he immediately burst into laughter. "Well done, Andrew. Once tomorrow's mission succeeds, I'll personally recommend you for commendation." Andrew promptly responded with thanks. After hanging up, Clinton sank back into his chair. The mere thought of tomorrow's events drew a smirk to his lips. Had the Dragon Nation dares challenge our beautiful country? After today, I'll make you see the truth clearly. Ha ha ha. Mid-thought, Clinton suddenly realized he hadn't fully exploited the potential of this incident. After a moment's consideration, he dialed the White House. "President George, I have something to report." George nodded on the other end. "Go ahead. You're aware that Dragon Nation will broadcast their first chip manufacturing attempt live tomorrow. Regardless, they are destined to fail. We can seize this opportunity to make an example of them. Pick one or two soft targets among Dragon Nation supporters who trust them. This move will not only humiliate Dragon Nation but also demonstrate to the world who truly holds supremacy, thereby undermining Dragon Nation's standing among other nations." George pondered for a moment, holding the phone. "That's a sound strategy. Currently, the nation most supportive of Dragon Nation is undoubtedly Little Bar. Moreover, Little Bar is merely a small country. Imposing sanctions on it requires no justification whatsoever. Given that, our beautiful country will first cut off their imports of 14nm chips, forcing them to beg us to sell them chips. And let the world know that relying on Dragon Nation is a dead-end path." No sooner said than done. After hanging up, George immediately set to drafting legislation targeting Little B. Chapter 35. Now we have no choice but to stand with Dragon Nation. At that moment, Pakistan's leader, Atif, had just received news that Dragon Nation would broadcast the production of its first chip the following day. Sitting in the conference room, Atif stood abruptly. "Everyone, Dragon Nation now possesses the technology to independently produce chips. To express our congratulations and secure Dragon Nation's chip orders immediately, I believe I should fly to Dragon Nation right away to convey our most sincere congratulations." Most leaders in the conference room raised no objections. After all, Xiaoba's strong ties with Dragon Nation were well known. But a leader seated at the far end spoke up with grave concern. "Mr. Atif, our relationship with Dragon Nation is indeed strong. But this time, Dragon Nation's adversary is the United States. We're all aware of the international rhetoric surrounding this. Before the final outcome in Dragon Nation is clear, I suggest we avoid getting too close to them. Doing so might draw the United States' wrath by association, potentially leading to sanctions against our little country. Dragon Nation possesses formidable national strength and advanced technological capabilities. They might withstand the United States' blows, but our little country is another matter. Sanctions would deal a devastating blow." This leader's remarks were relatively balanced, whereas another individual named Abbas held an extremely radical stance. On Blue Star, the United States possesses the greatest power. Only by cultivating favorable relations with them can we achieve positive outcomes. I believe this presents an opportunity to initiate friendly diplomatic ties with the United States.
By publicly opposing the isolation of Dragon Nation, we may gain their favor. Thus, Abbas's words instantly turned the atmosphere in the conference hall grim. As leaders, none of them were fools. Taking sides before China's lithography machines were confirmed could bring immeasurable losses. After much deliberation, Atif spoke slowly. Abbas, every action has its pros and cons. We both know the temperament of the United States. They are the epitome of hegemony. Setting aside whether they'd even notice our little Pakistan, even if we managed to establish friendly relations with them, it would only be superficial. The United States will stop at nothing to serve its own interests. We have no doubt they'd oppress us whenever it suited them. But the Dragon Nation is different. They are a peace-loving people, committed to multilateralism, and genuinely respect the sovereignty of every nation. While the Dragon Nation's current strength may not match the United States, its development pace is now the fastest in the world. The United States, however, is showing signs of decline. Therefore, I believe maintaining close diplomatic ties with the Dragon Nation is the long-term strategy. With that, Atif activated the conference room's voting system. Since there's disagreement, let's decide by vote. Of course, everyone is welcome to voice their opinions. With that, he cast his own vote. After a moment's consideration, the other leaders pressed their voting buttons one by one. 5 minutes later, the vote concluded. In the end, Atif secured victory by a narrow margin. After announcing the results, he stood up immediately. Since more support my position, we shall proceed according to my proposal. I will immediately travel to Dragon Nation to participate in their live broadcast, demonstrating our utmost respect from Little Bar. He then prepared to leave the room. Watching Atif's departing figure, Abbas and the others let out an almost imperceptible sigh. However, just as Atif reached the doorway, his assistant rushed in breathlessly. Bad news, Mr. Atif. Just moments ago, the United States passed a chip bill targeting us too. Atif froze, his brow furrowing as he demanded. What's their justification? The assistant shook his head. The US hasn't provided any official reason. Only unofficial hints from officials claiming we've grown too close to the Dragon Nation, that we've chosen the wrong side. This is supposedly our punishment. Our surveys show the majority of our citizens support the Dragon Nation. So it's highly likely that's the case. At this, Atif's anger flared. The United States has gone too far. How dare they suppress us so unjustly? He retreated into the conference room and instructed his assistant to initiate a video conference with the White House. Yet no matter how many times they dialed, the call remained unanswered. They were utterly disregarded. No negotiation was even on the table. Witnessing this, Abbas, who had earlier advocated for friendly relations with the United States, shook his head. Casting a deeply disappointed glance at Atif, he led his supporters out of the conference hall. Watching their retreating figures, Atif understood clearly, the United States was making an example of them. Now, his only hope lay in Dragon Nation's lithography machines truly proving effective to replace the United States. Resolved, Atif stood and ordered his assistant to drive him straight to the airport. Before long, news of the United States imposing sanctions on Little Boss spread across the entire world. Netizen, I love the US, see? That's the price for picking the wrong side. How dare you, Xiaba? Getting so cozy with Dragon Nation? You must be out of your mind. Netizen world peace, the US is too domineering. Sanctioning Xiaba without any justification. Classic hegemony, the whole world should stand against it. Netizen US's lapdog, they just lack foresight. How is that America's fault? If Little Ba has the guts, let them sanction the US too. Netizen US air is fragrant, Daddy America is still the strongest. We must cling tightly to America's coattails from now on. The entire international community was abuzz with discussions about this incident. Over a dozen hours later, Atif, fresh off the plane, stared at the global backlash with a grave expression. A crushing weight pressed down on his heart. If Longguo's lithography machine fails to operate successfully this time, we're in big trouble. Longguo, you've got to pull through. Guided by Longguo officials, Atif reached the international reception room in just half an hour. The moment he saw the leader, Atif cut straight to the chase. Mr. Leader, you must be aware of the international sentiment. I wish to ask, will the lithography machine manufactured by Dragon Nation be operational tomorrow? Observing Atif's anxious expression, the Dragon Nation leader responded with absolute certainty. Rest assured, we are fully prepared. Tomorrow, Dragon Nation's first independently developed chip will be unveiled. These words were like a reassuring pill for Atif. That's excellent. I hope Dragon Nation will grant us the first cooperation order then. The Dragon Nation leader smiled, rest assured. We share friendly relations with Xiaoba. We will certainly help you resolve your difficulties. Tomorrow, simply join our live broadcast. Together, we'll witness the moment the beautiful nation's technological monopoly is shattered. Chapter 36, Shutdown. Soon, the day passed. Dragon Nation had already prepared everything for the live broadcast. Not only within Dragon Nation, but the entire world was watching the production of its first chip. This was nothing short of a historic moment. At the live broadcast site,
Due to the United States bullying tactics on the international stage, none of the nations allied with the US sent representatives to witness Longguo's first chip production. Seeing the lonely handful of leaders on the livestream, netizens worldwide couldn't help but snicker. Looks like everyone's eyes are sharp, they all know who the real world's overlord is. Supporting Longguo has no future. Building good relations with the US is the way to go. What on earth is Little Ba thinking? Already sanctioned by the US, they show no remorse and now they're cozying up to Dragon Nation? Are these idiotic leaders trying to drag their countries into hell? Our leaders, however, showed wisdom by distancing themselves early. I'll bet you anything China's lithography machines will fail during production. They'll never manage to make chips themselves. If they actually succeed, I'll personally kowtow 3 times to China on behalf of our nation. In the live broadcast, China's leader first expressed gratitude to nations and citizens supporting China, then commended Chinese scientists for their arduous efforts in chip development. Finally, under the gaze of the entire world, the Dragon Nation leader announced the commencement of manufacturing the nation's first domestically developed chip. At the leader's command, the live feed instantly switched to the production workshop. Workers in uniforms methodically powered up equipment and prepared materials. Lin Feng, the individual most familiar with the lithography machine blueprints, stood quietly nearby, scrutinizing the entire production process. Under the operator's guidance, chip production gradually entered its normal rhythm. Watching the lithography machine run smoothly, a flicker of panic emerged in the hearts of those who had previously mocked Longguo. How can their lithography machine be operating normally? Wait, they're not actually going to produce chips, are they? Could it be that the floating nation really misjudged them? Has Longguo genuinely produced a lithography machine? In contrast, supporters of Dragon Nation, Little Bus and Big Bear, let their lips curve into faint smiles. Truly worthy of Dragon Nation. With Dragon Nation's lithography machine production succeeding, the sanctions imposed by the pretty country will become worthless scraps of paper. Moreover, this marks a major leap forward in Dragon Nation's scientific and technological advancement. I believe it won't be long before Dragon Nation surpasses the pretty country in scientific achievements one by one. As friendly nations to Dragon Nation, we're certain to receive their substantial support. Yet, just as both sides' perspectives shifted, Clinton in the United States let out a mocking chuckle. Watching the live stream, he addressed Andrew on the phone. The time is ripe. Initiate phase 2 of the shutdown procedure. Andrew acknowledged with a got it, then began rapidly typing on his computer. After pressing the final key, Andrew chuckled softly. Dragon Nation, prepare to be humiliated before the entire world. As Andrew's words faded, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly blared through the live broadcast. This instantly sent shockwaves through the entire production workshop. Mr. Wang, the lithography machine's power system has shut down. The electrical system is also failing. One by one, the lithography machine's operational units began malfunctioning and shutting down. Before long, the entire machine ground to a complete halt. Watching this unfold, Wang Wei's brow furrowed deeply. They had conducted a thorough system check on the lithography machine just last night. They had even run test operations, and everything had functioned perfectly. Why, then, had it malfunctioned precisely now? Without a moment's delay, Wang Weiguo walked directly to the lithography machine and began his inspection. Yet, after a thorough examination, he found no apparent issues whatsoever. The atmosphere in the workshop grew heavy. The entire world was watching Longguo through the live broadcast. A production failure would deal a devastating blow to Longguo's international image. As everyone stared at the machine, utterly stumped, Lin Feng slowly approached Wang Weiguo. Teacher Wang, we conducted a comprehensive inspection of the lithography machine last night. The hardware is flawless. Moreover, we found absolutely no faults in the machine's components. The only possible issue is that the beautiful country's program is still active and they can remotely control it. Next, please help me find a computer, Professor. I'll handle the rest. Last night, Wang Weiguo had already taken Lin Feng to conduct a thorough inspection of the lithography machine. When Lin Feng returned to the R&D lab and learned that the Hall program implanted by the United States had been cracked, he was deeply puzzled. Judging by the system's reward mechanism, the plan should have been for him to earn rewards by breaking the American shutdown program. Yet before Lin Feng could act, the program was declared cracked. He'd assumed it was a breakthrough by Dragon Nation scientists, but now it seemed like a smokescreen planted by the Americans. Their goal was to make Dragon Nation lose face in front of the entire world. With Lin Feng present and his intimate knowledge of the schematics, he could tell from the lithography machine's operation that the hardware itself was flawless. Wang Weiguo, hearing this, looked at Lin Feng with a worried expression. You mean, the program the US implanted into the lithography machine is still active? Lin Feng nodded. That's the only possibility. However, upon learning the root cause, Wang Weiguo's expression grew even more grave. If the issue lay in hardware materials or manufacturing processes, they might resolve it relatively quickly. But cracking the halting program planted by the United States in such a short time? That was incredibly difficult. After all, over 100 experts in related fields had failed to crack it just 2 days prior. Cracking it in a short time was practically impossible.
What's more, Lin Feng had never shown any programming talent in front of Wang Weiguo. This led Wang Weiguo to harbor doubts about Lin Feng. Perhaps sensing Wang Weiguo's concern, Lin Feng spoke up reassuringly, "Professor Wang, please trust me. I have some understanding in the field of programming. Besides, we have no other options now, do we?" Hearing this, Wang Weiguo nodded helplessly. "All right. The hopes of Dragon Nation rest entirely on your shoulders." With that, Wang Weiguo instructed the workshop staff to fetch a computer for Lin Feng. The moment Lin Feng got his hands on the computer, he raced against the clock, instantly connecting to the lithography machine to crack the shutdown program implanted by the pretty country. Watching Lin Feng's frantic typing on the livestream, Andrew in the United States smirked, muttering with utter disdain. Has the Dragon Nation already decided to throw caution to the wind? To actually think they can crack our shutdown program in such a short time? Ha, overconfident fool. Does he really think my beautiful country is so easy to deal with? It wasn't just Andrew, netizens worldwide couldn't help but snicker. Chapter 37, Breaking the Deadlock. I told you so. Dragon Country absolutely doesn't have the capability to independently produce lithography machines. Why did they wait until the live stream to fix the equipment? They were just putting on a show. Alright, everyone can leave now. Dragon Nation's chip project is doomed to fail. Nothing to see here. For a moment, those who had been mocking Dragon Nation finally let their guard down. In their eyes, the United States never erred. China's lithography machine was utter junk, and the earlier startup was nothing but a bluff. After China's lithography machine froze, everyone was almost certain this attempt was doomed to fail. Most viewers exited the live stream the moment the machine stopped working. Even Clinton, watching from afar in the United States, chuckled mockingly before shutting off his stream. Dragon Nation, chip production facility. The Dragon Nation leader stared intently inside, his expression grave. This live broadcast represented Dragon Nation's entire hope. If it truly failed, it would not only severely damage Dragon Nation's international prestige but also significantly undermine the confidence of its people. After waiting helplessly for half an hour, the leader, mindful of the mounting international pressure, turned to his assistant and said, "Go in and speak privately with Wang Weiguo. Find out if he can repair the lithography machine. If not, we must issue an early explanation to the global public. The longer this drags on, the greater the damage to our nation." The assistant, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded. "Rest assured, leader. I'll go in immediately." Stepping into the production workshop, the assistant immediately sensed the palpable tension in the air. It was understandable the eyes of the entire world were focused here, and the lithography machine had malfunctioned at a critical moment. How could they not be tense? After scanning the workshop, the assistant located Wang Weiguo standing beside Lin Feng. He approached him. "Mr. Wang, the leader sent me to ask when you expect the lithography machine to be operational again. If it truly can't be repaired, he needs to make alternative arrangements." Wang Weiguo paused upon hearing this. He understood that safeguarding Dragon Nation's international reputation was paramount. If the lithography machine could be fixed, there would be no issue. But failure to repair it would have significant repercussions for Dragon Nation. With this in mind, Wang Weiguo turned to look at Lin Feng, who was intensely focused on decoding the halted program. Then, with profound resignation, he said, "Give them another half hour. If it still isn't fixed after that, let the leader make other arrangements." The assistant, upon hearing this, said nothing further and left the production workshop to return to the leader. Learning of Wang Weiguo's words, the leader understood his helplessness. This final half hour represented Longguo's last desperate effort. Thus, under the Dragon Nation leader's guidance, the entire leadership waited outside the research facility for 25 minutes. Seeing no positive news emerge from the production workshop, the Dragon Nation leader helplessly approached the journalists. A faint sigh escaped his lips. "It seems we won't be producing chips today." This single gesture from the Dragon Nation leader instantly caused an uproar. Look! After all this time, Dragon Nation's lithography machine still hasn't restarted. I told you this time Dragon Nation was bound to fail, ha ha ha. Dragon Nation really won't admit defeat until they see the coffin. Great, now they've embarrassed themselves in front of the whole world. They finally see the gap between them and the pretty country. TSK, Longguo really screwed up big time this time. If I were a Longguo citizen, I wouldn't dare show my face in other countries after this. What a disgrace. Seeing the international netizens mocking Longguo, the Longguo public was boiling with anger. But the failure of their homegrown lithography machine left them too deflated to retaliate. They could only watch silently as Lin Feng frantically tapped away at his keyboard in the lab, hoping he could somehow restart the machine and slap those outsiders in the face. Soon, the final 5 minutes were nearly up. Most viewers had already left the livestream. The Dragon Nation leader glanced at the time prompt before him and sighed helplessly. It seems this is how it ends. Dragon Nation's first chip production attempt has ultimately failed. In his view, waiting the last minute or two was pointless. Restarting the lithography machine was simply too difficult.
With that thought, the leader activated his microphone, preparing to announce the failure of Dragon Nation's inaugural chip production. Yet before the words could leave his mouth, his assistant burst in, breathless with urgency. "Leader! It's fixed. The lithography machine is repaired. Academician Wang and the team are waiting for you to restart it." The words exploded like thunder in the leader's mind. He turned to his assistant, disbelief etched on his face. "Are you certain?" When the aide nodded emphatically, the leader's worried expression vanished instantly. He immediately activated the microphone. "To all who support our nation, I must offer my sincere apologies. Due to our technical limitations, the lithography machine malfunctioned during chip production. Yet these setbacks are stepping stones on our path forward. Now, through the relentless efforts of our Dragon Nation researchers, the lithography machine's malfunction has been successfully resolved. It will be restarted shortly. Today, Dragon Nation will undoubtedly produce our own chips." As the Dragon Nation leader's words concluded, the live broadcast cut back to the production workshop. Lin Feng pressed the final button. Power surged through the machine, and astonishingly, the lithography equipment began operating once more. "Praise the researchers of Dragon Nation. I told you Dragon Nation would never fail. Where are all those who mocked Dragon Nation earlier? Why are they silent now?" The lithography machine's restart instantly reversed the international situation. Those who had relentlessly criticized Dragon Nation were now rendered speechless. They never imagined Dragon Nation could repair the lithography machine under such circumstances. Could it be that this time, the United States was truly about to lose to the Dragon Nation? But the most stunned individual at that moment was undoubtedly Andrew. After all, that was the shutdown program meticulously developed by the United States. Who could have imagined the Dragon Nation would crack it so swiftly? It was utterly unbelievable. Seeing the shutdown program rendered ineffective, Andrew could think of no other way to curb the Dragon Nation's chip production. Left with no choice, he dialed Clinton's number. Chapter 38, Nationwide Celebration. Clinton, meanwhile, had long since stopped paying attention to Dragon Nation's live broadcast. Instead, he was busy preparing to collaborate with major chip companies to inflate Dragon Nation's chip import prices. In Clinton's eyes, Dragon Nation's failure to develop its own chips was inevitable. They would have to import chips above 14 nanometers internationally, strictly adhering to the United States legislation. Therefore, while Dragon Nation refused to voluntarily hand over lunar soil, it was prime time to rake in massive profits from them. Securing lunar soil while simultaneously making a fortune for the nation, how could Clinton not be deeply invested in this matter? The moment the phone rang, Clinton's lips curled slightly upon seeing Andrew's name as the caller. He smirked inwardly. Looks like Dragon Nation's live broadcast has ended. With that thought, Clinton answered the call with a smile. Before Andrew could speak, Clinton asked first. How are other nations reacting to Dragon Nation's humiliating defeat this time? They must be utterly disappointed. However, what he received wasn't Andrew's good news, but devastating news instead. "Mr. Clinton, things have taken an unexpected turn. Dragon Nation cracked our shutdown protocol in 40 minutes. Their lithography machines are now operational again. Their lithography equipment appears far from obsolete. With no further obstacles, their chip production is nearing completion." "What?" Clinton's expression darkened instantly. He hurriedly opened his laptop to re-watch the live stream. The moment he entered the feed, he saw the Dragon Nation leader smiling broadly as he activated his microphone. Behind him stood a military officer, hands clasped as if holding something precious, his expression solemn. Then came the Dragon Nation leader's voice. "As you can all see, the device held by the officer behind me is the Kunping chip developed and manufactured entirely by Dragon Nation." The moment these words were spoken, deafening applause and cheers erupted from the venue. Netizens in Dragon Nation were absolutely boiling over. The live chat's bullet comments flashed by at breakneck speed. "Everyone doubted you, but you proved them all wrong. Finally, Dragon Nation can produce its own chips now. We'll never be threatened by the US in the chip industry again. We've caught up to the US in chips. How far behind can other fields be? What to do? I feel like crying. Ha ha ha, didn't the US chip ban take effect today? Heh, now those laws are just scraps of paper. Where are those barking critics now? Come out and bark." Overnight, public sentiment in Dragon Nation shifted completely. Dragon Nation's scientists delivered the most forceful rebuttal to those who had mocked them moments before. Now, those critics were left speechless, slinking away from the livestream in disgrace. Watching the nation erupt in celebration, Clinton's teeth ground to dust. He immediately transferred the call to Kate. The moment the call connected, Clinton roared. "What the hell is going on? Didn't your tests prove Longguo's lithography machines couldn't possibly produce chips? Now they've successfully manufactured them right in front of the entire world. This severely undermines our beautiful country's dominance in high tech. Are all your researchers just eating their paychecks?" On the other end, Kate was clearly stunned by Longguo's achievement and had already confronted his own team of researchers. He explained helplessly, Longguo might be using an entirely new technology, which is why our researchers didn't immediately recognize the feasibility of their lithography machines.
But Clinton, seemingly blinded by rage, wasn't listening to Kate's explanation. No matter what it takes, you must come up with a solution. We absolutely cannot allow Longguo to shake our hegemony in the chip industry.
It was well known that for so long, the United States had held the lifeline of the chip industry.
The annual import of chips from various countries brought enormous wealth to the United States. If Longguo were to squeeze into the chip market, it would severely damage the interests of the United States.
Clinton would never permit such an outcome. Hearing Clinton's words, Kate's brows immediately furrowed deeply. After deep contemplation, Kate spoke slowly. Although the Dragon Nation can now produce lithography machines, their manufacturing capabilities remain stuck at 7 nanometers.
We began developing 5 nanometers chips long ago. Though not yet fully optimized, we're nearing completion.
To minimize the impact, releasing our 5 nanometers chips early is our only option. Even if our chips aren't perfected and may cause issues during use, our authority in the chip industry will make importers blame their own equipment, never suspecting the chips themselves. Once this period passes, we can swiftly finalize the 5 nanometers chips. By then, even if buyers discover issues, they'll have no grounds for complaint.
Clinton nodded in agreement upon hearing this proposal. Proceed as you suggest.
Simultaneously, conduct evaluations to discredit Dragon Nation's chips.
We absolutely cannot allow their chips to enter the international market.
With Clinton's backing, Kate wasted no time.
She hung up and immediately began arranging the 5 nanometers chip launch.
Meanwhile, back in Dragon Nation, after successfully producing Huawei's 7 nanometers Kunping chip, the leader concluded the live broadcast.
Given Lin Feng's monumental contribution to Dragon Nation, the leader granted him a private audience.
In the leader's office, seated across from Lin Feng, the leader gazed at him with evident satisfaction.
It is truly a blessing for our nation to have a genius like you. After today, the state will bestow upon you its highest honor.
However, given your unique background and extraordinary talent, we fear that revealing your identity could have adverse effects on you. Therefore, in my opinion, temporarily withholding your information from the world may be the best way to protect you.
Of course, if you choose not to conceal your identity, the nation will absolutely guarantee your safety.
Our country will not allow any harm to come to those who serve the Dragon Nation, nor will we tolerate threats against its meritorious citizens.
Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded respectfully and replied,
Mr. Leader, the honor of the lithography machine belongs to the entire team. I suggest the award be given to the whole team.
Moreover, my original intention was simply to contribute to Dragon Nation's technology.
I don't place much importance on rewards. As for my personal information, please conceal it as much as possible, as you suggested.
This will make future actions more convenient. Chapter 39, Dragon Nation Unworthy.
Lin Feng conversed with the head for a full half-hour before slowly making his way back to his residence at Dragon Tech University. As soon as he reached the campus gate, he spotted Wang Weiguo, who had been waiting there for some time.
Seeing Lin Feng arrive, Wang Weiguo instantly broke into a broad smile. Over half an hour. Seems you and the head hit it off quite well. It makes sense.
You developed the production technology for lithography machines and cracked the HALT program inserted by the United States at the most critical moment. Setting aside the production of fused silica, your contributions to our nation are immense.
The leader naturally wanted to meet with you privately. At this point, it's no exaggeration to say you're the foremost figure among the younger generation in our nation.
Faced with Wang Weiguo's praise, Lin Feng shook his head modestly.
You flatter me, Professor. It's my honor to contribute to Dragon Nation's technology. In the future, I'll strive to serve Dragon Nation's development in even more fields. Wang Weiguo smiled warmly at Lin Feng. Always act within your capabilities. Having lofty ambitions is commendable, but don't burden yourself with excessive pressure. You're still just a recent high school graduate. Our first lithography machine is already operational, and we've established a production line at breakneck speed.
Combined with Huawei Group's self-developed 7 nanometers Kunping chip, it won't be long before Dragon Nation's chips enter the global market, shattering the beautiful country's hegemony in semiconductor technology.
Wang Weiguo shook his head regretfully as he spoke.
Our domestically produced lithography machines perform exceptionally well, more than sufficient for 7 nanometers chips, and absolutely capable of manufacturing 5 nanometers chips. If we can beat the US to mass-producing 5 nanometers chips and penetrate the global market, then our nation won't just catch up, we'll surpass them outright.
But currently, the most advanced chip we can design is Huawei's 7 nanometers Kunping chip. Rumor has it the United States 5 nanometers chips are already nearing completion. Overtaking them in the short term is impossible. We can only strive to catch up in the days ahead.
Lin Feng pondered these words. He held blueprints for advanced chips in his hands. Among them were designs not only for 5 nanometers but also 4 nanometers and 3 nanometers chips. Yet, considering how the researchers developing the lithography machines had barely slept these past days, utterly exhausted, handing over the chip blueprints now would surely plunge Wang Weiguo and his team back into round-the-clock work. Since the US's 5nm chips wouldn't hit the market for some time, he'd wait until this group of researchers had fully rested before presenting the new chip designs. With that thought, Lin Feng said jokingly, "No need to rush, Professor. Since I'm interested in lithography machines, I've picked up a bit about chips too. Who knows? Maybe after I go back and study it, I'll just whip up the design blueprints for a 5nm chip one day." Hearing this, Wang Weiguo chuckled. "You youngster, now you're even joking with your teacher. Logically, the lithography machine matter should be wrapped up by now. The remaining time should be yours to enjoy life. However, Professor Guohong, who delivered your solution to the Goldbach conjecture to the International Mathematical Union this morning, just messaged me. He said the International Mathematical Union might announce results soon. He wants you to prepare thoroughly and head straight to their headquarters as soon as you hear anything." Lin Feng nodded, suddenly remembering this matter. "No problem. I'm just hanging around at home anyway. Staying at Longguo University gives me access to the library, which is more useful for me." Wang Weiguo shook his head at this. "Lin Feng, you can't rush learning. It requires gradual progress, balancing work and rest, and prioritizing proper rest. Studying is fine, but your health comes first." Lin Feng gave an awkward chuckle and hastily assured Wang Weiguo, "Don't worry, Professor. I understand all that." After chatting idly for a while, the two parted ways. At that moment, International Mathematical Union. As Wang Weiguo had mentioned, the standard review period was 5 business days. 10 full days had now passed. The results should have been out long ago. The reason Lin Feng and his team hadn't been notified was because the matter had been deliberately held up by the institution's council members. The private meeting convened by the council was now discussing which American scientist would receive this honor. President Joseph stared at the crystal-clear solution steps in his hands and couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought the Goldbach conjecture would be solved by a young man from the Dragon Nation? But such an honor certainly doesn't belong to the Dragon Nation. Gentlemen, since the Goldbach conjecture was solved by a young man from the Dragon Nation, why not bestow this honor upon our very own Newton from the United States? He is our nation's most promising genius, and younger than that Chinese youth. Moreover, he has the renowned mentor, Professor Curies. Bestowing this honor upon Niu Deng would not only elevate him as our nation's flagship figure, boosting Professor Curies' prestige, but also amplify the global influence of American mathematicians. Joseph spoke uninterrupted, then fixed his aggressive gaze upon the council members seated beside him. They were all lackeys of the United States. Feeling Joseph's stare, they hastily nodded in agreement. Since Counselor Joseph has spoken thus, so be it. None of us have any objections. Besides, in our view, only someone from the United States possesses the qualifications to solve such a difficult problem. The Dragon Nation only got ahead because of sheer luck. One council member declared, opening the official email account of the International Mathematical Union. "I'll contact the email company headquarters immediately to have this entire email record deleted." However, Joseph raised a hand to stop him with a mocking expression. If the Dragon Nation takes this seriously, it could cause major trouble. While international public opinion would naturally support our beautiful country, we're not eager to deal with such unnecessary disputes. Joseph pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Notify the email service provider, Email Incorporated, to alter China's solution process to show it as incorrect. Then announce publicly that our American scientists discovered the correct answer precisely from this flawed solution. And generously invite the Chinese youth to the International Mathematical Union to witness Niu Deng's solution demonstration. That way, they'll have no choice but to swallow this silent humiliation. The council members beside Joseph nodded in unanimous agreement. Mr. Joseph's proposal is excellent. In that case, I'll prepare immediately to prevent any delays that might alert the Dragon Nation to the irregularity and prompt their inquiry. Chapter 40, The Genius Youth. Shortly thereafter, under the International Mathematical Association's direction, the email sent by Longguo University was tampered with. The originally correct solution process was altered by modifying certain steps, leading to an incorrect answer. In truth, the email application provider was reluctant to make the changes, as exposing this would severely damage their company's reputation. But under pressure from the United States, they had no choice but to comply. Bob, a council member of the International Mathematical Association, dialed Niu Deng's number using the contact provided by Joseph. By all accounts, a prodigy from the United States should be either buried in studies or immersed in experiments. Yet when the call connected, he was engrossed in gaming and snacking. Truthfully, Niu Deng's academic aptitude was nothing extraordinary. His reputation as a child genius stemmed entirely from his family background. The William family was a renowned financial dynasty in the United States. Niu Deng's parents funded numerous prestigious American universities and maintained significant financial ties with many professors. Thus, whenever faculty or students achieved breakthrough research, those in power at the institutions would funnel these findings to Niu Deng. If a project proved too complex or required specialized knowledge beyond Niu Deng's current capabilities, they would even shelve it, waiting until his personal circumstances aligned before presenting it. It was precisely because his parents paved the way for him that Niu Deng became the most renowned child prodigy in the United States. Yet the real Niu Deng was nothing more than a spoiled brat. The phone rang, but Niu Deng, engrossed in his game, paid it no mind. Instead, his mother Julia entered the room and heard it. Julia glanced at Niu Deng, placed a glass of water before him, then picked up the phone to answer. Hello? Hearing the voice on the other end, Bob hurriedly introduced himself. Hello, I'm Director Bob from the International Mathematical Association. May I ask your relationship to Mr. Niu Deng? Could you please hand the phone to Mr. Niu Deng? Julia furrowed her brow, puzzled. They hadn't submitted any research findings for Niu Deng recently. Still, to avoid overlooking a past submission that might have been delayed in review, she patiently replied. I'm Julia, Niu Deng's mother. You can speak with me, I'll relay the message to him. Well, it's like this. Recently, our International Mathematical Association received the solution process for the Goldbach conjecture from the Dragon Nation. We believe this honor should not belong to the Dragon Nation. Therefore, this would also be immensely beneficial for your son. Bob delivered the entire story to Julia in one breath. Julia listened quietly, her gaze fixed on Niu Deng as she nodded and said, All right, send me the solution steps shortly. I'll have Niu Deng thoroughly familiarize himself with them to prepare for the QA session in 2 days. Also, please give me Mr. Joseph's contact information. He secured such high honor for my son, I must thank him in person. With that, Julia hung up. Barely 2 minutes later, Julia received an email notification. She opened the file, skimmed through it, then pulled Niu Deng away from his game. These are the steps to solve the Goldbach conjecture. You must master them within 2 days. I'll notify your teacher, Curries, shortly. If you have any questions, ask him directly. He'll also accompany you to the International Math Institution for the defense in 2 days. However, staring at the complex symbols, Niu Deng felt nothing but a headache. Mom, I've already earned enough honors. I'm really into gaming these days, can I just skip this one? 1 or 2 won't make much difference. No. Previous research achievements might be forgettable, but this one is not. Julia addressed Niu Deng with unwavering certainty. This is the solution process for the Goldbach conjecture, a universally recognized international mathematical challenge. No one has solved it for ages. Its value is immense. Your previous 10 honors combined don't match this one. Therefore, you must go. Julia's stance was unyielding. After all, solving the Goldbach conjecture could earn the field's medal mathematics' highest honor, often called the Nobel Prize of Math. Achieving this distinction was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Now that a golden opportunity presented itself, Julia wasn't about to let it slip away. Faced with Julia's words, Niu Deng nodded helplessly. All right, I'll consult Professor Curries tonight. I'll figure it out within 2 days. With Niu Deng's firm assurance, Julia finally left the room with peace of mind. At that moment, inside the International Mathematical Union, Bob, who had sent the solution steps to Julia, casually posted a message on the official account. Congratulations to Mr. Niu Deng of the United States for successfully solving the Goldbach conjecture, one of the 7 great mathematical problems. Such wisdom at such a young age, truly, the greatest nation on Blue Star, the United States, cultivates such outstanding youth. Of course, as Mr. Niu Deng mentioned, his inspiration stemmed from a submission to the International Mathematical Association by a young scholar from the Dragon Nation. Though that Dragon Nation youth's process and answer were incorrect, it indirectly propelled the resolution of the Goldbach conjecture. 2 days hence, on July 26, we shall invite Mr. Niu Deng and that young scholar from the Dragon Nation to attend the Goldbach Conjecture Mathematics Conference. All friends worldwide are warmly welcome to bear witness. The moment this announcement was made, it instantly sent shockwaves across the globe. Wow, wow, wow. The United States truly lives up to its reputation as the most powerful nation on Blue Star. Such a prodigious young talent could only have been born on American soil, right? With the first signs of solutions emerging for the 7 great mathematical problems, I'm confident the United States will solve them all in the future. This time, the Dragon Nation is riding the coattails of the United States to get invited to the International Mathematical Union. Just thinking about how the Dragon Nation made a global spectacle over solving the Goldbach conjecture half a month ago, only to reveal it was a wrong answer, makes me laugh. Now the whole world knows the Dragon Nation had a false alarm. I knew the Dragon Nation was spouting nonsense the moment I saw this news. As if they could solve the Goldbach conjecture? They probably can't even understand a proper solution process. I'll bet the Dragon Nation's contribution to this problem is negligible. But the United States is the most fair and open country, they'll value even the slightest useful contribution. In my opinion, there was no need to invite the Dragon Nation. They don't deserve it. In an instant, the entire world's attention converged on this single event. Naturally, the news also reached Dragon Nation. Chapter 41, The Alteration. At that moment, in Dragon Nation, netizens were seething with pent-up anger. Back then, Lin Feng had solved the Goldbach conjecture and, through his bet with Hu Jia, earned a perfect score to secure admission to Dragon University.
He was instantly hailed as a genius prodigy by netizens nationwide.
It was believed that solving such an international mathematical challenge would significantly elevate Dragon Nation's standing in the mathematical community.
Yet now, the outcome was the exact opposite.
Lin Feng's erroneous solution had reduced Dragon Nation to a mere foil for the United States, becoming a laughingstock for the entire world.
Those with more straightforward temperaments wasted no time venting their frustrations online. What a Dragon Nation genius! He's just brought shame upon us.
He couldn't even solve it, yet he's bragging everywhere, turning all of us who took pride in him into fools. And it's not just that he failed, he actually did the pretty country a favor. Lin Feng has caused such massive damage to Dragon Nation's reputation. I suggest stripping him of his first place title.
I agree.
I'll be too embarrassed to travel abroad now, afraid foreign friends will call me a clown.
And I remember he made a bet with someone.
When he lost, that guy actually honored the wager and shouted at Yida Plaza for a full 10 minutes.
It went viral recently, turning him into everyone's virtual pet. So it seems the real loser of this bet is Lin Feng. He's the one who actually had to honor the wager. I have a theory.
Even though these international organizations have international in their names, the real puppet masters are the United States.
Could it be they're the ones who stole Lin Feng's work? In an instant, netizens worldwide were divided in their opinions.
Hu Jia, scrolling through Douyin, jolted upright from his bed upon seeing the news. After carefully processing it, he reopened Dole Live and changed his channel name to
Justice may be delayed, but it never fails. I will reclaim everything that's mine. With the encouragement of fellow netizens, he became the representative voice blasting Lin Feng. Naturally, Xia Qianqian saw this news too.
She let out a cold snort and messaged her best friend, Wu Qian.
Phew, thank goodness Lin Feng didn't forgive me that day. He's become a pariah overnight.
Judging by the online backlash, getting kicked out of Longguo University is a done deal. Even if his college entrance exam scores qualify him for top-tier universities, no school would dare admit him with his current reputation.
If I were his girlfriend, I'd be dragged down and vilified.
Over the past few days, she had visited Lin Feng's home several times, only to be told by his parents that he had gone to Beijing. To win Lin Feng's favor and redeem her image in his eyes, she tirelessly sent him text messages every day. Even though Lin Feng had set her messages to do not disturb and hadn't looked at them since, she never gave up. She even considered going to Beijing herself in a couple of days to surprise him and show how much she cared. After all, she knew Lin Feng had a bright future ahead. If she could restore their former relationship, she could coast through the rest of her life in comfort. Such a golden opportunity was not something she was willing to let slip away. However, now that Lin Feng had gotten himself into this mess, her affection for him vanished instantly.
She immediately blocked his WeChat. Upon receiving the message, Wu Qian replied instantly.
Qianqian, what good deeds did you do in your past life to keep missing out on Lin Feng time and again?
You're so lucky.
Xia Qianqian smiled as she looked at the screen.
Yeah, I must have saved the world in my past life, huh? Meanwhile, at Longguo University,
Lin Feng was in his room simplifying the solution steps for the second international math problem. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a voice call alert. He opened it to find it was Xia Qianqian calling. Having been away from Donghai for so many days, he'd been deeply immersed in his work, so contact with Xia Qianqian had been sparse. As a good friend, he hadn't even had time to ask about Xia Qianqian's college entrance exam scores. Lost in thought, Lin Feng answered the call. Before he could exchange pleasantries, Xia Qianqian blurted out urgently.
Lin Feng, have you seen what's happening online? People are indiscriminately attacking you all over the internet. Some are even demanding Longguo University revoke your admission.
Hu Jia is spreading rumors online demanding you apologize to him. Hearing this, Lin Feng froze.
Hold on, I'll check it out.
He didn't expect what he saw next to leave him completely stunned. After learning all this, Lin Feng hung up on Xia Qianqian and immediately dialed Professor Guohong from Longguo University. Lin Feng was confident in his solution process, it couldn't possibly be wrong. Moreover, his solution had been organized, reviewed, and optimized by Professor Guohong from Longguo University's mathematics department. Yet according to the International Mathematical Union, his process contained errors that ultimately led to incorrect results. The only plausible explanation he could think of in the short term was that Longguo University's reviewers had altered his solution process, causing today's situation. Within moments, Guohong answered the call. Lin Feng could hear car horns blaring from the other end of the line. Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point.
Professor Guo, it's Lin Feng.
According to the International Mathematical Union's announcement, there's an issue with the solution steps for the Goldbach conjecture. I need to see the original email you sent to the International Mathematical Union.
When would be a good time to send it to me, or should I come to you?
Guohong honked again before replying urgently.
We're already aware of this issue. I'm on my way to you now.
Driving makes it hard to talk, but I should be there in about 10 minutes.
I'll contact you then.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng acknowledged the message and hung up. 8 minutes passed swiftly, and Lin Feng soon heard hurried footsteps in the corridor.
Opening the door, he found Guo Hong standing there. Professor Guo.
Lin Feng ushered Guo Hong into the room, intending to offer him a glass of water and let him rest before discussing the Goldbach conjecture. However, Guo Hong wasted not a single minute upon entering.
He immediately opened the original email sent to the International Mathematical Union.
He also retrieved Lin Feng's test papers, instructing Lin Feng to personally compare the two sets of work.
Lin Feng focused intently on scrutinizing the email on the computer screen. He knew his own solution steps intimately, no comparison was needed. Any discrepancies would be immediately apparent to him. After about 3 minutes, Lin Feng's brow gradually furrowed. He pointed to a line of formula in the email. Professor Guo, did you modify this step?
Guo Hong's gaze had remained fixed on the solution steps. Hearing Lin Feng's question, he shook his head solemnly. Your solution steps were already practically flawless.
Besides, I might not even understand this problem as well as you do.
So, to be absolutely certain, we used the steps from your exam paper exactly as they were.
We only adjusted some formatting to make it more standardized.
But after this incident happened, when we reopened the email, we found the steps had changed completely. Hearing this, Lin Feng pondered silently. As a professor at Longguo University and a citizen of Longguo, Guo Hong desperately wanted his country to gain greater international influence. Therefore, he had no reason to deceive him. Given that, the only ones who could have altered the solution steps in the email were either the International Mathematical Association or the email service provider.
Guo Hong clearly saw through Lin Feng's thoughts.
The reason I came to see you this time is to call the International Mathematical Association.
If they don't provide a reasonable explanation,
we'll head straight to their headquarters tomorrow to demand answers.
With that, Guo Hong dialed the official number of the International Mathematical Association. Chapter 42, Collusion.
At that moment, at the International Mathematical Association, Bob, on duty, saw the caller ID showed the number was from Longguo. He immediately summoned several council members he'd previously conspired with.
A call from Longguo?
They must have discovered the issue.
Should we answer?
Though the International Mathematical Association had handled similar threats from the United States before, facing the parties directly still made him uneasy.
Joseph, hearing this, shot Bob a slightly mocking look. Of course we answer.
The solution process has been tampered with, and the announcement is out.
Even if they notice something off, what can they do?
We are the official body, the advantage is ours. To others, any evidence they present will be seen as forged.
With Joseph's encouragement, Bob seemed to lose his unease.
Nodding, he answered the call.
Hello, this is the International Mathematical Union. How may I assist you?
Guo Hong, on the other end, spoke calmly.
Hello, we are the official representatives of Longguo University.
I am the submitter of the solution process for the Goldbach conjecture to the International Mathematical Union.
However, we have now observed errors in the solution process published on the Union's official website.
I specifically reviewed the original email I sent you and discovered the proof has been altered. Yet you claim that Newton, a young scholar from the United States, solved the Goldbach conjecture at precisely this time. The timing is too coincidental, it's hard for us not to be suspicious. I don't know if this was done by the email company or the association itself, but I demand a thorough investigation.
And justice for us. Guo Hong laid out the entire situation clearly to the International Mathematical Association. Yet Bob spoke in the most insincere officialese.
Sir. First, the International Mathematical Association acts on behalf of the entire world, adhering to fairness and impartiality.
Second, we maintain backups of every single email sent to our association. It is absolutely impossible for any tampering to occur. Of course, I understand that Mr. Niu Deng's solution to the Goldbach conjecture is indeed rather coincidental.
But as the announcement stated, he drew inspiration from your steps. To acknowledge your contribution to solving this international mathematical challenge, the association has invited you to participate in the upcoming mathematics conference for Niu Deng, to witness this historic moment together. Therefore, you should have no further doubts. At these words, Guo Hong's expression instantly darkened. He knew the International Mathematical Association was effectively dismissing his appeal.
If they agreed, the honor rightfully belonging to Lin Feng and the Dragon Nation would be handed over to the United States for nothing.
At this thought, Guo Hong protested bitterly.
There must be something wrong here.
The solution process was written directly on the exam paper by one of our students. The email we submitted was a direct transcription, merely reformatting it slightly.
Yet the content in the email doesn't match the paper.
Before Guo Hong could finish, Bob couldn't bear to listen any longer and cut him off.
Sir, are you questioning the integrity of our association? We represent the entire Blue Star, not a single nation.
I hope you won't make unreasonable accusations.
I'm not making unreasonable accusations, I'm stating facts.
If your association fails to investigate this internally, we will take this matter to the International Court. However, the moment Guo Hong finished speaking, Bob hung up impatiently.
Hearing the dial tone, Guo Hong's anger flared.
The association must have tampered with the solution process.
Everyone knows they're controlled by the US. They must have handed our work over to them. We're taking this to the international court. We absolutely must. Pack your things. We're flying to the international court immediately. We must file the complaint before that so-called Neo-Deng math conference convenes. Get the international court to halt the conference, otherwise it'll be too late. As he spoke, he began gathering documents and booking tickets. Lin Feng, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. This is our only option now. I'll go prepare immediately. Lin Feng and Guohong moved swiftly, boarding the flight to the international court within just 1 hour. However, before boarding, Guohong had already informed Wang Weigui of the situation. Wang Weigui immediately issued a statement in the name of Longguo University, outlining the matter online. He hoped international public opinion would exert subtle pressure on the International Mathematical Union, forcing them to postpone the Neo-Deng conference. Sure enough, Longguo University's statement quickly caused a huge stir. With official guidance, Longguo netizens supporting Lin Feng began arguing their case passionately. So it was the International Mathematical Union sabotaging things. Even if Lin Feng's solution process was ultimately incorrect, tampering with email content behind the scenes is already suspicious. We must demand an explanation from the International Mathematical Union. Some netizens who couldn't fully grasp the solution process were confused. Altered? Where was it altered? The debate wasn't confined to Longguo. International discussions were equally intense. Sakura country netizen, Dragon Nation folks are just being unreasonable. If you're jealous of Pretty Nation, just say so. Why resort to these baseless accusations? Won't you be embarrassed if it gets exposed? Kimchi Nation netizen, by your logic, Dragon Nation, are you implying Pretty Nation stole your work? Even a toddler could see that's impossible. Pretty Nation is the world's leading superpower. Why would they bother stealing from Dragon Nation? Beautiful country netizen, our nation boasts the most vibrant minds. Nyodong is our most renowned genius in recent years, mentored by the internationally esteemed Professor Curries. Solving the Goldbach conjecture poses no challenge for him. The Dragon Nation is merely jealous of being overshadowed. Little Ba, we will always believe in the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, the internet erupted in heated debate. Joseph, stationed at the International Mathematical Union, observed the global uproar with detached indifference. Who would have thought the Dragon Kingdom would still try to make a last-ditch struggle? But it's all just self-humiliation. This time, the United States will gladly accept the honor of solving the Goldbach conjecture for you. With this thought, Joseph dialed Clinton's number. The call connected, and he cut straight to the point. Mr. Clinton, I'm sure you're aware of the situation with Dragon Nation. They now intend to take their case to the international court. I hope you can use your position as an official representative of the United States to delay their appeal process. Once the NEO conference convenes, their efforts will be futile. To help the United States secure this honor, I know you'll agree. Clinton, as expected, nodded on the other end. Rest assured, I'll contact the international court. Chapter 43, Slander. After a flight lasting over 10 hours, Lin Feng and Guohong arrived at the international court. Guided by staff, they entered the appeals division. Guohong immediately presented Philip, the clerk before them, with a laptop and copies of Lin Feng's original exam papers. Mr. Philip, we wish to appeal the International Mathematical Union's decision. Philip looked up, appraising the pair before pulling out a worksheet. His tone remained composed. Please state your case. Guohong, clearly no stranger to high-stakes situations, sat down on the stool opposite Philip and methodically explained the circumstances surrounding the possible alteration of the email sent by the International Mathematical Association. Philip listened attentively, jotting down notes on the worksheet before nodding. Mr. Guohong, your case has been accepted. We will process it according to protocol. We will notify you of any developments. Please be patient. With that, he handed the worksheet directly to his assistant. After completing these tasks, Guohong and Lin Feng found lodging near the International Mathematical Union headquarters. After all, Guohong recognized the inefficiency of the International Court, and with only 1 day remaining before the conference convened at the International Mathematical Union, the hope of halting the proceedings through legal channels was exceedingly slim. The only viable option was for him to personally intervene at the International Mathematical Congress, disrupting the proceedings to buy time for the International Court. Their only option was to vigorously argue their case at the International Mathematical Congress, disrupting proceedings to buy time for the International Court. Unbeknownst to them, the moment they left the court, Philip dialed Clinton's number. When the call connected, Philip's tone was exceptionally deferential. Mr. Clinton, the Dragon Nation has filed an appeal with our international court. I will do everything in my power to delay their appeal process as per your wishes. If possible, I will push this lawsuit back by a full year. Hearing this, Clinton smiled and nodded. That would be best. This matter not only enhances our beautiful country's influence on the international stage but also makes the Dragon Nation a laughingstock to the entire world. Therefore, there can be absolutely no mistakes. With that, Clinton prepared to hang up. However, just as Clinton was about to press the button, Philip, who had been deep in thought, slowly spoke up. Mr. Clinton, in my opinion, you haven't maximized the impact of this matter.
Hearing this, Clinton seemed to perk up. He was an expert at elevating the United States while belittling other nations. His methods could easily fill a whole book of black magic. Now, someone else had pointed out his flaw. With that thought, Clinton asked with keen interest, "Oh, do you have some brilliant idea?" On the other end of the line, Philip flashed a sinister grin. The Dragon Nation has submitted the original exam paper containing the Goldbach conjecture. Barring any surprises, that should be the correct solution process. You, sir, could have Mr. Niu Deng file a lawsuit in the American courts, claiming someone stole his solution steps. That way, not only can the international court delay processing this claim, but we can also pin the theft charge squarely on the Dragon Nation. Achieving this outcome would undoubtedly be far more effective. And so, the two found themselves in such perfect harmony that they conversed for a very long time. The next day, at the Victoria Hotel, Hua Hong, who hadn't held much hope, unexpectedly received a call from the international court. Groggily making out the caller ID, Hua Hong leaped straight out of bed. "Hello, this is Hua Hong." Without a second thought, Hua Hong answered immediately. On the other end was Philip's voice. "Good day, Mr. Hua Hong. Given that your accuser is the International Mathematical Association, this matter carries significant weight. To safeguard the standing of Blue Star international organizations on Blue Star, we have prioritized your case at the highest level and initiated the investigation process last night. We now have preliminary findings. We request your presence at the International Court today." Seeing such swift progress, Hua Hong was overjoyed, replying excitedly, "All right, I'll head over immediately." After hanging up, Hua Hong intended to knock on Lin Feng's door, but the urgency of the situation spurred him to hastily gather his belongings and depart. Before long, Hua Hong arrived at the International Court. After communicating with the staff outside the door, he was escorted inside. However, what Hua Hong could never have imagined was that he wasn't led to the reception hall but directly into the courtroom. Seeing the judge seated at the front, Hua Hong froze. "What are you doing? I'm the appellant, not the defendant or the one on trial. The International Mathematical Association is..." Facing Hua Hong's challenge, the judge before him declared sternly, "Accusing the International Mathematical Association of stealing Mr. Niu Deng's solution steps from the United States. The evidence chain provided by the United States is complete. We have the authority to interrogate and detain you." "Stealing Niu Deng's solution steps?" Hua Hong froze upon hearing this. "Where did you get this evidence? Who accused me?" "Ha!" The judge across the table gave a cold laugh, then produced the complaint record Clinton had helped Niu Deng prepare, along with the original solution provided by Niu Deng. Mr. Niu Deng filed a lawsuit yesterday afternoon at the Supreme Court of the United States, alleging that someone stole his solution steps. Furthermore, yesterday you submitted a photocopy that bears an extremely close resemblance to Mr. Niu Deng's solution process. We have every reason to suspect that your Dragon Nation resorted to despicable means to secure this honor, stealing Mr. Niu Deng's work. And now you seek to turn the tables by accusing the United States, aiming to undermine its prestige." The judge's words made Hua Hong laugh in exasperation, prompting him to mutter under his breath, "Who knew the International Court would be so unreasonable?" Since he couldn't get justice through his own efforts, he could only rely on the Dragon Nation. After this series of events, Hua Hong was highly confident that the International Mathematical Union had handed Lin Feng's work to the United States' Niu Deng. Not only did the United States want to claim Lin Feng's achievements, but they also sought to smear the Dragon Nation. Realizing this, Hua Hong understood his stance could be nitpicked and blown out of proportion by these people to smear the Dragon Nation. He forced himself to calm down. Next, facing the judge's leading questions, Hua Hong compelled himself to think through his answers carefully, ensuring his words held no loopholes. Ultimately, faced with Hua Hong's flawless responses, the International Court found no grounds to detain him and had no choice but to release him. However, upon his departure, he was informed he could not return to the Dragon Nation for the foreseeable future. Thus, Hua Hong stormed back to the Victoria Hotel. Coincidentally, he encountered Lin Feng, who had been searching for him. Chapter 44, The Procedure. Seeing Hua Hong's furious state, Lin Feng knew something likely went terribly wrong. Earlier that morning, he had learned online that Niu Deng had appealed to the Supreme Court of the United States regarding the theft of his solution process. Given the US's track record and the uncanny timing, Lin Feng suspected this development might spell trouble for him. As Hua Hong approached, Lin Feng inquired, "Professor Hua, what happened?" Hua Hong shot Lin Feng a glance before striding into the room. He took a sip of tea and then fumed. "The United States is utterly shameless. Relying on the backing of the International Mathematical Union, they not only seek to forcibly seize your work but also turn around and accuse our Dragon Nation. This time, it's fortunate you didn't attend. Otherwise, I have no doubt they would have detained you at the International Court on theft charges. But their true motive lies elsewhere. Detaining you likely stems from your extraordinary talent. You're bound to make monumental contributions to our nation. The pretty country will never permit such a genius to return and serve our country. This won't do. We absolutely cannot let the pretty country profit from this. I must contact Principal Wang immediately to secure official support from our nation.
Hua Hong pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Weigua's number as he spoke.
After hearing Hua Hong's account, Lin Feng's brows furrowed deeply.
He pondered silently. Since conventional methods won't work, we'll have to take an unconventional approach.
However, the moment this thought crossed his mind, the system's notification tone sounded.
Ding! Host detected under unjust oppression by the United States. Mission: expose the U.S. conspiracy and reclaim what rightfully belongs to you.
Mission reward: perfect grade rocket booster manufacturing technology. Glancing at the system prompt, Lin Feng dashed back to his room and retrieved his computer.
He intended to restore the email content and hack into the email corporation operating the emails.
Not only that, he planned to compile a program capable of crippling the entire email corporation system, forcing them to reveal the truth.
Watching Lin Feng's fingers fly across the keyboard,
Hua Hong, who had just finalized negotiations with Wang Weigua, asked with some confusion.
"What are you doing?"
"I'm going to recover the email content and hack email to make them spill the truth themselves." Lin Feng spoke without pausing his typing, his calm tone betraying absolute confidence. Yet while Lin Feng said this nonchalantly, Hua Hong, listening nearby, froze in place.
Hua Hong scrutinized Lin Feng, wondering if he was ill.
After all, Email Group had built its empire on information security, boasting formidable defenses against cyber attacks. Moreover, as a company whose core business was transmitting information, safeguarding client data was paramount.
Recovering email content and hacking email would be tantamount to destroying them. Realizing this, Hua Hong spoke in disbelief. "Lin Feng, do you realize how incredibly difficult this is? E-Trust's security defenses rank among the best in the entire world. I know you have some expertise in programming, but the American shutdown program is ultimately just a single, isolated piece of software. E-Trust's cybersecurity involves so many more layers it's fundamentally different. Moreover, even if we assume the best-case scenario that success is possible, it would be a monumental undertaking. For you to accomplish this alone in such a short time frame is practically impossible. Don't worry, Teacher Gua. Waiting is just waiting. I'll give it a shot. If I can't succeed, Dragon Nation can always back me up." Lin Feng didn't elaborate much, only giving Hua Hong a vague response. He knew explaining the reasons without exposing the system was simply impossible. Hearing this, Hua Hong nodded. "That's still reasonable." With that, he sighed again and sat back down on his stool. But, even with the Dragon Nation's intervention, this matter won't be easily resolved. Because of the floating nation's counterattack, tomorrow's math conference at Niudang is ruined. We can only pin our hopes on the future. These people are truly capable of any evil. As time passed, Lin Feng had been sitting in front of his computer for a full 6 hours, barely taking a couple of bites for lunch. When the final line of code was typed, a faint smile touched the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. This should do it. As the words left his mouth, 2 windows appeared on Lin Feng's computer screen. Email recovery progress, 1%, 2%, 3%. Attack process, 0.1%, 0.5%, 0.7%. Meanwhile, at Email Corporation headquarters, the moment Lin Feng pressed the button, a red exclamation mark popped up on Chief Engineer Braff's screen, accompanied by an alarm sound. Hearing this, Braff, who had been slacking off by reading the Longguo web novel Tech, a failed college entrance exam student becomes a national hero, quickly put down his phone and began furiously tapping away at his keyboard. As E-Trust's chief engineer, Braff was clearly no ordinary talent. Within moments, he pinpointed the cause of the alert. "Isn't this the email we modified just 2 days ago? Ha! Does Longguo really think it can hack into our company and remotely restore email content?" Watching the program being rewritten and the email content gradually restored, Braff sneered with contempt. "Do they really think our firewall is just for show? Recovering those emails? Pure fantasy." As he thought this, Braff began compiling new code. His actions drew the attention of other department members, who gathered around to observe. Watching the recovery speed gradually slow, disdain filled everyone's eyes. It seems the Dragon Nation has gotten too cocky lately, daring to hack into our company. Chief, we must not only stop the original recovery but also teach them a lesson. With our technology, hacking into their network and causing severe damage to some Dragon Nation enterprises would be a piece of cake. Besides, they struck first. Our counterattack is perfectly justified. Brav, operating at his computer, wore a relaxed expression. Of course. Once I dismantle their recovery program, I'll hack into Longguo's Tengsu Corporation, steal all their user data and chat logs, then expose it to the entire world. His eyes lit up as he spoke, pausing his work to fold his arms confidently. Done. With Longguo's limited capabilities, I could handle this with my eyes closed. We won't need any of our company's backup plans. At that moment, Lin Feng at the Victoria Hotel also noticed the progress indicator had stopped. Setting down his water glass, he swiftly added several lines of code. They're a world-renowned company, after all. They do have some skill. But this alone won't stop me. In truth, Lin Feng had thoroughly assessed E-Trust's capabilities. He had prepared 15 distinct programs solely for restoring email content. And concealed beneath these 15 programs lay the code to breach eTrust's firewall. By the moment the email content was restored, the destruction of their firewall would be nearly complete. At that point, no matter how formidable eTrust's capabilities, they would be utterly useless. Chapter 45. I demand your full confession. At Email Corporation. Braff and his crew, who had been mocking the Dragon Nation, froze when they saw the recovery progress bar jump again. Braff, who was using another computer to prepare for hacking into Tingsu Corporation, narrowed his eyes sharply and immediately shifted his focus to the recovery program. Who'd have thought the Dragon Nation was still making a last-ditch struggle? Come on, let me see what these low-level grunts have got. As he spoke, Braff refocused entirely on cracking the program. Braff was exceptionally skilled. It took him only an hour to crack the program Lin Feng had modified for the second time. But he discovered something peculiar. Every time he cracked it, the restoration program restarted within less than a minute. Moreover, the difficulty of cracking it was increasing. Now, he felt like he was being toyed with by the other side. The first 1 or 2 layers of the program he could still crack relatively easily. But starting from the 3rd layer, it became increasingly difficult. For the 4th layer, their entire department worked together, yet it was still extremely challenging. By the 5th layer, they were completely helpless. At that moment, eTrust's PR team froze in shock. They never imagined that the entire company's firewall engineers would be rendered helpless here, forced to watch the progress bar advance relentlessly. After all, anyone who could gain entry to eTrust was among the industry's absolute elite. And now, they were being utterly outmaneuvered by an opponent they had underestimated. If they knew their adversary had been Lin Feng alone from the start, who knows what they would think. As time passed, the restoration program reached 90%. Braff, who had pounded his keyboard to pieces, rose in fury, smashing the computer in front of him with a single punch. He barked orders to his team. Activate the Class A contingency plan immediately. Hearing this, the expressions of the other personnel turned extremely grave. As an international corporation, they maintained 3 tiers of emergency protocols internally. Grade A represented the highest level. Once activated, eTrust Corporation became virtually impenetrable. Since eTrust's founding, they had never initiated Grade A. Grade B had only been activated once. This alone demonstrated the terrifying power of the program Lin Feng had compiled. Staff immediately sprang into action. Braff simultaneously phoned eTrust's senior leadership while heading toward the executive meeting room. eTrust's operational efficiency was formidable. Braff had barely waited 2 minutes in the conference room when the company's executives began arriving one after another. Once everyone was present, Braff surveyed the group and stated gravely, "Leaders, several days ago we assisted the International Mathematical Association in modifying an official email sent by Longguo to their organization. Just moments ago, Longguo struck back. They've infiltrated our company's systems and are preparing to restore the email's original content. Though we attempted to resist. But we have no idea what methods Longguo employed. Our entire department was powerless to stop them. Ultimately, to prevent Dragon Nation from restoring the original email content and obtaining evidence, we had no choice but to activate the Level A emergency protocol. And activating the Level A contingency plan meant we had to instantly terminate all user access rights. Without prior notice, this caused immense damage to our interests. We won't swallow this loss silently. As long as Dragon Nation can't access the restored emails, they remain the losers. Once their actions today are exposed globally, they'll face worldwide condemnation. We won't just seek compensation from them, we'll make them pay the price." After brief deliberation, the executives unanimously agreed. Jack, the company's head, immediately instructed Braff to notify relevant departments to prepare for negotiations with Longguo. However, just as Braff rose to leave, his assistant Breno burst in, frantically clutching a laptop. "Mr. Braff, it's bad. Even our Level A emergency protocol couldn't prevent the email content from being recovered. The program completed shortly after you entered the conference room. Even activating the Level A contingency plan is useless. And there's another program hidden beneath the recovery program. We don't know what this program does yet, but it's already loaded 95%. We have absolutely no way to stop it." The words struck like thunderclaps in the minds of those present. Their eyes fixed intently on the second program nearing completion on the computer screen. No one could have imagined that an entire corporation would be powerless to stop Longguo's program from running on their computers. Yet, just as they believed the program would finish soon, the progress halted at 99.9%. Immediately, an envelope icon appeared on the screen, transforming into a letter with text. This scene wasn't confined to just one computer, it appeared on every single computer within Email Group. Email Corporation, an internationally renowned giant, stoops to underhanded tactics. As the world's leading information exchange platform, your actions are playing with fire. I have now successfully restored the emails, and this interception program will be temporarily halted at 99.9%. Tomorrow, at the Nyodeng Mathematics Conference, I will present the altered email you tampered with. But to make it more convincing, I demand you personally admit your actions at the conference.
Should you fail to comply, this program will be activated at 100% under my control.
At that point, your company will be completely paralyzed.
I will continue to implant viruses into your systems until the day your company ceases to exist.
Of course, you could hire someone to crack the program or upgrade your firewalls.
But remember, you can never stop me.
Hacking into your company is child's play whenever I choose.
Upon reading the contents of the letter, a hot-tempered Braff leapt to his feet, roaring.
Insolent! If we hadn't been careless this time, how could you Longguo have succeeded?
As he spoke, his gaze swept across the assembled executives. Board members, we have only one night left before the conference begins.
Even if I have to skip eating and sleeping, I will intercept this program.
Hearing Braff's words, the directors nodded in agreement.
This matter is in your hands. We are not pushovers.
Since the Dragon Nation has dared to provoke us, they must pay the price. With the full backing of the board, Braff gave a solemn nod.
Rest assured, directors. With that, he turned and left, carrying his laptop. Chapter 46, The Fault Lies in Being Too Honest. Time passed quickly.
Braff and his entire department sat motionless before their computers for hours, yet remained helpless. They stared at the progress bar on the screen that refused to disappear. Braff sighed, forced to admit that Dragon Nation's technology was truly formidable. He scanned the room, his mind racing for a solution. Now that Dragon Nation had recovered the email content, it was equivalent to obtaining evidence.
Presenting it at tomorrow's conference would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to the United States.
With just this one email, the United States still had the ability to talk its way out of it.
But Dragon Nation held our company's Achilles heel.
If we didn't publicly admit defeat at the math conference as they demanded, the company would grind to a halt.
It might even face total annihilation. Moreover, the conference is imminent. Even seeking help from the United States would be too late.
The only option now is to sacrifice someone internally.
By leaking the truth under the person's name, we can minimize the damage to the company.
With this plan in mind, Braff glanced at the others before rising and heading to the office of Jack, the company's chief executive.
Upon entering, Braff immediately informed Jack that the program was unbreakable.
After listening to Braff's explanation, Jack frowned and pondered for a long time before finally sighing helplessly. In that case, proceed as you see fit. There's no better alternative at this point.
With Jack's approval, Braff nodded and left the office.
He swiftly gathered his department's personnel. Looking at his colleagues, he spoke coldly with an expressionless face. The program hacked into our company by the Dragon Nation cannot be cracked in the short term. A world-renowned corporation, utterly defeated by the Dragon Nation without any chance to fight back.
Senior management is furious.
They're seriously questioning our competence. Now, upper management demands I fire the least capable employees to make an example of them. The words sent ripples of unease through the room. Eyes darted nervously from one person to another, speechlessness hanging heavy in the air.
Witnessing this scene, Braff forced a look of distress.
I know this is cruel for everyone, but to save this department and protect the interests of more people, I have no choice.
I won't single anyone out for dismissal. Discuss it yourselves. Voting begins in 10 minutes. With that, Braff turned and walked back to his own workstation without looking back. Once he was gone, people instinctively gravitated toward those they knew.
Before long, the department had split into 6 or 7 distinct groups, each comprising 2 to 3 individuals.
What are we supposed to do? This puts us in an impossible position. We've all worked together for years.
Everyone knows no one wants to lose their job.
We all depend on this job to make a living. Firing someone would be cutting off their livelihood.
I think this time it's Braff's leadership failure. If he hadn't tried to crack the program on his own and activated the company's emergency plan earlier, we might have smoothly resolved this crisis. In my opinion, he should be fired. While we share responsibility, he's the primary decision maker. For a moment, everyone was engrossed in their own discussions about him.
Within the department, most people belonged to cliques.
Yet among the crowd, a seemingly honest middle-aged man stood out like a sore thumb. His name was Horrid, a veteran employee in this department. In the eyes of everyone at the company, he was like an old workhorse enduring hardships without complaint and always willing to help others. But he was too honest, so much so that even Bluff, who joined after him, became his superior.
Standing alone on the sidelines, Horrid tried to join the conversation but found he simply couldn't fit in.
It seemed these people only approached him when they needed help, otherwise they wouldn't give him the time of day. So he could only stand by and listen quietly to the others' discussions. Truthfully, he feared losing this job. At his age, the pressure was immense. Losing this job could mean struggling to make ends meet. Still, the thought that he was usually easygoing, often helped his colleagues, and was the most approachable person in the entire department with decent relationships calmed his panicked heart a little. Soon, 10 minutes passed.
As Braff reappeared, the room fell silent.
Braff looked around and said, I assume everyone has reached a decision.
Next, I'll initiate an anonymous vote in the group chat. The person with the most votes will be immediately dismissed from the company.
With that, Braff sent the pre-prepared voting app to the department workgroup.
Moments later, everyone cast their votes.
Horde, unaware of the voting status, chose to abstain from casting his own vote to avoid potentially causing someone else to be fired because of his choice. As the voting concluded, Braff glanced at his phone before fixing his gaze on Horde. His tone was icy as he declared, "Half the votes in the department went to you. Therefore, you may leave. Pack your things and depart after work tonight." The words struck Horde like a thunderclap. "Manager, did you miscount? How could it be me? You, take another look?" Watching Horrid's expression of utter disbelief and helplessness, Braff remained unmoved, offering hollow consolation in the same icy tone. "Horrid, we all know losing a job is hard to accept. But for the company, we have no choice but to make this decision. You're getting older, and the workload in our department is quite intense. It's not good for your health. I'm sure everyone had their reasons for voting for you. The company isn't a cold machine, it's a warm family." With that, Braff turned away from Horrid and hurried back to his own workstation, pretending to be busy, afraid Horrid might pester him. Seeing Braff leave first, the others quickly followed suit. Truthfully, they didn't know whom to vote for either. They only knew that voting for Horrid was the only way to avoid trouble, no scolding, no one causing a scene. Meanwhile, Horrid's retreating figure appeared lonely and resigned. He looked at the crowd, and in that instant, it dawned on him why he had been voted out. He was too honest. So when everyone's interests were threatened, sacrificing him was the only solution. Horde didn't ask who had voted for him. He silently gathered his belongings, then left the office carrying a large cardboard box. The entire office remained unmoved. In fact, some felt a sense of relief that the world had such a kind-hearted, honest soul as Horrid. Once Horrid had completely left the company headquarters, Braff called the company's head again. "We've found our scapegoat. Have PR get ready." Chapter 47. So this is the genius kid of the beautiful country? The next day, the day of the conference. Gu Hong woke up early and knocked on Lin Feng's door, only to find him up even earlier than himself and looking quite cheerful. As he packed his things, he couldn't resist teasing him. "The stuff Nyoding's presenting at the conference today was originally yours. How can you be so chill? You're actually smiling?" Lin Feng packed his laptop into his bag, scanned the room to ensure nothing was left behind, and replied as he stepped out the door. "Just wait. What belongs to me, Nyodong can never take away." Last night, he had received an email informing him that Email Incorporated would publicly expose the actions of the United States and the International Mathematical Union during today's conference. Therefore, Lin Feng would ruthlessly expose the ugly deeds of the United States and the International Mathematical Union at the conference. Unaware of the situation, Gu Hong merely shook his head dismissively. "Don't take this too lightly. The United States is backing this. Even if the Chinese government intervenes, it won't be easy to reclaim what's rightfully yours." With that, the two walked out of the Victoria Hotel and headed straight for the conference venue. At that moment, at the headquarters of the International Mathematical Union, media reporters from around the world had already set up their cameras here. Countless reporters gazed toward the entrance of the Mathematical Association, awaiting the arrival of Niu Deng and his group. Before long, 3 black cars pulled up. The moment the doors opened, the journalists eagerly rushed forward, their cameras and microphones thrust out. However, they were taken aback by the person stepping out of the car. For it was not Niu Deng who stepped out, but Clinton. Niu Deng's car followed behind. As Clinton stepped out of the vehicle, the journalist's eyes lit up. "Mr. Clinton, the Mathematical Association invited Mr. Niu Deng and his teacher." "Why are you here?" "Mr. Clinton, what is your stance on Longguo's lawsuit against the International Mathematical Association at the International Court?" "Mr. Clinton, will the United States take countermeasures against Longguo's actions?" Faced with a barrage of questions from reporters in rapid succession, Clinton selectively responded. "My attendance at this International Mathematical Association conference honoring our nation's young prodigy, Niu Deng, serves to declare America's stance to the world. We are the most just and civilized nation, and we will resolutely defend the lawful rights of our citizens. As for Dragon Nation, no matter how many times they file lawsuits with international tribunals or employ whatever tactics, it will be futile. Justice will always stand with our nation." With that, Clinton led Niu Deng and the others directly into the conference venue. Netizens watching the live broadcast couldn't help but voice their opinions after hearing Clinton's remarks. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, well, Dragon Nation has truly reached the pinnacle of shamelessness. Mr. Clinton stepping forward speaks volumes about how seriously the beautiful nation is taking this matter. Dragon Nation had better brace itself for judgment. Kimchi Nation netizen, those Dragon Nation people have taken the idiom "the thief cries stop thief" to its absolute extreme. They'll stop at nothing to claim the mathematical achievements the beautiful nation worked so hard to attain. Big Bear Country netizen at Cherry Blossom Country netizen at Kimchi Country netizen, Clinton's words are worthless as farting, just like yours. You actually believe him? Don't you have any self-awareness? Within moments, the internet erupted in heated debate. Time flew by. The conference was about to begin, yet the two were still stuck in traffic. Sitting in the car, Lin Feng and his companion watched as one pedestrian after another passed them by, utterly unmoved, their faces etched with utter despair.
After a moment's deliberation, they decided to get out and walk to the venue. After all, the remaining distance wasn't far. 15 minutes later, they finally arrived at the venue just 3 minutes before the conference started. Sitting nearby, Niu Deng watched the two Chinese men walk in. He turned to Clinton and whispered, "Mr. Clinton, are these the men who sued the International Mathematical Union?" Clinton glanced toward the entrance and nodded. "That's right, it's them. But we've made thorough preparations. They won't be able to stir up any trouble. Moreover, that young man possesses such wisdom at such a young age, he's already considered top-tier talent. I absolutely will not let him return to Longguo." Niu Deng listened, his gaze never wavering from Lin Feng and the other man. Of course, Lin Feng was also searching for Niu Deng. He intended to see just who dared to steal the honor that rightfully belonged to him. The moment Lin Feng sat down, their gazes locked. A smug grin spread across Niu Deng's face, as if taunting Lin Feng. Seeing the smile, Lin Feng didn't lose his temper. He returned it with a mocking, cold laugh. Once all invited guests had arrived, Joseph, the meeting's host, activated his microphone and spoke slowly. "Thank you all for joining us at this mathematics conference. Now that everyone is present, let us formally commence the conference. This conference will consist of two main parts. Part 1, demonstration session, where Mr. Niu Deng will write out and demonstrate the solution steps. Part 2, QA session. You may raise questions regarding Mr. Niu Deng's solution steps, and he will address them on the spot." As he spoke, Joseph glanced toward the seats occupied by Lin Feng and his companion. Of course, as you are all aware, the International Mathematical Association has recently encountered some conflicts with external parties. However, this does not mean anyone can disrupt the proceedings of our conference. We have contacted the International Court. Anyone causing disturbances during this conference will face the strictest penalties. Therefore, I urge those with ulterior motives to abandon any mischievous thoughts. With that, Joseph slowly descended from the podium, handing the microphone to Niu Deng while inviting him to step forward. As Niu Deng took the stage, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Several prominent figures in the academic world nodded approvingly. Truly, the young are formidable. To solve a problem that has perplexed humanity for so many years at such a young age. America truly is a land of exceptional talent. No doubt it will produce even more renowned scholars in the future. Sitting nearby, Guohong couldn't help but sneer at Lin Feng as he listened to the crowd's praise for Niu Deng. Is this the so-called child prodigy? He's nothing but a thief of others' work. I have no doubt every single one of his achievements is stolen. Hearing this, Lin Feng merely smiled faintly as he quietly watched Niu Deng's performance. Chapter 48, A Historic Moment. Over the past 2 days, under his mother's supervision, Niu Deng had memorized the entire problem-solving process thoroughly. Under Professor Curry's guidance, he had also internalized every piece of knowledge involved in each step. Thus, before the assembled crowd, he wrote out the solution steps almost in one fluid motion. Seeing the problem that had perplexed mathematicians worldwide for so many years finally solved, the eyes of the scientists present lit up. This was nothing short of a historic moment. Everyone showered Niu Deng with unreserved praise. Guohong, seated among the crowd, watched the solution steps with intense fury. They, the United States, hadn't altered a single bit. They'd copied the solution verbatim. If it weren't for those bastards meddling, Lin Feng should have been standing up there, and all the praise should have been his. Who wouldn't be furious facing such shameless scoundrels? Thinking this, Guohong worried Lin Feng might be unable to handle it and turned to offer him some comfort. But when he turned his gaze toward Lin Feng, he discovered the latter's expression was remarkably calm. And upon closer inspection, beneath that calmness lay a hint of amusement. Seeing this, Guohong said nothing more. Lin Feng in this state was far better than if he'd been consumed by impotent rage. After Niu Deng finished writing out the solution steps, the scholars present spent about 20 minutes carefully examining the process. Next came the QA session with Niu Deng. All present could raise questions about his solution, and Niu Deng would address each one. However, Niu Deng immediately halted the crowd eager to ask questions, shifting his gaze toward where Lin Feng and Guohong sat. He looked at the two of them and smiled lightly. Esteemed scholars, if I manage to solve the Goldbot conjecture this time, it is largely due to the flawed solution steps provided by that young man from the Dragon Nation. It can be said that without him, this would still be an unsolved global mathematical challenge. Therefore, I wish to offer the first question to that young man from the Dragon Kingdom. With that, he motioned for Joseph to pass the microphone to Lin Feng. No one objected to Niu Deng's gesture. In their eyes, this request was reasonable. It reflected the magnanimity expected of a prodigious young mind. Some scholars even found themselves admiring Niu Deng more because of this gesture. Lin Feng, meanwhile, smiled with satisfaction. He had been contemplating how to interrupt the proceedings, and now Niu Deng had handed him the perfect opportunity. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Feng took the microphone and stood up, his expression playful as he declared, "The steps you wrote on the board came from my hand. How could I possibly have any issues with them? But do you truly understand them completely?" The moment these words left his lips, the entire hall fell deathly silent. After a brief pause, the assembled scholars erupted into an uproar.
They were naturally aware of the underlying circumstances. However, without concrete evidence, relying solely on Longguo's word seemed to them like nothing more than Longguo making unreasonable demands. Consequently, some scholars angrily rebuked Lin Feng. "Sir, this is an international mathematics conference, not a place for you to throw a tantrum. As far as I understand, not only did your Dragon Nation steal Mr. Niu Deng's solution steps, but you also intend to use fabricated evidence to turn around and bite the pretty nation." Professor Niu Deng is magnanimous in his scholarship. Not only did he overlook the trouble your unreasonable accusations caused him, but he was willing to share his findings with you. Do you think your actions honor him? If you truly respect academia, sit down and listen attentively to Mr. Niu Deng's presentation. If you insist on causing trouble, we will have no choice but to recommend to the organizers that you be removed from the premises. In an instant, the assembled scholars began to verbally attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng responded with a dismissive sneer. "Of course I respect academia, but it must be fair. Niu Deng is presenting my research to you all. Is it wrong for me to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me? It's you lot who condemn me from your moral high ground without understanding the full story. Are you sure that's the character befitting a scholar?" Lin Feng spoke, refusing to back down despite their numerical superiority and twisted logic. With just these few words, he silenced those who had been condemning him moments before. But international viewers watching the livestream were far from pleased. This kid is seriously overstepping his bounds, daring to confront so many internationally renowned scholars. Exactly. Your Dragon Nation hasn't presented any substantive evidence. Causing such a ruckus at this solemn conference warrants expulsion. All Dragon Nation citizens should be blacklisted, barred forever from entering such dignified international venues. So this is how Dragon Country people behave, making unreasonable disturbances. Calling themselves a civilized nation? Absolutely laughable. In an instant, Lin Feng became the target of global condemnation. Meanwhile, Niu Deng surveyed the silent scholars. His expression remained composed as he glanced at the crowd before turning to Lin Feng and stating, "Mr. Lin Feng, since you claim I appropriated your work, then please present your evidence." Of course, the single exam paper you submitted to the International Tribunal is not persuasive. Additional evidence is required. If you cannot produce it, I must ask you to leave. After all, while I may disregard your unreasonable accusations, I must consider the others present. Upon hearing this, Hong cast a troubled glance at Lin Feng. He never imagined that Lin Feng, who had been so calm moments ago, would suddenly cause such a scene. If there were evidence, causing a scene might be justified, but at present, this matter had yielded no substantive progress. By obstructing the proceedings, they risked achieving nothing and worse, inviting collective rejection. They were now in a no-win situation. What shocked Hong even more was that Lin Feng had pulled out his laptop and opened the official Longguo University email account, logged into it. He slowly walked up to Niu Deng, holding the laptop, and connected it to the projector. "Yesterday, I hacked into Email Corporation's headquarters and used a recovery program to restore the original content we sent to the International Mathematical Association. Everyone, take a look. Aren't Mr. Niu Deng's solution steps nearly identical to the content in the email?" Seeing the projected images, Clinton, Niu Deng, and the others all felt their pupils contract sharply. The scholars present began comparing the two solutions. Moments later, their brows furrowed deeply. At their level, they could clearly see the similarity between the two solution steps was at least 90%. If this original document was genuine, it would prove that Niu Deng had indeed plagiarized. At this realization, their suspicious gazes immediately turned toward Niu Deng. Chapter 49, The Truth. Feeling the collective gaze upon him, Niu Deng felt a pang of guilt and began to appear flustered. Clinton, seated below, clearly recognized Niu Deng's predicament. If their scheme were exposed now, the United States would face irreparable ruin. He looked at Lin Feng and sneered coldly. "Hacked email Inc? Should I call you ignorant? Or naive? Email ranks among the world's top companies. Not only you, but even your Dragon Nation couldn't possibly hack into email in such a short time. Therefore, in my opinion, this email must be a forgery. The Dragon Nation will stop at nothing to claim this honor." With Clinton chiming in, Niu Deng quickly nodded in agreement. "Right. It's fake, definitely fake. E-Trust isn't that easy to hack. This also indirectly proves you stole my solution process. Otherwise, there's no way you could have inserted content identical to my solution steps into the email." After their defense, the crowd's suspicions toward Niu Deng dissipated considerably. Aware of Email Incorporated's capabilities, they readily accepted Clinton and Niu Deng's explanation. Not only that, Clinton pressed his advantage. He looked at the crowd and said slowly, "My apologies, everyone. This conflict between us and the Dragon Nation has disrupted the conference proceedings. I swear on my honor as Secretary of State of the United States that Lin Feng absolutely did not hack E-Trust. Therefore, this young man is merely acting on a momentary impulse, making wild fabrications." As he spoke, he gave a subtle nod to Joseph standing nearby. Joseph, a seasoned veteran, understood instantly. He signaled to the security personnel in the venue and began walking toward Lin Feng.
Watching this unfold, netizens from across the nation burst into laughter. Ha, I actually thought China was serious for a moment. That gave me a real scare. Come to think of it, email companies' security is legendary. Hacking in is next to impossible. Besides forgery, I can't imagine any other way this email could have originated. This kid represents China at the International Mathematical Union. You gotta hand it to them, they sure know how to pick their representatives. They've put on a perfect show of China's unreasonable, reckless behavior, letting everyone see the true colors of the Chinese people. America's still the best, cool-headed and powerful, fair and open-minded. As the enforcement officers slowly approached Lin Feng, Clinton sneered inwardly. Kid, Dragon Nation doesn't have the strength to go toe-to-toe with our beautiful country yet. Since you're so stubborn, I'll seize this chance to destroy you, ensuring you'll never serve the Dragon Nation again. Lin Feng naturally sensed the shift in sentiment among most attendees in the hall. He glanced at Clinton with a faint smile, then coldly declared, I knew you'd say this, so I prepared a backup plan. With that, he prepared to switch pages and open the official website of Email Corporation. Seeing Lin Feng still making a desperate last stand, Clinton regarded him as if he were a clown, smirking with feigned righteousness. In that case, bring it out for everyone to see. Let them witness the baseless preparations Longguo has made to secure this honor. Clinton spoke, but the very next second, he froze in shock. Because the official website Lin Feng had opened displayed eTrust's apology regarding the document tampering incident, released just 15 minutes prior. The assembled scholars stared in bewilderment at the projected content. An apology from Email Incorporated? Claiming the United States and the International Mathematical Union colluded to force them to alter Dragon Nation's emails. Seeing the stunned expressions on Clinton and Niu Deng's faces, Lin Feng spoke with evident satisfaction. Mr. Clinton, Mr. Niu Deng, do you believe me now? It's about time you admitted to the world that you altered our emails and stole my research findings. Clinton involuntarily took 2 steps back upon hearing this. The current situation had truly exceeded his expectations. He could never have imagined that Email Incorporated, which had been on his side, would betray him at such a critical moment. However, Clinton was no stranger to storms. While instructing his assistant to dial Email Corporation's official number, he stated, with your capabilities, it's impossible for you to have contacted Email Incorporated. How can I know if what you're saying is true? I need to call them myself to verify. Lin Feng showed no urgency, merely nodding. Go ahead. But before you make that call, brace yourself. Because very soon, your beautiful country will be utterly disgraced. As Lin Feng's words faded, the call made by Clinton's aide, Bruno, was answered. Hello. This is the Assistant to Secretary of State Clinton of the United States. Remove the announcement you posted on your official website immediately. What is your company doing? Don't you realize how damaging the exposure of this truth will be to our beautiful country? Remove it immediately. And issue a global statement explaining this as an operational error on your part. Otherwise, the United States will hold you accountable for the damages caused. Bruno's tone was stern. The receptionist on the other end, aware of the recent events at Email Incorporated, replied apologetically. We sincerely apologize. Please convey to Mr. Clinton that this was not our company's doing, but the act of Horrid, an employee who was terminated by our company. He knew everything that happened and used specialized technical means to post this information on the official website. We cannot remove this pinned message in a short time. This was not our company's intention. We are actively seeking solutions to rectify the situation. We sincerely hope Mr. Clinton will understand. After more than 10 minutes of fruitless efforts, Bruno had no choice but to inform Clinton of the situation. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of unease surged through Clinton. The scholars present had already reached their conclusions. They looked at Clinton and Niu Deng with derisive sneers. Ha, so this is how the pretty country's bandits operate? So it was you all along, crying thief while stealing. It seems the International Mathematical Union has been corrupted by American interference. It's no longer a fair and impartial international body. Attending this conference has made me feel utterly disgusted. With that, a scholar from the Great Bear Nation rose first and headed for the door. Before leaving, he requested Lin Feng's contact information, stating he wished to communicate with him more in the future. With one leading the way, the others followed suit, exiting the venue one after another. Moments later, only Lin Feng and Niu Deng remained in the hall. Since the conference was being broadcast live, their actions had now been witnessed by the entire world. This time, the United States had suffered a massive loss of face. For a moment, even Clinton couldn't find a way to counter it. Yet, just as he pondered his next move, Niu Deng's parents slowly entered the room. Chapter 50, Tempting Conditions. As the two approached, Lin Feng and Guohong furrowed their brows, a vague sense of foreboding settling over them. Niu Deng, however, rushed straight to them as if he'd spotted a lifeline. Niu Deng's father, Vincent, exchanged greetings with Clinton before turning his attention to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Might I have a moment? Guohong sensed an extreme danger emanating from the man before him. Even he, a seasoned veteran, felt he'd be overwhelmed if forced to deal with him, let alone Lin Feng. With that thought, Hong shook his head at Lin Feng. We already have sufficient evidence. As long as we hold firm, no matter what he says, he can't touch us. Vincent, perhaps sensing Hong's hesitation, smiled amiably and said, I presume you are Mr. Lin Feng's mentor? Please rest assured. My desire to engage with Mr. Lin Feng stems entirely from his exceptional abilities. I harbor absolutely no ill will toward him. Perhaps Mr. Lin Feng might gain some new insights from our conversation. Hearing this, Hong turned his gaze toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded to him before stepping down from the podium and addressing Vincent. What might this gentleman wish to discuss with me? I'm all ears. Vincent pointed toward the doorway and deliberately lowered his voice. This isn't the most convenient place. Please step outside with me. Lin Feng glanced back at Hong before turning and heading toward the door, with Vincent following closely behind. At the doorway, Vincent looked at Lin Feng with a relaxed expression. I never imagined the geniuses of the Dragon Nation could be so extraordinary. It's been ages since I last encountered a prodigy like you. Sir, you flatter me. There are many geniuses in our Dragon Nation, but they all quietly dedicate themselves to serving the nation. Lin Feng smiled. If you summoned me here just to say these things, then it was unnecessary. After all, I still have to deal with the United States stealing my research. Vincent's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Lin Feng's words, still maintaining that feigned affability. But Lin Feng was no fool. As the head of a prominent family, Vincent couldn't possibly be an ordinary man. He knew that beneath Vincent's gentle exterior lay another face entirely. After appraising Lin Feng with a glance, Vincent spoke slowly. Of course. I requested this private meeting to discuss today's events. As you know, Niu Deng is the future heir of the William family and a rising star in the United States. His reputation must not be tarnished. While he made a mistake this time, the primary fault lies elsewhere. I hope you will voluntarily relinquish the discovery of the Goldbach conjecture so this matter can be put to rest. Hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head. Sir, that's clearly impossible. Besides, the whole world already knows about this now. How could you possibly undo it? Vincent replied confidently, rest assured on that point. With your cooperation, we can make this whole thing disappear. As he spoke, Vincent studied Lin Feng's expression. Of course, the Goldbach conjecture holds immense value. You would lose tremendous honor, but we will compensate you. If you wish, I can arrange for you to obtain American citizenship and settle there with your family. I'll grant you a stake in the William family that will ensure you never worry about finances for the rest of your life. Furthermore, I'll secure admission for you to the world's most prestigious institutions, with the finest educators globally. Anything you require, I can provide. Not only that, but after your graduation, I will establish a dedicated laboratory for you. Whatever research projects you pursue, the William family will support them unconditionally. Vincent spoke with great confidence. In his view, the first offer alone was impossible to refuse. For an academic researcher, the second and third points offered absolutely no grounds for refusal. The United States typically lured top talent from other countries with precisely such incentives. Yet Vincent never anticipated that Lin Feng would simply shake his head, utterly unconcerned. Sir, your offer is indeed tempting, but for me, it's useless. I was born and raised in the Dragon Nation. My destiny is to remain here forever. So, even if you made the entire United States revolve around me, I wouldn't be interested. With that, Lin Feng turned and strode back into the conference hall without looking back. Yet after taking just 2 steps, Vincent called out to him. Mr. Lin Feng, this is the utmost concession our family can make. We've shown you our sincerity. If you insist on continuing down this path, it will benefit neither you nor Dragon Nation. At that moment, Vincent revealed his true colors. His expression shifted from amiable to the detached coldness of a man in a position of power, his voice icy and piercing, instantly instilling a sense of dread in anyone who heard it. Truthfully, this was the first time Lin Feng had dealt with someone like this. Vincent's words did indeed leave him momentarily stunned. But it lasted only an instant. Watching Lin Feng's receding figure, Vincent's gaze darkened. As soon as their conversation ended, a swarm of reporters surged forward, completely surrounding Lin Feng and his group. Mr. Clinton, the Dragon Nation now possesses highly persuasive evidence. What is your response? Mr. Clinton, is the US government backing this matter? Mr. Niu Deng, as one of the United States' most outstanding young talents, would you stoop to such disgraceful acts? How many of your numerous academic achievements were actually stolen from others? The reporters' questions were so sharp that Clinton and his associates looked extremely uncomfortable. Not only them, but even those who had staunchly defended Niu Deng moments ago were left speechless with frustration, hastily deleting their earlier comments. However, the Bear Nation, known for its combative spirit, found these individuals' hypocrisy utterly repugnant. One by one, they responded. At Cherry Blossom Nation Netizen, at Kimchi Nation Netizen, why so quiet now? I told you Clinton's words are worthless as farting, just like yours. The pretty nation is full of such despicable scoundrels, their promises are worthless. You've wronged the Dragon Nation so grievously you must apologize to them. Little bar, apologize. Apologize. Faced with the Russian netizens' accusations, some flustered netizens began spouting outrageous claims. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, so what if they solved a math problem? Is that so impressive? That's all Dragon Nation's got. Kimchi Nation netizen, Dragon Nation only solved the easiest math problem. What's there to brag about? What exactly are they so proud of? To this, netizens from both Bear Country and Dragon Country could only respond with a single word: morons. Chapter 51, Detaining Lin Feng. Meanwhile, inside the conference hall, Lin Feng answered reporters' questions earnestly, while Clinton and his entourage wore grim expressions. Only when Clinton's security detail arrived at the venue did they manage to escape the reporters' siege and exit the hall. With security clearing the way, Clinton and Vincent boarded their special vehicle. Clinton gazed back at the venue through the window, his voice dark. Who would have thought the Dragon Nation could actually sway E-Trust Corporation? They've made our country look so bad this time we can't let them off easy. They must pay a heavy price. No sooner had Clinton finished speaking than Vincent called him Mr. Vincent. Given the immense influence of the William family in the United States, Clinton addressed Vincent with the utmost respect. Mr. Clinton, this time Lin Feng has not only severely damaged the prestige of our United States, but also brought utter disgrace upon the future heir of the William family. He must learn the consequences of offending us. I suggest contacting the International Mathematical Union's enforcement officers immediately to have Lin Feng detained on charges of disrupting the conference proceedings. Then we'll fabricate additional charges, have the International Mathematical Association extradite him to the United States, and ensure he remains permanently detained here, never to return to China. Of course, our William family's retaliation won't stop there. We will also prohibit the ultra-large propulsion engine manufacturing company under our control from cooperating with the Dragon Nation. Without access to advanced propulsion systems, I'll be damned if I don't see how they manage to launch their navigation satellites into space. Clinton was thoroughly satisfied with Vincent's plan. Not only would it prevent Lin Feng from ever returning to the Dragon Nation, but it would also hinder the development of their navigation satellites. A faint smirk touched Clinton's lips as he turned to address the assembly with a cold smile. Rest assured, Mr. Vincent, I will handle this matter. I will make Lin Feng and the Dragon Nation pay a heavy price. With that, Clinton hung up and immediately dialed Joseph's number. At that moment, inside the conference hall, Lin Feng and Guohong, who were packing their things, noticed a man dressed as a reporter quickly approaching them. Before Lin Feng could speak, the man produced his Longguo passport. Mr. Lin Feng, my name is Zhang Jun. I've been dispatched by the Longguo military to ensure your safety and escort you out of the country. The United States will undoubtedly harbor resentment over this incident. Given their past conduct, they are highly likely to fabricate charges to prevent your return to China. We have prepared vehicles and a chartered flight back to Longguo before your arrival. To ensure your safe return, please leave with me immediately. Lin Feng and Guohong had grasped the gravity of the situation. Grabbing their laptops, they headed toward the exit. However, as soon as they reached the first floor, they discovered that the association's enforcement officers were approaching in droves. Seeing this, the three men's pupils suddenly contracted. After a moment's thought, Guohong hurriedly said, I'll lead them back to the venue. Tell them Lin Feng is trapped inside by reporters and can't come out, so they need to maintain order. Then I'll stall them by claiming Lin Feng went to the restroom. You two get out of here quickly. With that, Guohong strode toward the group of enforcement officers. Lin Feng tried to stop him, but Zhang Jun pulled him back. Don't worry. Their primary target is to keep you here. They won't expend much energy on Mr. Guohong. Even if he gets detained, it won't be a big deal. You're the main troublemaker at this conference. His responsibility is minimal. The United States won't let things escalate to the point of tension between Mr. Guohong and our Dragon Nation. Hearing this, Lin Feng understood the stakes and immediately followed Zhang Jun. Led by Guohong, the officers directed their full attention toward the conference hall. As they drew near and noticed Lin Feng was absent, the leader frowned at Guohong and asked, Where is Mr. Lin Feng? Why isn't he here? Where did he go? Hearing this, Guohong smiled at the group. He's probably in the restroom. He mentioned needing to use the facilities earlier during his confrontation with Clinton. We hope you can wait here for a moment. There are still large numbers of reporters waiting outside. Without your help to hold back our journalist friends, we simply won't be able to get out. The law enforcement officer responsible for detaining Lin Feng pondered carefully. Based on the reported details, only these two individuals attended the conference. No other Chinese nationals entered midway through the event. Furthermore, we only just received word about Lin Feng's detention. It's likely he himself is unaware he'll be held at the association. Under these circumstances, Lin Feng wouldn't be leaving today. Initially, Guohong claimed Lin Feng was standing while using the restroom. Later, he shifted the story to Lin Feng possibly being unaccustomed to the local cuisine, suggesting he had eaten something earlier that caused stomach pain and now needed to squat on the toilet. With such flimsy lies, he managed to stall for a full 5 minutes.
After 5 minutes, the lead law enforcement officer sensed something was amiss and sent someone to check the restroom. 30 seconds later, a voice crackled over the walkie-talkie.
"Captain, there's no one in the bathroom."
At this, the man called Captain visibly flinched, then glared angrily at Guohong and snapped.
"Where's Lin Feng?"
Knowing the truth couldn't be concealed any longer, Guohong abandoned pretense and sneered coldly. "You International Mathematical Association, colluding with the United States, you're utterly shameless. After Lin Feng exposed your truth, you still try to detain him."
It won't be that easy. You won't be able to keep Lin Feng here."
At this, the leader's rage boiled over. He barked orders to his subordinates.
"Bring someone to arrest him too. Though he's not the main culprit, he's an accomplice and must face trial. The rest of you, retrieve the surveillance footage immediately and contact the police. Under no circumstances let Lin Feng leave." As the leader's voice faded, the law enforcement officers sprang into action. However, Zhang Jun, the man dispatched by the Dragon Nation to protect Lin Feng, was clearly no ordinary individual. By the time Guohong and the officers returned to the venue, Zhang Jun had already escorted Lin Feng out through the press exit and into a waiting vehicle, swiftly departing the scene. Within moments, Lin Feng boarded the exclusive aircraft bound for Longguo. Watching the ground grow increasingly distant, Zhang Jun exhaled a long breath and turned to Lin Feng with reassurance. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin Feng. Once aboard the aircraft, you're safe. The escort aircraft dispatched by Longguo will arrive shortly." Lin Feng nodded, though he still harbored concerns for Guohong's safety.
General Zhang clearly sensed Lin Feng's unease and reassured him. "Rest assured, Mr. Guohong will be fine. Our Dragon Nation will negotiate with the association." At this, Lin Feng sighed.
"We absolutely must bring Mr. Guohong back to Longguo."
And so, in this critical situation, the two boarded a private jet bound for Longguo.
Chapter 52, Shameless.
Before long, Clinton received a call from Joseph.
When the call connected, Joseph spoke respectfully. "My apologies, Mr. Clinton. Due to Longguo's early detection, we were unable to detain Lin Feng. We only retained the individual accompanying him, Guohong." Hearing this, Clinton roared in fury. "Bunch of useless idiots. Now that Lin Feng has escaped back to Dragon Nation, he'll be on high alert. Catching him will be a nightmare." Joseph could feel Clinton's fury through the phone, knowing they'd made a huge mistake. He listened silently, saying nothing. Stepping out of the car, Vincent, standing beside Clinton, also heard about the failed attempt to detain Lin Feng. Though he felt some regret, he knew it was pointless to dwell on it now. His expression turned icy as he stared toward the venue. His voice remained devoid of emotion as he said, "Mr. Clinton, opportunities will arise again. Since the attempt to detain Lin Feng has failed, we should carefully consider how to respond to this incident and plan our retaliation against the Dragon Nation." Upon hearing this, Clinton hung up the phone and nodded. "Mr. Vincent makes a valid point. Please accompany me to the White House for a discussion." Having reached an understanding, the two men boarded their respective limousines and headed toward the location of the Black House. 6 hours later, escorted by military aircraft from the Dragon Nation, Lin Feng and his group safely returned to Dragon Nation. The moment he stepped off the plane, Lin Feng spotted Wang Weiguo, who had been waiting there for an unknown length of time. "Teacher Wang." Seeing Wang Weiguo, Lin Feng felt a surge of relief. The thought that just hours ago he might have been left behind in the United States forever still sent a chill down his spine. Wang Weiguo smiled warmly and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Ah, you're safe now that you're back. In Dragon Nation, even if they have the greatest power, they can't touch you. Now that you're back, get some rest and take it easy. Leave the rest to us." This time, the United States has no legal standing whatsoever. They won't be able to detain Guohong. Lin Feng nodded. "Thank you, Teacher Wang. You must bring Teacher Guohong back." With that, Wang Weiguo escorted Lin Feng to his residence at Longguo University. After dropping Lin Feng off at Longguo University, Wang Weiguo received an invitation from the Dragon Nation's leadership to participate in negotiations with the beautiful country regarding today's events. Arriving at the Dragon Nation's International Negotiation Center, numerous officials were already fully prepared. As soon as the leader arrived at the center, the relevant personnel immediately initiated the video conference and launched a global live broadcast. Shortly thereafter, the conference connected, with all officials from the White House also present. It was clear they too had prepared in advance. The Dragon Nation leader stared at his counterpart and coldly declared, "Mr. George, certain individuals in your United States not only seek to arrogantly seize honors rightfully belonging to our Dragon Nation citizens, but also aim to defame our nation." After their scheme was exposed, instead of apologizing, they had the International Mathematical Union's enforcement officers forcibly detain our Dragon Nation citizen. This time, you've played with fire and burned yourselves. Not only have you lost face before the entire world, but you've also nearly destroyed the credibility of international institutions. As for our Dragon Nation, we demand that you publicly apologize to our citizen under global supervision, immediately release Mr. Guohong, and grant our Dragon Nation representatives access to international institutions. We must be granted oversight rights to prevent such incidents from recurring. In response, the leader of the United States, George, nodded and replied, "I deeply regret this incident. However, the United States was never involved in this matter from start to finish. All of this was orchestrated by Joseph under the guise of our nation, without our knowledge. The honor bestowed upon Mr. Newton was granted by Joseph in the name of the United States. The demand for email company to alter the email content was also carried out by Joseph under the pretext of the United States. It is precisely because of him that the International Mathematical Union and the International Court of Justice have acted unjustly. Therefore, this matter has little to do with our beautiful country. You should be seeking Joseph instead. I also strongly oppose Joseph's detention of Dragon Nation citizens and have urged the Mathematical Association to release them." George's remarks instantly left the Dragon Nation's leaders and others speechless. This was America's standard tactic, passing the buck. The Dragon Nation had anticipated this, however. Its leader responded sternly. If Mr. George claims the United States was unaware, then why did Mr. Clinton attend the venue to support Niu Deng? Doesn't the Secretary of State represent the United States? George, with the audacity of a dead pig fearing no boiling water, brazenly declared. As I stated earlier, Mr. Clinton was deceived by Joseph acting in the name of the United States. He believed this honor was intended for Niu Deng. Besides, our secretary loves his country and its people. In such a crucial moment, he naturally had to speak up for Niu Deng. As he spoke, George, perhaps growing restless with age, spread his hands impatiently. Though we weren't aware of this matter, we understand it caused trouble for the Dragon Nation. Therefore, we have specifically brought Joseph here to apologize to your Dragon Nation, hoping this matter can be put to rest. Immediately, Joseph, led by the FBL, stepped to the center of the beautiful country's conference room and bowed at a 90-degree angle to apologize to the Dragon Nation. "I'm sorry, Dragon Nation. I'm sorry, beautiful nation. I fully understand the trouble this has caused both nations and several international organizations. I have betrayed the trust placed in me by these institutions. Here, I solemnly apologize to everyone. I was wrong. I will spend the rest of my life atoning for today's mistake. I hope you can forgive me." As Joseph's words faded, the camera cut back to George's face. "Mr. Leader, Joseph has apologized, and the Dragon Nation hasn't suffered any major losses. I suggest we let this matter rest. Don't you have a saying in your country, turn big matters into small ones, and small matters into nothing?" George delivered this shameless line without a hint of embarrassment. Everyone knew the United States was shifting blame, yet they could do nothing about it. Through Joseph's statement, the United States not only absolved itself of any responsibility but even positioned itself as a victim, significantly minimizing its own culpability. It must be said, though utterly desperate, this tactic proved remarkably effective. Seeing the Dragon Nation leader's hesitant expression, as if wanting to speak but holding back, George seemed to find it amusing and chuckled. "Mr. Leader, relations between our two nations have been strained lately due to the lithography machine issue. We're well aware you're using this as an opportunity to disparage the United States. But this matter truly has nothing to do with the United States. If you doubt my words, I'll open video access to the entire United States right now. Not a single American citizen knows our involvement in this matter. If even one person does, we'll take full responsibility." These words infuriated the leaders and their entourage even more. George's statement not only absolved the United States of blame but also shifted the blame entirely onto others. Netizens watching the livestream were filled with rage. How can this be allowed? Of course the American public will side with America. It takes no brainpower to realize no one will come forward. This country is beyond words. They never face problems head-on. Anyone can see they're sabotaging this, yet they keep shifting blame and twisting facts to play the victim. How shameless. Faced with such unreasonable behavior from the United States, the Dragon Nation's leader felt utterly helpless, as if conversing with savages. His brows furrowed tightly as he pondered how to steer the issue back onto its original track. Chapter 53, A New Conspiracy. The current situation clearly favored George immensely. As netizens pointed out, as a pretty country citizen, he was in the wrong on this matter. To uphold the pretty country's honor, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to come forward. This realization emboldened George further, and he actually granted the American public live access to the proceedings in front of everyone. Witnessing this, the Dragon Nation leader seethed with anger. He knew that if no one came forward to admit responsibility, today's incident would likely be swept under the rug. The party that should be condemned would walk away scot-free, and the mastermind behind this affair would face no consequences whatsoever. But if someone connected, the United States might single that person out for intense scrutiny, likely branding them as a Dragon Nation mole. For a moment, the Dragon Nation leader found himself in a predicament, unsure of what to do. Yet, just as the Dragon Nation leader pondered countermeasures, the connection request symbol unexpectedly appeared on the beautiful country screen. George froze for a moment, then a faint smile touched his lips. A connection was exactly what he wanted. Under the guidance of the beautiful country's personnel, the caller's image was projected onto the screen. It was a middle-aged man who looked honest at first glance.
Yet he appeared to be going through a rough patch, his entire demeanor radiating a sense of despondency and confusion. If anyone from Email Corp had been present, they would have recognized him as Horrid, the one they had voted out. George gazed at the projection on the screen and chuckled softly. "Sir, did you know the United States was involved in this matter?" Hearing this, Horrid smiled and looked at George. "Of course I know. How else could I have been dismissed if the United States wasn't involved behind the scenes? I was eTrust's most experienced veteran employee." This time, eTrust altered the email content sent from Dragon Nation precisely because they received threats from the United States. The United States is the biggest mastermind behind this whole affair. At this revelation, both the United States and the Dragon Nation were stunned. Horde paused for a moment before adding, "Of course, you might accuse me of being a Dragon Nation spy. But you must understand I've never had any contact with Dragon Nation in my entire life. How could I possibly be a spy? Therefore, everything I've said is the truth." Horde poured out his thoughts in one breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. After being fired from the company, he had come to see certain truths clearly. He knew the colleagues who had betrayed him were at fault, but ultimately, the blame lay with these officials. Without the United States, led by these officials, secretly pulling the strings, how could the company have ever reached the point of laying off employees? He refused to accept it. Why should he, an ordinary person, bear the consequences of mistakes made by American officials? He wouldn't be anyone's sacrificial lamb. This way, he could keep his job and maintain those harmonious, yet hollow, workplace relationships. Horrid's words instantly turned the tables. After a moment's stunned silence, the Dragon Nation leader seized the opportunity. "Mr. George, it seems your country still has people with conscience. Now, you have nothing more to say. It's time for you to reflect on your actions. Now, you must immediately apologize to our two citizens of Longguo and apologize for undermining the fairness of the world." At that moment, George's face darkened with grim determination. He knew he'd blown it. He never imagined that at this critical moment, the pivotal figure in the entire affair would step forward. But the words were already out, and there was no turning back. This video conference was being broadcast live to the entire world. If he didn't apologize to the Dragon Nation now, it would inevitably spark a global outcry from netizens. Not only would he become a laughingstock worldwide, but the international image of the United States would also suffer greatly because of him. After a moment, George weighed all possible consequences. He hesitated for a long while before finally offering a grim apology to Longguo. He also agreed to all of Longguo's demands. In his view, the groundwork had been laid for this incident, and global attention had been diverted to the greatest extent possible. He had minimized the damage. Therefore, choosing to apologize was undoubtedly the best outcome. Having achieved their goal, the leaders of Dragon Nation were overjoyed. This was a glorious moment when Dragon Nation had made the United States bow its head. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the U.S. Congress chamber, which had proactively cut off the video conference, was incredibly tense. George roared furiously, "Our nation's meticulously planned strategy has been ruined by that man. That traitorous scum. Investigate. No matter where he is, bring him back. He will face the harshest punishment." George's subordinates clearly sensed the fury in his voice. They nodded urgently, not daring to delay, and immediately sprang into action. However, just as all the officials were about to leave, Clinton arrived before George, accompanied by Vincent. Seeing them, George's rage flared. In his view, this whole mess wouldn't have escalated if Clinton hadn't meddled. But since the latter was a high-ranking official from the United States, he forced himself to remain calm. "What is it?" Clinton, aware that he had damaged the United States' international reputation this time, cautiously replied. "Mr. Leader, this time, the Dragon Nation has dealt us such a heavy blow. We cannot stand idly by, they must pay the price." George seemed to perk up, his anger subsiding somewhat as he asked with a hint of amusement, "How do you propose to make the Dragon Nation pay?" Clinton gestured for George to look at Vincent beside him. "Mr. George, I'm sure you recognize this gentleman. Mr. Niu Dang is Vincent's son." George, of course, knew the head of the William family and promptly shook hands with him. "I wonder what Mr. Vincent thinks. Should you require it, I can provide ample policy support." Vincent got straight to the point. "As far as I understand, Dragon Nation has recently focused a significant portion of its attention on developing navigation satellites. And our William family enterprises control the most advanced propulsion technology, holding the world's largest number of patents. To teach Dragon Nation a lesson they deserve and dampen their arrogance, I plan to halt all propulsion system collaborations between our family enterprises and Dragon Nation. This will prevent Dragon Nation from launching satellites, indefinitely delaying their navigation system development. Ultimately, they'll miss the deadline, ensuring Dragon Nation never possesses a navigation system. What I need from you, Mr. Chairman, is to prohibit other nations from selling propulsion systems or their components to the Dragon Nation, eliminating any possibility of them developing alternative propulsion technology." Upon hearing this, the anger vanished from George's face. He smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Vincent, I'll handle it. May our combined efforts remind Dragon Nation who truly reigns supreme in this world."
Chapter 54, Homecoming. The next day, the International Mathematical Association personally dispatched personnel to escort Guohong back to Dragon Nation. They also issued a public apology to the entire world for the actions taken against Guohong and Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally learned the news immediately and waited at the entrance of Longguo University alongside Wang Weiguo. As Guohong stepped out of the vehicle, Lin Feng hurriedly asked, "Professor Guo, are you all right? They didn't mistreat you, did they?" Lin Feng's tone was earnest. In his view, the United States had intended to detain him this time, but Professor Guohong had deceived them. This would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the American government. Although Longguo had immediately initiated negotiations with the United States, there was no guarantee the FBI wouldn't take action against Guohong. However, Guohong merely chuckled lightly upon hearing this and teased, "No wonder you're just a high school graduate. We were invited to attend the conference as representatives of the Dragon Nation. Our status is special. If the International Mathematical Union really lays a finger on me, an apology won't be enough to make things right. Besides, even though you're a scholar, Teacher Guo, you know a thing or two about martial arts. Those guys wouldn't get away with anything if they tried anything." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt completely reassured. "Still, I have to thank you. Otherwise, getting back to Dragon Country wouldn't have been so easy." Judging by the talent Lin Feng displayed, his value was likely many times greater than Guohong's. Lin Feng had no doubt that if the United States discovered China's lithography machines were produced using his technology, even with military escort, the US would spare no effort to bring him back. The thought of spending his entire life confined in the United States was something Lin Feng dared not even contemplate. This thought only deepened his gratitude toward Guohong. Facing Lin Feng's sincere thanks, Guohong waved it off. "It's only natural for a teacher to protect their student. Besides, you are a pillar of our nation's future. Protecting you is well worth it." His gaze then shifted to Wang Weiguo as he frowned, his tone grave. "Old Wang, we've dealt the United States a major defeat this time. But judging by their modus operandi, they won't let this rest. They're probably already plotting some nasty scheme against our Dragon Nation." Wang Weiguo nodded in agreement. "That's only natural. But our Dragon Nation won't stand idly by and be bullied. We'll meet their attacks head on." Lin Feng, standing nearby, joined their discussion. "Rest assured, teacher. Give me a little more time, and I will ensure Dragon Nation's technological prowess far surpasses that of the pretty country. Then the pretty country won't dare bully us anymore." Wang Weiguo and Guohong simultaneously turned their gaze toward Lin Feng and smiled. "We're deeply encouraged by your vision. But remember, Rome wasn't built in a day. These things take time. You've already achieved remarkable things." As he spoke, Wang Weiguo suddenly recalled that since bringing Lin Feng to the capital, the young man hadn't had a proper break. Graduating from high school should have been the most carefree and joyful break of his life. Pausing for a moment as these thoughts crossed his mind, Wang Weiguo continued. "Lin Feng, there's still nearly a month left before Longguo University starts. These past days, between the lithography machine, fused silica, and today's events, you haven't been able to properly enjoy your break. Now that everything is finally back on track, you should take this remaining month to truly enjoy yourself. It won't be so easy to find carefree days like these again. Go wherever you want, I'll cover all the expenses." After a moment's thought, Lin Feng realized there truly was nothing left for him to do now. He looked at Wang Weiguo and nodded. "You're absolutely right, teacher. Once I start college, I'll probably only come back once a semester. I plan to spend the remaining month properly with my parents. As for the expenses, there's no need for you to worry, sir. The research grant I received from the head of the department is already quite substantial." Wang Weiguo wasn't one to beat around the bush or shirk responsibility. He understood that since Lin Feng had spoken his mind, he wouldn't accept his suggestion. "In that case, proceed as you wish. I still have some matters to attend to in the lab. I'll be leaving now." With that, Wang Weiguo turned and walked away. Guohong followed closely behind Wang Weiguo and said to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, I hope you have a great time over the next month. I've been away from Longguo University for so many days, and I'm sure a lot of work has piled up for me to handle, so I'll have to excuse myself now." Lin Feng nodded in understanding. After the two had left, he quickly pulled out his phone and booked a flight back to Donghai for the next day. After securing the ticket, Lin Feng dialed his mother Qianqian's number. He could have surprised them. But after much consideration, he felt it necessary to tell them. Because now that he'd told his parents he was coming home, Qianqian and Lin Shan would be overjoyed from this moment until his arrival tomorrow. If he surprised them, they would only be overjoyed in that moment. In contrast, a prolonged process might hold greater meaning. At that time, East Sea, Lin Feng's residence. Xia Qianqian happened to be in the residential complex where Lin Feng lived, waiting for Qianqian to come out. Last time, due to the slander from the United States, Lin Feng had been subjected to online bullying by many people who didn't understand the situation. Xia Qianqian had promptly added Lin Feng to her blacklist. However, once the truth came to light, Lin Feng truly earned the title of prodigy. Xia Qianqian immediately reset Lin Feng as a special concern. Her reason for seeking out Qin Jin again was to pinpoint Lin Feng's exact location in the capital. This way, she could go directly to the capital to find him, apologize for tearing up his exam admission ticket during her college entrance exams and pretending to date Wang Hai despite him, and confess her feelings to him, finally winning him over completely. In Xia Qianqian's view, Lin Feng's complete devotion during their senior year was clear evidence of his deep love for her. She was convinced that even if she had made some mistakes, Lin Feng would forgive her. She just needed to make a gesture. The thought of walking hand in hand down the street with the nation's recognized prodigy made Xia Qianqian's mouth split into a wide grin. Before long, Xia Qianqian spotted Qin Jin emerging. Just as she approached to greet her, Qin Jin's phone rang. The moment Qin Jin called out son, Xia Qianqian knew it was Lin Feng calling back. Lin Feng hadn't spoken to her in so long, and she was eager to understand who he was now. So she stood quietly to the side, pretending to be absorbed in her own thoughts while listening intently to Qin Jin and Lin Feng's conversation. Chapter 55. Stop harassing me. Mom. I bought a flight for tomorrow morning. I should make it home just in time for lunch. It's been over a month since I last had your mapo tofu. I'm craving it. Hearing this, Qin Jin's previously impassive face instantly broke into a smile, her eyes seeming to sparkle with light. Her voice brimming with excitement, she exclaimed, "Forget mapo tofu. Save it for dinner. Mom will slaughter a chicken for you. Mom will go to work right now to take leave and buy you a chicken at the supermarket. Just head straight home. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you." Lin Feng nodded with a smile on the other end of the line. "All right, Mom. I won't waste a minute after landing tomorrow." After a few more moments of casual chatter, mother and son hung up. Hearing that Lin Feng would be returning tomorrow, Xia Qianqian was overjoyed. She smiled warmly at Qin Jin and greeted her gently. "Aunt Qin, what a coincidence." Qin Jin tucked her phone into her purse and smiled back at Xia Qianqian. "Qianqian, you came here too." Xia Qianqian gave an awkward chuckle. "Well, we have a cousin who lives in this neighborhood too. We made plans yesterday to take her to the playground today, so I'm here to pick her up now." Qin Jin nodded upon hearing this. "Well then, you better hurry. We took Lin Feng to the amusement park when he was little, and it was packed every day. Now that it's summer vacation, if you're even a little late, you won't get a spot in line." Xia Qianqian replied with a nod, said goodbye to Auntie, and pretended to walk into the complex. Qin Jin rode her electric scooter straight to her workplace. After Qin Jin left the compound, Xia Qianqian followed closely behind. The next day, after several hours of flight, Lin Feng returned to Donghai. Stepping out of the airport, Lin Feng scanned the area, searching for Xue Haolong's figure. In truth, Qin Jin had intended for Lin Shan to pick him up at the airport. However, Lin Shan seemed preoccupied with a technical upgrade at the company and couldn't spare the time. So when Xue Haolong learned no one was picking him up, he volunteered to ride his family's electric scooter to meet Lin Feng. After scanning the area for quite some time without spotting Xue Haolong, just as Lin Feng was about to pull out his phone to call him, a shrill voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "The 3-year term has ended. We humbly welcome the Dragon King back to his rightful place. This time, he will reclaim everything that belongs to him. Hail the Dragon King's return. The 3-year term has ended. We humbly welcome the Dragon King back to his throne." Hearing the voices, Lin Feng thought he was blocking someone's way. He stepped aside while glancing behind him. But the moment he saw Xue Haolong, Lin Feng froze in shock. Xue Haolong wore sunglasses to hide his eyes, one hand holding a megaphone while the other held up his own photo. Lin Feng instantly recognized the photo as one enlarged and cut out from their graduation group picture. What's more, someone had used clumsy photo editing to slap a mask onto his face. Despite the mosaic and mask combination, it didn't stop Lin Feng from recognizing himself. He understood Xue Haolong had done this deliberately to make himself easier to recognize. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Xue Haolong gave a hearty laugh. "What do you think, Lin Feng? Pretty cool, huh?" Lin Feng hurried forward. "If you told me you were going to pull this awkward stunt, I wouldn't have let you come pick me up." He held out his hand to Xue Haolong. "Where are my sunglasses? If I walk out like this, I'll die of embarrassment." But Xue Haolong merely shook his head. "I was in a rush to leave, so I forgot them. But don't worry, it won't be awkward later." Hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and hurried toward the airport entrance. He walked quickly, seemingly making a point to keep his distance from Xue Haolong. Yet, barely 2 steps out, the loudspeaker switched to a new announcement: "Make way for the young lady." Instantly, all eyes converged on the two of them. In that moment, Lin Feng felt he truly understood Xue Haolong. He hadn't realized before how playful Xue Haolong could be. It seemed that now that high school was over, his true nature was no longer held back. With that, Lin Feng plowed through the crowd and stepped onto the road. Little did he know, Xia Qianqian had been waiting there all along. Spotting Lin Feng, Xia Qianqian broke into a radiant smile and ran toward him. Today, she wore light makeup and had dressed up specially. She looked youthful and simple, giving off the vibe of a classic first love. She ran up to him, her voice tinged with hurt. "Lin Feng, you've been in the capital for so many days now, and you never replied to my messages. I've missed you so much these past days without seeing you. She reached out to take his hand, ready to act coy. However, when it came to Xia Qianqian, Lin Feng was a complete Sigma male. He pushed her away with one hand and snapped without hesitation. Get lost. Hearing this, Xia Qianqian's face twisted with hurt, tears welling up in her eyes. She whispered softly. Lin Feng, haven't you forgiven me yet? I know what I did to you was too much. I'm sorry. After spending that senior year together, I realized I couldn't live without you anymore. Do you know how much I've missed you every single day since you left Qinghai? She lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Lin Feng, her voice firm. I know all the kindness you showed me during your senior year. The reason I acted so unreasonable was actually to test you, though my methods were a bit extreme. Lin Feng, I know you love me. I realize now that I was wrong. Please forgive me. You've already found your way into my heart. Without you by my side, I don't know how I'll go on living. Lin Feng, be my boyfriend. Let's go back to how we were in our senior year. Xia Qianqian gathered her courage and blurted out everything she wanted to say in one breath. She knew that given Lin Feng's temperament, if she took the initiative to admit her mistakes, there was a very high chance he would forgive her. And with her sincere apology this time, getting his forgiveness was practically a sure thing. In a daze, she even imagined Lin Feng tenderly wiping away her tears, his voice gentle as he comforted her. But others didn't understand Xia Qianqian. Lin Feng understood her all too well. From the very beginning, he had never invested any genuine feelings in Xia Qianqian. He took a deep breath and spoke in a cold, emotionless voice. I've told you before, I have no feelings for you whatsoever. You've harassed me numerous times already. I hope you can control yourself. There is no hope between us. With that, Lin Feng stepped away from Xia Qianqian and continued walking forward. Xia Qianqian, holding the megaphone, shot Xia Qianqian a look of disgust before chasing after Lin Feng. Xia Qianqian was left standing there, frozen in place as if turned to stone. Chapter 56, The Argument. Through Xia Qianqian's dazed gaze, Lin Feng and Xia Qianqian grew increasingly distant. Only when both of them mounted their electric scooters did she snap back to reality. Rushing forward, she blocked their path. Her voice carried a note of pleading. Lin Feng, I know I was wrong. Please, don't do this. I'm a girl. No one in this world could possibly apologize to the person they like over and over again like I have. Besides, facts aside, don't you have any faults? If you hadn't deliberately pretended to be a poor student to test me, how could I have gotten so angry that I faked dating Wang Hai despite you? I've gone this far, do you still have to be angry? Lin Feng, I command you to forgive me immediately. Xia Qianqian, who was just inserting the key into the lock, froze upon hearing this outrageous demand. He even suspected Xia Qianqian's brain wasn't wired like normal people. Not only could she not find her own faults, but she was actually using twisted logic to shift the blame onto Lin Feng. For a moment, Xia Qianqian was at a loss, turning to look at Lin Feng behind him. Lin Feng stared back at Xia Qianqian, his expression one of shock and complexity. His mouth opened, but no words came out. He could only pat Xia Qianqian on the shoulder, signaling him to bypass Xia Qianqian and leave. He started the electric scooter. Though Xia Qianqian tried to block him, Xia Qianqian skillfully maneuvered around her with his expert riding technique. Xia Qianqian stood frozen in place. After a long moment, she murmured to herself. Lin Feng, I've gone this far, giving you countless chances to save face, yet you still refuse to forgive me. You are truly exceptional, but I, Xia Qianqian, won't sacrifice my dignity for you. Go ahead and sulk. From this moment on, I will never apologize to you again. I hope you won't regret losing me completely. In her eyes, Lin Feng must deeply love her, otherwise, he wouldn't have devoted himself entirely to her throughout their senior year. The reason he hadn't acknowledged her for the past month was simply because she hadn't found an opportunity to give him a way out. But after today's incident, she was certain Lin Feng would soften his heart and find a way to apologize to her. With that thought, Xia Qianqian wiped away the tears she'd forced herself to shed and headed home. At that moment, at the residential complex where Lin Feng lived, because Qingjin had blabbed to Wang Shu yesterday that Lin Feng was coming back. The entire neighborhood bustled with activity from early morning, decorating with lanterns and banners, preparing the drum and gong troupe. Though they didn't know how accomplished Lin Feng was, they all knew he must be the most successful person in the neighborhood. They were determined to build a good relationship with him now, hoping to seek his assistance in the future. Wang Shu, standing at the front, glanced at her watch. Judging by the time, Lin Feng has just landed. He'll probably arrive at the neighborhood in about 2 hours. Everyone go back and get some rest. When Lin Feng arrives, the gongs and drums must be loud. We need everyone to know our neighborhood has produced such a prodigious young talent. Hearing this, everyone nodded and put down their tools, returning to their homes. What they didn't know, however, was that not only them, but Hung Haoqiang, the leader of Donghai city government, was also gathering government officials and rushing towards the residential complex where Lin Feng was staying. Due to Lin Feng's unique status, the top leader had personally called Hung Haoqiang when Lin Feng set off for Donghai, instructing him to ensure Lin Feng's absolute safety in Donghai at all costs. Not a single scratch could be allowed.
Upon receiving the call, Hung Haoqiang immediately sprang into action, summoning officials from his department to welcome Lin Feng with the highest honors. Soon, 1 hour and 40 minutes had passed. Lin Feng and his companion arrived near the residential complex. However, just 20 minutes before their arrival, the sound of Wang Shu arguing with someone else echoed from the entrance of the residential complex. This is a public space. Why can you hold a concert but we can't beat drums and gongs? You say our noise disturbs residents, but your concert's amplified singing is louder. Besides, we already got permission from the neighbors beforehand, but you didn't notify us in advance. By any measure of fairness, you shouldn't be stopping us. However, the staff member wearing a black mask in front of Wang Shu didn't offer a detailed explanation. Instead, after shaking his head, he imperiously ordered the security personnel to confiscate the large drum and other equipment Wang Shu and her group had already prepared. Ma'am, there's no need to argue. We're holding a concert nearby, and your drumming and gong playing here will disrupt the audience's experience. Besides, is it really necessary to welcome just an ordinary person? This concert features a famous rapper. How could the person you're welcoming possibly compare to him? Hearing this, Wang Shu argued back. The person we're welcoming is extraordinary. He's the student the president of Longguo University personally came to recruit. Not only that, but he solved an incredibly difficult math problem. At this point, the fans who happened to be passing by, their minds already clouded by idol worship, seemed to lose patience and started yelling at Wang Shu. Lady, we bought tickets to hear the concert, not your racket. Besides, we came to appreciate beautiful music, not the noise you're creating. Besides, what's so great about that guy you're welcoming solving a math problem? Does he pay millions in taxes to the country every year? Do you have any idea how much our idol contributes to the country with just this one concert? So, Auntie, please remove all this stuff immediately. Don't ruin everyone's mood. Hearing this, Wang Shu knew she couldn't win the argument. She stood there angrily guarding the large drum beside her, letting her actions speak for her stance. But how could they match the towering security guards? In no time, the equipment was confiscated. Seeing the noise-free equipment confiscated from these aunties, the manager nodded with a smile. Don't worry, ladies. We'll return everything to you after the concert. With that, he prepared to leave the scene surrounded by fans. But just then, Lin Feng and his companion arrived at the community gate on their electric scooter. Seeing the tense standoff between the aunties and the security guards, Lin Feng frowned. What's going on here? Spotting Lin Feng, Wang Shu immediately poured out her grievances. Lin Feng, you have no idea how outrageous these people are. We wanted to welcome you home with drums and gongs, but these jerks unilaterally blocked our celebration just to ensure their concert went smoothly. They even forcibly took our equipment. Not far away, the agent overheard Wang Shu's words and turned around, curious to see who had made him waste his breath. But the moment he turned his head, he heard the fans' derisive laughter directed at Lin Feng. I overestimated you earlier. Turns out you're here to welcome a student still in school. Does he even deserve to be compared to our idol? Chapter 57, Mayor of Donghai City. The brainwashed fans burst into laughter the moment they saw Lin Feng. In their eyes, someone who could draw an entire neighborhood out to welcome them must surely be a big shot. But the main attraction turned out to be just a student. This struck her as utterly absurd. The fan grew increasingly arrogant, taunting Lin Feng. Hey kid, you know what? Just now, all these uncles and aunts were comparing you to my idol. They don't know what it takes to be an idol, but surely a young person like you should understand. Why don't you tell them yourself? Do you even deserve to be compared to our idol? Hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and replied calmly. Whether these uncles and aunts welcome me or not doesn't matter. They can make as much noise as they want, that's their freedom. But the state hasn't given you the right to violently seize other people's belongings just because of a concert. Therefore, you should return their belongings immediately and apologize to them. Lin Feng's tone was firm. However, the fan shook his head and replied with a self-righteous tone. In my view, whoever contributes more to the nation deserves more rights. Our idol pays a substantial amount of taxes to the state every year. He's working hard to shine and contribute to the economic development of the Dragon Nation through his own efforts. And you? You're just a student still in school. Not only do you not pay taxes, you're actually spending the nation's money. Does that make sense now? Compared to our idol, you're simply incomparable. With that, the fan turned and walked away without looking back. Surprisingly, before they had taken more than a few steps, a commanding voice echoed out. Mr. Lin Feng lacks talent? Ha! Does your idol even deserve to be compared to Mr. Lin Feng? Hearing this, everyone present froze in shock. The moment someone mocked their beloved idol, the fan instantly grew indignant. Who are you? What gives you the right to speak about our idol? The fan snapped, turning around angrily. Just as she was about to blurt out another sharp retort, she was abruptly silenced by her agent. They had heard rumors about some officials in Donghai City. Due to work requirements, they often had opportunities to interact with government officials. And the man before them, she had seen him on television before. This was Hung Haoqiang, the mayor of Donghai City. To be honest, the agent felt a pang of guilt the moment he saw Hong Haoqiang. They were used to acting like big shots around ordinary people, relying on their numbers and the star power behind them. They were certain that those they bullied would usually just endure it and move on. But he knew his behavior wouldn't fly at the government level. If investigated, this concert could very well be shut down immediately. Thinking this, he looked at Hong Haoqiang and forced a smile. Mayor Hong, what brings you here? Please hear me out, things aren't what they seem. It's just a minor disagreement between us. And it will be resolved very soon. The agent adopted an extremely submissive attitude, fearing Hong Haoqiang might insist on getting to the bottom of the matter. Knowing they were in the wrong, he genuinely feared Hong Haoqiang was determined to investigate this matter. However, Hong Haoqiang paid him no mind. After glancing at Lin Feng, he refocused his attention on the agent. I hear you guys are pretty high and mighty when it comes to organizing concerts. Unilaterally stripping citizens of their rights? That takes some nerve. As he spoke, Hong Haoqiang also turned his gaze toward the audience member who had mocked Lin Feng earlier. Let me tell you straight, if it were truly as you claim, that whoever contributes more deserves more rights, then the person you support doesn't hold a candle to Lin Feng. Are you kidding me? Lin Feng is the one who provided the lithography machine manufacturing technology and solved an international mathematical problem. Calling him the foremost young talent in the Dragon Nation wouldn't be an exaggeration. There's no one in the entire Dragon Nation, or even the world, who can match Lin Feng. At this thought, Hong Haoqiang's tone turned serious. Regarding your concert arrangements, since you failed to consult local residents beforehand, it's highly likely to disturb the neighborhood. Therefore, this concert must be cancelled before obtaining everyone's consent. Furthermore, you unlawfully seized citizens' property by force. You must return immediately for investigation. Hearing this, the agent's face paled. But he knew this order came directly from the mayor of Donghai City. There was no room for negotiation. He could only nod and call the organizers to inform them. Seeing the mayor of Donghai City personally intervene, the fan who had mocked Lin Feng earlier backed away timidly, hoping to slip away unnoticed. Yet how could Hong Haoqiang fail to notice her subtle maneuver? His voice turned icy as he declared. Lin Feng's patented invention has made tremendous contributions to our nation's development. He is a hero of our Dragon Nation. And you, not only did you fail to respect Lin Feng, but you humiliated him. You must be punished. Hearing this, the fan collapsed to the ground. Before long, the entire group could only slink away in disgrace. Meanwhile, Wang Shu and the others. As soon as they retrieved the gongs and drums from the security guards, they began striking them with beaming smiles, creating a lively atmosphere. Surrounded by the crowd, they slowly made their way into the residential compound. Hong Haoqiang handed Lin Feng the reward allocated by Donghai City for his plan, chatted with him for a while, and only departed slowly after discreetly stationing 3 security guards within the compound. As for Wang Shu and the others, they chatted with Lin Feng for quite some time before finally letting him into the house. Upon entering the room and setting his backpack on the sofa, Lin Feng immediately caught the aroma wafting through the air. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Mom, the food you made today smells amazing." Xia Qianqian emerged carrying the final dish, setting it on the table as she untied her apron and smiled. "Of course. Do you think your mom's cooking could be anything less than perfect?" She handed him a set of bowls and chopsticks. "If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. I already called your dad, he should be back by now. I'll give him another call to hurry him along." Lin Feng set the bowl and chopsticks before him. "I'm not that hungry right now. I'll wait for dad a bit longer." After waiting a full 30 minutes, Lin Shan finally knocked on the door. He looked at the mother and son waiting for him. "I told you on the phone you don't need to wait for me to eat." Xia Qianqian didn't scold him, she just brought out the rice. "Since you're back, hurry up and eat. If you don't, it'll get cold." Lin Shan nodded, washed his hands, and sat down to eat. However, throughout the entire meal, his mind was elsewhere, as if he were preoccupied with something. Lin Feng, sitting across from him, clearly noticed something was off. "Dad, you look like you're dealing with something really tough." Hearing this, a hint of weariness flashed in Lin Shan's eyes as he let out a long sigh. Chapter 58, Lin Shan's difficulties. Lin Shan shoveled a couple of bites into his mouth before shaking his head. "It's about the company. I won't go into details because I don't want to dampen your spirits. Let's just eat. I'll figure out a way to handle it." With that, he picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of potato into his mouth. Xia Qianqian slammed her bowl down on the table, frowning as she demanded, "What do you mean it might affect our mood? Is this family yours alone? What problem can't we tackle together? Spit it out already. Let's figure this out together." Lin Feng chimed in from the side. "Yeah, Dad. Maybe if you tell us, Mom and I can come up with some ideas to help you out." Hearing this, Lin Shan paused, staring at the earnest expressions on his son and wife's faces. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "Last week, our company approved a strategic plan for drone delivery. The goal is to reach every corner of Longguo within 36 hours. The R&D department is currently developing a specialized delivery drone. But the leadership feels that peripheral R&D staff like us aren't contributing enough to the company. They plan to lay us off and hire younger, more resilient workers. So, I might be out of a job as early as next week. Unemployment itself isn't terrifying, but you know how it is. Finding another job at my age is incredibly difficult. Lin Shan spoke, his voice heavy with worry. Lin Feng was still in school and clearly had no income yet. As the main breadwinner, if he lost his job, it would be difficult for the entire family to maintain their current standard of living. Qianqian, sitting across from Lin Shan, listened quietly before offering gentle reassurance. It's okay. If you lose your job, don't we still have me? We can take our time looking for work. Now that Lin Feng is in college, we don't need to push ourselves so hard anymore. Lin Shan nodded. I've already started looking for a new job. Hopefully I can find a replacement before I get laid off. After that, the two fell silent, eating their meal in quiet. After a long silence, Lin Feng suddenly looked at Lin Shan with intense seriousness and asked, Dad, how far along is the drone your company's developing? Wouldn't you avoid getting laid off if they were successfully developed? Lin Shan looked at Lin Feng and forced a smile. That's for sure. The boss said whoever comes up with substantive core technology will be a major contributor to the company. They'll get a promotion and a direct share of the company's profits. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before uttering words that left Lin Shan utterly stunned. Maybe I could try developing it for you? Lin Shan paused upon hearing this, but didn't take it seriously. He smiled and said, Dad's already thrilled you're thinking about it. But you're just out of high school. Even if you're gifted in math, different fields are worlds apart. Getting involved would be incredibly difficult. It involves so much specialized knowledge you haven't even begun to grasp. Still, Lin Shan didn't intend to dismiss Lin Feng outright. To avoid crushing his confidence, he patiently explained the current state of the research. Currently, the company's drone development has reached a prototype stage. Other components and the operating system are nearly complete. The biggest challenge is the drone's power source, specifically, the engine. In fact, when the project first launched, we planned to purchase engines internationally and had already secured agreements with several companies. But for some reason, just in the past few days, the companies we had agreements with suddenly changed their minds and rejected our cooperation. And it's not just one company. Most international firms seem to have abruptly banned business with Chinese enterprises overnight. Even if we wanted to buy components and have specialized manufacturers assemble them, it's impossible now. Is there any domestic alternative available now? This has become the most pressing issue plaguing our project. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately suspected the United States was retaliating against Longguo. After all, the only nation capable of influencing companies worldwide was the United States. Moreover, the system seemed to possess foresight, having already rewarded him with the propulsion system manufacturing technology in advance. While the thrusters were primarily intended for national cutting-edge applications, modifying them to create a standard engine shouldn't be too difficult. With that thought, Lin Feng set down his bowl and chopsticks and stood up. Dad, leave this to me. 3 days, no more than 3 days, and I'll design an engine that meets your company's exact specifications. Hearing this, Lin Shan froze momentarily. Before he could react, Lin Feng had already retreated to his room. He hurriedly rose to chase after him, intending to warn him against wasting his efforts. But as soon as he stood up, Qianqian grabbed him by the arm. What are you doing? Of course, to tell our son this is impossible and save him the trouble. You have no idea how incredibly difficult it is to pull this off. So many people in our company couldn't figure it out. How could a high school graduate possibly manage it? Qianqian shook her head. If our son is interested, why not let him pursue it? Why are you trying to stop him? Isn't it a good thing that the child loves to explore? Lin Shan looked at Qianqian. She had a point. He nodded and sat back down. Lin Feng immersed himself completely, spending a full day and a half thoroughly digesting the propulsion system manufacturing technology the system had granted him. Qianqian and the others were very understanding of Lin Feng. They never disturbed him while he was studying, only calling him during meals or when it was time for fruit. Before long, 2 days had passed. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Lin Shan's department grew increasingly oppressive. In an effort to resolve the most critical issue, they held 20 meetings of varying sizes over the past 2 days. The days were filled with relentless busyness. Lin Shan felt his brain was about to explode, forcing him to step away from his desk to catch his breath. However, just as he was about to turn back to his workstation after a brief rest, Lu Kuei, the department head, happened to step out. Lu Kuei responded with understanding. The pressure's been intense lately. You can't keep your nerves on edge all the time. You need to rest. Besides, we're getting older. We can't handle the grind like the younger folks. If we hurt ourselves, it just wouldn't be worth it. Lin Shan sighed and replied with a wry smile. We have no choice but to push ourselves. The higher-ups have already hinted at layoffs. Engine manufacturing is too complex. We still don't have a concrete plan, and I doubt there'll be any progress before I get laid off. Suddenly, he remembered that Lin Feng had locked himself in the lab for the past 2 days. He chuckled wryly to himself. I hope my son can come up with some solutions for me.
Hearing this, Lu Kuwei couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lin Shan, did I hear that right? You're actually pinning your hopes on your son? Chapter 59, Arrest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the fourth day, just before breakfast, when Qianqian knocked on the door, Lin Feng unexpectedly opened it first, holding a thick stack of documents in his hands. For a moment, he didn't even notice Qianqian, his gaze immediately locking onto Lin Shan. Dad, we've developed it. Hearing this, Lin Shan froze, rising abruptly from the table. You mean it's real? Ever since Lin Shan told Lu Kuwei about Lin Feng's engine research that day, the entire department had been teasing him. Of course, most of it was said in jest that Lin Shan had raised a child who loved to tinker and would undoubtedly have the talent to become a scientist someday. Only a handful of colleagues who didn't get along with Lin Shan mocked Lin Feng for being nothing but a big talker at such a young age. Lin Feng handed the documents to Lin Shan, who began examining them carefully. However, Lin Shan remained a peripheral figure in the department, relatively weak in his own abilities. He found himself unable to fully comprehend the design materials Lin Feng had provided. If he truly wanted to confirm the feasibility of this document, he would have to hand it over to Lu Kuwei for professional review. But he never imagined Lin Feng could possess such extensive professional knowledge. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief and asked, "Son, did you really design this yourself? You've only just graduated from high school, how could you possibly know so much specialized knowledge?" Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and explained, "Well, I've been interested in these things since I was young, so it's natural I've picked up some knowledge. But the real credit goes to Mr. Wang. Without his guidance and constant support in answering my questions, I could never have pulled this off on my own." In truth, Lin Feng had completed the design in just 2 days. By the third day, he was already refining and optimizing it. After ensuring there were no issues, he submitted the document to Wang Weiguo for review. It received high praise from both Wang and the relevant instructors. Now, Lin Feng was 100% certain this engine model could be manufactured and put into service. Upon learning that Wang Weiguo stood behind Lin Feng, Lin Shan finally nodded. It made sense. Without Wang Weiguo's assistance, Lin Feng, a recent graduate, would never have been able to design the production blueprints for this engine on his own. However, the thought of having inconvenienced Wang Weiguo over his own affairs made Lin Shan feel terribly embarrassed. He hurriedly admonished Lin Feng. "Professor Wang is a great teacher. We can't keep wasting his time. You must never trouble him again for anything unrelated to your own studies. Also, since Teacher Wang has done us such a huge favor this time, we absolutely must treat him to a meal whenever he has time to properly thank him." Lin Feng listened as he sat down, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and replied with a smile. "Dad, don't worry. I'll make sure to thank Teacher Wang properly. Then you can take these design blueprints to the company with a clear conscience. And don't tell them this transmitter was developed by me, otherwise you'll be explaining yourself for ages." Lin Shan nodded excitedly. His entire demeanor seemed to perk up, the lethargy that had weighed him down just days ago completely vanished. He didn't even bother with breakfast. Throwing on some clothes and roughly wiping his face with a towel, he rushed out the door. But when he reached the door, Qianqian suddenly stopped him, shoving a bottle of pure cow milk and 2 eggs into his hands. She shot him a disapproving look and said, "You think you're some young buck, skipping breakfast and dashing off like that?" Lin Shan didn't argue. He gave an awkward smile, took the milk and eggs, and headed out. Once Lin Shan's figure vanished completely down the street, Qianqian's stern expression softened into a smile as she turned to Lin Feng and said, "That's just how your dad is. He's over 40 and still doesn't know how to take care of himself." Lin Feng merely smiled in response, saying nothing. Lin Shan moved with surprising speed, faster than when he used to rush to grab lunch during middle school, practically sprinting into his workplace. Upon reaching Lu Kuwei's office, he suddenly realized he'd arrived too early. It wasn't even time for work yet. For that reason, he could only sit at his own workstation and dial Lu Kuwei's phone. "Manager Lu, I've developed the manufacturing technology for the engine. We urgently need the department's evaluation." At those words, Lu Kuwei, who had been squatting in the restroom, sprang to his feet with a start. His tone turned stern. "I'll be at the company within 10 minutes. With that, he pulled up his pants and dashed out. Before long, Lu Kuwei arrived at the office at breakneck speed. Spotting Lin Shan sitting by the door, he immediately called him inside. Lu Kuwei sat down in his chair at his workstation and looked at Lin Shan. "What about that engine manufacturing technology you mentioned? Let me see it first." Without hesitation, Lin Shan handed him the documents he was holding. Taking the documents, Lu Kuwei examined them carefully. As time passed, his brow furrowed deeply. The company's required drones demanded extremely high performance in both range and speed. Currently, such advanced engines were only available abroad. Domestically, they were simply unavailable. Therefore, if they could truly develop it, it would likely serve as a foundation to make even greater contributions to the Dragon Nation, reaping both fame and fortune. More importantly, based on his professional expertise, the feasibility of the materials Lin Shan had provided was exceptionally high. After finishing the review, he pondered for a moment before locking the documents in his desk drawer. He stood up, walked over to Lin Shan, and patted him on the shoulder. Lin Shan, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. In my opinion, this proposal has tremendous potential. But, it's not up to me alone. We still need to submit this proposal to headquarters for review. Moreover, this document is of critical importance to the company. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Therefore, for now, please keep this matter confidential from the rest of the department. Only after headquarters approves it should we make it public. Lin Shan nodded, assuming this was standard company procedure. Rest assured, Supervisor Liu, I won't share this document with anyone in the department. After exchanging a few more friendly pleasantries, the two parted ways, and Lin Shan left the office. Lin Shan stepped out of the office and returned to his desk in high spirits. That cheerful mood didn't fade one bit until late afternoon. However, as he prepared to leave work that evening, several police officers approached him directly. After flashing their badges, they stated coldly, Mr. Lin Shan, you have been reported by your company's legal department for leaking confidential information. Please accompany us to the police station for questioning. Chapter 60, The True Leaker. Hearing this, Lin Shan froze in place. He stared at the police officers in utter disbelief. Officer, have you made a mistake? Could there be issues with the company's investigation? Lin Shan asked in disbelief. He had spent his entire life strictly adhering to the law. Not only had he never committed any crimes, but he wouldn't even dare to take a small advantage. Moreover, he wasn't even a key figure in the company. There was simply no confidential information he could have leaked. So when he first heard about the police warrant, he assumed it was a mistake on their part or the company's. However, the officers offered little explanation. Instead, they gestured for him to stand up and walk toward the police car outside the company building. We've received a formal complaint. Please cooperate and come with us to the station for questioning. Facing law enforcement with their impeccable procedures, he had no choice but to comply. Before long, Lin Shan followed the two officers out of the company. At the entrance, Lu Kuei seemed to have been waiting there all along. He shook his head at Lin Shan with a look of utter contempt. Lin Shan, you're being foolish. How could you dare leak company secrets? We all know everyone's facing the risk of being laid off lately and looking for backup plans. But you didn't have to leak company secrets just to get a job. This ruins your entire future. It's just not worth it. As Lu Kuei spoke, the remaining employees in the company shot Lin Shan strange looks. None of them had imagined that the seemingly honest and straightforward Lin Shan would do such a thing. Lin Shan, however, looked frantic and helpless. Manager Liu, you know what kind of person I am. Please talk to the legal department colleagues and have them thoroughly investigate whether there's been a mistake. I absolutely could not have leaked company secrets. But Lu Kuei didn't respond as Lin Shan expected. He merely nodded. There's nothing we can do to help you with this matter. You must fully cooperate with the police investigation once you return. Trust that the police will provide you with a fair resolution. With that, the police cut off any further communication with Lin Shan and escorted him directly to the police car. Watching the police car drive away, some employees still couldn't believe what had happened. They turned to Lu Kuei and asked, Manager Liu, I think the company might be wronging Lin Shan in this matter. We all know his character. He absolutely couldn't have done something like this. Before the employee could finish, Lu Kuei shook his head and interrupted with a sigh. I find it hard to believe too, but I personally reported him for leaking company secrets. That can't be possible. The entire group froze upon hearing this, staring at Lu Kuei in utter disbelief. Lu Kuei, seemingly eager to satisfy their curiosity, explained slowly. A few days ago, I went up to the company rooftop to clear my head after working too hard. That's when I ran into Lin Shan, who was also resting there. After relaxing, I thought it was a great place to work, so while he was still there, I showed him the preliminary plans drafted by the R&D department and some breakthrough technologies. But today, I saw our competitor announce identical strategic directions and core technologies on their official website. So, other than him, I can't think of anyone else. Of course, I can understand Lin Shan's situation. He's the oldest in our department, and his family is just an ordinary household. Without this job, they wouldn't be able to maintain their current standard of living. As the head of his household, Lin Shan had no choice but to take such a risk. At this point, everyone seemed to grasp why Lin Shan had acted this way. With a resigned shake of the head, they each went their separate ways. However, it was now past quitting time. Instead of leaving with the rest of the company staff, Lu Kuei walked alone into the office. He paced around the office for a while, confirming that most employees had left. Then he retrieved the engine blueprint Lin Shan had given him that morning from his desk drawer. Before long, Lu Kuei arrived at their competitor's company. 2.5 years logistics. The company was named this way because its owner once bought a basketball that took a full 2.5 years to be delivered. Disgusted by the sluggish delivery speed of that logistics company, he conceived the idea of starting his own logistics business. He also felt the incident held commemorative significance, so he adopted it as the company name. The moment Lu Kuei stepped into 2.5-year logistics, the company's general manager, Zhang Chang, was waiting at the door as if he had foreseen his arrival. The moment he saw Lu Kuei, Zhang Chang instantly broke into a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. Manager Lu, you're finally here. Lu Kuwei glanced around cautiously before shaking hands with the others. Let's discuss this inside. Zhang Chang nodded and led Lu Kuwei into the conference room. In truth, Zhang Chang had already arranged for an intern assistant to prepare the meeting room. But what really got under his skin was that this new intern had bought the visitors drinks from Milk Snow Ice City and served them dragon fruit. What kind of executive conducts business like this? But this wasn't the right moment to reprimand her. He merely shot her a glare before forcing himself to gesture for Lu Kuwei to sit across from him. The intern who had been glared at sensed the reproach in Zhang Chang's eyes and muttered under her breath. Damn capitalists. They haven't paid me a single penny yet, and they think buying Milk Snow Ice is cheap? What's wrong with dragon fruit? So picky. Still, she was savvy enough not to embarrass them. She promptly retrieved a nicer indoor cup and poured the Milk Snow Ice into it right in front of them. Once both men were seated, the intern tactfully excused herself and left the room. Zhang Chang looked at Lu Kuwei and said, Supervisor Lu, how's the engine manufacturing technology research coming along? As far as I know, one of your company's employees was taken away today. If I'm not mistaken, you're the one behind it. You've probably already obtained the engine manufacturing technology, right? Lu Kuwei nodded and pulled out the engine manufacturing document from his bag, placing it before him. Manager Zhang, this very document was submitted to me by the employee who was taken away today. Based on my years of experience, this document has high feasibility and is entirely achievable. With this document, drone delivery can become a reality. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Zhang Chang, hearing this, jumped up in excitement, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. With this technology, our logistics company can rapidly dominate the entire market within 2.5 years. Manager Lu, rest assured you've practically provided our company with a complete drone delivery blueprint. In the future, there will undoubtedly be a place for you among our company's senior leadership. As he spoke, Zhang Chang reached out to take the document from Lu Kuwei's hand. However, Lu Kuwei swiftly snatched the documents back into his own hands. Chapter 61, The Enraged Lin Feng. Watching this unfold, Zhang Chang froze in surprise. Manager Lu, what do you mean by this? Lu Kuwei pretended to take a sip from the honey snow iced tea in the high-end teacup before coldly stating, Manager Zhang, if you want me to hand over this document to you with peace of mind, I need a promise. Zhang Chang frowned. What kind of promise? I need your cooperation to put Lin Shan behind bars. As he spoke, Lu Kuwei's gaze turned icy cold, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor when trying to reason with Lin Shan at the company. He was like a completely different person. Lu Kuwei looked at the document in his hand and continued. This document was handed to me by him. Moreover, only our two companies are aware of its existence at present. Lock him up for a while. By the time we've successfully developed the drone, even if he's released and catches on, it'll be too late. However, his family might cause trouble, which could be tricky. When that happens, I'll need your company's legal team to assist us. Zhang Chang didn't hesitate for a moment, nodding quickly with a hint of smugness on his face. Rest assured, our legal team is highly professional. Lin Shan comes from an ordinary family. Even if they cause trouble, they won't stand a chance. For the sake of our company's interests, Lin Shan must be put away this time. Upon hearing this, Lu Kuwei nodded reassuredly and handed him the documents. In that case, it's my honor to collaborate with your company. Zhang Chang accepted the documents and nodded. 2.5 years logistics welcomes Manager Lu anytime. When the time is right, Manager Lu should come to our company. With that, both men stood up, shook hands in mutual agreement, and went their separate ways. By evening, Qianqian had prepared dinner. Mother and son sat quietly at the table, waiting for Lin Shan's return. Qianqian stared at the dishes on the table, her expression grim. What's gotten into your father? It's so late and he still hasn't come home? He didn't even tell me he'd be working late? Lin Feng picked a piece of meat from his plate, chewed it thoroughly, and swallowed before offering reassurance. They only gave Dad the engine blueprints this morning. Maybe his company is working overtime on it right now. This is a breakthrough for their company. Once it's developed, they can launch drone delivery services and crush the competition. The higher-ups are definitely prioritizing it. So Dad's bound to be swamped for a while. As long as this period passes, it'll be fine. Qianqian understood the situation all too well inside. He's getting on in years and still pushing himself like this. Let's eat first. I'll warm it up for him when he gets back. With that, the two picked up their chopsticks and began eating. However, just as they began eating, Qianqian's phone rang. The moment she heard the ringtone, Qianqian's eyes lit up. Instinctively assuming it was Lin Shan calling back to report, she answered without a second thought. But upon hearing the message, her chopsticks dropped to the floor. A palpable sense of urgency flashed in her eyes. Lin Feng, sitting across from Qianqian, instantly sensed something was wrong. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "What's going on?" Qianqian remained frozen in shock at his first question. Only when he stood up after the second inquiry did she turn to Lin Feng, her face etched with panic. "Your dad's been taken to the police station. Let's go see your dad first. I'll tell you everything else on the way." Hearing this, Lin Feng's brows instantly furrowed. Still wearing his slippers, he grabbed Qin Jin's hand and sprinted out the door. Before long, the two arrived at the interrogation station. After completing all the necessary procedures, they finally got to see Lin Shan. The moment she saw Lin Shan, Qin Jin shouted angrily. Lin Shan, what are you doing? I told you before, this family isn't just on your shoulders. How are Lin Feng and I supposed to accept what you've done? In truth, Qin Jin didn't know much about the law. She only understood that if Lin Shan ended up in prison, she and Lin Feng would be in serious trouble. Seeing Qin Jin's expression, a mix of fury and heartache, Lin Shan forced himself to calm down, striving to think clearly. He looked at Qin Jin and said, I never leaked any company secrets. After thinking it through here for so long, I suspect I was framed by Lu Kuei. This morning, I gave him the design proposal my son gave me. Instead of immediately submitting it to headquarters, he told me to keep it confidential. And then, right at this moment, the legal department sues me. It's highly likely Lu Kuei framed me to claim my credit for himself. So, as long as the police investigate thoroughly, I'll be cleared of all charges. Hearing this, Qin Jin's emotions gradually calmed. She nodded and looked at Lin Shan reassuringly. Then you must stay calm here. The police will definitely give you justice. If you're not getting proper meals here, be sure to tell the police officers. You mustn't let yourself be shortchanged. We'll stay with the police throughout the investigation to ensure the real culprit is brought to justice. With that, she turned to leave and find the police officers. After Qin Jin had left, Lin Shan motioned for Lin Feng to come closer. Through the glass, Lin Shan sighed deeply and shook his head. Son, your old man might not be out of here anytime soon this time. Since Lu Kuei went this far, he must have prepared thoroughly. Your mother is more fragile, so I didn't dare tell her. Go home and talk to her carefully. As for what happens next, Dad, you don't need to say more. I'll get justice for you. Lin Feng forced himself to suppress the rage boiling within. He simply couldn't accept that his father, a man who'd lived an honest life his entire life, had been falsely accused and branded a criminal suspect. You. Lin Shan froze for a moment, but no matter how he tried to reason with Lin Feng, the younger man remained silent. After giving him a few parting words of caution, he let Lin Feng leave the room. Before long, Lin Feng returned home with Qin Jin, who was overcome with grief. Inside, Qin Jin sat on a stool, dazed and at a loss. Lin Feng comforted her until 11 o'clock before she finally agreed to go to bed. After Qin Jin fell asleep, Lin Feng returned to his own room. He didn't dwell on it much. After gathering some relevant evidence he might need, he went to sleep. In his view, Lu Kuei had most likely overlooked him. After all, who could possibly believe that a recent high school graduate possessed the capability to research propulsion systems? What he didn't know was that Lin Feng possessed the original design blueprints. When he delivered the documents to his father, he had also sent a copy to Wang Weiguo beforehand. This was the most compelling evidence. Therefore, Lin Feng had no intention of wasting words. Tomorrow, he would file a lawsuit against Lu Kuei. Chapter 62, Calling for Help. Early the next morning, Lin Feng rose before dawn. Upon opening the door, he discovered Qin Jin had already returned with breakfast. She placed the eggs on the table and sat down, her weary gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Son, hurry up and eat breakfast. Then we'll go to your father's company and get to the bottom of this. I'm afraid something might go wrong if I go alone, so you must come with me. Seeing Qin Jin's haggard face, Lin Feng felt a pang of sorrow. It was clear that although Qin Jin had agreed to rest well last night, it was only to reassure him she hadn't slept a wink. Lin Feng sat down in front of Qin Jin. After offering some comfort, he shared his thoughts with her. A moment later, Qin Jin looked at Lin Feng, her expression tinged with doubt. Is this really okay? Lin Feng nodded. This is what Dad asked me to do. It will definitely clear his name. Lin Shan was the backbone of the family, making most decisions in their household. Lin Feng's words were meant to ease Qin Jin's worries. Hearing this, Qin Jin felt a bit more at ease and quickly picked up an egg to eat. Then hurry up and eat. Once we're done, we'll head to the law firm. Before long, Lin Feng and Qin Jin arrived at Donghai First Law Firm. Attorney Zhang Yong received them and swiftly inquired about the entire incident's background and details from Lin Feng. After reviewing the materials Lin Feng handed him, Zhang Yong frowned and said, Mr. Lin, based on what you've described, this Mr. Lu does appear highly suspicious. However, it would be difficult to convict him without evidence that he shared this document with other companies. Our evidence will only be useful if he leaked this document to 2.5 companies. Lin Feng pondered these words. According to Dad's account, it was highly likely that Lu Kuei had leaked the drone delivery plan and core technologies beyond engine manufacturing to 2.5 logistics. Obtaining evidence proving Lu Kuei had already leaked those secrets would be next to impossible. The only evidence he could currently obtain was proof that Lu Kuei had also sold the engine manufacturing technology Dad had given him to 2.5 years logistics. This document was a hot potato for Lu Kuei. The longer he held onto it, the worse it would be for him. Therefore, given the chance, he would surely dispose of this document and settle everything. With that thought, Lin Feng shifted his gaze back to Zhang Yong and spoke with confidence. Attorney Zhang, go ahead and file the lawsuit. Lu Kuei will definitely hand over the document to 2.5-year logistics immediately. Attorney Zhang paused, looking at Lin Feng with suspicion before suggesting. Your reasoning makes sense, but to ensure absolute certainty, I believe we should delay this matter appropriately. The longer we wait, the more certain our outcome will be. Lin Feng shook his head. Too much time gives them ample breathing room. They'll likely make other preparations. Besides, I don't want to let a criminal like him enjoy freedom for even a minute longer. Seeing Lin Feng's unwavering stance and the soundness of his reasoning, Zhang Yang said no more, nodded, and began drafting the legal notice. It didn't take long before the letter was delivered into the hands of the police officers. The police acted swiftly, dispatching several officers to investigate the 2.5-year logistics company while simultaneously summoning Lu Kuei. 3 hours later, Lu Kuei arrived at the arbitration hall on his own accord. However, he did not come alone. Accompanying him was the professional legal team from 2.5-year logistics. In fact, when Lu Kuei received the summons, he was in the middle of negotiating his salary and benefits with manager Zhang of 2.5 Logistics. Therefore, upon arriving at the arbitration hall, he had also instructed manager Zhang to dispatch the company's legal team. Inside the arbitration hall, Lu Kuei surveyed Lin Feng and the others across from him. His gaze immediately landed on Lin Feng, who bore a certain resemblance to Lin Shan. Stepping forward, he glanced at Lin Feng and sneered coldly. No need to struggle in vain. Your father made a mistake, and this time he's going to jail for it. He then turned his head, gesturing for Lin Feng to look at the formidable team of lawyers standing behind him. Withdraw your lawsuit now, and I'll let it slide. But if you push me too far, the consequences won't be pleasant. Truthfully, he didn't regard Lin Feng as a threat at all. He simply couldn't believe that a mere student, untouched by the harsh realities of society, could pose any danger to a seasoned veteran like himself. Lin Feng responded with a look of contempt. So what if you have numbers? As long as you can find the engine manufacturing technology my father gave you within 2.5 years, you'll be proven guilty of slander. Hearing this, Lu Kuei couldn't help but regard Lin Feng with newfound respect. Here was a mere high school graduate, standing before him with neither servility nor arrogance. Most peers his age wouldn't dare reach such composure. They'd likely retreat the moment they saw his team of lawyers. But that was all. His own bright future awaited him, and he had no intention of giving Lin Feng any chance. The two promptly took their respective seats. Once everyone was settled, the presiding judge declared the trial open. What Lin Feng hadn't anticipated was that when it was Zhang Yang's turn to speak, he sat meekly in his seat, making no move whatsoever. Seeing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly and asked in confusion. Counselor Zhang, what's the matter? It's our turn to present our case and submit evidence now. Hearing this, Zhang Yang turned his gaze toward Lin Feng. After a long moment of hesitation, he replied apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I cannot defend you in this lawsuit. At these words, Lin Feng froze in place. Attorney Zhang, what do you mean by that? If you voluntarily withdraw from representing us now, won't that mean my father's charges are effectively confirmed? A flicker of conflict crossed Zhang Yang's eyes. After a moment's consideration, he shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. My health is failing, and I simply cannot defend you today. At that moment, Xinjin beside Lin Feng could no longer hold back. It felt as though their last shred of hope had vanished. Tears streaming down her face, she cried out. How could you do this? Lin Shan did nothing wrong. Why should he bear the punishment for someone else? How can your hearts be so dark? Across from them, Lu Kuei let out a cold laugh. While he had been conversing with Lin Feng, his legal team behind him had already begun negotiations with Zhang Yang. The lead attorney of that team, Wu Gongzhang, held immense prestige within Donghai's legal circles. Therefore, Zhang Yang had no choice but to bow to Wu Gongzhang to protect his own career. He was, after all, just an ordinary man. Lu Kuei looked at the judge with a mocking expression. Your Honor, the opposing defense attorneys are no longer capable of defending their clients. This case can be dismissed in their favor, right? The judge had never encountered such a situation before and felt somewhat perplexed for a moment. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Lin Feng and the others. If your defense counsel still chooses to abandon the defense, then Mr. Lu Kuei shall be declared not guilty. For a moment, Xinjin felt even more despair. Lin Feng stood up, glancing at his grief-stricken mother, the helpless attorney Zhang, and the smug Lu Kuei. Shaking his head, he could only pull out his phone and dial the number of Donghai City Mayor Heng Haoqiang. Chapter 63, Reunion. That day, as Heng Haoqiang left Lin Feng's residential complex, he had persistently pressed a phone number into Lin Feng's hand. Even Lin Feng hadn't imagined he'd become entangled with Heng Haoqiang once more. But he had no choice. He now had to admit that Lu Kuei wielded greater power than he did. He had hoped to resolve this peacefully, but now he had no choice but to use greater authority to suppress Lu Kuei and seek justice for his father. Soon after, the call connected. Heng Haoqiang's tone was remarkably calm. Ah, Shaolin. What brings you to call me? Lin Feng didn't hesitate, getting straight to the point.
To be honest, Mayor Hong, my father is currently facing what appears to be a wrongful accusation. I initially intended to resolve this through proper channels, but now I've faced unfair treatment from the other party, and I can't find a better solution in the short term. That's why I'm turning to you, Mayor Hong. I hope the mayor can ensure my father receives fair and just treatment. Lin Feng briefly explained the situation and his request to Hong Haoqiang.
However, upon fully grasping the matter, Hong Haoqiang instantly flew into a rage.
The leader had explicitly stated that Lin Feng was a national treasure of the Dragon Nation. If a national hero who had made such significant contributions were to feel disheartened within his jurisdiction, his own position would be in jeopardy. With that thought, he immediately gave Lin Feng his word with unwavering certainty. Rest assured, little Lin. I'm taking charge of this matter. I will see that justice is served.
He promptly hung up the phone.
Watching Lin Feng tuck his phone back into his pocket and begin comforting Qingjin, Lu Kuei sneered.
Still putting on airs, kid? Lin Shan has worked under me for years. How could I not know what kind of family you are? I'll see just who you can call in.
As he spoke, he turned with confidence and exchanged a knowing glance with his legal team. That was his greatest confidence. With a professional legal team backing him up, he couldn't believe Lin Shan, from an ordinary family, could possibly bring in any big shots. As Lu Kuei lost himself in these thoughts, the presiding judge's assistant burst into the room in a fluster. Before the judge could react, the assistant leaned close and whispered, "Your Honor, we've received notification from higher authorities. This case is being taken over by the director of the Arbitration Bureau. All officials below bureau level must stand by as jurors." At these words, the presiding judge's pupils suddenly contracted. With a sharp movement, he sprang to his feet and strode toward the door. Witnessing this, Lu Kuei asked in bewilderment, "Your Honor, what do you mean? This dispute hasn't been resolved yet. How can you leave?" Without turning back, the presiding judge replied coldly, "I am not qualified to resolve this dispute." With that, he walked straight out the door. As he departed, he turned to glance at Lin Feng one last time. He never imagined that such an ordinary-looking family could possibly have the influence to summon the head of the arbitration hall. Since joining the arbitration hall, he had never heard of the chief personally handling a dispute. And this one had even brought along all the first-level judges of the arbitration hall. The thought sent a chill down the spine of the judge who had just departed. About 5 minutes after the judge departed, another judge entered, one with an even more composed demeanor, a more solemn and imposing presence. Dozens of first-level judges followed in his wake. Witnessing this scene, Lu Kuei felt an extremely ominous foreboding rise within him. The chief judge took the seat at the very front, his voice carrying an inherent authority. The laws of Dragon Nation are fair and just, and absolutely no one shall be permitted to desecrate them. Within the judgment hall, we adhere strictly to factual evidence. Those who seek unjust victories by wielding power and influence will face even harsher punishment. Zhang Yang sat beside Lin Feng, listening quietly. He knew these words were meant for him. He turned to glance at Lin Feng and the despairing Qingjin. He clenched his teeth as an intense internal struggle began. The opposing side was a team, while he stood alone. Though the evidence favored Lin Feng, securing a victory would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, their team included Wu Gongzheng, a highly respected figure in Donghai's legal circles. Regardless of whether this lawsuit was won or lost, helping Lin Feng would inevitably invite retaliation from the opposing side, potentially ruining his future career. Yet, upon seeing Qingjin, he remembered why he had studied law in the first place. After a moment, he steeled his resolve, his gaze hardening with determination. "Mr. Lin, regarding the earlier matter, it was I." But before he could finish, he froze in shock at the figure who had just entered the doorway. Not only him, but even Lu Kuei's entire legal team froze in place. For the newcomer was none other than Xia Qianqian, president of the Donghai Bar Association. Xia Qianqian slowly approached Lin Feng and his two companions. "From this point forward, I will be providing you with legal assistance." Even Wu Gongzheng, standing behind Lu Kuei, was left speechless once Xia Qianqian took his seat. As a prominent figure in Donghai's legal circles, he was well aware of Xia Qianqian's formidable reputation. Merely sitting there, he radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure, let alone engaging in a debate with him. But what shocked him even more was that Lin Feng's status had managed to secure Xia Qianqian as his defense attorney. Yet, with the arrow already on the bowstring, he had no choice but to proceed. After careful preparation, he steeled himself to face the challenge. Time flew by. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The outcome of this lawsuit was finally decided. Lin Feng held the original documents, and the adjudication hall staff had obtained information from the logistics company spanning 2.5 years. Lu Kuei, who had underestimated the situation beforehand, ultimately lost the case. Watching Lu Kuei being escorted away by police officers, Qingjin's eyes reddened as she shouted angrily, "Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? My husband Lin Shan worked diligently under you for all these years, and this is how you repay him? You're not human." Qingjin's rage boiled over. If not for Lin Feng holding her back, she might have lashed out physically. After calming Qingjin, Lin Feng turned to Lu Kuei with an icy expression.
I told you, the law always stands for justice. With that, he paid no heed to Lu Kuei, who was about to speak, and instead led Xinjin to greet Lin Shan, who was about to be released without charges. Stepping out of the courtroom, Lin Feng immediately spotted Hong Haoqian waiting outside and hurried over. Today's outcome is all thanks to Mayor Hung. Without your intervention, I would have lost this case from the very start. Xinjin chimed in beside him. This matter truly caused you trouble, Mayor Hang. I must treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises. Hong Haoqian waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Lin, don't dwell on it. Upholding the fairness and justice of the law is simply my duty as mayor. Winning this case proves that justice was on your side all along. I merely guided you toward it. With that, the two chatted amiably for a while longer before parting ways. Upon receiving the released Lin Shan, Xinjin shot him a disapproving look. Learn to be smarter about things from now on. This time you got lucky, you almost got locked up. If you ever encounter a boss like that again, run for your life. People like that aren't even worthy of being called human. Mid-rant, Xinjin's tone suddenly softened. You must have been uncomfortable staying in there these past 2 days. On the way back, I'll buy a chicken. Once we get home, I'll make sure you get properly nourished. Chapter 64, Crisis. At that moment, in the conference room of 2.5-year logistics, the senior executives of 2.5-year logistics were discussing the development plan for their drone logistics strategy. As the primary person in charge of this matter, Zhang Chang glanced around the room before speaking. Board members, although Lu Kuei's lawsuit forced us to return the manufacturing technology to SF Express. However, within the past 2 days, we have retained this technology within our company and initiated R&D at the fastest possible pace. Therefore, the drone logistics market remains firmly within the domain of 2.5-year logistics. The purpose of this board meeting is not only to share this positive news but also to discuss the press conference arrangements with you all. As Zhang Chang spoke, the board members listened with admiration. This development further solidified the director's high level of trust in him. They entrusted him with full authority over the decision. After a moment's consideration, Zhang Chang decided to strike while the iron was hot. He proposed setting the drone logistics launch event for the exact moment the first drone was developed. After the meeting concluded, Zhang Chang immediately published an article on the company's official website announcing that in 2.5 years, logistics would soon usher in a new era of delivery. However, executives at SF Express who saw this article could not sit still. Project leader Huang Kaicheng immediately dialed the office phone of the 2.5-year logistics manager. This is Zhang Chang, manager of 2.5-year logistics. May I ask who was calling? Zhang Chang answered the call and politely inquired. Huang Kaicheng on the other end was furious. Manager Zhang, your drone logistics plans are largely built on plagiarism. Now you intend to reform the logistics industry and dominate the entire market using stolen technology? Don't you find this utterly shameless? Facing Huang Kaicheng's accusation, Zhang Chang felt not a shred of guilt. He chuckled lightly before replying calmly. The market doesn't care who developed the technology. It only cares who can deliver results first. As long as we implement this plan first, we won't be considered plagiarists. You agree, don't you? Ha. Not only that, but starting now, we'll be reaching out to major businesses to encourage them to reconsider their partnerships. You. Faced with Zhang Chang's utterly shameless attitude, Huang Kaicheng felt nothing but rage, temporarily unable to think of any countermeasure. After muttering an angry curse, he could only hang up the phone. After hanging up, Huang Kaicheng relayed the incident to the company's senior executives. The atmosphere throughout the company instantly turned extremely heavy. They all knew that this time, logistics had scored a huge bargain in 2.5 years, and they were deeply resentful. They were even more furious at Lu Kuei's actions. If not for him, SF Express would soon dominate the entire logistics market instead of facing imminent risk of being swallowed up and disappearing. But complaining now would accomplish nothing. Huang Kaicheng stared at everyone with a grave expression. At this point, we have no choice but to fight with our backs against the wall. I'll contact Lin Shan to come to the company immediately. We must develop the delivery drones before the 2.5-year logistics deadline. The others nodded in agreement. Brother Lin developed the technology, so he understands it best. With him on board, we might just catch up to 2.5-year logistics. Huang Kaicheng moved swiftly, assigning tasks to everyone before dialing Lin Shan's number directly. At that moment, Lin Shan was preparing a lavish lunch with Xinjin. This crisis had been the most challenging moment their family had ever faced. Having successfully weathered the storm, they were determined to celebrate properly. Yet, what should have been a joyful moment was interrupted by Xinjin's furious shout from the kitchen. That's pepper, not salt. I told you to watch the pot. How could you let it burn to a crisp? Lately, Lin Shan had been so preoccupied with company affairs that stepping into the kitchen suddenly felt utterly unfamiliar. Every dish he touched turned out imperfect. Staring at the charred stir-fry and the soup reduced to a dry mess on the table, Xinjin grew angrier the more she thought about it. Her gaze shifted to Lin Shan. No, he's the child's father. We went through so much trouble to get him out of the police station. We can't hit him. What if we hit him so hard he goes crazy? But, give an inch, lose a mile. But the more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. After staring at Lin Shan for a long moment, she stormed back into the kitchen, her anger still boiling. Watching Qingjin's retreating figure, Lin Shan felt a sense of foreboding. He hurriedly turned to Lin Feng. Son, if things go as I expect, your dad's in for a rough time later. You've got to back me up, okay? Lin Feng, seated at the table, shook his head. Dad, it's not Mom's fault. Just look at what you've done to all these dishes. It'd be a crime if Mom didn't scold you. Well. Lin Shan looked sheepishly at the food on the table. He knew he was guilty, but surely not deserving of death. It's only natural my cooking skills have slipped lately. I've been swamped with company matters. As Lin Shan spoke, Qingjin unexpectedly emerged holding a frying pan. Startled for a moment, Lin Shan then forced himself to sit down calmly. With a smile, he reached out for the frying pan in Qingjin's hand. Ah, my dear wife truly understands me. Knowing I haven't eaten well at the police station, she brought me such a large bowl. Lin Shan. Qingjin shouted angrily, about to smack Lin Shan with the frying pan. But just then, Lin Shan's phone rang. Honey. Aha. The moment the ringtone sounded, Lin Shan snatched his phone as if grabbing a lifeline. Honey, hold on a sec. I need to take this call. Without waiting for Qingjin's consent, he walked straight out the door. Are you kidding me? As long as it could distract Qingjin, he'd answer it even if it was a scam call. But the moment he answered, Lin Shan's brows furrowed tightly, his expression turning grave. He hurried back inside, skipping dinner, and began putting on his shoes. Honey, there's an urgent matter at work. I won't be eating now. He glanced at Lin Feng again. Son, that engine manufacturing technology was given to me by you. I'm sure you understand it better than I do. So, come with me to the company. Lin Feng didn't hesitate, nodding before starting to put on his shoes as well. Watching the father and son prepare to leave, Qingjin felt reluctant but said nothing. Instead, she swiftly packed the food from the table into a thermos lunchbox. As Lin Shan and his son stepped out the door, she handed the lunchbox to Lin Shan. You ruined this meal. I don't want to eat it. You can deal with it yourself. Lin Shan took the lunchbox from Qingjin's hands, smiled, and then led Lin Feng out the door. Chapter 65, Petrified on the Spot. Before long, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the company. The moment Huang Kaicheng saw Lin Feng, he asked in confusion. This is? Lin Shan looked at Huang Kaicheng with a smile. Manager Huang, this is my son. I brought him along because the technical specifications I entrusted to you were actually provided by him. He understands that engine manufacturing technology far better than I do. Having him guide our production of the drone engine will undoubtedly save us time. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire department froze in place. Huang Kaicheng stared at Lin Feng in disbelief, his speech stuttering. This? Lin Shan, you're not joking, are you? Your son looks barely in his teens or 20s. That's a problem that's plagued our entire department and you expect him alone to solve it? The rest of the department murmured in disbelief. Do you think Brother Lin's been scared out of his wits? Even a kindergartner knows this is impossible. How could one youngster possibly match our professional expertise? Sigh, things are already urgent enough. Now Brother Lin's got this problem. How are we supposed to fight back against that logistics company in 2.5 years? Might as well start looking for a new employer sooner rather than later and prepare for when our company gets swallowed up. Hearing his colleague's words, Huang Kaicheng's passion seemed to fade considerably. He turned to Lin Shan with a wry smile. I'm sorry, Lin Shan. I overlooked how this would affect you. You're not fit for work right now. You should go home and rest properly. If the company makes it through this crisis, our doors will always be open for you. With that, Huang Kaicheng turned away from Lin Shan and returned to his own workstation. Time was now extremely tight, and with Lin Shan unable to contribute, the pressure on him grew even heavier. Watching Huang Kaicheng turn to leave, Lin Shan immediately stepped forward to stop him. Manager Huang, I understand this is difficult for you to accept, but it's the reality. If necessary, I can have Lin Feng outline the key points of that engine manufacturing technology for you. Huang Kaicheng turned back, his expression tinged with regret as he looked at Lin Shan. To avoid further discouraging Lin Shan, Huang sighed and said, All right. But I only have 3 minutes. Hearing this, Lin Shan looked at Lin Feng, who nodded in agreement that 3 minutes would suffice. Lin Feng then began to slowly articulate the knowledge stored in his mind. At first, Huang Kaicheng paid little attention. But as time passed, his expression gradually froze. What Lin Feng was saying matched almost exactly the content of the earlier documents he was familiar with. So much so that by the end, he specifically went back to his workstation to retrieve that very document. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng had just recited the entire document from start to finish. For a moment, Huang Kaicheng and his employees stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone. They never could have imagined that Lin Shan's mind was perfectly sound, and everything he said was correct. No one knew this document better than Lin Feng. Seeing the stunned group frozen in place by sheer shock, Lin Shan waved his hand in front of Huang Kaicheng. Manager Huang, now you should believe me, right?
From now on, let my son lead the team in developing the engine. Huang Kaicheng finally snapped out of his profound shock upon hearing these words. After clearing his throat awkwardly twice, he looked at Lin Feng with visible emotion. We were rash earlier, please don't hold it against us. We would like to hire you as a consultant for the engine development project. Would you be willing to consider it? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. I'll be starting school soon, but the time I have left should be sufficient for you to complete the engine's construction. Huang Kailang nodded eagerly. No problem. As long as you're with our company, you'll remain our R&D consultant for as long as needed. With that, Huang Kailang led Lin Feng into the conference room. He explained the current situation to Lin Feng. After hearing the details, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. To be honest, since logistics has secured a 2.5-year head start, they're already developing the physical drone prototype. Even with my deep technical expertise, I can't guarantee we'll complete the engine assembly for rapid logistics drones ahead of 2.5-year logistics. At this point, Huang Kaicheng shook his head helplessly. At this point, we have no other choice but to bite the bullet and give it a shot. Lin Feng didn't respond to Huang Kaicheng immediately, instead staring intently at the engine design documents in his hands. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Since we can't guarantee the timeline, we'll have to surpass them in quality. This engine design was rushed together. While it's fairly solid, there's still plenty of room for improvement. Currently, this drone's single flight range is limited, only capable of covering a few areas around Xiguang province. But I can refine the engine to maximize the drone's range, enabling it to cover the entire Dragon Nation. This would significantly reduce our company's competitive pressure. But designing this engine was already extremely difficult. Improving it in such a short time frame should be quite challenging. Expecting to refine it within less than a year is likely impossible.
Huang Kaicheng questioned. He hadn't failed to consider this approach. But it was fundamentally unfeasible. By the time they developed a superior drone, 2.5 years logistics would have solidified its position as the industry leader. By then, it would be virtually unshakable. Lin Feng was well aware of the difficulties involved. But what seemed impossible to others was child's play for Lin Feng. In fact, after handing the documents to Lin Shan, he occasionally ponder potential improvements during idle moments. Without exaggeration, the moment Lin Feng voiced this approach, he already had a refined solution in mind. For a moment, Huang Kaicheng didn't know how to respond. They all knew from the earlier incident that Lin Feng was highly capable, but lacking deeper understanding of him, they hesitated to grant him full decision-making authority. Ultimately, Huang Kaicheng could only make the decision through an internal vote. Surprisingly, the majority of the department supported Lin Feng. With this collective backing, Huang Kaicheng resolved to trust Lin Feng. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Consultant Lin, the future of Shunfeng Logistics rests entirely on your shoulders. However, Lin Feng remained remarkably calm, showing no sign of panic. He nodded and headed out of the company. As he exited, he gave everyone a firm promise. It'll take no more than 2 days. Chapter 66, What kind of demon is he? After Lin Feng departed, Huang Kaicheng immediately relayed this decision to the company's senior management. Shortly thereafter, Shunfeng Company announced its drone logistics plan on its official website. At that moment, Zhang Chang, who was discussing cooperation with merchants, also received the news. Staring at the article on SF Express's website, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Turning to the representative from Alibaba's logistics division sitting before him, he sneered with disdain. Ms. Liu, you know as well as I do that for logistics companies like ours, this drone delivery plan represents an unprecedented revolution. It will completely transform existing delivery methods, cutting costs and significantly boosting our economic efficiency. So, now that this idea has just been proposed, everyone wants a piece of the pie. But developing suitable drones is incredibly difficult. To put it bluntly, only our 2.5-year logistics has the capability to truly implement drone logistics. Other companies are merely using this as a gimmick to find partners. Across from Zhang Chang, manager Lu Hong carefully reviewed the cooperation proposal Zhang had handed him. After placing it on the table, he responded with some excitement. Rest assured, Manager Zhang, I'm well aware of these realities. Your company's upcoming drone logistics initiative shows great promise. Our Alibaba auntie is very pleased. If there are no issues, we can consider signing the contract. It's important to note that delivery speed is a key factor affecting e-commerce. Many people abandon purchases due to excessively slow delivery times. Therefore, Lu Hong was determined not to miss this golden opportunity. He was highly confident that once logistic speeds improved, sales of their anti-Ali products would surge again. Although this document indicated that the delivery drones were still in their early stages, currently only covering a few provinces surrounding Xiguang province, he believed that with sufficient funding, the delivery drones would be refined in a remarkably short time. Once drones could cover the entire Dragon Nation, as the most valued logistics partner for the past 2.5 years, Anti-Ali absolutely had the potential to become the largest e-commerce company in the entire Dragon Nation. Seeing Lu Hong's eager expression, Zhang Chang smiled.
It is an honor for our company to collaborate with China's leading e-commerce platform. Since Mr. Lu values us so highly, we can sign the contract anytime. After we establish this partnership, we also hope Mr. Lu can introduce us to more partners in the e-commerce sector. Auntie Ali held a pivotal position in China's e-commerce landscape. Securing a partnership with them would inevitably draw other e-commerce players to follow suit. Lu Hong understood this well. After signing the contract reviewed by his assistant, he spoke with confidence. Rest assured, Manager Huang. Our 2-year logistics partnership with Auntie Ali will be the greatest advertisement for drone logistics. Your company will undoubtedly be flooded with customers. If anyone still fails to recognize this market trend, it only proves their lack of foresight and their unfitness to survive in the fiercely competitive e-commerce industry. I only hope that when that time comes, Manager Huang won't forget us as your first partner and will allocate more resources to us at Auntie Ali. Zhang Cheng quickly responded with a smile. Rest assured, Manager Lu. From this day forward, we are your closest partners. Immediately after finalizing the cooperation plan, the two signed the contract and publicly announced their partnership. Things unfolded exactly as Lu Hong had predicted. Within just half a day of announcing 2.5-year logistics partnership with Auntie Alibaba, no fewer than 20 e-commerce platforms and merchants approached the company seeking future collaborations. It could be said that the number of partnership contracts received by their company today exceeded the total accumulated over the past 6 months. At this rate, the moment cargo drones were launched and put into operation, 2.5-year logistics takeover of the entire logistics market would be a foregone conclusion. Sitting in his office, staring at the thick stack of documents on his desk, Zhang Chang couldn't help but grin from ear to ear at the thought. It wasn't just him, every employee in the company was buzzing with excitement. They all knew promotions and pay raises were just around the corner. However, Shunfeng Logistics at this moment stood in stark contrast to them. The entire company was shrouded in a sense of despair. Inside Huang Kaicheng's office, the phone that had just been hung up rang again. Ah, it's Mr. Wang. Hello. What brings you to call? Manager Huang, I'm sure you're aware of the recent situation. I'm calling to discuss terminating our partnership. Moments later, Huang Kaicheng hung up the phone, his expression grim. Within half a day, dozens of partners had already terminated their collaborations with the company. Even the announcement of the company's drone logistics plan on its official website failed to stem the tide of partners pulling out. At this thought, Huang Kaicheng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. His face grim, he walked out of the office area. Noticing Huang Kaicheng's exit, Su Changdong, the head of Jingxi e-commerce, hurried over and asked, "What's the situation? Have all the other partners decided to terminate their cooperation with you?" Hearing this, Huang Kaicheng gave a wry smile and nodded. Over a dozen companies have already decided to terminate their partnerships with us today. Now, including you at Jingxi, we have only about 20 partners left. But as the impact of this drone logistics issue grows, I suspect it won't be long before all our partners leave. Upon learning of SF Express's current predicament, Su Cheng could only shake his head helplessly. After a moment's thought, he spoke up. Old Huang, don't lose heart. There's still hope for you. SF Express helped us at Jingxi through our toughest times. This time, unless it comes down to the absolute last moment, Jingxi e-commerce won't terminate our partnership with you. He understood the immense pressure Su Changdong was under. The fact that he had gone this far already showed the utmost goodwill. Huang Kaicheng felt profound gratitude that Su Changdong still stood by them under these circumstances. We'll do our utmost. After concluding his conversation with Su Changdong, he returned to the R&D department to inspect the production status of other drone components, ensuring that assembly could be completed as swiftly as possible once the engine was manufactured. Before long, a day and a half had passed. SF Express's situation had deteriorated sharply, leaving everyone sitting at their workstations with bitter expressions. Yet, just as everyone seemed at a loss, Lin Feng slowly walked into the company. He approached the door of the R&D department's workshop, holding documents in his hand as he addressed the team. Everyone, I've finished improving the engine. We can start production now. At these words, every dejected employee's body trembled involuntarily. They all turned to look at Lin Feng with expressions of excitement and astonishment. Chapter 67, Head-on Confrontation. The moment he heard the voice, Huang Kaicheng rushed straight to Lin Feng. Consultant Lin, didn't you say it would take 2 days? Why did you succeed in making improvements so quickly? The longer the delay, the more detrimental it became for Shunfeng Company. Now, not only had the vast majority of partners terminated their collaborations with the company, even Jingxi e-commerce, which had consistently supported him, was now being dismissed as worthless by the industry for failing to terminate its partnership, suffering significant repercussions. He desperately wanted Lin Feng to deliver the improved engine manufacturing technology sooner, but he also understood the immense difficulty of such an undertaking. It was already incredibly difficult for Lin Feng to develop the improvements on his own, let alone achieve them within days. Honestly, he had already braced himself for Lin Feng's research failing. Yet he never imagined Lin Feng would complete the engine upgrade in just over a day. At this thought, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, inwardly marveling. What kind of monster is this? Facing the stunned expressions of those around him, Lin Feng merely smiled calmly and handed the documents in his hand to Huang Kaicheng.
It's merely an improvement, not a complete redesign. The 2-day estimate was just a conservative guess. Dad already explained the company's difficulties to me at home. Since the technology is already available, let's get her started immediately. Hearing this, Huang Kaicheng's expression instantly turned serious as he promptly took the documents from Lin Feng. As he gathered all department members, he addressed Lin Feng. Consultant Lin, our department will convene an exchange meeting shortly to thoroughly understand this technology within a tight time frame. We hope you can attend this meeting to help us resolve any questions. Huang Kaicheng's tone was sincere, and the department staff, aware of Lin Feng's true capabilities, raised no objections.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at his father, nodded, and followed the company's R&D team into the conference hall. In reality, once inside the conference hall, Lin Feng did not merely sit on the sidelines offering occasional insights as Huang Kaicheng had suggested. The core of the meeting was employee-led discussion. Instead, he stood at the front, using the projector to explain the aspects that had been launched and improved this time, as well as the technical requirements for manufacturing. Fortunately, while these employees lacked some innovative capabilities, their professional expertise was solid, and they were also well versed in the previous documentation. Thus, Lin Feng didn't need to exert much effort to ensure all employees understood how to manufacture this engine. Stepping out of the conference room, Lin Feng approached Huang Kaicheng. Manager Huang, I've completed all the tasks assigned to me. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. If you encounter any difficulties during production, feel free to call me anytime.
Huang Kaicheng nodded. No problem. You've played a crucial role in the drone logistics project. Once the delivery drones are fully operational, we'll compensate you with a percentage of the resulting economic profits. We'll notify you when the time comes.
Lin Feng merely acknowledged this before heading out of the company building. Encountering Lin Shan on the way, he took a moment to remind him. Dad, even though work is hectic now, you need to take care of yourself. Lin Shan smiled and waved him off.
Well, the little rascal actually cares about me now.
Don't worry, your old man will take care of himself. With that, he turned away from Lin Feng and headed toward his workstation. Lin Feng, equally savvy, headed home. With the introduction of more advanced drones, the situation at Shunfeng Company gradually became clearer. The company's operations team specifically highlighted the flight range advantage of their drones on their official account. However, the seemingly minor move immediately set off alarm bells at 2.5 years logistics.
Zhang Hong, the market research lead, burst into Zhang Chang's office after seeing the announcement.
Seeing his subordinate rush in, Zhang Chang set aside his documents and frowned, asking,
"What's so urgent?" Zhang Hong didn't even bother to wipe the sweat from his forehead as he blurted out.
Manager Zhang, the situation has escalated beyond our control. Just moments ago, SF Express announced on their official website that their drones can cover the entire Dragon Nation. If that's true, our company's drones won't stand a chance against theirs. Zhang Hong spoke with a grave expression, fully aware that his company's drones suffered from a critical weakness, limited flight range. If SF Express truly developed drones capable of covering the entire Dragon Nation, they would be in serious trouble. However, Zhang Chang, upon hearing this, remained unconcerned, even letting out a cold chuckle.
I thought it was something major?
Zhang Hong, you're only in charge of market research, so it's perfectly normal that you're unaware of certain things. In any case, improving the engine to extend flight range in such a short time frame is completely impossible. All Shunfeng Logistics is doing is creating a gimmick to temporarily keep e-commerce companies on board. In short, just relax. There's absolutely no need to pay them any mind. These words seemed to inject Zhang Han with a shot of tranquility, instantly calming him down. He scratched his head awkwardly and smiled sheepishly. My apologies, Manager Zhang. I clearly didn't understand the situation well enough. I hope you won't mind my interruption. Zhang Chang sat back in his office chair, sipping his tea with an air of nonchalance.
It's not your fault. You were just looking out for the company.
If there's nothing else, please return to your workstation. Hearing this, Zhang Hong nodded and turned to leave the office. But just as one foot crossed the threshold, Zhang Chang called out to him. Their actions clearly position us as their direct competitors. Since that's the case, let's schedule our launch event on the same day as theirs. We'll crush their company at the event and show all our partners who the real collaborator is. Zhang Chang spoke with a smug expression, completely disregarding the possibility of failure. Zhang Hong pondered this. While he knew such a move would sacrifice the company's competitive edge, Zhang Chang was ultimately the person in charge of this matter. Since the person in charge had spoken, they would follow his lead. Besides, given the current situation, logistics simply had no chance of losing in 2.5 years. With that thought, Zhang Hong nodded to Zhang Chang. I'll notify the relevant personnel immediately to schedule the press conference for the same day as SF Express. Chapter 68, Overreaching. 13 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under the close scrutiny of 2.5-year logistics, SF Express finally announced the opening time for its drone plan press conference on its official website.
Following SF Express's announcement, 2.5 years Logistics promptly adjusted their own press conference day to coincide with SF Express.
The simultaneous announcement of both logistics companies' events instantly caused an uproar, quickly becoming Dole's hottest trending topic.
Netizen A, what's going on here? Is logistics entering the drone era already? Netizen B, this is great.
Now buying private items won't be awkward. Even though sellers claim anonymous shipping, delivery personnel still know what you bought, making me feel awkward every time I pick up a package.
Netizen C, hope you're talking about legitimate private items, buddy. Netizen D, these two companies scheduled their launches on the same day. Isn't this just a blatant showdown? Some netizens with deeper knowledge on the topic explained. These two logistics companies are now bitter rivals. YTO Logistics originally announced their drone first, but SF Express claimed they could develop a more effective one. YTO Logistics likely saw this as a provocation, prompting them to reschedule their event to deliver a decisive blow to SF Express on launch day. Another netizen commented below with their perspective. Given China's current drone development capabilities, it's reasonable for YTO Express to develop drones covering multiple provinces. That would be a significant breakthrough. But SF Express claiming their drones can cover the entire Dragon Nation? That's a bit of an exaggeration. I understand they're trying to retain their e-commerce partners, but it's surprising they'd actually hold a press conference. This is essentially pushing their company into the fire without leaving themselves any escape route. At this point, onlookers couldn't stay seated. SF Express talks a big game despite lacking the capability. They're just putting on airs without the substance. They've been pioneering drone logistics for 2.5 years, yet they only dare claim their first-generation drones can cover a few neighboring provinces. And you go and say yours can cover the entire Dragon Nation? I can't wait to see how big a pile of crap SF Express will make when the press conference finally happens. In no time, netizens across Longguo flooded Douyin with their opinions. Not only them, but the major e-commerce platforms most concerned also took note of this news. At Alibaba HQ, manager Lu Hong sat in his office. After glancing at the online discussions about the two companies, he let out a cold laugh and shut off his phone. Sitting back in his chair, he summoned Zhu Hong, the high-heeled, business suit-clad manager who was always waiting outside. Manager Lu, is there anything you need arranged? Zhu Hong approached Manager Lu with respectful deference. Manager Lu gave her a dismissive glance before speaking slowly. Has Jingxi Logistics still not terminated its contract with SF Express? Zhu Hong shook her head. Not yet. Word is that Jingxi won't cease cooperation until SF Express makes a final decision.
Hearing this, Manager Lu abruptly stood up from his chair, his voice brimming with agitation.
Excellent. Who would have thought Jingxi would willingly play the fool this time? Utterly foolish. This time, we'll make Jingxi Logistics bleed heavily. At present, Jingxi was Alibaba's biggest competitor, and they naturally kept a close eye on their every move. Upon learning Jingxi was still maintaining its partnership with SF Express, Lu Hong knew the perfect opportunity to weaken Jingxi had arrived. When 2.5-year Logistics announced the imminent launch of its drone delivery era, numerous e-commerce platforms rushed to seek partnerships with them. The merchants behind these e-commerce platforms were also highly supportive of this development. Some platforms initially adopted a wait-and-see approach, but pressure from their merchants forced them to quickly partner with Jingxi Logistics. Jingxi's actions inevitably sparked discontent among its affiliated merchants, and anti-Alibaba seized this opportunity to poach Jingxi's premium merchants. With this in mind, Lu Hong instructed Xiao Zhu. Before the end of the day, I want detailed information on all premium suppliers under Jingxi. Also, have the marketing team amplify the consequences of supporting traditional logistics online. Do everything possible to undermine the confidence of Jingxi's premium suppliers. I'll get right on it. Zhu Hong responded with a nod before clicking away from the office in her high heels. By nightfall, Lin Shan still didn't arrive home until past 10 o'clock. Lin Feng, who was idly organizing 5nm chip production processes in the living room, handed him a glass of water. How's it going? Is the drone development progressing well? Lin Shan took a couple of gulps of water, panting slightly, before replying. It's going smoothly, but the workload has been a bit heavy this time. I've barely had any rest these past few days. As he spoke, he couldn't help but vent to Lin Shan about Auntie Ali's actions toward Jingxi. That Auntie Ali is truly despicable. Taking advantage of Jingxi not severing ties with us just yet, she's started poaching Jingxi's talent. Isn't that exploiting someone's vulnerability? And it's not just that she's doing these shameless things behind closed doors, she had to announce it publicly. Now several more e-commerce companies have cut ties with us. No matter how we tried to persuade them, they wouldn't stay. Instead, they just laughed at us, saying we were talking big. If it weren't for Su Changdong manager Huang's close friend persisting in supporting us, Jingxi might have already terminated their partnership with our company too. With that, he set his water cup on the table and slumped heavily into the sofa. Lin Feng, who had been listening, smiled as he organized the documents in his hands. Don't dwell on these trivial matters now. It won't be long before everyone knows who to support. After all, drones with flight ranges covering the entire nation are in a completely different league compared to those limited to just a few provinces.
Lin Shan nodded with a smile. At least this matter gives us something to look forward to. With that, Lin Shan stood up and headed toward the bathroom. Don't stay up too late on the computer. I have to head to the office early tomorrow morning, so I'll be turning in now. Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod, paying it little mind as he refocused his full attention on organizing the chip manufacturing process. Time flew by. After over half a month of intense work, the drone was successfully produced, and the time for the launch event had arrived. Chapter 69, Malfunction. Today, Lin Shan woke up unusually early and dragged Lin Feng out of bed with him. After a hurried breakfast, the two headed straight to the press conference venue at Shunfeng Logistics. By then, all company employees had arrived, but aside from their own staff, not many outsiders had come to attend the event. Only one or two media outlets stood idly in the distance, seemingly disinterested. After inquiring around, they discovered the reporters were only there to document the spectacle. Looking at the vast expanse of empty seats, Wang Kaicheng shook his head bitterly at Xia Qianqian, who sat in the front row. I knew attendance wouldn't be high today, but I never imagined it would be this sparse. Xia Qianqian glanced back over his shoulder. It's fine. Good wine needs no bush. People will recognize a quality product. Wang Kaicheng nodded gratefully. You've been through a lot these past days. If it weren't for Jingxi e-commerce's steadfast commitment to partnering with us, stabilizing some smaller e-commerce platforms, our company might have collapsed long ago. But now the hard times are behind us, right? I've reviewed all your company's drone test data. It's clearly capable of handling logistics for over 2.5 years. And I'm your company's largest partner right now. With your strong support going forward, what do today's losses even matter? Xia Qianqian chuckled, patted his shoulder, then returned to his seat. Wang Kaicheng merely nodded in response, saying nothing further as he slowly walked to the backstage area to review his upcoming presentation. At that moment, the stark contrast between the 2.5-year logistics venue and SF Express was striking. Though the press conference was still half an hour away, the venue was already packed to the rafters. The media inside were packed like sardines. From behind the stage, Zhang Chang glanced toward the front and smiled. Looks like everyone has sharp eyes. They all know only 2.5-year logistics can truly deliver on drone delivery. I'm certain their venue over at SF Express must be deserted by now. Hearing this, his secretary approached with a phone in hand. Here's the live stream from SF Express's media event. Their venue isn't even filled to capacity. Seeing this, Zhang Chang burst into laughter. SF Express's half-dead press conference mirrors their company's current state perfectly. After this event, SF Express will have no reason to exist. Zhang Chang continued talking to himself while Lu Hong slowly approached him. Manager Zhang, congratulations. After today, your company will have no rivals in the entire logistics industry. When you take the stage later, please allow me to offer my heartfelt congratulations and let me do a little promotion for anti-Alibaba myself. Zhang Chang replied promptly. Of course. Anti-Alibaba is the first major e-commerce platform to partner with us. This opportunity can only be maximized by you. No one else qualifies. The two found themselves in perfect harmony, freely envisioning the future prosperity of their company. Before they knew it, they had chatted for half an hour. Had the staff not come to notify them, they wouldn't have stopped. At the staff's urging, Zhang Chang rose to his feet. Manager Lu, the press conference is about to begin. Please join me on stage. Your remarks will open our event. Lu Hong nodded and followed Zhang Chang toward the stage. Moments later, as Lu Hong stepped onto the stage, all eyes instinctively turned to him. Looking out at the audience below, Lu Hong spoke calmly. Thank you all for joining us at the launch event for our latest delivery drone. Before I proceed with the introduction, please allow Manager Lu from Anti-Ali to share a few words. With that, Lu Hong, seated in the front row, rose to his feet. He waved to the audience, took the microphone handed to him by a staff member, and spoke slowly. It is an honor to be the first speaker at this launch event. Having such a partner for 2.5 years has been our good fortune. As you all know, drone logistics is revolutionary. Its emergence signifies a major leap forward for the logistics industry. And a giant leap for logistics means a giant leap for our e-commerce industry. Traditional delivery methods won't last long before being replaced by this new delivery model. As the first e-commerce platform to support this drone delivery solution for 2.5 years, we have established a deep partnership with this company. I am confident that in the days ahead, we will advance together to deliver superior service to merchants and customers alike. As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted instantly throughout the venue. Zhang Chang smoothly picked up his microphone. Manager Lu, you flatter us. Anti-Alibaba is also an extraordinary company. Merchants can collaborate with us indirectly through them, achieving mutual benefit and win-win outcomes. With that, Zhang Chang proceeded to showcase his company's latest delivery drone. Since both companies' press conferences were live-streamed, everyone could clearly see the stark contrast between the two companies. After watching 2.5 years of crowded logistics launch events, netizens couldn't help but laugh when they saw SF Express's presentation. This is SF Express joking? What kind of launch event is this with just a handful of people? Are they just talking to the wall?
Didn't someone say before that SF Express is just a gimmick? They don't have any real technology, and probably don't want too many people seeing it anyway, huh? Just watched SF Express's livestream. Whoa. They're shameless. Their presentation was identical to 2.5 years logistics. They must have just copied it outright. While Huang Kaicheng and Zhang Chang introduced their drones, netizens were buzzing with opinions. Before long, both had finished detailing all the delivery drones' capabilities, leading into the live testing segment. The camera cut to the drone testing center. This facility was specifically designed to test the drone's maximum flight range, with the flight route pre-approved. Upon receiving notification from the logistics company, the testing center staff brought the drones to the starting point. Coincidentally, the drones from both companies were brought out at the exact same time. To distinguish them, 2.5 Logistics had even added distinctive markings to their drone. Netizens who witnessed this instantly perked up. Wow, this should be interesting. Who knew SF Express would actually bring out a drone? Now that both are flying, the comparison is obvious. SF Express, that overconfident company, is about to make a huge fool of itself. Let's see if SF's drone can even get airborne. Amidst the online buzz, staff placed both drones at the launch pad and simultaneously activated them. Surprisingly, despite being launched simultaneously, the drone from the 2.5-year-old logistics company took off smoothly, while SF Express's remained motionless as still as a lump of scrap metal. Chapter 70, Unexpected Situation. Netizens who witnessed this scene burst into laughter. Zhang Chang, watching the livestream, burst out laughing in front of everyone. He had expected SF's drone to be useless, but he never imagined it wouldn't even start. What were SF's executives thinking? If they were truly desperate, they could have bought a drone off the market, repainted it, and passed it off as their own. They'd even sacrificed their company's last shred of dignity. Lu Hong, sitting beside him, seemed to understand Zhang Chang perfectly. He leaned toward him and chuckled. Those Sunmmary executives still have some self-awareness. Knowing the company is finished after today, they've given up pretending and are just throwing caution to the wind. They're deliberately doing these things to annoy you. Zhang Chang nodded with evident satisfaction. They deliberately antagonize our company. It does disgust me. But when I think about how, in just 2.5 years, our logistics will become the world's premier logistics company, none of this matters anymore. My perspective is fundamentally different from those SF executives. I certainly won't view them through the same narrow lens. The two chatted sporadically, quickly losing all interest in SF Express's delivery drones. In their eyes, SF Express was nothing more than a complete clown these days. It was amusing to watch, but what truly mattered was the performance of their own drones. Meanwhile, at the SF Express press conference, the moment the drone failed to activate, their hearts leapt into their throats. Huang Kaicheng, flustered and at a loss, hurried over to Lin Feng, his tone urgent. Lin, what's going on? The drone's engine doesn't seem to be running at all. Could there be some issue with the engine we didn't anticipate? Earlier, pressured by external demands, they had rushed to develop the drone at breakneck speed to address the crisis caused by the 2.5-year logistics delay. This meant they had no time for preemptive simulation testing, forcing the drone to be rushed straight from the factory to the testing center under urgent circumstances. The current situation was entirely unforeseen. However, Lin Feng's expression stood in stark contrast to that of Huang Kaicheng and the others. He looked at Huang Kaicheng calmly and said, "Relax, just watch. Let the bullets fly for a while. Our unmanned engines are more powerful. Combined with it being the first startup, a longer warm-up time is perfectly normal." Hearing this, Huang Kaicheng's heart sank with relief, and he quickly turned his gaze back to the live feed. The moment his gaze landed on his own drone, a wave of gasps erupted throughout the venue. "Look! The drone's moving! It's moving!" The moment those words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in thunderous cheers. Everyone in the company stared intently at their own drone. The Sunmmary drone, once activated, immediately began chasing after the Huawei logistics drone at breakneck speed. Even the staff operating the drone were startled. He had never seen a drone move this fast before. In just 1 minute, it had nearly caught up to the 2.5-year logistics drone. Is that SF Express's drone? The moment the SF Express drone appeared on the live feed, the entire crowd erupted. How is that possible? How could they possibly be that fast? Aren't their drones just a pile of scrap metal? It actually overtook the drone that took 2.5 years to deliver. I thought they were here to make a joke, but turns out they're serious? Well, that's a 2.5-year logistics has truly become a laughingstock. Not only did they squander their chance to dominate the market, but they ended up sacrificing themselves to boost SF Express's reputation. With SF Express now having superior drones, it's obvious which platform e-commerce giants will choose. Whoa! 2.5 years logistics was so ambitious they left SF Express no room to maneuver. Now they're probably scrambling to figure out how to apologize to SF Express, ha ha ha. Initially, SF Express's underwhelming drone performance drew little attention. But now, all eyes are fixed on SF's drones. Seeing his drones overtaken, Zhang Chang, who had been beaming with pride, suddenly sprang to his feet, his voice darkening as he demanded. How could their drones possibly be this fast? Could they have actually developed a drone that outperforms ours? Zhang Chang's face darkened as he spoke.
If SF Express had indeed developed superior drones, they would have to swallow every loss they'd incurred, and that would spell bankruptcy for them.
Seeing Zhang Chang's grim expression, the chief engineer of 2.5-year logistics drones hurried over to offer reassurance.
Manager Zhang, please don't worry too much. Improving the engine is a major undertaking. It's impossible to develop a superior engine in such a short time frame. And the reason their drones can achieve such high speeds is most likely because they've sacrificed the quality of other components. In other words, their current achievements are nothing more than a flash in the pan. Hearing this, the deep gloom on Zhang Chang's face eased slightly. Refocusing his gaze on the Sunmmary drone, he let a faint smile touch his lips.
Sunmmary Logistics. Oof. I'll be watching to see what you do next.
Yet as time passed, SF Express's drone showed no signs of slowing down, leaving the 2.5-year-old logistics system far behind. Before anyone realized it, SF Express's drone had already flown out of Xiguang province. At that moment, Zhang Chang felt an intense sense of unease. His expression grew grave as he turned to the engineer who had spoken to him earlier.
Didn't you say their drones were just a flash in the pan? Their current range is approaching our maximum limit.
The engineer, now under fire, stood awkwardly to the side, stammering and unsure what to say. He too was baffled by this unexpected turn of events.
But just then, Zhang Chang received an urgent notification from the staff. Manager Zhang, we just received an urgent report from the Meteorological Bureau. An extremely rare torrential downpour has suddenly hit the province where the test flight route is located. To ensure the safety of the drones, we recommend halting the test immediately. Upon seeing the message, Zhang Chang didn't make an immediate decision. Instead, he turned his gaze to the drone gliding smoothly in the live feed. Moments later, he clenched his jaw and sent a message to the testing center personnel. Continue the test.
In his view, the area affected by the torrential rain represented the maximum operational distance for his own drones, and the Sunmmary drones were also highly likely to crash.
If he terminated the test prematurely now, the final result would undoubtedly prove that the Sunmmary drone outperformed his own, plunging the logistics sector into even greater peril after 2.5 years. But if both drones crashed in the downpour, it would be different. The Sunmmary drone's advantage in ultra-long-range flight would be nullified.
To outsiders, it would only appear that the Sunmmary drone offered little beyond slightly faster speeds. This would minimize the impact on his own company. Most e-commerce platforms with ongoing cooperation plans would not abandon their partnerships as a result.
Chapter 71, Polarity Reversal. At that moment, within SF Express,
Huang Kaicheng naturally received the message from the testing center staff.
Originally, he intended to terminate the test, but after consulting with Lin Feng, he chose to persevere. Currently, their drone's performance had undoubtedly surpassed that of 2.5-year logistics.
However, terminating the test now would not only fail to fully demonstrate the capabilities of their own drones but would also yield negligible benefits. Major e-commerce platforms had already signed contracts with 2.5-year logistics. With the performance gap between the two drones being negligible, they wouldn't go to the trouble of switching partners. It would have some effect, but not a significant one. Therefore, the only way to decisively defeat 2.5-year logistics was to hope their drones could traverse the torrential rain zone, fully unleashing their capabilities for all to witness. Watching the drone enter the torrential rain zone, every employee at Sunmmary held their breath in suspense.
Huang Kaicheng, the chief supervisor, was sweating profusely with anxiety. SF Express is truly reckless. Didn't they see the torrential rain ahead? Sending their drone straight into it, don't they want to keep their drone?
I admit SF Express's drones have some capabilities, but expecting them to navigate a torrential downpour zone is absolutely impossible.
What can I say about SF Express?
They're just too greedy. They already have a solid advantage, yet they keep pushing the limits.
There's a saying, if you don't court death, you won't die. SF Express is only setting themselves up for failure. Honestly, the more down-to-earth 2.5-year logistics is a far more reliable partner.
2.5 years logistics drones might be a bit underpowered, but they're still functional enough. I'm sure with some time, they'll develop better performing drones.
When netizens saw SF Express drones flying into torrential rain, opinions were divided. Most opposed the move, deeming it overly risky. Successfully navigating the storm zone would be ideal, but failure could leave them looking arrogant and overconfident.
Meanwhile, Ban Logistics, whose drones were still some distance from the storm, had all eyes fixed on SF's drones.
As SF's drone entered the torrential rain zone, everyone held their breath.
The video showed the drone still moving at breakneck speed. Huge raindrops pelted the drone's casing, producing a steady patter.
Its speed instantly slowed.
Not only that, but due to the reduced speed, the drone began to drift slowly toward the ground. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats at that moment. Watching this unfold, Lin Feng frowned and ordered decisively. Increase engine power. Otherwise, the drone will crash in this downpour.
But we haven't tested the engine's maximum power. Pushing it too hard could cause the drone to lose control.
Losing control might still let it fly through the storm, but if we don't accelerate, the drone is gone for good. Hearing this, Huang Kaicheng gritted his teeth and sent the message to activate the drone's maximum power to the staff. The staff, receiving the message, didn't hesitate. After adjusting some parameters, they pressed the final button. As the final button clicked, the drone's speed surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from the live feed. What the heck just zoomed past like that? If I'm not mistaken, that was the drone with the tailwind. It can actually accelerate? I thought it was already impressive that it could outpace a drone with 2.5 years of logistics experience, but it turns out it hasn't even shown its full potential yet. There's no way that SF Express drone can actually fly through a downpour. However, after everyone's heated discussion, they realized the livestream couldn't keep up with the SF Express drone at all. Fortunately, some media outlets had the foresight. They had already positioned themselves at the end of the route before SF Express's drone entered the downpour. From the media's live footage, SF Express's drone flew at an astonishing speed, almost like a flash. But SF Express's drone did indeed successfully navigate through the torrential downpour. Witnessing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Zhang Chang and his team looked utterly grim. This situation was extremely unfavorable for their 2.5-year logistics operation. Just as he shifted his attention to his own drone about to enter the downpour, the chief engineer who had only just learned their drone would also enter the storm zone rushed over urgently, his face etched with anxiety. Manager Zhang, our drone doesn't have the same speed as Xuanfeng's. Under identical conditions, ours will crash in this downpour. Therefore, I recommend immediately halting our drone testing. However, Zhang Chang was now blinded by determination and paid no heed to the chief engineer's warning. Shortly thereafter, the logistics drone from 2.5 years logistics also entered the torrential rain. Within the first few minutes of entering the downpour, the drone merely slowed down and showed a slight tendency to drift off course. Compared to the earlier drone flying with tailwind, this outcome was undoubtedly better. Zhang Chang's intense anxiety eased slightly as he murmured to himself. If you can fly with tailwinds, we can certainly manage with 2.5 years. However, in the blink of an eye, the 2.5-year drone's flight situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Before any corrective action could be taken, it crashed directly to the ground. All this unfolded within a minute. The smile hadn't even faded from Zhang Chang's face before it froze solid. Viewers watching the live stream gasped in shock at the sight. Look, the 2.5-year logistics drone just crashed. Ha! They were bragging about how amazing their drones were, and now they're getting slapped in the face. Where are all those people who said SF Express was just here for laughs, and that their drones were nothing but scrap metal? Come on, let's have another debate. The moment the 2.5-year logistics drone crashed, SF Express's reputation took an instant nosedive. It turns out SF Express's drones are actually far superior to 2.5 years. Partners who had arrived at the launch event in high spirits now wore grim expressions, with some even getting up early and heading out of the venue. Watching more and more partners leave the venue, Zhang Chang felt a growing sense of unease. He knew these people had completely lost faith in him and 2.5-year logistics. Their departure signaled the collapse of their partnerships. Before long, over half of the partners present had departed. At that moment, Zhang Chang seemed to think of something. He turned to Lu Hong, seated beside him, his eyes filled with hope. Manager Lu, please trust me, don't terminate our partnership with 2.5-year logistics. We'll improve our drones soon and absolutely surpass SF Express in no time. He knew Lu Hong had recently secured a group of high-quality merchants, significantly boosting his own influence. As long as Lu Hong didn't abandon their partnership, 2.5-year logistics still had a chance to turn things around. Yet, to his shock, Lu Hong, who had always been on good terms with him, rose with a grim expression. Useless trash. How could I have trusted you so much before? With those words, Lu Hong ignored Zhang Chang entirely and walked straight out of the press conference. Chapter 72, Alarming the Military. Before long, the scene inside the 2.5-year logistics venue mirrored exactly what had happened earlier at Smooth Logistics. Apart from their own staff, only the media remained, capturing the spectacle for entertainment. The once promising 2.5-year logistics had become an afterthought. Now, most eyes were fixed on SF Express's drones. At the SF Express press conference, Huang Kaicheng received a message from the inspection agency staff. Manager Huang, due to your drone's excessive speed likely caused by improper calibration, it has now lost control. We are contacting surveillance personnel along its flight path to locate the drone. Huang Kaicheng could do nothing but pin his hopes on the monitoring agency's staff. But overall, they had achieved their goal. SF Express had successfully demonstrated the advanced capabilities of their drones to the outside world. It wouldn't be long before collaboration opportunities came knocking. With that thought, to avoid keeping everyone waiting unnecessarily, Huang Kaicheng instructed the media present to switch the live feed back to the conference venue. After confirming all feeds were restored, he apologetically stated, "Dear viewers, thank you all for taking the time to watch our launch event. While traversing a heavy rainstorm, our engineers activated the drone's maximum speed setting. However, this speed had never been tested in our laboratory, resulting in the drone losing contact.
Therefore, we will be unable to continue the live broadcast for the remainder of the event. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience. However, please rest assured that our SF Express drones truly have the range to cover the entire Dragon Nation. Though we cannot demonstrate this today, we will conduct another live broadcast once weather conditions permit. Thanks to the drone's impressive performance this time, netizens showed considerable leniency toward SF Express. We have no choice but to believe you. After all, you've just proven logistics wrong after 2.5 years of skepticism. If we doubt you now, we might end up looking foolish ourselves. The above makes sense. No need for another live stream. Since the drone lost control, it will inevitably keep flying until its power runs out. Just announce the final distance traveled then. Finally, Wang Kaicheng, standing on stage with a beaming smile, answered a few reporters' questions before declaring the press conference concluded. What they didn't know was that testing agency staff were sweating buckets at that very moment. They too had heard the rumors circulating outside and instinctively assumed Xuanfeng's drone was nothing but scrap metal. Although Sunmmary had applied for a flight path spanning the entire Dragon Nation, the farther the distance, the more complex the approval process became. A test route covering the entire Dragon Nation would even require military involvement. Therefore, to streamline the process, they had filed a flight plan for Sunmmary identical to the 2.5-year logistics route. But now, Xuanfeng's drone had not only smoothly traversed the maximum distance reported by the staff, but was also racing forward at an astonishing speed. If their momentary negligence caused the drone to cause any trouble, the consequences would be severe. Yet over the next 3 hours, no matter what methods they employed, they could not locate the drone. Just as they were desperately searching, the alarm radar at the Dragon Nation's Air Force Command headquarters suddenly sounded. A soldier monitoring the radar immediately reported the unfamiliar signal detected on the screen to his superiors. Reporting, sir. Our unit has detected an unknown aerial vehicle entering Dragon Nation airspace. At these words, the commander's expression instantly turned grave as he coldly ordered. Copy that. Personnel are being dispatched to investigate the nearby airspace. After the commander made the arrangements, the Air Force Department relayed the radar feed to the large screen before him. Watching the rapidly advancing red dot, Commander Yu's brow furrowed deeply. Could this be the work of the United States again? How did they manage to infiltrate our airspace undetected? Have they developed some new technological breakthrough to flaunt in our faces? Shortly after, the commander's earpiece crackled with the voice of an Air Force soldier. Reporting, Commander. The large unmanned aerial vehicle that entered our Dragon Nation's airspace is an unidentified model. However, this drone does not appear to possess strike capabilities. Upon hearing this, the commander pondered silently. Though we don't know where this drone took off from, the mere fact that it could traverse the entire length of our Dragon Nation is no small feat. Such a drone must be relatively inexpensive to produce, making it an excellent military resource. I never imagined the United States would already be deploying such large drones for military operations. This thought weighed heavily on Commander Yu's mind. The United States already possessed formidable military strength, and now, with such a drone strike capability, their power would undoubtedly be further enhanced. But no matter how powerful the United States becomes, this is the airspace of our Dragon Nation. No one can interfere with our sovereignty or provoke us. With that resolve, he addressed the microphone before him. Soldiers, no one shall dare to provoke us on our territory. Any unauthorized entry into Dragon Nation airspace shall be treated as a threat. Intercept them without fail. Authorization to shoot them down is granted when necessary. Aye, sir. At Commander Yu's command, 2 fighter jets flanked the Sunmmary logistics drone. Once it reached uninhabited territory, both jets simultaneously activated their electronic jamming systems. Unexpectedly, within a split second, the drone's electronic components were completely destroyed. Instantly losing power, it plummeted straight downward. Observing the drone, which showed no signs of hostility, the fighter pilots couldn't help but wonder. What, is this some kind of joke? I thought it would launch a suicide attack. The pilot of the other fighter jet nodded. Perhaps this drone's primary purpose was just to show off to us. The 2 pilots relayed the situation to Commander Yu. Upon receiving the report, Commander Yu swiftly dispatched personnel to collect debris from the drone's crash site. He personally boarded a military helicopter to inspect the location. Before long, Commander Yu arrived at the crash site. Stepping over the security cordon set up by local military personnel, he asked urgently, "What's the situation? Can we identify its country of origin from the wreckage? Can we assess its attack capabilities?" The commander fired off a barrage of questions. After all, this was the first time he'd heard of drones of this size being used as military weapons, and he was deeply intrigued. At the sound, a figure stepped forward from the crowd, holding a storage bag containing the wreckage. Through the bag, the text was clearly visible. Smooth Wind Logistics pioneering the new era of logistics. Chapter 73, Commissioning. Upon seeing those words, Commander Yu froze in place. Several minutes later, he finally spoke, his voice thick with disbelief. You mean this drone was manufactured by a logistics company from our Dragon Nation? A logistics company capable of manufacturing drones of this scale? The inspector before him nodded and replied. Most of the components in this drone are domestically produced parts, utilizing domestic manufacturing processes. Combined with the Chinese characters on the drone, we can now confirm with high certainty that this drone was manufactured in China. Military personnel are currently contacting Sunmmary Logistics to verify this information. Upon hearing this news, Commander Yu burst into laughter. Excellent. Contact them immediately. Once the accuracy of this matter is confirmed, inform me at once. I intend to meet with the head of Sunmmary Logistics personally. Since this drone wasn't foreign-made, his earlier plan to incorporate drones into military resources could now be implemented first in Longguo. By incorporating and modifying this model of drone from Sunmmary Logistics, they could build an unparalleled drone combat fleet. The cost of drones was incomparable to that of fighter jets. Deploying these drones would yield immense tactical advantages at minimal expense on future battlefields. This was an invaluable military resource. He could even picture the expressions on international faces the moment they witnessed this drone combat fleet. At this thought, Commander Yu's smile broadened into a radiant grin, stretching from ear to ear. He couldn't wait to get his hands on that drone manufacturing technology from Sunmmary Logistics. Meanwhile, at Sunmmary Logistics, Huang Kaichang, having just wrapped up the press conference, juggled a steady stream of partners while worrying about the drone's whereabouts. Although the primary responsibility lay with the negligence of the inspection agency, any negative repercussions would inevitably be exploited by those with ulterior motives to smear the company. This was not good news for Sunmmary Logistics. With this in mind, Huang Kaichang, having just seen off a partner, immediately dialed the testing agency's number. After a series of inquiries yielded no results, his heart sank. So much time had passed, and he had no idea where the drone had flown off to. Had it crashed due to depleted energy, potentially exploding and injuring someone? But just as this thought crossed his mind, the office phone on his desk rang. Manager Huang, drop everything immediately and report to the company reception area. Commander Yu from the Air Force Department is requesting your presence for questioning. At the mention of the Air Force Department commander, Huang Kaichang froze, as if his soul had been stolen. He knew it was most likely related to the drone incident. But as the primary person in charge of this project, he bore full responsibility for any issues that arose. After taking a deep breath and pausing for a few seconds, he replied. Understood, Director Wu. I'll be there within 2 minutes. Hanging up the phone, Huang Kaichang sprinted toward the guest house. He arrived at the guest house entrance. After catching his breath, he knocked on the door with a solemn expression. Before knocking, he had already prepared himself to accept any outcome. However, upon stepping inside, he discovered the atmosphere within the guesthouse was completely different from what he had imagined. He had expected to face stern questioning from the commander and general manager Wu, but Commander Yu, dressed in military uniform, approached him with an exceptionally bright smile. Manager Huang, it's a pleasure to meet you. A pleasure indeed. Faced with the commander's unexpected warmth, Huang Kaichang momentarily didn't know how to react. Glancing at General Wu for guidance, he snapped out of his daze and responded with a smile. Commander, I understand this drone test must have caused significant trouble. I accept any decision the military district makes. Commander Yu held Huang Kaichang in high regard. He pulled him toward a chair and shook his head. Manager Huang, there's no need to be so nervous. Your company's drones haven't caused any trouble, they've made tremendous contributions to the nation. Huang Kaichang was instantly dumbfounded. He thought to himself, our company just developed a drone, how could that be a major contribution to the nation? Could it be that after losing control, the drone flew an extraordinary distance, landed directly on the White House in the United States, and precisely targeted the American leader George, disrupting the current political system of the United States? Though his mind raced, Huang Kaichang asked cautiously. I'm not sure how our drone could benefit the Dragon Nation military district. If possible, please elaborate, Commander, so we can cooperate with the military district. The commander pondered for a moment, then shook his head. The details are inconvenient to discuss at this time. But in essence, it boils down to one sentence: our Air Force Department wishes to requisition your company's drone technology. Huang Kaichang was overjoyed upon hearing this. Without hesitation, he replied, it is our honor to serve the Dragon Nation. Whatever the nation requires, Commander, you may take this technology. Although the national requisition of this drone model meant they would need to redesign a new one, this development would grant them official backing. In Dragon Nation, that carried far more weight than the drone technology itself. Moreover, refining the existing design for smaller performance wasn't overly challenging. Watching Huang Kaichang's decisive response, Commander Yu stood up and saluted him. Thank you for your generosity. It is precisely because of people like you that Longwood enjoys its prosperity today. Huang Kaichang promptly returned the salute. Commander, you flatter us. This is simply what we, the people of Longguo, should be doing. With that, Huang Kaichang swiftly returned to his workstation and retrieved the manufacturing blueprints for the Sunmmary drone. The more Commander Yu studied the drone blueprints, the more impressed he became. The more he studied it, the more it resembled a bomber. The cargo bay beneath its wings was indistinguishable from an ammunition compartment.
This was undoubtedly a jewel in the crown of future military strategy.
After Commander Yu departed with Xunfeng's drone manufacturing technology,
it wasn't long before news of Xunfeng drones being adopted by the military spread like wildfire. This news instantly became a hot topic on Duel platform, sending netizens into an uproar.
Xunfeng.
Holy cow, their newly developed drones got commissioned right away.
Official endorsement, now there's no reason not to choose Xunfeng. Xunfeng, spill the beans, are your drones mainly for delivering Dongfeng missiles? Is courier delivery just your insignificant side gig?
Seeing the unreserved praise from netizens for his company, Wang Kaicheng beamed with delight.
He knew SF Express's toughest days were behind them, smooth sailing lay ahead.
Returning to his office, he surveyed his department staff. After consulting with General Manager Wu, he decided to implement staggered leave for the team.
Long-time employees like Lin Shan were naturally placed in the first batch. Chapter 74, Chance Encounter.
With the company-approved vacation time secured, the family of three completely set aside their work a few days before Lin Feng started school, exploring various scenic spots within the city. Soon, the final night before school began arrived. As was customary, the dinner that night was exceptionally lavish. Qianqian prepared nearly every dish Lin Feng loved. Looking at the table laden with rich dishes, Lin Feng teased.
"Mom, it's not like I won't be able to eat at home anymore.
The school is a bit far from home, but with today's transportation, it won't take me long to get back whenever I want." Qianqian placed the last two dishes on the table, handing Lin Feng his bowl and chopsticks as she said. "Well, this time I made all your favorites, just in case you get homesick and crave them once you're at school. You're going to study, not play.
What good will you learn if you're running home every other day?"
As she spoke, she enthusiastically piled more food onto Lin Feng's plate. Lin Feng naturally couldn't argue with that. He nodded and began devouring his meal. After finishing the meal, he didn't retreat to his room early as usual. Instead, he stayed and chatted with his parents for a long time. Having lived under their watchful eyes for so many years, he worried they might suffer from missing him too much during his months away. Early the next morning, Lin Shan drove Lin Feng to Donghai railway station.
In fact, Wang Weigua had arranged for Longguo University's special vehicle to pick up Lin Feng.
However, since his good friend Xia Qianqian had been accepted to Kyoto University, the two had long planned to travel together by train to Kyoto.
Thus, they politely declined the special vehicle service from Longguo University.
After entering the station,
Lin Shan glanced around and said, "Son, it seems your classmate hasn't arrived yet."
Lin Feng also looked around before sitting down next to Lin Shan on a bench and replying,
"It's back to school season.
Maybe the road he's coming from is congested, so he'll be a bit late." Soon, 10 minutes passed. Lin Feng glanced at his phone before looking toward the station entrance. Sure enough, he spotted Xia Qianqian placing his luggage onto the conveyor belt. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that standing not far behind Xia Qianqian was none other than Xia Qianqian. Lin Feng had deliberately sat directly opposite the entrance to make himself visible to Xia Qianqian, ensuring that the moment he looked up, he would see him. It didn't matter if Xia Qianqian saw him, but being seen by Xia Qianqian would be troublesome. Ever since that day at the airport when Xia Qianqian had thrown that unreasonable tantrum, he'd been dreading any encounter with her. He couldn't fathom what this girl was thinking. She clung to him like a leech, even after he'd made their relationship crystal clear multiple times. Yet she refused to let go. Causing a scene in public, if Xia Qianqian didn't care about the embarrassment, he certainly did. So the moment he spotted Xia Qianqian, Lin Feng instinctively tried to change seats. But his thoughts and movements were no match for her quick glance. Just as he was about to stand up, Xia Qianqian's shout reached his ears. Since Xia Qianqian wasn't far from Xia Qianqian, she naturally heard his voice too. Spotting Lin Feng, Xia Qianqian froze for a second before a faint smile touched her lips. In her view, her apology to Lin Feng at the airport that day had already given him a way out. Logically, Lin Feng should have softened his heart and apologized to her by now. She had even been puzzled why he hadn't sought her out during this time. But seeing him here instantly made everything clear. He must have realized how absurd his actions had been since graduating high school, how furious he'd made her. Even if he apologized now, she might not accept it, she might just turn and walk away immediately. So to ensure success, Lin Feng chose to apologize on the way to school. This way, not only would she be compelled to hear his apology, but he could also help her carry her luggage, shield her from the sun, buy her milk tea, all while showcasing his gentlemanly manners to boost her feelings for him. Even Xia Qianqian couldn't help but marvel at how meticulously thoughtful Lin Feng's plan was. However, to prevent Lin Feng from thinking her forgiveness was too cheap, she didn't focus too much attention on him. Instead, she flicked her hair, flashed him a cold sideways glance, and then pretended not to see him at all, striding straight to her seat 3 rows behind him. Seeing Xia Qianqian not approach his side, Lin Feng's heart finally settled. He silently rejoiced to himself. She's finally come to her senses and won't bother me anymore. It's like heaven has opened its eyes. Honestly, he was genuinely afraid Xia Qianqian would come looking for trouble again. Lost in thought, Xia Qianqian approached Lin Feng. After exchanging greetings with Lin Shan, he sat down beside Lin Feng and struck up a conversation. Their fathers also hit it off immediately.
The group chatted casually until the announcement reminding passengers to board soon snapped them back to reality.
Seeing the long line that had formed in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng and his companion waved goodbye and joined the end of the queue. Xia Qianqian, seated behind Lin Feng, hurriedly followed suit, joining the line to his right. Originally, Lin Feng and Xia Haolong were ahead in the line. At a normal ticket-checking pace, they should have been through before Xia Qianqian. However, due to an issue with the ticket gate in front of their line, Xia Qianqian ended up passing through the gate before him. After passing through the gate, Xia Qianqian glanced at Lin Feng, then prepared to head to the platform early to see which car Lin Feng would be in. However, just as she was about to move, she discovered the escalator was out of service for maintenance. She glanced at the long staircase and tried lifting her suitcase. If she really had to carry it up those stairs, her arms would surely ache terribly. At that thought, her gaze drifted toward Lin Feng. After a moment's consideration, she thought to herself, "Your dad was there earlier, so you didn't feel comfortable approaching me. Now he's gone. If you want my forgiveness, carrying one suitcase is the least you can do." With that thought, she no longer hurried toward the platform. Instead, she stood quietly in place, waiting for Lin Feng and the other person to pass through the ticket gate. Before long, the ticket gate Lin Feng was using resumed operation. With the crowd dispersing, it took them less than 2 minutes to pass through the turnstile. Spotting them heading toward the stairs, Xia Qianqian quickly averted her gaze and stood still. To her surprise, Lin Feng didn't even glance at her as he strode past the stairs toward the platform. Chapter 75, He's the Real Pro. Watching Lin Feng's receding figure, Xia Qianqian stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. She couldn't fathom what Lin Feng was playing at. His actions made her doubt whether he truly intended to apologize to her. Given his temperament, he would never give up on her so easily. I've given him an out, there's no reason he shouldn't take it. Besides, there were so many trains to the capital. Why would it be such a coincidence that he bought the exact same ticket as her? Could it really be mere coincidence that he bought a ticket for the same train as me? No, absolutely not. I refuse to believe such coincidences exist in this world. Every so-called coincidence is the result of careful planning. Putting all these circumstances together, there's almost no other reason except that he wanted to apologize to me on the train. Was the reason he didn't offer to carry my luggage because his father might still be watching? At this thought, Xia Qianqian glanced in the direction Lin Feng had come from and spotted Lin Shan still waving at him. Seeing this, Xia Qianqian finally exhaled in relief, silently muttering to herself. Since that's the case, I won't hold this against you for now. But if you keep acting like this once we're on the train, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Left without assistance, Xia Qianqian had no choice but to haul her heavy luggage onto the platform by herself. Once she stepped onto the platform, her eyes automatically scanned for Lin Feng's figure. To her delight, she discovered he was in the same car as her. This only solidified her suspicions. However, because it took her so long to reach the platform, Lin Feng and his companion had already boarded the carriage and hadn't seen her. She didn't mind. She was certain that if Lin Feng hadn't secured a seat next to hers, he would surely ask the passenger beside him to switch seats later. She knew Lin Feng must have discreetly checked her ticket information beforehand, but he'd kept it a secret to surprise her. In that moment, she couldn't help but admire Lin Feng's thoughtful consideration once again. Although she had decided to forgive him this time, she didn't want her forgiveness to seem too cheap. So, despite feeling a bit pleased inside, she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she put on an indifferent expression as she walked into the carriage. Before boarding, she had memorized her ticket details. As soon as she entered the car, she searched for her seat while keeping an eye out for Lin Feng's location. Walking along, she spotted Lin Feng and saw her own seat directly across from him. She stood nonchalantly between the 2 rows of seats, flicked her hair, then huffed as she placed her suitcase right in front of Lin Feng. Taking her seat, she crossed her arms over her chest and gazed out the window, quietly waiting for Lin Feng to apologize. What she didn't know was that Lin Feng was feeling incredibly distressed inside. He even wondered if he had committed some grave sin in a past life, leading to this bizarre coincidence of buying a ticket for the same train as Xia Qianqian and even ending up in the same seat. After all, he'd struggled immensely just to secure seats next to Xia Haolong. The latter was currently negotiating with the passenger beside him to swap seats, yet here he was, cursed to sit right next to Xia Qianqian. In Lin Feng's view, even though Xia Qianqian had seemingly moved on and wasn't causing trouble anymore, he played it safe. He avoided any interaction with her, instead quietly reading the web novel science fiction, A College Entrance Exam Failure Becomes a National Hero? Before long, Xia Haolong managed to swap seats with the person next to Lin Feng. Though he was extremely reluctant to sit next to Xia Qianqian, he didn't want Lin Feng to be left alone in an awkward situation. As long as the two sat together, Xia Qianqian would be the one feeling awkward. The 2 rows where Lin Feng and his group sat each had 2 girls and 3 boys. Since it was back-to-school season, most passengers were prospective college students. After the train started moving, the guy wearing headphones next to Lin Feng clearly couldn't stand the silence. With 2 female classmates sitting in front of him, he glanced around before taking off his headphones and timidly asked the group, "Is everyone heading to Beijing for college? Meeting like this is fate. If you're open to it, we could get to know each other."
It'd be nice to have company in an unfamiliar city.
Lin Feng wasn't one for small talk, and Xia Qianqian was waiting for his apology. The other girl seemed eager to join in but hesitated, unsure how to start. To avoid making anyone feel awkward, Xue Haolong awkwardly replied. With Xue Haolong's response, the eager girl immediately picked up the conversation. Since they were all soon-to-be college students who had just gone through the Gaokao, they had plenty in common. Except for Xia Qianqian, everyone else quickly got into a lively conversation. As the conversation flowed, it inevitably turned to the unavoidable topic for college-bound students: which university did you get into? What was your college entrance exam score? The boy who had initiated the conversation was clearly pleased with both his exam results and his acceptance letter. He shared his scores and university admission openly and generously. The girl who responded, however, sounded a bit disappointed, saying she hadn't performed to her full potential and had only gotten into a first-tier university in Beijing. At first, Xue Haolong hesitated to mention that he was a prospective student at Kyoto University, fearing they might accuse him of showing off. But the more he hesitated, the more curious they became. Upon learning Xue Haolong's acceptance, both were startled, realizing they'd encountered a true prodigy. Any student knew how incredibly difficult it was to gain admission to Kyoto University. Throughout their lives, they'd only heard of Kyoto University students or seen them online. They never imagined they'd actually sit and chat with someone from Kyoto University. To divert their attention, Xue Haolong casually brought up Lin Feng, draping an arm around his shoulder and saying mysteriously, "To be honest, I'm nothing special. My friend here is the real genius." Xue Haolong's words clearly piqued their curiosity. They leaned in close, like two curious kids, asking, "Come on, spill it. What makes him such a legend that even you, a Kyoto student, admit you're no match?" Xue Haolong didn't beat around the bush. He launched straight into it. This guy scored 598 out of 600 on his English exam. During Longguo University's independent admissions test, he actually proved the final unsolved global problem, the Goldbach conjecture. The presidents of Longguo University, Kyoto University, and Huaqing University all came to his house fighting over him. At this revelation, the two froze in place. Just as Xue Haolong finished recounting Lin Feng's extraordinary achievements, Xia Qianqian, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly interjected with a cold remark. "Lin Feng, when do you plan to apologize to me?" This single sentence sent a chill through both of them, leaving them gaping, frozen in place as if turned to stone. Chapter 76, Confidence Reaches Its Peak. Originally, Xue Haolong's words had already been shocking enough. But Xia Qianqian's words were even more unbelievable. According to Xue Haolong, Lin Feng was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Yet such a prodigy actually needed to apologize to the girl before them. Moreover, since the two were of similar age and had deliberately chosen adjacent seats, the other two had instinctively assumed Xia Qianqian was Lin Feng's girlfriend. Perhaps they had some conflict to resolve on the train. At this thought, the woman couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Xia Qianqian. She murmured to herself, "With Lin Feng being so outstanding, his girlfriend must be pretty amazing too. How lucky to be Lin Feng's girlfriend." The enthusiastic male classmate, without a second thought, adopted the air of a seasoned romantic expert. Without even asking Lin Feng if he wanted advice, he began imparting his wisdom. "Lin Feng, you need to be more generous. Don't sweat the small stuff. I don't know why you two fought, but a girl who's willing to get through senior year with you and move to the same city must truly love you. As a guy, you should learn to compromise sometimes. So hurry up and apologize to her. If you win her forgiveness, you might just be the first one in your dorm to find a girlfriend. Think about it, once you're in college, while others are still desperately searching for partners, you'll be walking hand in hand with your girl down the street, strolling through the grove together, all under the envious gazes of others. That's what real college life is all about." The male classmate spoke while casting an eager glance at Xia Qianqian, clearly hoping to witness their reconciliation. Hearing this, Xia Qianqian's face flushed with pride. She had overheard their introductions earlier. Among the five, her academic record was the weakest. The others had at least gotten into first-tier universities, while she had only enrolled in a private second-tier college in Beijing to be near Lin Feng. That's why she hadn't joined their conversation at first. But the moment she recalled that Lin Feng, the most accomplished among them, was the one pursuing her, and that he had meticulously planned his apology to her on the train, her sense of inferiority vanished instantly. In her eyes, what did it matter if she lacked such formidable strength? Her boyfriend possessed it. And what her boyfriend had wasn't hers too. With that thought, she looked at Lin Feng with unwavering confidence. Yet, faced with the male classmate's earnest persuasion, Lin Feng merely smiled without further comment. Instead, he turned his gaze to Xia Qianqian and said sternly, "Xia Qianqian, I don't know why, but you seem unable to hear or understand what I say. Today, I'll take this opportunity to reiterate it once more. I have absolutely no feelings for you, I owe you nothing, and I certainly won't apologize to you. In the future, if you see me again, I hope you won't bother me anymore." The words hung heavy in the air, leaving both of them stunned. Hearing such bluntness in front of others, Xia Qianqian's defenses shattered instantly. She glared at Lin Feng, her anger palpable.
What are you talking about? You specifically bought this train ticket to Kyoto and chose a seat next to mine, wasn't that precisely to apologize and ask for my forgiveness? Lin Feng, you've truly disappointed me. I even swallowed my pride to apologize and give you a way out, and now you're still putting on this act? Do you really want to lose me? That senior year, I was practically your entire world. Who would believe you when you say you never had feelings for me? Her emotions flared as she pointed at Lin Feng and shouted. Lin Feng, I demand you apologize to me right now, or I'll never forgive you. Faced with Xia Qianqian's unreasonable outburst, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and turned to Xia Qianqian with resignation. If we get the chance, we should upgrade to a sleeper compartment. Lin Feng wisely avoided engaging with Xia Qianqian. He knew that no matter what he said, this girl would inevitably come up with some mindless, unanswerable excuse. Rather than argue with her in public, it was better to avoid her. Since reason was futile, evasion was the only option. Xia Qianqian couldn't fathom Xia Qianqian's thought process either, but he knew sitting here all the way to the capital would make for a restless journey. So Xia Qianqian nodded. When the conductor comes by, try asking if there are any sleeper berths available. If not, we can switch seats. The two men spoke as they pulled out their ID cards, keeping an eye on the attendants' movements. The man who had been so eager to chat with Lin Feng earlier had already tactfully put his headphones back on. He never would have guessed this was some unreasonable little princess. He'd even gone out of his way to enthusiastically try to reconcile the two. This girl was simply unworthy of a prodigy like Lin Feng. He deeply regretted it now. He could have exchanged insights with two top-tier scholars, gleaned some experience to show off back at the dorm, but Xia Qianqian had ruined the atmosphere, making everyone uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Xia Qianqian glared at Lin Feng, who sat idly by with an innocent expression plastered on his face. After a moment, she sneered coldly. Lin Feng, you've missed your last chance. From now on, no matter how much you apologize, I won't give you the time of day. Besides, the fact that someone as outstanding as you saw me as your one and only during senior year proves I'm quite attractive myself. When I find a boyfriend even better than you, I hope you won't regret it. With that, Xia Qianqian turned her attention away from Lin Feng, reverting to the expression she'd worn when she first boarded the bus. She gazed out the window at the ever-changing scenery with an aloof expression. Yet, though her gaze remained fixed outside, her eyes still darted toward Lin Feng from time to time. She had deliberately spoken harshly earlier to see if Lin Feng showed any sign of remorse. To her profound disappointment, Lin Feng showed not a shred of remorse. He didn't even glance at her once, instead periodically scanning toward the front of the car to see if the conductor was approaching. At that moment, Xia Qianqian truly gave up. If it weren't for Lin Feng's limitless potential, she would have long since lost all affection for him and never entangled herself with him time and again. Now, she found him utterly repulsive, a complete loser. Lin Feng, too, felt deeply uncomfortable under Xia Qianqian's gaze. He resented it intensely. Why did this Xia Qianqian always fixate on him? Why did she practically lose her mind whenever she saw him? In the end, he hadn't said a word, yet he still faced her accusations. It felt like a curse. Fortunately, it didn't take long. With the conductor's help, they managed to upgrade to a sleeper compartment in the same car, finally distancing themselves from Xia Qianqian. Chapter 77, The Shameless Beautiful Country. Once Xia Qianqian was out of sight, both of them felt much better. They hit it off with the college freshman in their compartment. Before they knew it, they had chatted late into the night on the train. Once the lights in the sleeper car were turned off, they each retired to their own berths. After a night's sleep, they arrived at Kyoto Station around 8 o'clock the next morning. Prompted by the attendant, they gathered their belongings and headed toward the exit. Since his compartment wasn't far from Xia Qianqian's, they bumped into each other again at the crowded staircase entrance. This time, however, Xia Qianqian merely shot Lin Feng a vicious glare without going berserk to pick a fight with him. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt quite pleased. He brushed past her, luggage in hand. After exiting the station, since Longguo University, where Lin Feng was headed, and Kyoto University, where Xia Qianqian was going, weren't on the same route, the two parted ways. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of Longguo University. Today was the day for new student registration at Longguo University, and the campus entrance was already teeming with people. Numerous student volunteers, also there for a few credits, stood amidst the crowded throng of new students, guiding them to the registration area. Having stayed at Longguo University for over half a month previously and residing in a dedicated room within the dormitory, Lin Feng felt no particular urgency. He simply made his way through the crowd at a leisurely pace toward his accommodation. However, as he walked, he came upon the university's large display screen. To his surprise, the screen wasn't showing the university's promotional video but instead a live broadcast of a satellite launch from Longguo. It is now 9:15 a.m. Beijing time at the Xixing Rocket Launch Center. The Expedition Series rocket is about to carry out the launch mission for the Sinan satellite. Since its successful development, the Expedition Series carrier rocket has completed over 100 transport missions, achieving flawless launches every single time with a perfect success rate of 100%. This Sinan satellite is an indispensable component of our nation's independently developed Sinan navigation system. Its significance is self-evident. We are confident that under the Xianjing rocket's guidance, this satellite will successfully enter its designated orbit, laying the foundation for the future deployment of the Sinan satellite constellation.
As the commentator continued, the live feed cut directly to the launch pad. Lin Feng's gaze was naturally drawn to the scene.
In fact, he wasn't alone. Countless citizens across the entire Dragon Nation were watching this live broadcast. Surprisingly, however, it wasn't just Dragon Nation watching. The White House in the United States was also glued to the live feed. Seated within the White House, Clinton glanced at the countdown displayed on the television screen and asked William beside him, "Mr. William, there are only 10 minutes left until the Dragon Nation's expeditionary launch vehicle takes off. Are you absolutely certain this launch will fail?" William, seated to Clinton's left, nodded firmly and replied, "This time, their Expedition Series rocket's 100% success rate will be shattered. Due to our nation's restrictive regulations, acquiring the most advanced high-power thrusters from us requires paying 7 times the price. But Dragon Nation refuses to take that hit, opting instead to purchase high-power thrusters from other countries. However, according to our nation's professional assessments, the Expedition Series rockets are absolutely incapable of successfully placing satellites into orbit when paired with other propulsion systems. After this, China must surely realize that the losses from transport rocket and satellite crashes far exceed the extra cost of purchasing high-power boosters. Yet, the time left for them to build the Sinan navigation system is limited. To complete the network deployment within the stipulated timeframe, they must purchase our nation's high-power boosters at a premium. If we unilaterally halt cooperation with China during the final stage, their navigation system will absolutely fail to achieve network deployment. This way, we not only maximize profits from the Dragon Nation but also render their previously launched network satellites useless junk. They'll learn the consequences of offending the William family and the consequences of offending the United States." Upon hearing this, Clinton, seated nearby, couldn't help but beam with delight. This was the direct reason they amended the bill. The original decree merely prohibited all thrusters from entering Dragon Nation, but upon further consideration, they realized it failed to maximize effectiveness. Thus, they amended the legislation to both extract a substantial sum from Dragon Nation and successfully prevent them from developing the Sinan navigation satellite system. Clinton's expression grew intensely amused as he stared at the live feed, then slowly spoke. "In that case, we cannot enjoy this explosion alone. We must broadcast it to the people of the world so the entire world can see that Dragon Nation, which calls itself a space power, can't even launch a satellite successfully. It's also a perfect opportunity to dampen Dragon Nation's pride." With that thought, Clinton instructed his assistant to ensure this plan was executed before the Dragon Nation satellite launch succeeded. Before long, under the influence of the United States, numerous countries simultaneously broadcast the live feed of the Dragon Nation satellite launch. Suddenly, an ordinary launch mission captured the world's attention. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, Dragon Nation launching more space junk? Or satellites for their self-developed navigation system? Crash, crash, crash them all. We Cherry Blossoms don't even have our own navigation system. What gives you Dragon Nation? Kimchi Nation netizen, heard that at the last International Mathematical Union Congress, Dragon Nation offended the Williams family. As a result, the United States banned the most advanced propulsion systems from entering Dragon Nation. Initially, all propulsion systems were banned, but for some reason, the law was later amended to allow Dragon Nation to import propulsion systems from other countries or purchase them from the United States at 7 times the price. Yet nearly all of Dragon Nation's launch vehicles rely on the most advanced propulsion systems produced by companies under the William family. Using new propulsion systems for the first time? Dragon Nation might just crash and burn. Fey Monkey, I'd bet my bottom dollar this Dragon Nation launch will fail. They constantly brag about being world-leading in space technology, yet their entire lunar soil retrieval mission relied entirely on America's shoulders. This time, without American propulsion systems, they'll finally realize they're nothing without us. Meanwhile, at the Xixing Launch Center, engineers sat with furrowed brows. This marked their first use of high-power thrusters manufactured by another nation. Since previous launch vehicles had achieved optimal balance across all parameters, replacing the thrusters necessitated corresponding adjustments to every specification. Despite thorough simulation calculations, too many variables remained uncertain to guarantee absolute success. Chief Engineer Chang Wei stared intently at the parameters displayed on the computer screen, his expression grave. After multiple confirmations, he addressed the entire team. All data is normal. Ignition in 5 minutes. At his command, the engineers present immediately grew solemn, returning to their stations to complete final preparations. Soon, everything was ready. The ignition countdown echoed through the chief engineer's office. 10, 9, 8, 7. Ignition. A resounding command echoed, followed by thick plumes of smoke billowing from the launch silo. The expedition carrier rocket soared into the sky. Chapter 78, Failure. As the rocket ascended, all eyes immediately focused on the live broadcast feed. Engineers at the launch center stared intently at the data displayed on the large screen, not daring to blink. As time passed and the feedback data remained within normal ranges, Chang Wei breathed a slight sigh of relief.
He turned to the deputy chief engineer beside him and spoke slowly.
All data is normal. It seems the boosters produced by other countries are indeed usable. This means we won't have to comply with the US regulations and waste more money. Deputy Chief Engineer Xia Qianqian nodded in agreement. The US is so self-righteous, thinking that without them, our Dragon Nation's launch vehicles would be useless. Today's launch mission has undoubtedly dealt them a crushing blow.
Still, relying on others isn't a sustainable solution. Without independently developed propulsion systems, we lack leverage. Given the US's nature, they might pressure other nations to block our development of the Sinan navigation system. If that happens, our launch vehicles will remain vulnerable to their influence. Chang Wei was well aware of the critical importance of developing our own propulsion systems.
Technology knows no borders.
With the Dragon Nation's unstoppable rise, the United States would inevitably intensify restrictions on us in the future. The Dragon Nation's path forward was destined to be fraught with challenges. Yet he remained relatively unconcerned.
The momentum of the Dragon Nation's ascent was formidable. Given sufficient time, that day would inevitably arrive. Lost in thought, he glanced at the screen and let out a carefree laugh. Rest assured, it will happen. Everything will come to pass.
In the future, our nation's technological prowess will surpass that of the United States, and we will never again endure their unjust oppression. Our immediate priority now is to complete the task at hand, successfully launching this satellite into space. With that, both men turned their attention back to the expedition carrier rocket hurtling toward space.
However, both men now wore expressions considerably more relaxed than before.
Based on past experience, although the expedition rocket's data differed from previous launches, it remained within calculated parameters. Everything was progressing favorably, and under such conditions, problems were virtually impossible. In Chang Wei's mind, this mission was already half accomplished. The people of Dragon Nation were also immensely excited by the successful launch of the transport rocket. This is truly our Dragon Nation.
It seems this transport mission has been successfully completed once again. We salute the aerospace workers of Dragon Nation. It is because of you that our nation holds its current position in aviation. Our ability to retrieve lunar soil is the result of Dragon Nation's relentless pursuit. Some international conspiracy theorists claim we're boasting, unaware that we've achieved this step by step. This 100% success rate is the most compelling proof.
For a moment, the people of Dragon Nation felt immense pride in being born in their homeland.
However, some international netizens witnessing this scene were far from pleased.
After spouting a few empty remarks in the live stream chat, some simply shut off the broadcast.
They couldn't stand seeing Dragon Nation succeed.
Watching the Dragon Nation rocket soar higher and higher, Clinton, viewing the live feed from within the White House, couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly.
Mr. William, how much longer do you estimate the boosters can sustain thrust?
My assistant reports the Dragon Nation populace's enthusiasm has reached its peak. Everyone is now profoundly proud to be born in Dragon Nation. Crashing the rocket at this moment would undoubtedly deliver a resounding slap to their pride, plunging them from the pinnacle of euphoria into the depths of despair. Not only that, but the international community would mock them, severely denting their confidence and sowing seeds of doubt in their hearts. William, hearing this, replied with a mocking expression. According to the professional analysis from the United States, it won't take long, at most 1 minute.
It's already malfunctioning.
At this remark, Clinton instantly shifted his gaze back to the live broadcast feed. Due to the rocket's extreme velocity, the moment the thrusters malfunctioned, a visible deviation became apparent to the naked eye. Witnessing this, Clinton clapped his hands in delight.
He promptly instructed his assistant. Get down there and notify all the major media outlets in our beautiful country.
Spread the word far and wide that the Dragon Nation's Expedition Series rocket suffered a major failure today. I want the entire world to know about this Dragon Nation launch failure the moment it happens.
The assistant nodded and turned toward the door.
Meanwhile, international netizens who had already been disheartened moments ago instantly perked up. Look! The Dragon Nation's transport rocket is tilting at least 60 degrees.
This is a sure sign it's about to crash and burn. Ha ha ha. Whoa, that scared me. I thought Dragon Nation had finally upgraded their engines and could actually launch satellites into space. Turns out the real show is yet to come.
They say this rocket model has a 100% success rate, but apparently that's all thanks to the American boosters.
See?
Without them, the rocket can't even launch properly.
This clearly shows that Dragon Nation not only can't match Pretty Country but also depends on Pretty Country. Yet now Dragon Nation insists on going against Pretty Country, pretending to be strong when it lacks the capability. Who knows what they're trying to prove? It's incredibly annoying to watch.
As soon as Dragon Nation's rocket encountered problems, international netizens immediately began kicking them while they were down.
At the Xicheng Launch Center in Dragon Country, all alarms blared incessantly as every staff member scrambled frantically to troubleshoot the issue. Chang Wei was already drenched in sweat within mere moments. Chief Engineer Chang, the anomaly data indicates insufficient thrust from the rocket's propulsion system.
Other systems might be remotely controlled, but the thruster's performance is fixed at the factory. It can't be altered.
Right now, we have no way to successfully return the rocket to its original trajectory. The only option is to initiate the rocket's buffer program early, minimizing damage to both the rocket and satellite. If we delay too long, we might only recover debris, and that would be a catastrophic loss.
Hearing this, Chang Wei stared intently at the abnormal data before him, his mind racing for solutions. The urgent alarms sounded incessantly, urging him to make a decision.
Unnoticed, beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down his forehead.
Moments later, he reluctantly lifted his head and let out a long sigh. Initiate the buffer protocol.
Chapter 79, The Temptation of Credits. As soon as Chang Wei uttered those words, the engineers awaiting further instructions sprang into action.
Before long, the carrier rocket's propulsion abruptly ceased, and under the buffer program's control, it began its descent. Watching the video feed of the carrier rocket plummeting toward the ground, Chang Wei felt a surge of frustration.
He knew countless people were watching the live broadcast right now.
Everyone felt immense pride in the rocket's successful launch. This mission failure not only turned the expedition rocket's perfect success rate into a laughingstock but also left the people of Longguo deeply disappointed.
Internationally, those harboring ill will would undoubtedly seize upon this incident to spread propaganda and tarnish Longguo's reputation.
But what made him feel even more hopeless than all this was the United States' monopoly in technology.
Before acquiring American engines, the expedition rocket had a perfect launch record.
Now, after the US imposed restrictions on the propulsion system, the rocket failed.
Must we truly submit to the United States' demands, willingly becoming the sucker who pays 7 times the price for propulsion systems?
As this thought crossed his mind, Chang Wei glanced once more at the falling rocket, his eyes filled with helplessness. Deputy Chief Engineer Xia Qianqian, perhaps sensing Chang Wei's thoughts, patted him on the shoulder.
Chief Chang, it's just one failure. We mustn't let temporary setbacks bring us down.
Just as you said, every hurdle is tough, but we'll overcome them. We all look forward to the day when our nation is free from the unjust suppression of the United States. Our immediate priority now is to complete the recovery of the spacecraft and its satellites to minimize losses for our nation. As he spoke, he patted Chang Wei's shoulder and led the way out of the main control room. Chang Wei felt somewhat reassured by Xia Qianqian's words, but it was too difficult for him to recover immediately. He could only force himself to steady his nerves before following Xia Qianqian's footsteps. At that moment, the Dragon Nation's citizens watching the live broadcast felt a chill run through their hearts. They felt utterly helpless in the face of those international critics who only knew how to pour cold water on the situation. Lin Feng stood motionless before the giant screen in Longguo University Square, his brow deeply furrowed. Having watched the entire process, he was the first to notice the malfunction in the carrier rocket's propulsion system.
He now understood the purpose of the propulsion system blueprints provided by the system.
With that realization, he turned without hesitation and headed toward his residence.
He needed to compile the propulsion system manufacturing technology as quickly as possible. Yet, as he walked, he unexpectedly encountered Professor Wang Weigui on the path.
Seeing him, Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy, and he hurried over.
Professor Wang, what brings you here? Professor Wang Weigui greeted him with an equally warm smile. Today is the day all freshmen arrive at Longguo University. As the university president, it would be rather unprofessional of me not to make the rounds, wouldn't it?
Hearing this, Lin Feng glanced toward the entrance, where the crowd remained as dense as ever. Just as Lin Feng was about to say something else, Wang Weigui seemed to think of something and turned to him. Barring any surprises, the school will select a freshman representative to speak at the opening ceremony. You're undoubtedly the most capable among this year's freshmen, and you've seen the world.
Why don't you step up and represent us? Without hesitation, Lin Feng shook his head.
Teacher, please leave these matters to someone else.
There are too many people, I get stage fright.
Wang Weigui frowned briefly before breaking into a smile.
I'll give you extra credits.
Lin Feng, you might not realize it yet, but in college, credits are incredibly important.
Without enough credits, you might not even graduate.
But as a freshman giving this speech, you're starting ahead of the pack. Besides, knowing your temperament, getting you to join clubs or participate in activities for credits later on is impossible.
If you don't seize this opportunity, you won't have enough credits to graduate.
For most college students, credits were the most tempting thing imaginable.
Wang Weigui didn't believe Lin Feng could resist the lure of credits, even as a prospective college student.
But Lin Feng just smiled lightly.
Professor, you're not fooling me. I've done my research.
Beyond cultural performances, universities host innovation and entrepreneurship competitions.
Winning awards in these events shouldn't be too difficult for me. Wang Weigui could only sigh helplessly.
He knew Lin Feng spoke the truth and had no doubt that if Lin Feng entered any competition, he would undoubtedly rank among the top. As he spoke, Lin Feng suddenly recalled the recent failed rocket launch. His expression turned serious as he turned to Wang Weigui and asked, Professor Wang, I assume you're aware of today's launch failure.
I'd like to understand the specific reasons behind it.
Hearing this, Wang Weigui turned to face him and spoke slowly.
I do know a bit more about this matter. As it happens, this matter is connected to you. After Wang Weigui recounted the entire incident to Lin Feng, a surge of anger welled up within Lin Feng. This whole mess is America's fault to begin with, and now they actually expect us to provide an explanation? That's beyond shameless. Wang Weiguo shook his head helplessly. That's their beautiful country's bandit logic. They think everything must belong to them, and once someone else takes it, they'll inevitably retaliate. Hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Since this matter started because of me, I'll be the one to resolve it. Professor Wang, I'll spend the next period organizing the production technology for the thrusters. Once everything is ready, I'd appreciate your help in contacting the space agency." Lin Feng was still just a college student with little influence. Even if he managed to develop viable manufacturing technology on his own, he couldn't gain entry to the space agency. Others would dismiss him as a charlatan, treating his work as worthless junk. Therefore, he could only seek Wang Weiguo's assistance. However, upon hearing this, Wang Weiguo froze in place. He looked at him in disbelief and asked, Lin Feng, you haven't lost your mind during these days back home, have you? Forget you, even I couldn't offer the slightest advice on propulsion system manufacturing. Of course, if you'd chosen to specialize in this field and spend a few years deepening your studies at Longguo University, you'd certainly have a place in this industry. But Lin Feng replied with utmost sincerity. Professor Wang, I'm telling you the truth. I'm confident I can develop the propulsion system manufacturing technology. Faced with this, Wang Weiguo had no idea what this genius was thinking and could only nod helplessly. Rest assured. When I admitted you, I promised that even if the conditions weren't there, I'd create them. As long as you can deliver the technology, I'll personally connect you with the space agency. Chapter 80, Conspiracy. With Wang Weiguo's promise, Lin Feng no longer had any lingering concerns. After chatting with Wang Weiguo for a while, he returned to his quarters and began organizing the propulsion system manufacturing documents. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Xixing Launch Center, engineers like Chang Wei, who had successfully completed the carrier rocket and satellite recovery, had already begun their post-mission debriefing. The primary focus was on analyzing the causes of the launch failure, assessing the resulting losses, and outlining countermeasures for the future. Chief Engineer Chang Wei, seated at the head of the table, set down his documents and spoke in a solemn tone. As you all know, this mission failure has caused us significant losses. The satellite requires extensive repairs, and the launch vehicle is nearly scrap. Only a few components can be salvaged for reuse. However, the direct cause of this mission failure was insufficient thrust from the booster engines. I will naturally report the losses. Regarding future propulsion system selection, I would like to hear everyone's perspectives. After a moment's consideration, Xia Qianqian spoke slowly. Considering all factors, I believe we should temporarily purchase propulsion systems from the United States at a premium price. First, the additional cost of purchasing the thrusters pales in comparison to the losses incurred by the rocket launch failure. Second, we have limited time to develop our Sinan navigation satellite system. At the current pace, abandoning the American thrusters would significantly delay the completion of our Sinan navigation system, potentially even causing us to miss the window for building it altogether. Of course, this is only a temporary setback. During this period, we can collaborate closely with propulsion companies from other countries to develop a suitable propulsion system as quickly as possible. After finishing his remarks, Xia Qianqian remained silent, sitting in his place and listening attentively to the others' contributions. After hearing Xia Qianqian's proposal, Zhang Ji, seated across from him, spoke with solemn gravity. Time is running out. Developing a propulsion system suitable for our Dragon Nation's carrier rocket is an immense challenge. It will consume vast amounts of time and resources. The United States certainly won't stand idly by. They will undoubtedly attempt to obstruct us. The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned icy. They all knew the United States' tactics. They would never allow Longguo to achieve breakthroughs in propulsion technology easily. Forcing Longguo to purchase their boosters. Spending money on their boosters wouldn't be the worst outcome, as long as Longguo's navigation system could be successfully built. The real fear was that just as the navigation system neared completion, the United States would abruptly cut off the supply of boosters. In that case, China would have achieved nothing but wasted effort. At this thought, everyone felt the road ahead was bleak. After a long silence, Chief Engineer Chang Wei finally spoke up. Given the current situation, there's no other option. Since that's the case, we'll proceed as Deputy Chief Engineer Su suggested. But let us not lose heart. With our united efforts, we will overcome every obstacle before us. After finalizing the plan and offering words of encouragement, Chang Wei declared the meeting adjourned. Without lingering at the launch center, he immediately reported the matter to Wang Kai, the head of Longguo's State Affairs Department. Upon hearing Chang Wei's proposal, Wang Kai's brow furrowed deeply. He then turned to Chang Wei and said, "Prioritize the launch vehicle and satellite arrangements. We'll immediately reach out to companies in other nations to assess the situation. This matter will be resolved with the utmost urgency. We'll begin negotiations with foreign companies and the United States as early as tomorrow. We'll notify you when the time comes." Chang Wei nodded and departed without further comment. Given the critical importance of the failed launch, Wang Kai immediately shifted his focus entirely to this matter.
Within just 3 hours, he assembled a specialized team and secured contact information for Vodar Corporation in Sunset Nation. After expressing their intentions, Vodal's executives, pressured by the international situation, were reluctant but ultimately agreed to give Longguo an opportunity to discuss cooperation. Seeing the initial plan progress smoothly, Wang Kai and his team wasted no time. Before long, they were boarding a flight bound for Sunset Nation.
At that moment,
Tom Meward, the CEO of Vodar who had agreed to negotiate with the Dragon Nation Space Agency, did not immediately prepare for a meeting. Instead, he picked up his phone and dialed the White House. Western nations typically act in lockstep. When the United States issued its decree, they had already tipped off Tom Meward. Therefore, upon learning of Dragon Nation's desire to cooperate, Tom Meward immediately prepared to relay this news to the Black House. Shortly thereafter, Clinton's voice came through the phone. Mr. Clinton, as you mentioned, the Dragon Nation has already spoken with me by phone and is likely en route to our company. What should we do next? Hearing this, Clinton's lips curved into a faint smile.
Simply agree to their proposal. However, for this collaboration, you should collect the cooperation fees from Dragon Nation first.
Subsequently, we will add a supplementary clause to the already signed agreement prohibiting you from cooperating with Dragon Nation. This way, you can pocket a significant portion of Longguo's funds without antagonizing our beautiful country. But once the deal is done, you'll need to pay us half of the cooperation fees you receive from the Dragon Nation. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch.
Half? Tom Meward's heart sank at the demand. It was clearly an outrageous sum. Yet, forced by necessity, he concealed his shock.
Though it stung, he forced himself to say,
"All right, Mr. Clinton.
I'll notify you once the cooperation funds are secured.
If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now."
Clinton nodded in agreement before hanging up immediately. After hanging up, Tom Meward's anger flared and he slammed his phone down on the table.
"Sir, what's gotten into you?"
Seeing her boss lose his composure like this, the professional-looking female secretary hurried over to him.
"The United States is being too domineering. Aren't we allies?"
They were already blocking our sales channels in China, and now they're demanding we pay them cooperation funds we obtained by deceiving China. The secretary pushed her glasses up and tried to reassure him. "Sir, this is unavoidable. Once the US's additional legislation takes effect, no companies outside the US will be able to sell thrusters to the Dragon Kingdom.
In that light, we're actually in a better position.
Besides, as Western nations, the Dragon Nation is our common enemy. We should be pleased we can toy with them." Hearing this, Tom Meward seemed to calm down slightly. He waved his hand and said, "Enough. Go prepare for the cooperation meeting with Dragon Nation."
Chapter 81, Risk Fee. By afternoon, Wang Kai and his delegation arrived at the headquarters of Vodar Corporation. Guided by staff, they proceeded directly to the conference room entrance.
As Wang Kai and his team entered the conference room, Tom Meward promptly rose to his feet, approaching them with a warm smile.
He extended his hand and said with a smile, "Mr. Wang, we've been expecting you. Please take a seat."
As he spoke, he guided Wang Kai and his group to their seats. After taking a sip of water, Wang Kai spoke slowly. "Mr. Tom, I'm sure you're aware of the launch failure of our Long March carrier rocket. Previously, due to regulations from the United States, we purchased a propulsion system from your company. However, this system falls short in performance when applied to our carrier rocket. Therefore, we propose collaborating with your company. By leveraging the technological strengths of both nations, we aim to develop a propulsion system suitable for our carrier rocket within a short time frame. Of course, this would not only benefit our Dragon Nation, but also advance your company's propulsion technology to world-leading standards."
Wang Kai cut straight to the chase, articulating his requirements. Upon hearing this, Tom did not respond immediately.
After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly.
"Mr. Wang, we are certainly open to mutually beneficial ventures.
However, as you are aware of the current international climate, collaborating with you carries a significant risk of offending the United States and potentially facing their sanctions.
It's safe to say we'd be taking on significant risks by partnering with you.
In that case, forget about advancing the company. This partnership could spell the end of it altogether." Tom deliberately emphasized the gravity of the consequences.
Wang Kai's expression darkened at this point. From Jingwei's explanation during the drive, he understood that the United States was the primary obstacle to securing cooperation with Vodar Corporation. Currently, Vodar held reservations about the United States and might well reject this partnership as a result. If that happened, he'd have no choice but to purchase the thrusters at a premium from the United States. But doing so would inevitably doom the Dragon Nation's Sinnan navigation system to failure. They weren't fools. They knew full well the United States would never allow China to possess its own navigation system. At this realization, Wang Kai felt a chill run through his heart. Seeing Wang Kai's predicament stemming from his own words, Tom let out an almost imperceptible chuckle before adopting a righteous demeanor. "However, this matter isn't entirely impossible. If the Dragon Nation can prepay the cooperation funds and provide us with a risk fee, our company is willing to take the risk of opposing the United States to collaborate with you."
Once our company possesses propulsion systems of equivalent capability, the United States will have no grounds to sanction us. At that point, we will return the entirety of this risk fee to the Dragon Nation. Wang Kai frowned upon hearing this, aware it might represent Wolda Corporation's maximum concession. Please bear with us for a moment, Mr. Tom. We need to discuss this matter. Advance payment for the cooperation is manageable, but the risk fee requires further consideration. After all, we hadn't anticipated needing to pay your company an additional risk fee beforehand. This additional expense requires approval from our superiors. Tom Meward nodded in understanding and promptly led his executives out of the conference hall. After Tom departed, Wang Kai turned to the others behind him. Though opinions varied, most agreed with Tom Meward's proposal. After all, compared to the risk of failing to develop the Xia navigation system and seeing years of effort go to waste, spending a little extra money was hardly a significant concern. Over 10 minutes later, Tom and his group re-entered the room. His face still bore that slightly playful smile. After settling back into his chair, he asked, "Mr. Wang, I wonder how your discussions went. Are you willing to pay this risk fee?" With all due respect, while this partnership appears mutually beneficial on the surface, the risks are entirely borne by our company. Others might not possess such boldness. Wang Kai nodded in agreement. We are well aware of the implications this matter holds for your company. After thorough discussion, we are willing to pay your company a risk fee and can also advance the majority of the research costs upfront. Tom smiled broadly. In that case, we have no further requests. Let's proceed to discuss the specifics of our cooperation plan. Time flew by. It took the engineers from both sides a full 8 hours of discussion to finalize the plan. And that was with the propulsion system from the United States serving as a template. If they had to develop everything from scratch, it might have taken months just to reach any kind of conclusion. After all, developing a propulsion system was an incredibly challenging endeavor. Once all the cooperative details were finalized, Wang Kai and his team departed from the Vodil guesthouse. Before leaving, they specifically informed the hosts that the research funding and risk fees would be delivered within 5 days, allowing them to prepare the laboratory in advance. Tom Meward, clutching the thick cooperation proposal, agreed decisively. However, the moment Wang Kai and his team were completely out of sight, he discarded every single detail of the agreement except for the design blueprints. Their intention had never been genuine collaboration, they merely sought to secure Dragon Nation's research funding. The design blueprints could be reused later, but the cooperation details were utterly useless. Handing the design proposal to his secretary, he stated, "You'll handle this matter. Notify me once the Dragon Nation transfers the funds." The secretary took the documents and immediately returned to his office. Upon returning to Longguo, Wang Kai reported the matter to the leadership. Given the critical importance of the Xia navigation system, the funding was arranged within just 3 days. To expedite the collaboration, Wang Kai and his team transferred the funds to Vodar Corporation the very next morning after the money arrived. The moment the funds arrived, the secretary working in the office lit up. She immediately compiled the funds into a report and delivered it to Tom Meward's office. Seeing the enormous sum displayed on the report, Tom couldn't help but sigh. The Dragon Nation sure is a sucker. Handing over such a huge sum just like that. While our company wouldn't dare violate international law, we have the United States backing us. Once supplementary regulations are issued, you won't have a leg to stand on. Ha ha ha. Still, parting with half this fortune to the United States for nothing, it really stings. Lost in thought, he still dialed Clinton's number. Upon learning that the Dragon Nation's cooperation funds had arrived, Clinton immediately sprang into action, issuing supplementary regulations within hours. Vodar Corporation also issued a statement leveraging these supplementary regulations. The moment Wang Kai saw the statement, his heart trembled violently, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Chapter 82, Humiliation. Shortly after reading the statement, Wang Kai contacted Tom Meward directly. "Mr. Tom, what do you mean by this? The contract was signed only a few days ago, are you seriously considering breaching it already?" Tom Meward sighed helplessly on the other end of the line. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. We didn't anticipate the United States showing such determination this time. Beyond the US, any other company that supplies propulsion systems to your Dragon Nation will be shut down within 5 days. Even with that risk fee, the cost is too high for us to bear. We have no choice but to issue a statement terminating all cooperation with your Dragon Nation." Watching his newly born hope get crushed, Wang Kai asked with deep reluctance, "Is there absolutely no room for negotiation?" Tom Meward could only feign utter helplessness. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. To protect our company, I have no other choice. You know very well who our adversary is, the United States. If their sanctions weren't so severe, we might have some room to maneuver. But this time, well, blame it on your country's bad luck." After several fruitless attempts at persuasion, Wang Kai could only sigh. "In that case, we'll have to suspend this collaboration. Simply return the funds via the original payment channels." However, Tom spoke with evident resignation. "Mr. Wang, this termination isn't due to unilateral breach by our company, but rather external, uncontrollable factors. We placed great importance on this partnership. Over the past few days, we expedited securing the laboratory, numerous scientists, and material suppliers. All advance payments were made using the funds you provided. Yet, our collaboration with your Dragon Nation has now fallen through. They haven't refunded the advance payment I made, so we can't return your funds either. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai froze in place. A sudden realization struck him. This entire scheme was orchestrated by the United States and Vodar Corporation, and he had unwittingly walked right into it. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Mr. Tom, the Dragon Nation provided you with a substantial sum. It's simply impossible to spend that amount in such a short time frame. If you could provide us with your expenditure records for review, we might reconsider. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. Our expenditure records are vital company secrets. We won't show them to you. The money is spent, and there's no way to return it now. With the backing of the United States, Tom Meward spoke with utter confidence. At that moment, Wang Kai finally understood Woder intended to swallow the cooperative funds provided by Longguo Payment. In that instant, Wang Kai saw Tom Meward's true colors. Mr. Tom, if your company cannot produce the expenditure records, we have reason to believe you intend to swallow our funds. Therefore, we will file a lawsuit with the International Court. With the International Court involved, your company will face even greater trouble. On the other end of the line, Tom Meward let out a light chuckle. Who would have thought that Longguo, which prides itself as a nation of etiquette, would resort to such unreasonable behavior? How laughable. I've said it, what's spent is spent. Where's the evidence? Go ahead and take it to the International Court. Let's see whose side they'll take. With that, Tom hung up without giving Wang Kai another chance to respond. Hearing the dial tone, Wang Kai's anger flared, and he slammed his fist hard on the table. But anger aside, this matter still needed to be handled. Without hesitation, Wang Kai immediately reported the incident to the Dragon Nation's leader. Upon learning of the incident, the leader flew into a rage and immediately contacted George, who was inside the Black House. George answered the video call with a faint, knowing smile. He understood precisely why the Dragon Nation leader had called. With a smile, he inquired. I wonder what business the Dragon Nation leader has with us. The leader didn't mince words either, cutting straight to the point. Woder Corporation acted under your direction, didn't it? You conspired to defraud our nation of funds? Such behavior is utterly shameless and will inevitably draw condemnation from the entire world. I advise you to immediately contact Woder Corporation and return the cooperative funds we paid. Otherwise, we will take severe countermeasures. Facing the Dragon Nation leader's stern words, George seemed unconcerned as he chuckled. Dragon Nation leader, I'm not sure what you're referring to. We merely refined our regulations. It has nothing to do with any funds you claim. Of course, everyone knows the Dragon Nation and the beautiful country don't get along, but don't pin every blame on us. I understand this new regulation is a bit harsh, but it's for the sake of international security. After all, no one knows if the navigation system you're developing poses any risks. If there truly is a risk, only our beautiful country possesses the capability to handle it. Therefore, it's only fair that we are the sole suppliers of propulsion systems to the Dragon Nation. Since we bear the risk, we should also reap the profits. As for pricing, rest assured this model has been specially upgraded for your needs, so the cost will be higher. George blurted out everything he wanted to say in one breath. This distortion of facts left the Dragon Nation leader momentarily speechless. Watching George's smug expression during the video conference, the leader's anger flared. Yet he could do nothing, for the initiative now lay firmly in the hands of the United States. He was the one in need of their assistance. This was the price of backwardness. After prolonged discussions yielding no resolution, it was clear George had Dragon Nation firmly in his grasp this time. As the meeting concluded, George couldn't resist rubbing salt in the wound, delivering a hypocritical statement. The Dragon Nation is the world's most outstanding partner. If you abandon your research on the Nan navigation system and publicly submit to us before the entire world, everything can be discussed. Forget thrusters, we'll sell you whatever you want at rock-bottom prices. With that, George hung up the phone. As the video conference ended, the negotiation room fell into an eerie silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. The leader sighed helplessly and turned to Wang Kai, saying, Given the current situation, it's impossible to recover that portion of the funds in the short term. But there's no need to worry excessively. We'll pursue active negotiations. No one can bully our Dragon Nation without justification. Then, what about the ongoing project? George's actions had clearly been an insult to the Dragon Nation, and the leader might well decide to halt cooperation with the United States over this incident. The leader sighed helplessly and remarked with a wry smile. Though the United States has humiliated us, we must acknowledge their propulsion systems are the world's most advanced. Therefore, we'll temporarily use the imported American propulsion systems. But this doesn't mean we're bowing down. We must establish our own propulsion research laboratory as quickly as possible. If cooperation is impossible, then we'll simply have to produce our own. Chapter 83, Public Outrage.
With the leader's directive, Wang Kai and the Aerospace Bureau engineers gained clarity and promptly returned to their posts without delay. Wang Kai was tasked with establishing the Dragon Nation's Propulsion Research Institute at the fastest possible pace. Today's humiliation was silently etched into everyone's hearts, fueling their determination to push through and master propulsion technology. Work enthusiasm surged to unprecedented heights. However, the United States, seeking to humiliate the Dragon Nation further, had publicly disclosed this incident to the entire world. Upon learning of this, international netizens erupted in an instant, mocking without hesitation. Ha ha ha, is this what the Dragon Nation calls rise? Now they're still kowtowing to the pretty country? All talk and no action. Serves you right for throwing away all that money. In my opinion, that sum isn't even enough for an apology. They should pay more to teach the Dragon Nation a lasting lesson. Mark my words, China will never develop its own propulsion system. Admit it, you'll never match the US, now or in the future. Everyone must share this widely. Let the whole world see the overconfident Dragon Nation. Best if the Dragon Nation people see it too, so they realize how laughable their daily chant of Dragon Nation's rise truly is. Within an extremely short time, Dragon Nation's international image suffered a devastating blow. Countries that had previously maintained friendly relations with the Dragon Nation were now considering whether to join the United States in imposing sanctions, a gesture of loyalty meant to curry favor with the American superpower. Sitting in the Black House, Clinton watched the international online discourse and couldn't help but curve his lips upward. He turned to William beside him and said with a smile, "Mr. William, this time the Dragon Nation has undoubtedly received a profound lesson. Not only must they pay through the nose for our nation's rocket boosters, but their international standing has also been damaged. The vast majority of this achievement is down to your efforts." William smiled and shook his head. "Mr. Clinton, you flatter me. Without the backing of national policy, it would have been nearly impossible for our family alone to achieve this level of success. Still, I'm quite satisfied with the outcome this time. I'm sure it will make them understand that our beautiful country is a presence they can never shake. Perhaps we can collaborate more in the future to completely shatter the Dragon Nation's confidence, leaving them with no standing whatsoever on the international stage." At this, the two men shared a knowing smile. William then stood up and said, "Mr. Clinton, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I expect the Dragon Nation will be sending me payment soon. I've got some long overdue cargo to help them sort through." Clinton nodded and personally escorted William, this great contributor, out of the White House. At that moment, in the Dragon Nation, the news that the Dragon Nation had not only been swindled out of substantial funds but also forced to kowtow to the pretty nation had naturally reached the public. Public outrage erupted. The majority of people called for the Dragon Nation to focus more resources on propulsion research, determined to wash away this humiliation. Aware of the public sentiment, the Dragon Nation's leadership issued a statement through official media channels to address the people's concerns. Its primary purpose was to inform the public that this matter would not be left unresolved, and that Dragon Nation had already begun establishing a propulsion laboratory. At that very moment, Lin Feng, who had only just finished organizing half of his data, stepped out of his room and saw this news. A surge of anger welled up within him. He had originally planned to head to the instructor's office to process his leave request for military training. However, realizing this would waste valuable time, he needed to organize his materials. He called Wang Weiguo and then turned back to his room to continue his work. Before long, 5 days had passed. The thruster research lab overseen by Wang Kai had begun to take shape. On the day of its official establishment, Wang Kai summoned Chang Wei and a group of scientists from the Aviation Bureau to discuss who should lead the research institute. After all, engineers were easy to find, but identifying a suitable leader was extremely difficult. Initially, Wang Kai had prepared over a dozen candidates he believed were qualified. Yet after thorough discussion, every single one was rejected. As it seemed no suitable candidate remained, Chang Wei finally spoke up. I do know an engineer named Xia Qianqian. He was a senior I met during my studies abroad. He specialized in propulsion system manufacturing and has quite a bit of insight in that field. When I returned to China, I invited him to come back with me to contribute to the country. But at that time, he felt he hadn't mastered the true essence of his field yet, so he chose to stay abroad. Now, he's become a leading expert in this field. We've stayed in touch. If you need him, I can get in touch with him." Upon hearing this, Wang Kai nodded. If even Chief Engineer Chang holds him in such high regard, he must be quite exceptional. In that case, I'll trouble Chief Engineer Chang with this matter. Chang Wei waved his hand dismissively. "It's all for the sake of Longguo. There's no such thing as trouble. No time to waste, I'll head back and inquire immediately." Shortly after returning to his workplace, Chang Wei dialed Xia Qianqian's number. Soon, Xia Qianqian's hearty laughter filled the phone. "Junior brother Chang, it's been nearly a month since you last called. Have you run into another unsolvable problem?" Chang Wei held deep respect for this senior classmate who had often looked out for him. "You really understand me, senior. You're surely aware of the current international hot topics. Our Dragon Nation urgently needs a rocket booster with performance on par with the United States. But given our current domestic technological capabilities, developing one independently is incredibly difficult. We can't even find a leader for the project. After careful consideration, I recommended you to the Research Institute. After all your advanced studies, your capabilities are beyond question. If you're willing, we'd like to invite you back to Dragon Nation to serve as the Chief Director of the Propulsion System Development Division. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huaixian fell deep in thought. After what seemed like a long conversation with those beside him, he finally spoke. Thank you for the invitation, Junior Brother Chang. As a Dragon Nation citizen, it would be my honor to contribute to our homeland. I am currently in the United States, but I will return to Dragon Nation as quickly as possible. Chang Wei was visibly moved by his words. Then we shall await your arrival in the capital. I am confident that with you here, we can overcome our current challenges. Chapter 84, Taking Office. At Chang Wei's invitation, Zhang Huaixian immediately booked a flight back to Dragon Nation. As Zhang Huaixian finalized his ticket, Okashi Dan, a propulsion scientist from the United States standing beside him, patted his shoulder and chuckled. Who would have thought Dragon Nation would appoint you as the chief propulsion researcher this time? Compared to spending long hours communicating with Chang Wei to extract vital intelligence from Dragon Nation, this approach is undoubtedly much faster. Although it's difficult for Dragon Nation to develop space propulsion systems, I have great confidence in them. Leverage Dragon Nation's resources to achieve breakthroughs, then bring those results back to our beautiful country. Moreover, you can use your own standing and your connection to Chang Wei to gather even more intelligence on Dragon Nation's navigation systems. Hearing this, Zhang Huaixian smiled at his mentor, Okashi Dan. Rest assured, Professor. I won't let you down. My heart will always belong to the United States. Dan patted his shoulder with a look of great satisfaction. If this plan succeeds, Dragon Nation's propulsion system development will be delayed once more. You'll be a hero to our beautiful nation. When you return to our beautiful country, I'll personally handle your citizenship application. Then you'll be a proud citizen of the beautiful country. Zhang Huaixian was deeply moved by these words and immediately bowed 90 degrees to Okashi Tang. Then I thank you in advance, sir. With that, he turned his gaze back to Tang. I've booked a ticket on the next available flight. There are still some matters to settle at home. Unless you have any further instructions, I shall take my leave now. Tang nodded and personally escorted Zhang Huaixian to the entrance of the Research Institute. Watching Zhang Huaixian's retreating figure carrying his belongings, Tang couldn't help but chuckle softly. A dog you raise yourself is just so useful. By 9 o'clock the next morning, Zhang Huaixian had arrived at the capital airport of the Dragon Nation. Chang Wei, having received word, had been waiting at the airport since early morning. Seeing Zhang Huaixian after so long, Chang Wei approached him with visible excitement. Senior Zhang, it's been ages. As he spoke, he reached out to take the luggage from Zhang Huaixian's hands. I'm truly delighted to be back in Longguo once more, ready to contribute to the nation. Before long, the two exited the airport. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chang Wei glanced at Zhang Huaixian through the rearview mirror and asked, Senior, after such a long flight, you must be exhausted. Why don't I take you out for a bite to eat first? I arranged your accommodations at the institute last night. Then you can rest today and head to the lab tomorrow. However, Zhang Huaixian shook his head and replied. It was only a flight of over 10 hours. I'm not too tired. After a meal, take me to the Research Institute to familiarize myself with the place. We don't have much time now. The sooner we develop the advanced propulsion technology, the more benefits it will bring to the Dragon Nation. It's not worth delaying the nation's plans because of my personal circumstances. Although he had returned to Dragon Nation under his mentor Tang's orders to disrupt their propulsion research program, he also sought to leverage Dragon Nation's resources and his own efforts to develop the most advanced propulsion system. His goal was to bring it back to the United States to earn his mentor's praise while also profiting handsomely from the patents of this cutting-edge technology. After all, a significant part of the reason he was kept in the United States and made to work for them was for money. Unaware of Zhang Huaixian's true intentions, Chang Wei mistakenly believed Zhang was driven by patriotic fervor, eager to apply his newly acquired technology for the nation's benefit. For this reason, the respect in his eyes toward Zhang Huaixian deepened. In his eyes, anyone who devoted themselves wholeheartedly to serving their country deserved respect. With that thought, he nodded and drove Zhang Hui to the hotel he had already arranged. After lunch, the two men rested briefly before heading to the Propulsion Research Institute. Inside the Propulsion Research Institute at that moment, Wang Kai had already gathered the selected engineers and was waiting there. Watching Zhang Huaixian slowly step out of the car, Wang Kai approached him warmly and shook his hand. Chief Engineer Zhang, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. With your arrival, the institute can now be officially established. Zhang Huaixian glanced at the assembled group before shifting his gaze to the institute building. I'm honored by your trust. I won't let you down. If possible, please show me around the institute now. It'll help me get acquainted with the work environment faster. Without another word, Wang Kai led Zhang Huaixian into the institute. What he saw left even Zhang Huaixian stunned. The lab's configuration was actually higher than the standards of the United States.
Perhaps sensing Zhang Huaixian's thoughts, Wang Kai smiled and explained. The United States and Vodar Corporation have crossed the line this time, sparking fierce public backlash. Our nation's leadership is taking this matter extremely seriously. Therefore, this propulsion system is more than just equipment for our nation, it's the weapon that allows us to stand tall. To expedite the development of the propulsion system, the leadership has spared no expense. Every piece of equipment here represents the world's most advanced technology. For a moment, Zhang Huaixian's attention was entirely absorbed by the equipment, failing to fully register Wang Kai's words. Only after touring the entire laboratory did he snap out of his profound astonishment. His heart raced with excitement. In his view, with these facilities, the specialized researchers, and the high priority the Dragon Nation's leadership placed on this project, he stood an excellent chance of leveraging the nation's resources to develop the most advanced propulsion system. Seeing the smile spread across Zhang Huaixian's face, Wang Kai knew the former was thoroughly impressed with his laboratory. After a moment's consideration, he spoke up. Chief Engineer Zhang, if you're willing, perhaps you could share a few words with everyone. It would be a great encouragement. Zhang Huaixian accepted without hesitation, stepping directly before the assembled team. Thank you all for your trust in me. Every one of you here is a top-tier talent. Developing this propulsion system is of critical importance. We cannot afford to fail. In the days ahead, we must work together tirelessly to develop this propulsion technology as soon as possible. Zhang Huaixian's brief remarks ignited the crowd, his voice brimming with passion. We must develop our own propulsion system. Let the United States see it. Let the entire world see that we possess this capability. Yes. No one can humiliate our Dragon Nation. Chapter 85, Wang Weigua petrified once more. It must be said that Zhang Huaixian possessed remarkable drive. Within just 2 days, he had the entire research institute up and running. To reassure the public, the Dragon Nation's leadership announced the project nationwide immediately after the institute's official launch. Learning that the Dragon Nation had established a rocket propulsion research institute in such a remarkably short time, everyone felt immensely inspired. Go, scientists of the Dragon Nation. Everyone in the Dragon Nation believes in you. We must develop our own Dragon Nation propulsion system. Let the world witness our nation's resolve and see the integrity of our people. Overnight, the internet was flooded with messages of encouragement for the Dragon Nation scientists. Witnessing this outpouring of support, the scientists themselves felt an inexplicable surge of strength welling up within them. However, the international community viewed this matter quite differently from the people of Dragon Nation. Most people treated it as a joke. Doesn't your own country have that old saying about not crying until you see the coffin? Wasn't the lesson from the United States enough? What's standing up? You Longguo folks are just fooling yourselves. As long as the pretty country wants to, you don't even have a usable propulsion system right now. And you're actually thinking about going head-to-head with the pretty country? I'll stake my reputation on this today, let everyone bear witness. Dragon Nation absolutely cannot build its own propulsion system. If they actually pull it off, I'll make our Cherry Blossom Nation erupt like a volcano. Clinton watched the online discussions about this matter, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The moment the news broke, he had his people investigate the Research Institute's personnel records. Zhang Huaixian, the chief engineer, was thoroughly vetted in record time. The investigation revealed nothing unusual at first glance. But upon deeper scrutiny, it became clear that Zhang Huaixian was a Dragon Nation citizen with close ties to their beautiful country. Following the leads in the files, he dialed Professor Zhang Huaixian's number. He learned that Zhang had returned to Dragon Nation specifically to steal its secrets, fearing the destruction of Dragon Nation's research on the propulsion system. This revelation made Clinton happier than winning millions in the lottery. He stared at the online reports with a mocking smile. Ha! The Dragon Nation thinks it can develop propulsion systems? Do you even deserve that? The moment your propulsion research fails will be the moment your Dragon Nation lies at our beautiful nation's feet. With absolute certainty that Dragon Nation could never develop propulsion technology, Clinton sought to amplify the scandal's impact for future leverage against them. He even secured special funding from George to subsidize domestic media outlets, instructing them to sensationalize the story. Under his orchestration, the story quickly became a global sensation. Countless people waited to witness the Dragon Nation's humiliation. Little did they know that at that very moment, Lin Feng had already compiled the propulsion technology. At that moment, Longguo University. After over 10 days of relentless effort, Lin Feng had finally compiled the propulsion system's development technology. It was undeniably a monumental undertaking. Although he had thoroughly mastered the relevant knowledge of propulsion systems long ago, even applying that knowledge to develop an exceptionally high-performance engine for Sunmmary Corporation. But that was nothing compared to rocket thrusters. The latter involved far too many factors to consider. Honestly, if it weren't for Lin Feng's prior familiarity with the knowledge stored in his mind, coupled with his own exceptional abilities as one of the top talents in Longguo, he wouldn't have been able to compile this document in even half a year. He stretched lazily, rubbed his eyes, and after organizing the documents, immediately dialed Wang Weiguo's number.
Before long, Wang Weiguo's laughter crackled through the phone. "Hey, what brings you to call me today? Did the professors at the academy make you write another excuse note to skip class?"
"Lin Feng, I'm not trying to lecture you, but even though university courses might seem easy for you, sometimes it's still worth attending lectures. Even if you don't listen, you could still chat with the professors more to build good relationships." Before Lin Feng could respond, Wang Weiguo launched into a long, earnest lecture. Lin Feng just smiled in response, choosing not to dwell on the topic. He understood Wang Weiguo meant well. "I've taken note of everything the professor said. But what I need to discuss now is something far more important. After over 10 days of hard work, I've finally written up the production technology for the thrusters. If you have time, please help me contact the Propulsion Research Institute. I want to hand this technology over to them as soon as possible to save Dragon Nation even more time." Lin Feng spoke on his own, completely unaware that Wang Weiguo on the other end of the line had gone silent. In truth, the moment Lin Feng declared he had finalized the propulsion technology, Wang Weiguo froze in place. At first, he dismissed it as mere youthful enthusiasm and paid it no mind.
When Lin Feng locked himself in his room, Wang Weiguo assumed he was tinkering with some new invention.
In short, it never crossed his mind that Lin Feng had poured all his energy into researching the propulsion system's manufacturing technology.
But now Lin Feng was declaring outright that he had succeeded. How could he not be stunned, rendered speechless for a moment? "Professor Wang. Professor Wang. I said I figured out how to build the propulsion system. If you have time, hook me up with someone at the Propulsion Research Institute."
Seeing no response from Wang Weiguo for a long time, Lin Feng assumed the line had frozen.
After 2 more attempts yielded silence, he prepared to hang up and redial. But just as he was about to hang up, Wang Weiguo's voice finally came through. "Lin Feng, you're serious? You've genuinely developed propulsion system manufacturing technology?" The shock in Wang Weiguo's tone was unmistakable. But then again, it made sense.
In Wang Weiguo's eyes, he was just a freshman who hadn't even taken any formal courses in this field. Developing propulsion technology seemed utterly impossible. Lin Feng didn't elaborate further, merely repeating the news to Wang Weiguo in a tone that left no room for doubt. Even after receiving the confirmed news, Wang Weiguo still found it hard to believe. He told Lin Feng over the phone to wait for him, then rushed straight to Lin Feng's dorm room. Before long, Wang Weiguo arrived at Lin Feng's room. After glancing at Lin Feng and noting he didn't appear malnourished despite his prolonged seclusion, he accepted the thick stack of documents Lin Feng handed him. He skimmed through it. Though not an expert in this field, his knowledge was fairly extensive, and he could recognize the academic rigor of the documents Lin Feng had handed him. Moments later, his expression solemn, he patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "I'll contact the Research Institute immediately. If this proposal proves feasible, you'll have made another significant contribution to our nation." With that, Wang Weiguo dialed the institute's official number directly. Chapter 86, Roll Call. "Hello, this is the official line for the Propulsion Research Institute. How may I assist you?" Wang Weiguo got straight to the point. "This is Wang Weiguo, president of Longguo University of Science and Technology. I have an advanced propulsion system research proposal. If possible, please connect me with the institute's chief researcher. If he has the opportunity, I'd like to discuss this with him privately. The propulsion technology we possess has tremendous production potential. If successfully developed, it could directly match or even surpass the United States." Upon hearing this, the operator's expression turned serious. He understood the critical importance of propulsion systems to the nation and promptly replied. "Understood, Academician Wang. Please hold while I connect you to Chief Engineer Zhang." With that, he hung up and headed toward the conference room where Zhang Huaxian was located. At that moment, Zhang Huaxian was convening a meeting with the Research Institute staff. But no sooner had the meeting begun than a loud knock sounded at the door. His first meeting interrupted like this, a barely perceptible flash of irritation crossed Zhang Huaxian's face. Yet, with so many people present, he maintained a calm demeanor and gestured for the visitor outside to enter. The receptionist who entered the conference room immediately sensed the tense atmosphere inside. He approached Zhang Huaxian with an apologetic expression. "My deepest apologies, Chief Engineer Zhang. I didn't mean to interrupt. However, President Wang Weikong of Longguo University, an academician, just called. He mentioned possessing propulsion technology that is both highly feasible and quite advanced. He insisted that if you have the opportunity, you must make time to discuss it with him." Hearing this, Zhang Huaxian couldn't help but sneer inwardly, muttering to himself. Though Wang Weiguo is a renowned scientist in Longguo, different fields are worlds apart. He's an expert in lithography machine production, and his understanding of propulsion systems is merely superficial. Scientists in Dragon Nation are laughable. Most likely, he's trying to worm his way into this project now, only to snatch the credit at the end. Besides, our Propulsion Research Institute has only just been established. You claim to have already developed propulsion technology? Do you take us for fools?
At this thought, Zhang Huaixian reaffirmed his admiration for the United States and his belief in its superiority. However, given the current climate and Wang Weiguo's prominent standing in the Dragon Nation, he refrained from outright refusal. Instead, he responded with a conciliatory expression. "I'll keep this in mind. You may return now. Tell old Wang that I'll make time to meet with him after the meeting concludes." The operator acknowledged the request and departed, relaying Zhang Huaixian's words verbatim to Wang Weiguo. After the operator departed, Zhang Huaixian resumed his meeting. His opening statement warned everyone against clinging to unrealistic fantasies. He emphasized that propulsion system development would be an arduous journey requiring steady, incremental progress. Nothing could be achieved overnight. Thus, throughout the entire meeting, no one paid much attention to the operator's earlier words. Meanwhile, in Lin Feng's room. Upon hearing the news, Wang Weiguo looked at Lin Feng and said, "Rest assured, they've already relayed the message. They'll be calling us shortly." Lin Feng nodded. "That's ideal. It will significantly accelerate Dragon Nation's propulsion system development. Once this matter is settled, I can finally get some proper rest. These past 10+ days of intense work have been exhausting. It'll also give me time to visit the classroom and get acquainted with the teachers, as you suggested." However, Wang Weiguo's attitude at this moment was completely opposite to his earlier stance. Lin Feng, I've given it some thought. Given your abilities, there's really no need for you to attend classes. Just follow your own path. If there's any knowledge you lack or any teacher you wish to consult, just tell me. I'll arrange for them to meet with you directly. In Wang Weiguo's view, a prodigy like Lin Feng had no need to be confined to the classroom. After chatting for over an hour, they still hadn't received a call from Zhang Huaixian. Since Wang Weiguo had other matters to attend to, he excused himself and left first. After lunch, Lin Feng mulled it over and decided to head to the classroom anyway. If he didn't engage with the classroom soon, he'd almost forget what it felt like to be a student. Since he usually only traveled between his residence, the library, and the cafeteria on Longguo University campus, he wasn't very familiar with the teaching areas. It took him 10 minutes after class had started to find the classroom. As he entered the classroom, everyone was curious about this unfamiliar student who had suddenly walked in. A guy sitting by the window in the back row nudged his friend, who was engrossed in a battle in the river. "Hey, look at this guy. He's already been marked down for being late. Might as well not have come at all, right? A sophomore told me that in our college, skipping class and being late get the same punishment. If you're late, you can just sleep in your dorm." The gamer glanced at Lin Feng with a smile before returning to controlling his Yao with her punishment skill. Meanwhile, the student in the back row by the window stared boredly at the girls in the class. University professors generally kept a loose rein on their classes, so Lin Feng merely glanced at her upon entering. Not wanting to disrupt the professor's flow, he quietly made his way to an empty seat. Once seated, Lin Feng glanced at the advanced math content the professor was covering. With just a glance, he had already deduced in his mind all the concepts the professor would cover in the upcoming lecture. About 20 minutes later, two problems suddenly appeared on the teacher's whiteboard. The teacher's gaze swept across the classroom before slowly announcing, "Take a look at the problems on the board. I'll randomly call on two students to come up and solve them." The moment these words were spoken, the previously subdued classroom instantly filled with a low but intense murmur of discussion. "Which page did the teacher cover? I didn't catch that. I don't know how to do it. Quick, look it up." Lin Feng, seated at the back amidst the crowd, could clearly hear the murmurs of discussion. But the chatter couldn't stop the teacher from opening the attendance system. Under the tense gazes of the class, the screen began to scroll. "Qianqian. Lin Feng. Please come up and solve these two problems. You may choose which one to attempt." The teacher spoke while stepping aside from the podium. Amidst the collective sigh of relief, Lin Feng and a girl with her head bowed, her hair covering her face, dressed in plain clothes and appearing somewhat reserved, slowly walked up to the podium. Chapter 87, The Insecure Girl. Watching Lin Feng approach the podium, the person seated by the window in the back row shook his head sympathetically. "This guy's got it rough. He's already late, and if he can't solve this, he'll probably get scolded by the teacher." To his surprise, Lin Feng immediately headed for the more challenging problem. To be honest, Lin Feng had no interest in overly simple problems. In truth, neither problem posed any real challenge to him. With just a glance, the solution process had already formed in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he began scribbling rapidly on the blackboard. The teacher standing nearby couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect as he observed Lin Feng's solution steps. Since Lin Feng had arrived 10 minutes late to class, the teacher hadn't said anything but had formed an impression of him. In her view, college students who arrived this late were usually the ones who never attended lectures. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to solve the problem. Her intention was merely to use the pretense of solving it to refocus the other students' attention. To her surprise, Lin Feng actually managed to solve the problem. Moreover, judging by his proficiency, he clearly had a solid grasp of this particular subject matter. Before long, Lin Feng had filled the entire blackboard with his work.
Meanwhile, the girl beside her, Jiang Yingyan, had nearly finished writing her answer since the problem was relatively straightforward. Yet, just as the answer seemed within reach, the girl suddenly stopped writing, staring anxiously at the solution steps on the blackboard. Gradually, perhaps uncomfortable with everyone's attention and due to her own temperament, a faint blush appeared on her face from the tension. Lin Feng understood that if she finished the problem first, it would only add to the girl's pressure and make her more anxious. Guided by the principle of mutual support among classmates, Lin Feng deliberately slowed his pace. Yet, after a moment, Jiang Yingyan walked to the front of the classroom, head bowed. "Teacher, I just can't figure out the final step." With that, Jiang Yingyan stood before the teacher with her head bowed, her face flushed, looking like a well-behaved child. The teacher glanced at Jiang Yingyan's work and addressed her. "Alright then, why don't you ask someone to come up and help you solve it?" Hearing this, Jiang Yingyan looked troubled. He stood awkwardly at the front of the classroom, unable to find anyone to help him solve the final step. Truthfully, due to her insecure nature and the fact that the semester had only just begun, she wasn't very familiar with her dorm mates, let alone her classmates. For a moment, she could only stand there with her head bowed. The teacher looked at Jiang Yingyan before him, seemingly deep in thought. Just as the atmosphere threatened to turn awkward, Lin Feng, who had finished his own problem, spoke up. "Teacher, I know how to solve this too. I'll finish the rest for her." Without waiting for the teacher's response, Lin Feng swiftly worked out the remaining steps of Jiang Yingyan's problem. Hearing someone offer to help, Jiang Yingyan's mind went blank instead of immediately thinking to thank Lin Feng. Her parents had divorced when she was very young, and for all these years, her mother had struggled immensely to raise her alone. Her family circumstances had made her withdrawn and insecure. Throughout her life, she had never sought help from others nor dared to. She feared that her scarce reserves of enthusiasm would be met with indifference, causing her to lose all confidence. Lin Feng was arguably the first person to ever respond to her. For a moment, the look she gave Lin Feng seemed different. Before she could process it, Lin Feng was already stepping down from the podium to return to his seat. Seeing that Lin Feng had mastered both problems, the teacher looked at him with satisfaction. This student has clearly done his homework in advance and pays close attention in class. Given his outstanding performance, I won't penalize him for being late. Not only that, but I'll also add extra points to his daily assessment. Everyone should learn from this student. As the teacher spoke, she allowed Lin Feng and his companion to return to their seats. Throughout this, Jiang Yingyan had followed quietly behind Lin Feng. She wanted to thank him but feared drawing too much attention, so she could only return to her seat with a flushed face, head bowed, and in silence. Back at his seat, Lin Feng paid it no mind, quietly flipping through the books he'd brought. Soon, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Some students, still clinging to their high school habits, began packing their bags minutes before the bell rang and dashed straight to the cafeteria the moment it sounded. Lin Feng, however, was immersed in his books and paid little attention. What he didn't know was that Jiang Yingyan had been watching his every move. The classroom was crowded, and these were classmates she would spend the next 4 years with. With everyone still present, she dared not thank Lin Feng in person. So when class ended, she slowly gathered her textbooks, glancing nervously at Lin Feng, afraid he might leave early. When she saw everyone had left but Lin Feng remained, she felt overjoyed. She pulled out the bottle of pure joy she'd been saving in her backpack, reluctant to drink it. However, she stood up only to sit back down again. "Lin Feng, thank you so much for helping me figure out the final steps. Here, have this." "Lin Feng, thank you so much for helping me write out the final steps. Here, have this." Jiang Yingyan kept repeating the words she planned to say to Lin Feng in her mind. Each time she repeated them, she stood up, took 2 steps forward, then hurriedly returned to her seat. It took over 10 repetitions before she finally gathered the courage to approach Lin Feng. The entire process took about 5 minutes. Finally, she stood before Lin Feng, who was intently focused on his textbook. In what she thought was a loud voice, she addressed him. Lin Feng, thank you for helping me earlier. Here, have this to drink." After speaking, Jiang Yingyan lowered her head and stood silently in place. The words she'd rehearsed countless times came out jumbled and incoherent. What was even more critical was that her voice wasn't loud enough for Lin Feng to make out what she was saying. Even though he hadn't caught a word, it didn't take a genius to figure out what Jiang Yingyan was trying to do. So he looked at Jiang Yingyan and nodded. Jiang Yingyan, who already carried a hint of self-consciousness, felt her gaze shift away after meeting his eyes for just a moment. Yet that brief exchange of gazes left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. For beneath the long hair that framed her lowered face, he discovered an exceptionally beautiful face. Without exaggeration, with just a little effort, she could easily be campus queen material at Longguo University. After a few seconds, Lin Feng snapped back to reality. Realizing he'd been caught off guard, he quickly shifted his gaze to the yogurt on the table and smiled as he said, "Don't worry about it, Jiang. Helping each other out is what classmates do." After he spoke, Jiang Yingyan nodded solemnly before leaving the classroom as if escaping. Chapter 88, Flower for the Press Conference. Watching Jiang Yingyan's retreating figure, Lin Feng smiled as he picked up a bottle of pure joy from the desk before following her out of the classroom. University evenings were almost always free of classes. With nothing else to do, Lin Feng planned to spend the evening studying in the library. However, the moment he stepped out of the classroom, Wang Weiguo called. Seeing the caller ID, Lin Feng assumed it was news from the Propulsion Research Institute and hurriedly asked.
What's up, Professor Wang? Is it the Propulsion Research Institute? What did they say? Wang Weiguo shook his head on the other end of the line.
If they haven't called back after all this time, they might have forgotten.
I'll check again later. I'm calling you about something else this time. Something else? Lin Feng repeated Wang Weiguo's words in confusion.
The 5-nanometer chip production technology you presented has been successfully implemented by the chip production lab, but it won't be publicly announced anytime soon.
Huawei's new product launch event is scheduled for 3 days from now.
Both Huawei and the Chip Production Institute acknowledge that Longguo University made significant contributions to their projects.
That's why we just received notifications from both Huawei and the Chip Research Institute.
To express their gratitude to Longguo University, both institutions will hold a joint press conference on our campus in 2 days.
The 5-nanometer chip will be unveiled as a surprise after Huawei's presentation, catching international organizations off guard. As the primary architect behind resolving Longguo's chip crisis, your attendance is mandatory. Naturally, you needn't compete for the 3 spots allocated per class by the university. I've reserved one specifically for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. He had always watched these events online before, so the chance to attend in person was naturally welcome, a great opportunity to broaden his horizons. After that, Lin Feng reminded Wang Weiguo to keep an eye on updates from the Machine Research Institute before hanging up.
But just as he was about to put his phone away, he noticed that class monitor Xianqian had tagged everyone in the class group chat. The notification was about signing up for the conference, asking interested students to message him privately. At that moment, the male student sitting in the back row by the window in room 1531 saw the message and immediately messaged the class monitor privately, expressing his desire to attend. He even let out a startled gasp after signing up, drawing the attention of his roommates. Seeing his 3 roommates start tapping on their phones only after his exclamation, he smirked smugly. Only 3 spots available. I must have been the fastest to notify the class rep, ha ha ha. To his surprise, despite his lightning-fast response, the class monitor replied that the spots were already filled. Since they were new to university and unfamiliar with such matters, they didn't think much of it. Assuming someone else had faster fingers or better internet speed, they could only curse the campus network a couple of times. In reality, on campus, spots for popular activities were often secured before the class monitor even sent out the group message. The activities left for everyone were mostly second-rate options. His request for private messages was merely a convenient excuse for himself. Although the number of spots for the launch event was limited, it didn't stop everyone from discussing it. In no time, it became a hot topic across the entire Dragon Nation once again. After all, Dragon Nation's summer breakthroughs developing lithography machines and 7-nanometer chips were the nation's most thrilling achievements. This topic was bound to be hot. At that moment, Clinton, who had been monitoring every move of Dragon Nation from within the Black Palace, let a smirk touch his lips. He had already prepared countermeasures for the press conference. That day, to better strike at Dragon Nation, while publicly declaring it absolutely incapable of manufacturing rocket propulsion systems, he also inquired about the progress of Kate's 5-nanometer chip development. He instructed Kate's team to accelerate the development of the 5-nanometer chip while simultaneously collaborating with the renowned American Fruit-branded smartphone to create a device capable of running the 5-nanometer chip. During the launch event, they would conduct performance tests on the Fruit-branded phone, showcasing the gap between Dragon Nation and the United States to the entire world. Thinking this through, to ensure absolute certainty, Clinton still dialed Kate's number. The call connected, and Clinton immediately asked, "How are preparations for the matter I discussed earlier progressing? Are you confident we can launch the 5-nanometer chip simultaneously in 3 days?" Upon hearing Clinton's voice on the other end, Kate promptly replied in a respectful tone. "Rest assured, Mr. Clinton, everything is ready. While it's impossible to fully optimize the 5-nanometer chip in such a short time frame, it's more than sufficient to put pressure on Longguo. We've even pre-arranged a collaboration with Apple to create a chip so convincing it'll pass any performance test flawlessly. Its specs will crush most global smartphone brands, guaranteed to deal Longguo a crushing blow." Clinton was delighted to hear this and praised them repeatedly. "You've done an excellent job with Apple. I'm confident that the 5-nanometer chip, combined with the booster project, will force Dragon Nation to bow completely. We have 3 days left. Get the PR campaign rolling immediately. While promoting our 5-nanometer chip, don't forget to undermine Dragon Nation's 7-nanometer chip. Let the entire world know this, that even if Dragon Nation develops lithography machines, they'll never match our pretty country." On the other end of the line, Kate nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Clinton. I will handle this matter perfectly." With that, Kate hung up the phone. It must be said, Kate moved with remarkable speed. It took only 2.5 hours for the news to spread. Not only that, he also pinned pre-prepared negative information on Longguo's 7-nanometer chip.
Within moments, news exploded globally that ASML would unveil its 5nm chip in 3 days, alongside performance tests for Apple's upcoming 5nm powered smartphones.
Upon seeing this news, international netizens who had long been waiting to see China's downfall couldn't sit still.
They flooded online platforms with their opinions. Ha, you reap what you sow. Looks like Longguo has thoroughly pissed off the US.
First it was the rocket engine showdown, now it's a head-to-head battle in smartphone chips.
This is clearly aimed at crushing Longguo's confidence. But crushing it is fine, we absolutely cannot let Longguo's international influence grow any stronger. So what if China invented a lithography machine? It still can't compete with the US. They've got 5nm chips, who needs your 7nm? Besides, your 7nm chips haven't even passed international verification. They might not even measure up to the US's 8nm chips. Dragon Nation, listen to me, bow down and admit defeat to the United States. You're no match for them anyway, ha ha ha.
Faced with the overwhelming online attacks against Dragon Nation, supporters began speaking up in its defense.
The fact that the US takes Dragon Country so seriously proves Dragon Country has the strength to challenge its hegemony. But you're just the US's lackeys. If you tried to confront the US, they wouldn't even give you the time of day.
I believe Dragon Nation will definitely develop the thrusters, just like how they broke through the beautiful country's blockade to develop lithography machines. The online debate erupted into a fierce clash.
The world's attention once again focused on Dragon Nation and the United States. Chapter 89, New Regulations.
At that moment, Kate, stationed at ASML headquarters, watched with satisfaction as international discussions swirled around Huawei and Dragon Nation's chips. Although many reasonable voices internationally defended Dragon Nation, under the manipulation of Western media hegemony, the dominant global narrative remained one of vilifying Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation, you don't have the strength to challenge us. In 3 days, you'll see clearly who truly reigns supreme in global technology. Kate chuckled coldly to herself, suddenly recalling her company's recent in-depth research into Dragon Nation's lithography machine technology. According to the report, the only factor limiting Dragon Nation's lithography machine production was the fused silica produced by the United States. She had also heard recently that the largest American fused silica manufacturer had negotiated a partnership with Dragon Nation, only to deliberately scuttle the deal to drive up prices. The fact that Longguo could now mass-produce chips meant American companies were still cooperating with them. If the flow of fused quartz from the United States to Longguo were cut off, combined with the current international pressure on Longguo, it would be enough to collapse Longguo's chip industry without a fight. With this realization, Kate immediately dialed Clinton's number. Clearly, Clinton had been stationed in his office, constantly monitoring Dragon Nation's movements. The call connected within seconds. Kate cut straight to the chase. Mr. Clinton, under our control, the current international situation is extremely favorable to us. Defeating the Dragon Nation in 3 days would be a piece of cake. However, given the outcomes of the previous 2 attempts, to ensure no unforeseen complications arise, I have additional strategies. These could even crush Dragon Nation's chip industry within an extremely short timeframe, dealing them a severe blow. Striking at the Dragon Nation seemed to be Clinton's sole source of excitement. Upon hearing this, his interest was immediately piqued. Oh, Mr. Kate, if you have any good ideas, please share them. Kate promptly shared his plan with Clinton. As he listened, Clinton couldn't help but let out a wicked chuckle. Mr. Kate, you are undoubtedly the person in this world who understands me best. I will give your plan my full attention and immediately ban the import of our beautiful country's fused quartz into Dragon Nation. Together, we shall witness the day when the Dragon Nation becomes the laughingstock of the world, its backbone shattered by us, groveling before our beautiful country. And your ASM company will rise, under our beautiful country's support, to become the absolute ruler of the global chip industry. On the other end of the line, Kate laughed triumphantly. Then I'll await your good news, sir. Clinton hung up and immediately had his assistant locate the phone number of Smith, the fused silica executive responsible for negotiating with Zhang Gage in the Dragon Kingdom that day. Hello, is this Mr. Smith? This is Clinton, Secretary of State of the United States. I wish to discuss Dragon Nation's imports of fused quartz from your company. Ha! Smith on the other end was taken aback at first, then quickly realized his slip and apologized to Clinton. My apologies, Mr. Clinton. We have no ongoing cooperation with any company in Longguo. This time, Clinton was the one taken aback. He asked in confusion. How is that possible? Currently, only our beautiful country can produce fused quartz. If not you, then who else could be supplying Dragon Country with it? Smith pondered for a moment, then recounted his negotiations with the Dragon Nation to Clinton in full detail. Initially, we planned to leverage the lithography machine issue to pressure Dragon Nation and sell them fused quartz at a premium. During our first meeting, I rejected their cooperation proposal to drive up the price. But when I approached them again later, I was flatly rejected. I strongly suspect some of our partner companies have been supplying Dragon Bone with fused silica. Otherwise, Dragon Nation could never have produced the materials required for lithography machine manufacturing. But it's simply too difficult for our company alone to investigate every single one of our partners.
If possible, Mr. Clinton, could you ban all fused quartz from entering Longguo on behalf of our beautiful country?
In truth, when Zhang Gage rejected Smith's proposal, he had already stated that Longguo had developed its own mass production technology for fused quartz and would never again depend on the United States. But to Smith, this was merely Dragon Nation's attempt to spite him after secretly finding alternative suppliers. Mass-producing fused quartz was notoriously difficult. It had taken the United States considerable time to master this technology, let alone the Dragon Kingdom. Developing mass production technology for fused quartz under American technological oversight was utterly impossible. Clinton's face darkened with anger at Smith's words, his tone venomous. I never imagined any company would dare to curry favor with Dragon Nation.
Don't they know the nature of our relationship with Dragon Nation?
This time, to ensure China's lithography machines lose all chance of future upgrades, I'll have President George issue an executive order to crack down on companies illegally selling fused silica to China. We'll take coercive measures to enter China and destroy any lithography machines produced using illegally obtained fused silica. Smith on the other end of the line hurriedly nodded. Our company will cooperate fully. Any firm that causes our beautiful country to suffer such massive losses while enabling Dragon Nation to produce lithography machines must be severely punished. Clinton promptly ended the call and immediately set off for the White House. When matters involving Dragon Nation arose, the White House typically acted with extreme speed. Within just 2.5 hours, a solution for the fused quartz issue had been finalized. First, to safeguard international security and ensure the stability of global economic trade, the United States has decided to restrict the export of fused silica to China. Second, the United States will employ all means to investigate and punish organizations illegally supplying fused silica to Longguo, imposing the most severe penalties. Third, Dragon Nation is warned to voluntarily return illegally obtained fused quartz and destroy equipment containing such materials. Failure to comply will result in coercive measures by the United States. These three bills align almost perfectly with Clinton's vision, clearly aiming to halt China's lithography machine development while destroying existing equipment, effectively erasing the foothold China has just gained in the semiconductor sector. Upon seeing the United States' new restrictive measures, the international community instantly erupted in activity. Netizens who had just finished criticizing the Dragon Nation discovered fresh targets for ridicule and immediately launched a new wave of attacks against it.
Chapter 90, China's response. Ha, you Longguo are truly laughable. You claim to the world that your lithography machines are entirely self-developed, yet in the end, you still need American technology? You dare to compete with the United States for dominance in the chip industry using lithography machines produced with American materials? Do you even deserve that? The most laughable part is that China didn't even have the decency to buy fused silica from the US openly. Instead, they secretly purchased it through their partner companies, then treated the US with utter arrogance. Such behavior disgusts the entire world. China's actions show not a shred of a great nation's dignity, they're downright petty. Given this behavior, I believe the entire world should blacklist China from cooperation. Teach them a lesson so they realize they're nothing. Within 2.5 hours of the new decree's announcement, netizens worldwide launched a torrent of verbal attacks against Dragon Nation. Riding this wave of heated debate, they piled on numerous unfounded accusations against the Dragon Nation. Under the guidance of Western media, numerous negative labels were affixed to the Dragon Nation. At that moment, Clinton and George sat together inside the Black House, monitoring the international discourse on Dragon Nation. After glancing at the online comments, the American leader turned and patted Clinton on the shoulder, looking at him with clear admiration. You've done well. While it's impossible to bring down the Dragon Nation overnight, once its international reputation is tarnished, its decline is only a matter of time. This time, unless Dragon Nation voluntarily destroys the lithography machines containing our nation's fused quartz, I will personally dispatch military personnel to Dragon Nation. And when that happens, it won't just be about destroying the lithography machines. I'll completely sever the Dragon Nation's access to fused quartz production technology, ensuring they'll never have the chance to build lithography machines again due to a permanent shortage of fused quartz. Facing George's praise, Clinton modestly deflected it before sharing his thoughts with George. Mr. President, isn't Dragon Nation's Huawei set to hold its launch event in 3 days? I suggest we refrain from major actions during these 3 days. On the day of Huawei's launch event, we should deploy our military personnel to the venue and disrupt the event on the spot. This way, we can not only declare the end of Dragon Nation's lithography machines on the spot, but also make the Dragon Nation people realize just how laughable their pride and joy, Huawei the competitor to Apple's smartphones, truly is. Hearing this, George felt as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. His eyes seemed to brighten as he spoke with some excitement. Clinton, when it comes to dealing with Dragon Nation, you've outdone me. I'll proceed as you suggest. You should also go back and think carefully, see if you can come up with any better ideas. Clinton nodded eagerly upon hearing this. Your Excellency, you flatter me. As the Secretary of State of the United States, serving our nation is my duty. Moreover, the United States is the sole superpower in this world. If the Dragon Nation dares to challenge our authority, it will only end up trampled underfoot. George praised him without hesitation. Having you is America's greatest fortune. China fears you like a cat fears a mouse. You are China's greatest nemesis. After further discussion, the two returned to their respective offices. At that moment, in the Dragon Nation, the international uproar naturally caught the attention of the Dragon Nation's leadership and high-ranking officials. Upon learning of the United States' new decree, the leaders summoned Wang Weiguo and Zhang Gage, the chief executive of Dragon Nation's fused quartz production headquarters. Perhaps influenced by the weight of international pressure, the leader asked with a look of concern, "Is the origin of our Dragon Nation's fused quartz truly as they claim in the United States?" The leader paused, his breath catching in his throat as he spoke. He understood the consequences of this matter. If Wang Weiguo and Zhang Gage nodded in agreement, the newly developed lithography machines would inevitably be affected. But more crucially, the damage to Dragon Nation's international image would be catastrophic. Without exaggeration, if the matter proved true as the United States claimed, it would become an indelible stain on Dragon Nation's reputation. Wang Weiguo and his colleague, sensing the leader's concerns, responded with unwavering resolve. "Leader, this is merely the United States' one-sided claim. You know their hegemonic mindset while they mistake their own desires for reality. Such thinking might work on other nations, but it won't fly with us. Today, our nation possesses the technology to mass-produce fused quartz. Except for the first lithography machine, which used fused silica provided by an international organization, all others were entirely domestically produced by our Dragon Nation. They have absolutely nothing to do with the United States. Everything the United States claims is nothing but their own assumptions." Wang Weiguo's words jolted the leader awake. He looked at Zhang Gage in disbelief. We truly possess mass production technology for fused silica." Facing the leader's question, Zhang Gage nodded. "Old Wang is correct. Our production lines are already operational. Since the technology was only recently developed, Dragon Nation's fused quartz is currently only in use within our borders. It won't be long before it enters the international market and gains widespread recognition." Over the years, the nation had poured substantial funds into researching mass production technology for fused silica, and the leader was well aware of the immense challenges involved. In the short term, his attention had been entirely focused on lithography machines and propulsion systems. He never imagined that in just over 20 days of inattention, Longguo had already developed its own mass production technology for fused quartz. With Zhang Gage's definitive confirmation, the leader knew the accusations from the United States had been thoroughly debunked. The worry vanished from his face. A radiant smile spread across the leader's face as he exclaimed with emotion, "This time, the United States has truly shot itself in the foot. We will soon announce to the world that the fused silica used in our nation's lithography machines is entirely domestically produced. I'll be damned if I can't see how the United States will explain this." As he spoke, the leader instructed his assistant to immediately notify other high-ranking officials in the Dragon Nation and prepare a response. Shortly thereafter, the Dragon Nation released an official statement through state media, refuting the beautiful country's new regulations. It vehemently denied the allegations, declaring that the claim the Dragon Nation purchased fused silica from its partner companies was entirely fabricated. Longguo's statement instantly caused an uproar internationally. Clinton saw the statement immediately. The Western media had led many American lackeys to believe China was distorting facts. Clinton harbored doubts. Drawing from lessons learned during the lithography machine incident, he knew China would never issue such a statement without cause. To swiftly ascertain the truth, Clinton ordered the military to activate the United States Intelligence Agency, the FBL. Chapter 91, Fabricated Evidence. Clinton's decision to pursue this line of inquiry earned high praise from the president. The FBL immediately prioritized the matter and initiated an investigation within an extremely short time frame. Within a mere 5 hours, the FBL had investigated every company involved in the United States fused quartz industry. To their astonishment, not a single company had ever supplied molten quartz to the Dragon Nation. Not only that, but through covert means, they learned from traders within the Dragon Nation that the Dragon Nation had indeed mastered mass production technology for fused quartz. However, they could not steal the technology itself, only obtain confirmation of its existence. After exhausting all avenues, the FBI submitted its findings to Clinton. Clinton's brows furrowed deeply as he studied the documents, murmuring to himself, "I never imagined Dragon Nation Jing had actually mastered mass production technology for fused quartz. Could it be our technology was leaked? If this gets reported, it might impact Dragon Nation somewhat, but completely crippling their chip industry is impossible. Only by having the US military take coercive measures can we leverage this incident to eradicate Dragon Nation's mass production capabilities for fused quartz. That's the only way to achieve tangible results. In that case, we absolutely must enforce the newly enacted decree." Muttering to himself, Clinton's mind formulated a corresponding countermeasure. He set down the documents and immediately dialed Smith's number. Upon learning the true nature of the situation, Smith's body jerked. Standing before Clinton, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined Dragon Nation had truly mastered mass production technology for fused quartz. No wonder they rejected me so decisively that day. They turned me down outright before I could even state my terms.
Clinton had no time for Smith's exclamations, immediately relaying his proposed countermeasures.
Current international public opinion is extremely favorable to our beautiful country. Therefore, whatever we say is highly likely to gain everyone's trust.
Next, you must immediately locate a company that has previously collaborated with you and instruct them to fabricate evidence of commercial dealings with the Dragon Nation within 2 days.
When our people infiltrate the Dragon Nation's flower launch event, we'll present this evidence to catch them off guard.
They won't have time to react, forcing them under international pressure to admit to secretly purchasing fused quartz and stealing our production technology.
Smith nodded urgently upon hearing this. Rest assured, Mr. Clinton. I'll get started immediately. There will be absolutely no slip-ups.
To date, nearly all the fused quartz in the world was produced by their company. They had reaped enormous economic benefits from this product.
Stifling Dragon Nation's molten quartz technology before it gained traction internationally was undoubtedly the optimal strategy.
If Dragon Nation's fused quartz technology were allowed to develop unchecked, there was no telling when they might surpass us. Having monopolized the market for so long, the mere thought of competition filled Smith with dread. Therefore, he was exceptionally focused on this matter, working day and night to fabricate commercial transactions between partner companies and the Dragon Nation. At that time, in Dragon Nation. After issuing the statement, the effect wasn't particularly noticeable, but the leader wasn't overly concerned.
Actions speak louder than words.
Thus, the leader resolved to unveil Dragon Nation's fused quartz technology to the world at a press conference days later.
To make everything the United States had done look like a joke.
As Zhou Yaogua stepped out of the meeting room after concluding his conversation with the leader, his secretary's call came through. With the critical launch period of Huawei's new smartphone underway, numerous matters required his attention.
Zhou Yaogua rarely missed a call, personally handling every detail. Mr. Zhou.
The negotiator from 4-Star Group suddenly arrived at our headquarters today, requesting to discuss the acquisition of Huawei with you. Hearing this, Zhou Yaogua furrowed his brow, his voice dripping with disbelief.
Our Huawei group is thriving. How could 4-Star Group make such a claim?
The secretary on the other end sounded utterly helpless.
Mr. Zhou, you should return immediately.
Their executives have been waiting at the company for quite some time. After all, we have a partnership with 4-Star Group.
Neglecting them and damaging our relationship wouldn't be wise.
Zhou Yaogua nodded, replied he'd return immediately, and hurriedly got into his car, heading straight for Huawei headquarters.
Shortly after, guided by his assistant, he entered the conference room at Huawei headquarters.
At that very moment, Li Shila, the head of 4-Star Group, had already been waiting inside the conference room. Seeing Zhou Yaogua enter, Li Shila promptly stood up.
Mr. Zhou, you're finally here.
We've been waiting for you for quite some time.
Out of respect for Li Shila, Zhou Yaogua nodded and apologized.
Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize.
My recent heavy workload has kept you waiting.
As he spoke, he dismissed the other attendees from the conference room and closed the door. Looking at Zhou Yaogua seated across from him, Li Shila wasted no time and got straight to the point, handing over his acquisition proposal.
Mr. Zhou, we're well aware of the current international situation.
The US has already cut off your supply of fused quartz.
Any fused quartz obtained through unofficial channels will be confiscated, and the lithography machines will be destroyed outright. The previous chip embargo imposed by the US will remain in effect.
Your Huawei group will face dire straits within a very short time frame.
Therefore, please review this agreement. We've demonstrated our sincerity by proposing to acquire Huawei as a subsidiary brand under our 4-Star Group.
This move would also fill the gap in our mobile phone operations within your Dragon Nation market.
Li Shila had already reviewed the Dragon Nation statement before arriving. But the United States hadn't responded, which meant Dragon Country was merely distorting the facts.
Under these circumstances, he didn't believe Huawei couldn't see the situation clearly.
Yet, upon discerning Li Shila's thoughts, Zhou Yaogua pushed the contract aside and patiently replied. Mr. Li, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. The crisis you speak of will never materialize.
Our Dragon Nation has already mastered mass production technology for fused quartz. Our chip industry will never again be subject to sanctions from the United States. Therefore, Huawei will not only survive but thrive.
I won't even bother reviewing this contract.
With that, Zhou Yaogua pushed the contract back toward Li Shila. In an instant, Li Shila's expression darkened.
He narrowed his eyes at Zhou Yaogua.
Mr. Zhou, I don't believe you're unaware of the immense difficulty in mass-producing fused quartz. Not only does your Dragon Nation lack that technology, but even our Kimchi Nation doesn't possess it.
Breaking through would require an extremely long time.
The Dragon Nation leader issued that statement merely to placate your Wawan and calm his own populace. He was gambling that the pretty nation wouldn't dare impose coercive measures on Dragon Nation, but this time, he's miscalculated.
The pretty nation's stance is utterly unyielding. Once the United States enforces its measures, Huawei will have absolutely no way out.
At this point, being acquired by our 4-Star Group is the wise choice for you. Belittling oneself is one thing, but one must never disparage the Dragon Nation.
Upon hearing Li Shila's contempt for the Dragon Nation, Zhou Yaogua's expression immediately turned grave. Mr. Li, I have always believed in Dragon Nation. This time, it is the United States that is distorting the facts. Moreover, our Dragon Nation's technology far surpasses yours in Kimchi Nation. Your inability to develop mass production technology doesn't mean we can't. This negotiation is destined to yield no results. If there's nothing else, I hope Mr. Li will take some time to rest and properly appreciate the vast and resource-rich Dragon Nation. No sooner had Zhou Yaoguo finished speaking than Li Shila abruptly stood up, his voice filled with fury. Poof. So this is the pride of the Dragon Nation? Arrogant and ungrateful. I hope you're prepared to bear the consequences of your actions. With that, Li Shila slammed the door and stormed out. Chapter 92, Ridicule from Around the World. Seeing their CEO storm out in a rage, Li Shila's entourage, waiting outside, hurriedly followed behind him. As they walked toward the exit, they asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Li? Did they find our terms unacceptable? How dare they even think of negotiating terms with us under these circumstances?" Li Shila didn't even glance at the person beside him, only letting a sneer curl his lips. Since Huawei refuses to recognize the situation, we'll show them what we're made of. Upon returning, immediately notify the relevant departments to sever all cooperation with Huawei. I'll be damned if I don't see how Huawei survives under this multi-pronged assault. By the time they come begging for mercy, they won't get the same favorable terms they have today. With that, Li Shila boarded his private vehicle and headed for the airport. Only after Li Shila had completely departed did Zhou Yaoguo slowly emerge from the conference room. Back in his office, he immediately summoned his secretary. "Mr. Zhou." Secretary Wu knocked on the door from outside and entered the office only after receiving Zhou Yaoguo's permission. Watching her approach, Zhou Yaoguo spoke. "Wu, you must have seen how Li Shila left the conference room. I don't mind being criticized, but I absolutely won't tolerate anyone looking down on Longguo. That's why I didn't give him a friendly look either. I suspect once he returns, he'll sever our cooperation with Huawei, plunging us into even greater difficulties. If I recall correctly, our primary collaboration with 4 Stars is the display project, right?" Secretary Wu pondered for a moment before nodding. "Yes, Mr. Zhou. 4 Stars screens hold a significant share of the international market. Beyond screens, all other collaborative projects have viable alternatives. Of course, domestic screens can replace 4 Stars too, though the quality might be slightly inferior, causing some impact on us. But it won't be too significant." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaoguo nodded and said, "In that case, let's announce our collaboration with Huadian Starlight. After all this research, it's time to unveil our domestically produced screens." "Mr. Zhou, are you certain? That's a major selling point for our next product. Isn't it too soon to reveal it now?" Secretary Wu looked incredulous, but before he could finish, Zhou Yaoguo shook his head with a smile. "It's fine. We can develop new breakthrough technologies as the next selling point. We can't possibly offer our customers a subpar product." With Zhou Yaoguo's clear directive, Secretary Wu acknowledged the order and promptly went to make arrangements. Things unfolded exactly as Zhou Yaoguo had anticipated. Upon Li Shila's return, 4 Star Group immediately announced the termination of their partnership. All collaborations with Huawei were immediately halted, and Dragon Nation was prohibited from purchasing screens incorporating 4 Star Group technology through any channels. The news sparked immediate schadenfreude among the lackeys of the pretty country. First they piss off the United States, then Huawei gets cut off by 4 Star Group. China seems intent on antagonizing the entire world. In my view, Huawei is being downright overconfident. Their scale was already significantly smaller than 4 Star Groups to begin with, let alone now under these circumstances. 4 Star even considering acquiring Huawei is giving them credit. I don't know why, but seeing Dragon Nation's current actions just makes me laugh. I can't wait to see them groveling before the entire world. Yet what surprised everyone was this. Just moments after 4 Star Group terminated its partnership with Huawei, the latter announced within half an hour that it had developed a top-tier, purely domestically produced screen whose performance matched or exceeded that of 4 Star Group. This news undoubtedly slapped the faces of those who had just mocked Huawei. But instead of feeling humiliated, they dismissed Huawei as merely making a desperate last stand. They even dismissed the achievement, claiming that creating a high-performance screen was a simple feat. How dare Huawei boast about such a minor breakthrough? No matter how fiercely Longguo and its supporters defended Huawei online, their efforts proved largely futile. This clearly demonstrated that the upcoming launch event in 2 days would be crucial for reversing Dragon Nation's image. Time flew by. Today was the day Huawei, the Chip Research Institute, and the Fused Quartz production facility would jointly hold their launch event at Longtech University. Longtech University had the venue set up early. Although the key figures hadn't all arrived yet, the eyes of the entire world had converged on this press conference extremely early. A significant portion of the international online audience tuned in with a sense of spectacle. Compared to its modern history, Dragon Nation has truly become a latecomer that has surpassed countless nations. The stark disparity left many with an undeniable pang of envy. Imagine this, those once looked down upon have now become a force you dare not provoke. That's not a comfortable feeling for anyone. Thus, they were eager to witness Longguo suffer a humiliating defeat at the hands of the United States. As time passed, relevant personnel began entering the venue. Lin Feng, who had been granted access to the press conference, left his room and headed to the student registration desk. Approaching the volunteer in charge of registration, the person politely inquired, "Hello, student. Please provide your major, name, and student ID number for registration." Physics major, Lin Feng, 2024213200101. Lin Feng promptly provided his information. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a questioning voice came from beside him. "You're from physics class 1? After the 3 spots in the class group were filled, I replied to nearly every student. "It's possible I missed yours, but since you didn't register, you should leave immediately." As Xia Qianqian spoke, 2 figures approached the vice class monitor and the youth league committee representative. Lin Feng glanced at the trio and shook his head. "I have a separate quota from the college, not counting toward the class quota. So even without signing up, I can still participate." As Lin Feng finished speaking, Xia Qianqian turned to the deputy class monitor and youth league committee member beside him and gave them a playful smile. "I'm the closest person to the counselor in our class. How could the counselor not notify me about something as important as an individual spot? Lin Feng, you should just go back now. This is a global press conference. If you keep causing trouble, it'll reflect badly on our academy and our class." Lin Feng dismissed Xia Qianqian's words as ignorance of the actual situation, continuing to wait patiently for the student in front of him to verify his identity. Xia Qianqian found Lin Feng's behavior utterly amusing. He considered urging Lin Feng to leave again but feared drawing a crowd might reflect poorly on him. Instead, he stood nearby with an amused expression, watching as the volunteer in front verified Lin Feng's identity. The volunteer in charge of registration scrolled through the list 3 times without finding Lin Feng's name. Looking at him apologetically, she said, "I'm terribly sorry, but we can't seem to find your registration details." At this, Xia Qianqian and his 2 companions burst into laughter. Chapter 93, the press conference begins. "Mr. Lin Feng, please stop causing trouble. This is a very formal event. As a student who hasn't made any significant contributions to it, you simply couldn't have been granted an independent invitation to the conference. If you insist on disrupting the proceedings, then as your class monitor, I'll have no choice but to report this to the advisor. Don't blame me if you face disciplinary action, then I'll have no choice but to report this." Xia Qianqian spoke while stepping forward with the vice class monitor and 2 youth league members, blocking Lin Feng's path. However, just as Lin Feng was pondering where the problem lay, Wang Weiguo appeared not far ahead. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He immediately walked toward Wang Weiguo, hoping to ask if his entry information had been overlooked. The moment Lin Feng charged toward Wang Weiguo, Xia Qianqian's pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is this guy insane? He didn't register for class and now he's going to cause trouble with Principal Wang. Even I, as class monitor and the counselor's right-hand man, wouldn't dare confront Principal Wang. How dare you? As he spoke, he charged toward Lin Feng at breakneck speed. But his movements were ultimately a step slower than Lin Feng's. By the time he was still dozens of meters away, Lin Feng had already reached Principal Wang Weiguo. "Teacher, when I went to register for entry earlier, the volunteer said there was no record of me. Could the school have forgotten?" Hearing this, Wang Weiguo hurriedly produced a badge and handed it to Lin Feng. "Your seating arrangement is on the same level as us specially invited teachers. Naturally, your information wouldn't be found at the student registration desk. I intended to give you the badge this morning, but I didn't expect you to leave so early. The reason I came all the way to your student registration desk was specifically to deliver this badge to you." Lin Feng nodded and accepted the badge Wang Weiguo offered. "Thank you for your trouble, Professor. If you need anything in the future, just give me a call. I'll come find you myself." Wang Weiguo patted Lin Feng's shoulder with a smile. "It's no trouble at all, you're my star student. It's getting late. I've already checked the seating arrangements inside the venue. Our seats aren't far apart, so let's go in together." Saying this, he led Lin Feng toward the conference hall. Lin Feng nodded and followed close behind. As they walked, they came upon Xia Qianqian, who stood frozen in place, blocking their path. Wang Weiguo didn't ignore him, addressing him in a warm and friendly tone. "Young man, is there something you need?" For a moment, Xia Qianqian remained frozen in utter shock, unable to respond. "This student." "And no, nothing, Principal Wang. I'm Lin Feng's class monitor." He couldn't find his admission details earlier and seemed very disappointed. "As his class monitor, I felt I should make a sacrifice. I was about to catch up with him and give him my ticket. But after hearing your conversation with Lin Feng just now, I realized my own thoughtlessness." Xia Qianqian finished speaking, casting a pleading glance at Lin Feng. Had he not been so stunned earlier, he would have blended into the crowd the moment Wang Weiguo and Lin Feng started talking. He never imagined that an ordinary student in their class had already become Principal Wang's protege. Why was the gap between people so vast?
He thought cultivating a good relationship with the counselor would put him ahead of everyone else in the class, but unbeknownst to him, a classmate had already established a connection with the principal. The thought of what he had just done to Lin Feng sent a chill down Mingqing's spine. If Lin Feng reported his actions to Principal Wang, his days at Longguo University would be over. Lin Feng, however, merely glanced at Xian Mingqiang without much concern. Wang Weiguo noticed Lin Feng's expression. Having lived most of his life, he wasn't oblivious to everything. One glance at Lin Feng's expression told him that Xian Mingqiang was lying. But Lin Feng didn't care. He saw no point in picking a fight with a student. With a neutral devoid of any emotion, he led Lin Feng into the conference hall. Watching their retreating figures, Xian Mingqiang made a silent resolution. I absolutely must cultivate a relationship with Lin Feng. Then the circles I move in will be entirely different. He promptly followed the deputy class monitor and the youth league committee members through the student entrance into the press conference hall. As time passed, more and more people arrived at the venue. The heads of the three institutions Huawei, the Chip Production Institute, and the Fused Quartz Mass Production Institute were all present. Under the host's direction, the press conference gradually commenced. At that moment, in the White House of the United States, Clinton watched the live broadcast of the press conference with a playful expression. He immediately dialed the phone number of the leader, George. The call connected, and Clinton spoke respectfully. President George, have our military personnel arrived in Dragon Nation? I've been watching the live feed from Dragon Nation. If possible, please transfer command of those military personnel to me. I'll arrange for them to take action at the optimal moment. George nodded and replied. Rest assured, it's already been arranged. I'll give you the contact details for their supervisor right now. As soon as George finished speaking, Clinton saw a message appear on his encrypted phone. After concluding his conversation with the leader, Clinton immediately contacted Kate. Are we ready to begin, Mr. Clinton? The Dragon Nation's press conference has already begun. It's time for them to feel their own insignificance. Let the whole world see that our beautiful country's technology will always crush theirs. Understood, Mr. Clinton. I'll handle it immediately. Kate spoke, then stepped into a pitch-black space. He pressed a button, and lights flickered on, instantly illuminating a vast conference hall. Seated within were numerous American bigwigs, including Apple CEO Tim Cook. Kate walked to the front of the stage with a smile and picked up a microphone. Thank you all for waiting. Welcome to ASM's 5nm chip and performance testing conference. The moment these words were spoken, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. As soon as the American press conference commenced, Western media outlets already primed and ready broadcast the event worldwide at breakneck speed. Apple even streamed the event directly to every user's device, going so far as to send 3 separate notifications specifically to users in China, seemingly afraid netizens there might miss it. In the blink of an eye, the international online community erupted, with everyone sharing their opinions. Dragon Country is so delusional, holding their launch event on the same day as ASML. What's so special about Huawei's new phone? It still only has a 7nm chip while the US already has 5nm. What do you have to compete with them? Apple's performance tests will absolutely crush Huawei this time. Dragon Country just can't compete with the beautiful country no matter how you slice it. No way, no way. Who has access? I need to get into Longguo's livestream and tell their netizens that the US already has 5nm chips. Just to see their reactions, haha. Chapter 94, Target of Criticism. At that moment, netizens watching Longguo University's livestream also learned from the comments about ASML's announcement of 5nm chips. The original domestic 7nm chips had left them feeling a bit disappointed. However, when comparing the current global smartphone market, Huawei's latest model still offered the best performance, even surpassing Apple's in certain aspects. Thus, a large portion of netizens refocused their attention back on the livestream. Seeing the unwavering support for Huawei phones from the people of Longguo, some international netizens began to stir the pot further. The Chinese sure know how to keep their cool. A 5nm chip is another breakthrough in the chip industry. You guys can't even compete. The way you guys are acting, anyone watching would think you're just putting on a brave face. If they didn't know better, they'd assume you've got 5nm chips too. Oh, right, you secretly bought fused silica from the US, so you'll soon be unable to produce lithography machines. You'll never make 5nm chips, just keep envying the US. So what if Huawei's developing new products for phones? The US has already released 5nm chips. Apple will adopt them soon. Once Apple's new products launch, Huawei will be a laughingstock. Watching international netizens tear Huawei in China to shreds, Chinese netizens couldn't hold back any longer and fired back with deadly seriousness. What good is the US releasing 5nm chips in the short term? Has any phone adopted them yet? Aren't phones with 7nm chips still our Huawei's strongest offering? And you guys are acting like you can't understand a word. Our Dragon Nation's fused silica uses our own technology. The US has no right to sanction us. Who knows? Maybe our Dragon Nation will be producing 5nm chips in no time.
Within moments, the internet erupted in heated debate. But the next moment, what Kate revealed instantly shifted public opinion back in favor of the United States. Standing at the front of the stage, he finished introducing his company's 5nm chip with a slight smirk. He then looked down at Cook with evident satisfaction and slowly began. While the theoretical specifications of our 5nm chip demonstrate its excellence, its true capabilities are only fully revealed in real-world applications. Therefore, I now invite Mr. Cook, CEO of Apple, to demonstrate the performance of an Apple phone equipped with our ASML 5nm chip. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire venue. Amidst thunderous applause, Cook slowly made his way to the front of the stage. After greeting the audience, Cooks immediately demonstrated the performance of the 5nm chip-powered fruit phone on the large screen. He looked at the audience with great satisfaction. Ladies and gentlemen, ASML's 5nm chip is formidable, and our deeply integrated smartphone outperforms all others in every aspect. Without exaggeration, the 5nm powered fruit phone will elevate smartphone performance to an entirely new level. Next, you'll witness real-time benchmark testing of our 5nm chip. As he spoke, Cook gestured for the audience to look at the large screen behind him. Meanwhile, international netizens seem to have found a new point of contention, mercilessly mocking their Chinese counterparts. What? Got nothing to say now? ASML really partnered with Apple. This means the 5nm chip-powered iPhone will hit the market soon. Doesn't that make your Huawei claims look ridiculous? We told you China could never match the US. You insisted on being stubborn, and now you're just enjoying getting proven wrong. As the screen filled with an ever-growing stream of mocking comments directed at Dragon Country, Chinese netizens felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, yet they had no words to counter. Given the current situation, the United States has indeed surpassed China. Huawei's latest smartphone would soon be surpassed by Apple's. Dragon Nation netizens stared at the specs of Huawei's latest phone on the screen, desperately hoping that 7nm chip was actually 5nm. That would render everything the United States had done utterly futile. However, misfortune never comes singly. At that very moment, Clinton ordered the military personnel of the United States to enter the Dragon Nation's Fused Quartz Research Institute and forcibly seize the fused quartz. At that moment, Clinton sat in the Black House, holding an encrypted communicator, watching the livestream from Longguo University filled with bullet comments. Seeing the mocking comments flooding the chat, the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. Ha ha ha. I'll see what tricks you have up your sleeves this time. In Clinton's view, Dragon Nation now had no room to retreat. Although the fused quartz transaction records were forged, under these circumstances, no one would trust Dragon Nation. With that thought, he picked up the encrypted phone to make final arrangements before settling back into his chair with smug satisfaction. He settled in to enjoy what he saw as Longguo's doomed press conference. What he didn't know was that the American military personnel entering the Molten Quartz Institute had been intercepted by Dragon Nation's armed police before they even reached the entrance. The leader, Mike, glanced around his group, then produced the forged evidence Smith had prepared. Addressing the armed police officer before him, he declared, "We are military personnel from the United States. We are here to retrieve the molten quartz illegally purchased by Longguo from our country and to destroy the lithography machines containing our molten quartz. We request no obstruction." The armed police officer eyed Mike coldly and sneered. "This is Dragon Nation territory. Your military personnel have no right to run amok here. We have evidence." "Evidence? Ha!" The officer produced a recorder, pressed play, and tossed it toward Mike with a mocking tone. "Listen for yourself." After listening to the recording, Mike's face instantly drained of color. In truth, the moment he recognized Smith's voice, he knew he'd fallen into the Dragon Nation's trap. Watching Mike sink into shock, the officer chuckled. "Did you really think no one could see through what your pretty country was scheming? We've always had your little tricks in plain sight. Once we capture you, we'll make this matter public. Let the people judge for themselves who is right and who is wrong in this matter." Mike, snapping back to reality, knew things were dire. He tried to alert Smith, but how could he escape the armed police officer's watchful eye? "Unauthorized entry into our Dragon Nation, arrest them all." At his command, the armed police moved swiftly subduing the American military personnel and loading them into police vehicles. Before boarding the vehicle, the armed police officer briefed the leader on the situation and sent the fabricated evidence Mike had forged to the leader. The leader then passed that fabricated evidence to Zhang Gage at the press conference site. Staring at the fabricated evidence from the United States, Zhang Gage sneered coldly. "Humph, United States. Soon I'll expose your conspiracy and let the whole world see your true colors." With that, Zhang Gage strode toward the podium. Chapter 95, Exposing the Truth. Huawei's new product launch event was drawing to a close. Compared to previous models, Huawei now featured not only advanced domestic chips but also domestically produced screens, with significant improvements across all major hardware specifications. Had the West not developed 5nm chips at this very moment, Huawei's new smartphone would have stood alone as the world's premier device. As the audience saw the event drawing to a close, they began rising to leave the venue. Little did they know that two secret events were scheduled to follow Huawei's official presentation.
Seeing this, the host hurried to the front of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, dear audience members, following this Huawei launch, we have a special product reveal. If you're interested, please stay for a moment. Mystery products? The audience was instantly filled with confusion. International netizens who had been glued to the livestream sneered. Is Dragon Nation about to embarrass itself again? Mystery product? What could possibly be mysterious about Dragon Country's offerings? Could it somehow fix the flaws in their fused quartz to save their lithography machines? Or produce 5nm chips matching the United States performance in such a short time? Everyone should stick around to see what junk Dragon Country has up its sleeve. Might as well get a laugh out of it, ha ha ha. Amidst the mocking voices of international netizens, Zhang Gage stepped onto the stage under the guidance of his staff. Seeing the newcomer, most of the audience looked perplexed. But since they were already here, everyone quietly remained seated as Zhang Gage took center stage. Noticing the puzzled expressions, Zhang Gage smiled and slowly began. I know most of you are unfamiliar with me, so let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhang Gage, Chief Executive of the Fused Quartz Mass Production Institute. Today, I present to you our nation's independently mass-produced fused quartz, our mysterious product. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire audience fell silent in shock. Within moments, deafening applause erupted. Ha ha ha. Thank goodness I always believed Longguo could produce its own fused quartz. No wonder they never presented concrete evidence they were saving this surprise for us. Way to go, Dragon Nation. Now that the proof is out, let's see how they dare slander us. The decree issued by the United States is now nothing short of a joke. The audience present and viewers watching the livestream were deeply moved. After enduring days of slander from the US, not only had they vindicated themselves, but they'd also dealt the US a crushing blow. As a Dragon Nation citizen, how could one not be thrilled? However, international netizens witnessing this scene couldn't sit still, their tone dripping with envy. Are you sure this mass production technology was independently developed by your Dragon country? Knowing your country's temperament, you might even claim the US's fused quartz as your own. Inside the Black House, Clinton watched the Dragon Nation's baffling maneuvers with a faint smirk. Even if your Dragon Nation has mastered its own fused quartz mass production technology, under our meticulously fabricated evidence, it will still be framed as stolen from us. Ha ha ha. I imagine the military personnel have already investigated and destroyed Dragon Nation's fused quartz. Have them release the operation footage so everyone can be certain Dragon Nation stole our pretty country's technology. Clinton spoke with great confidence, then immediately dialed the military commander in charge of this operation. However, after 3 consecutive attempts, the line remained unconnected. At that moment, Clinton's heart skipped a beat as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Could something have gone wrong? With our nation's legal authorization, how dare Dragon Nation obstruct us? As Clinton racked his brain for answers, Zhang Gage's voice cut through his thoughts. In short, our Dragon Nation's mass production technology fundamentally differs from that of the beautiful country. This alone proves our technology is entirely self-developed. The United States, seeking to monopolize the fused quartz market while crippling our nation's chip industry, has not only maliciously slandered us but also fabricated evidence to exploit public opinion and pin the blame on us. But we obtained evidence of their fabricated transaction records in advance. And with the world's attention focused here during this press conference, we'll clear our name. As Zhang Gage finished speaking, multiple audio recordings of Smith bribing Chinese companies began playing around the room. If you agree to help me fabricate transaction records with Longguo, our United States will provide your company with the utmost support from this day forward. Refuse, and you'll face bankruptcy. The words clearly revealed Clinton's threats and inducements. Not only that, Zhang Gage projected onto the large screen behind him the fabricated evidence forwarded by the leader obtained from military personnel in the United States along with images of their arrests. The moment the evidence appeared, Clinton's pupils contracted sharply as he froze in place. Within 10 seconds, George's demanding call came through. Clinton. What the hell are you doing? You said this was foolproof. Now the evidence is in someone else's hands. Do you have any idea how much damage this will cause to our beautiful country? Though Clinton's mind was in utter chaos, he still had to respond respectfully. My apologies, Mr. President. I'll handle this immediately and minimize the damage. Yet George's fury remained undiminished as he roared. If this severely damages our beautiful country's international image, you'll pay dearly. With that, George hung up the phone in a rage, not even giving Clinton a chance to respond. Clinton, his expression twisted with fury, glared at Zhang Gage on the screen and snarled. I never imagined you people from Dragon Nation would dare set me up. I remember this grudge. I'll repay you 100-fold someday. After pondering for a long while, Clinton did not immediately hold Smith accountable. Instead, he dialed the number of Jason, the head of the military department. When the call connected, Clinton's tone was extremely stern. Jason, the evidence fabrication has been exposed. To minimize the damage to our nation's reputation, we must pin all the blame squarely on Smith. Since he's so useless, let him take the fall. Jason understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. I'll issue an arrest warrant for Smith immediately and release a public statement placing full responsibility on him. The two reached a consensus and immediately took action. Due to their nation's media campaign, the eyes of the world were fixed on the Dragon Nation's press conference. Therefore, no matter what, the United States was bound to suffer some reputational damage this time. Chapter 96, The Mysterious Product. Reflecting the current state of international netizens. The international netizens who had been fully charged with hostility, ready to lash out at anything Dragon Tech University announced, now looked like wilted eggplants. They felt an excruciating sting of embarrassment. They never imagined that the United States, the sacred, powerful guardian of world order in their eyes, would do such a thing. They had pooled their efforts, scrutinizing every word Zhang Gage spoke in search of counterarguments. Yet with the evidence laid bare, they found themselves utterly powerless to refute it. The most vocal critics from Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines had already been warmly greeted by netizens from Russia. They were called brainless, just like the mindless dogs bred by the United States, only capable of barking along whenever America commanded. Chinese netizens, seeing the livestream now free of negative comments, felt much better. They couldn't help but sigh in the chat. Without those disgusting things, watching the press conference feels so much better. Our Dragon Nation has shattered the beautiful country's slander with irrefutable evidence. Let's see what they have to say now. After this incident, those lackeys of the US must be utterly disillusioned by their master. They blindly worship and trust the US, but the US only uses them as megaphones, ha. Now that our Dragon Nation has broken through one technological blockade after another, I believe we will surpass the pretty country in the future. Go Dragon Nation! Go Dragon Nation! Go Dragon Nation! In an instant, every livestream was flooded with this phrase. A wave of pride surged through everyone. Seeing the unity among Dragon Nation netizens, the international netizens who had just mocked them instantly lost their composure. After a long while, a sudden comment broke through the flood of messages from Dragon Country. So what if China developed its own fused quartz? Even if your lithography tech matches America's, can you design 5 nanometers chips like they do? Give you 2 years, could you pull it off? You'll forever be trailing behind the US. Seeing this comment, international netizens seized on a new opening, and a flood of mocking comments poured back into the livestream. Exactly. The US has already partnered with Apple on their 5 nanometers chips. Test units are already out. How far off can the latest phones with 5 nanometers chips be? Meanwhile, your top Chinese phone brand Huawei still uses 7 nanometers chips in its latest models? Once the real-time benchmarks for those gray market phones surface, Huawei's newest phones will look like feature phones. So what if they mastered mass-producing fused quartz? Big deal. Besides, the US has maintained global stability for so many years, consistently fulfilling its role as the international big brother. Can't they be allowed to make a minor mistake? Don't you Chinese have a saying, no man is perfect? Don't you understand your own culture? You Chinese are so petty, grabbing onto every tiny flaw of the US and blowing it out of proportion. That's the extent of your magnanimity. Ha! That's hilarious. International netizens not only dodged the real issues but also twisted the truth. In the blink of an eye, they cast themselves as victims while simultaneously disparaging the Dragon Nation and its technology. Watching their barking, Dragon Country netizens took a deep breath and consoled themselves. No big deal, no big deal. They're just making a fuss over nothing. Our Dragon Nation will definitely develop 5 nanometers chips at the fastest pace possible and catch up to the chip iteration speed of the pretty country. Before long, Zhang Gage's presentation concluded amidst the smug stares of international netizens. Moments ago, they'd been as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, but the moment they found an opening, their ugly true colors were laid bare. On the conference stage, after presenting the final slide of his PowerPoint, Zhang Gage declared, "Our nation's rise is unstoppable. We will never be defeated by any hardship or setback. This false accusation by the United States has caused immense damage to our nation. After this conference, we will formally confront the US and provide a clear explanation to all our citizens." As he spoke, he began to remove his earpiece, and the audience rose to leave at that moment. Emotions ran high among the crowd. Although the fused quartz incident had severely dampened the arrogance of the United States and its lackeys, the lackeys continued to exploit the 5 nanometers chip issue with vile rhetoric and an utterly arrogant attitude. Only if those lackeys were rendered speechless would the audience feel truly at ease leaving. Still, they understood that Dragon Nation's current technological achievements were no small feat. What the Dragon Nation needs now is simply time. But as he watched the audience preparing to rise, Zhang Gage's expression suddenly changed. He quickly thrust the microphone to his lips and shouted, "Everyone! Dear viewers, please stay. We still have a mystery product to reveal." Hearing this, the audience froze in surprise, their expressions gradually turning excited. The research technology for autonomous fused quartz alone had already astonished everyone, and whatever mysterious product followed surely wouldn't disappoint. As they settled back into their seats, someone murmured under their breath, "I can't shake the feeling the next mystery product is a 5 nanometers chip." Hey, you know what? I totally agree. A 5 nanometers chip seems highly likely. After all, we've already developed the lithography machines. There's no reason the country wouldn't ramp up efforts in the chip sector. If that final mystery product is a 5nm chip, this launch event will be a knockout. All those who mocked us will be left speechless. These whispers spread like wildfire. Though mere speculation, they ignited boundless hope among the Dragon Nation's people. Dragon Nation netizens were now caught up in immense anticipation, while the lackeys of the pretty country sat smugly in their seats, watching the Dragon Nation livestream with mocking expressions. In their view, while China's mysterious product represented a significant breakthrough, America's 5nm chip held the high ground. No matter what China unveiled, they remained unbeatable after all. They never imagined China could overtake America in such a short time to produce a 5nm chip. Watching the audience rise and then settle back into their seats, Zhang Gage hastened his departure. Immediately afterward, Wang Haotian, the head of the Chip Research Institute, slowly stepped onto the stage. Taking the stage, Wang Haotian looked at the crowd and smiled. As he pulled a 5nm chip from his pocket, he announced, "Thank you all for your patience. Next, we will showcase the Kunping 5nm chip entirely designed and manufactured independently by our nation." The moment these words were spoken, silence fell not only over the venue but across the entire world. Chapter 97, Dragon Nation's 5nm chip. A 5nm chip? Has our Dragon Nation truly developed a 5nm chip? They have a 5nm chip too? The same words carried different meanings on different lips. All eyes converged intensely on Wang Haotian. The moment he pulled out the chip, the entire venue erupted in deafening applause. Some friends, overcome with emotion, leapt to their feet whether in the venue or watching on their phone screens shouting, 5nm chips. Our Dragon Nation has 5nm chips too. We've truly caught up with the United States in chip technology. This is our Dragon Nation for you. The man at the press conference gasped, utterly stunned. Only after regaining his composure did he realize his outburst, scratching his head awkwardly. My apologies. I got too excited and didn't consider the surroundings. I know I disrupted the event. I'll leave immediately. The man spoke as he rose from his seat and headed toward the exit. Yet everyone in the hall nodded at him. It's fine. Such a proud moment deserves to be shouted out loud. You voiced what we all felt. Since everyone agrees, it doesn't count as disrupting the event. So sit back and watch. Trust us, our Dragon Nation's 5nm chip performance will far surpass those pretty country chips. Just remember to shout it out again when the time comes, ha. The man smiled and nodded before returning to his seat. Wang Haotian, standing at the front of the stage, watched the scene with a smile. Only after the crowd settled did he begin introducing the domestically developed Kunping 5nm chip. At that very moment, every Dragon Nation citizen's face radiated uncontrollable joy. This final product had completely fulfilled the expectations of every Dragon Nation citizen, delivering a profound sense of vindication. In stark contrast, international netizens present all wore expressions of utter dismay. America's 5nm chip was essentially their pillar of invincibility throughout this entire launch event. With the United States 5nm chip, no matter what China unveiled, they always had a counterargument and maintained the upper hand. But now, China has developed a pillar technology on par with theirs. More crucially, the time frame for China's 5nm chip development is in a completely different league compared to the United States. How could international netizens bear this? Still, some stubborn international netizens refuse to concede. They claim China absolutely couldn't have produced a 5nm chip in such a short time. They claim China's 5nm chips are merely rebranded 7nm chips to deceive the public. Even if China has 5nm chips, their performance absolutely cannot match the United States, because slow and steady wins the race. The United States spent much longer developing and manufacturing their 5nm chips. Kate, who was also holding a chip launch event, naturally noticed the developments unfolding in Dragon Country. At that moment, in Kate's press conference venue, he hadn't initially paid much attention to Dragon Nation's event, focusing entirely on the staff conducting benchmark tests. However, since the Apple phone's benchmarking took an unusually long time, waiting idly became tedious. So he opened the live stream of Dragon Nation's event to see the commotion. But what he saw nearly froze him in his tracks. Frowning, he stared intently at Wang Haotian's presentation of the chip's performance. He felt uneasy now. After all, his own chips weren't fully optimized yet and still had numerous issues. It was only through deep collaboration with Apple that they had minimized the risk of problems. If the Dragon Nation chip consumed less power than his own, that wouldn't bode well for him. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Kate felt a slight sense of relief. After all, it had taken his company an immense amount of time and effort to develop their 5nm chip. It was simply impossible for Longguo to achieve the same level of advancement so easily. Besides, if the United States could release chips that weren't fully optimized, then the Dragon Nation certainly could too. At this thought, Kate's lips curled into a faint smile. Dragon Nation, you'll never measure up to the United States. As time passed, Wang Haotian, like Kate, finished introducing the chip's performance in no time. From Wang Haotian's presentation, it was clear that the Dragon Nation's 5nm chip outperformed the beautiful countries in every aspect. Because Dragon Nation's 5nm chip was manufactured based on the detailed blueprints provided by Lin Feng, it was the most perfect 5nm chip in the world the moment it was produced. Therefore, they could be deployed immediately upon production, unlike the beautiful country's chips, which were merely unoptimized prototypes.
Dragon Nation netizens were thoroughly satisfied upon seeing the data, but the lackeys of the pretty country couldn't contain themselves. Empty words. Anyone can make big claims. Is there any credible evidence backing these figures?
It's just your country's self-praise.
Those specs up there, you can just fill in whatever numbers you want. Who's going to believe that? If you're so confident, why not follow the US's lead and release a phone with a 5nm chip for benchmark testing?
Let everyone see if you've got the real deal or if you're just blowing smoke.
Before the American lackeys could finish their tirade, Wang Haotian's next move silenced them instantly.
As if prepared in advance, Wang Haotian pulled out a Huawei phone equipped with a 5nm chip and began a live benchmark test identical to Apple's.
He then spoke slowly.
Friends, we all know empty promises mean nothing.
Data alone won't convince everyone.
Therefore, after developing the chip, our institute worked day and night with Huawei to create a phone capable of running this 5nm chip. Through this live benchmarking, we'll let everyone see the chip's performance gains firsthand. As Wang Haotian spoke, staff simultaneously launched benchmark tests on Huawei phones equipped with both 7nm and 5nm chips. Witnessing this, Kate couldn't stay seated any longer. With a sudden movement, she sprang up from her seat. The assembled American executives exchanged puzzled glances at Kate's unusual reaction. Realizing his outburst, Kate apologized to everyone before ushering Cooks out of the press conference. Watching Kate rush him out of the venue, Cooks looked utterly perplexed. Mr. Cates, what's this about? While the benchmarking is being handled by staff, isn't it a bit much for the president of Apple to leave the venue? Kate nodded solemnly and explained. There's been a slight complication. Kate briefly explained the situation in China to Cooks, then asked. You know our chip isn't in optimal condition. Do you think we stand a chance if we continue testing? However, upon hearing this, Cooks grinned. Mr. Kate, there's no need for concern. Benchmark scores depend not only on the chip but also on the device's overall performance. A mere flower like that is nothing to our fruit company. Kate froze for a moment. How confident are you? 100%. Hearing this, Kate's heart finally settled. He smiled at Cooks and said, Indeed, partnering with your fruit company was absolutely the right choice. With that settled, we have no lingering concerns on that front. Once both sides release their benchmark results, I'll announce to the world that Dragon Nation's 5nm chip is merely an upgrade from 7nm. Let their 5nm chips become a colossal joke. The two chatted as they returned triumphantly to the press conference venue. Chapter 98, The Shameless Beautiful Country. Sitting back in his seat, Cooks watched his company's phone benchmark test with a relaxed expression. To deliver a crushing blow to Dragon Nation and dampen its momentum, he had even instructed his staff to deliberately slow down the benchmarking process. He stared at the benchmark results for two Huawei phones on his screen, a faint smirk curling his lips. Huawei? Do you even deserve to be compared to our Apple phones? When the results come out, you'll see who the true king of smartphones really is. With that, he watched the screen with a mocking expression, quietly awaiting Huawei's benchmark results. As time passed, the Huawei phone's benchmark test neared its conclusion. Some Dragon Nation netizens glued to the pretty country livestream had also caught on to Fruit Company's strategy, their expressions turning uneasy. Apple deliberately slowed down the benchmark test. They're clearly aiming to go head-to-head with Huawei. This puts a lot of pressure on our Dragon Nation's 5nm chip and Huawei. Relax, bro, Huawei never disappoints. If they're doing this, they must have something up their sleeve. Who knows who'll come out on top? Seeing the comments from Dragon Country netizens, the lackeys of the pretty country laughed smugly. You think Huawei is even worthy of competing with Apple? Only you Dragon Country folks naively believe Huawei's benchmark scores can surpass Apple's. To us, it's nothing but a joke. Even if you gave Huawei 10,000 years, they still couldn't catch up to Apple, ha ha ha. I'll say it right here today, Huawei's benchmark scores will absolutely be crushed by Apple. In an instant, netizens from the Dragon Nation and the lackeys of the beautiful country were locked in a heated argument. Everyone eagerly awaited the outcome of this benchmark showdown. Soon, Huawei's benchmark results appeared before everyone's eyes. The Huawei phone, equipped with a 7nm chip, scored 643,700 points. The Huawei phone with a 5nm chip scored 868,900 points. Chinese netizens watching this scene instantly gasped in shock. Even the lackeys of the United States were startled. Before the launch of the Huawei phone with a 7nm chip, the best benchmark record was held by Apple at 549,500 points, cementing Apple's unrivaled status. But the Huawei phone with the 7nm chip shattered that record outright. Even more terrifyingly, China's 5nm chip raised the benchmark score by a staggering 200,000+ points.
With these benchmark results, netizens in the Dragon Kingdom let out a collective sigh of relief, their hearts finally settling.
They all knew this was an utterly unexpected outcome. Even Apple would find it incredibly difficult to surpass this benchmark. Yet the stubborn lackeys of the United States remained defiant, fueled by blind faith in Apple's devices, their tone dripping with contempt.
So what if it improved by over 200,000 points? Is that so hard? What's so great about it?
You Chinese are such small-time players, making such a fuss over nothing.
Your 5nm chip only offers a marginal improvement over 7nm. Can you even call it a true 5nm chip? Just wait and see.
The US's 5nm chips will be a quantum leap over the previous generation. Then you Chinese will realize how laughable you are.
Amidst the clamor of the American lackeys, all eyes turned to the American launch event. Meanwhile, Cook remained unfazed despite the surprising benchmark scores from China.
After all, his Apple phones were accustomed to sitting atop the global rankings.
In his view, if Huawei could reach that level, there was no reason Apple couldn't maintain its lead. Thus, as the world's attention converged on Apple's launch event, Cook confidently picked up his walkie-talkie and asked the engineer at the front desk, "Are our benchmark results in yet?"
Hearing Cook's voice, the engineer hurriedly replied in a low tone,
"Testing is complete. The current process is merely repeating the test procedures.
At your command, we can immediately conclude testing and release the benchmark results publicly. Moreover, our benchmarking process allows for discrete data adjustments.
To ensure absolute certainty, I suggest slightly inflating the scores. After all, this 5nm chip hasn't been fully optimized yet, and its performance hasn't been fully unleashed. A slight boost would better reflect its true capabilities." Since the staff had been running the benchmark tests at the front desk, they were unaware of the Longguo benchmark results. However, as an engineer at Apple, he knew this 5nm chip's benchmark score showed only marginal improvement over the 7nm version. Thus, he offered a straightforward suggestion: manually inflate the benchmark figures. Yet Cooks possessed immense confidence in his own phones. Upon hearing the engineer's words, he merely smiled and replied, "Our Apple phones are the world's best. Our metrics will naturally be top tier.
There's absolutely no need to secretly adjust benchmark scores. That's something only a country like China, lacking confidence, would do.
We'll publish whatever the tests show, letting the world see what a true 5nm chip looks like."
Since the boss had spoken, the engineer felt it inappropriate to argue. He pressed a button to halt the test and displayed the benchmark results on the large screen. Yet the moment Cook saw the numbers, his expression froze.
He wasn't alone.
The entire world fell into a profound silence. Everyone thought their eyes were playing tricks on them, staring wide-eyed at the benchmark scores displayed on the screen. The more they stared, the more glaring the score of 622,222 became.
Forget competing with China's 5nm chips, even 7nm couldn't match it.
By comparison, the pretty country's 5nm chip was nothing short of a joke. Kate, seated at her desk, was the first to snap out of it. She screamed at Cook.
"Cooks, what the hell are you doing? Get your people to fix those scores. Do you actually want Apple to make us the laughingstock of the world?"
He blurted out his thoughts immediately.
Under Kate's roar, Cooks, though displeased, snapped back to reality and ordered,
"Make the benchmark data on the screen disappear immediately and alter the figures as fast as possible."
Cooks spoke, deeply regretting not heeding his staff's earlier advice.
But he never imagined his own 5nm benchmark results would be so abysmal, a world apart from those of the Dragon Nation. The staff member who received Cook's order sensed trouble from his tone and hurriedly began making the changes as requested. This move, however, directly sparked outrage among Dragon Nation netizens, who flooded the Pretty Nation livestream.
"Are you guys in the US just sore losers? Why did the benchmark results disappear the moment they were released? Are you trying to alter the benchmark results? This is typical of your country. All you know how to do is fake things? You guys are shameless." The international debate quickly escalated. Kate hurriedly stood up, stepped to the front of the stage, and addressed the crowd. "My sincere apologies, everyone. Due to the prolonged testing period, our results encountered some issues. The data displayed earlier was not accurate. Our team is actively working to resolve this. We appreciate your understanding. We will definitely provide you with a satisfactory response next." Chapter 99, A Satisfying Outcome.
However, Kate's words failed to convince the crowd.
Even a fool could see what the pretty country was up to.
Chinese netizens were seething with rage, fiercely arguing their points in the live chat, cursing the United States as shameless, their spit practically flying off their screens.
"You have the nerve to spout such sanctimonious excuses? Who doesn't know you're trying to secretly manipulate the data? Let's put it this way, the earlier data couldn't match Huawei's 7nm chip benchmark results, but the data they'll release later will definitely surpass our 5nm benchmark results. Can't the lackeys of the pretty country see through something this simple? Do they actually enjoy being treated like fools?" Yet the pretty country's lackeys shamelessly retorted. "The pretty country has already admitted it was an operational error. Are mistakes not allowed? Hasn't your Dragon Nation ever made mistakes?"
The US wouldn't stoop to faking data. That's your Dragon Nation's specialty.
Besides, even a fool can see that with the performance of Apple's phones, how could a 5nm chip possibly score so low? Are all your netizens in China idiots? Seeing the comments from the US lackeys, Dragon Country netizens wanted to argue back but felt utterly powerless debating with fools. Meanwhile, at the US 5nm chip launch event, Kate knew her arguments lacked persuasiveness, but with no other options left, she decided to go all in. He had seriously underestimated the tolerance of the American lackeys. Seeing the support these American lackeys showed him online, he felt a little reassured. After all, hundreds of voices are better than just one. In this situation, he didn't know what to say. He could only hope the staff would fix the data faster to stop this from escalating further. Fortunately, altering the data wasn't particularly difficult. In just over a minute, the staff informed him that the benchmark results had been successfully altered. Relieved, Kate grabbed her microphone and smiled as she announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, as the organizer of this launch event, I'd like to apologize once again. We never anticipated such issues arising during this presentation. However, fortunately, we've resolved the issue, and the genuine test data has been preserved. Now, please keep your eyes peeled, our benchmark results won't disappoint you." Kate spoke, guiding everyone's gaze toward the large screen behind her. Suddenly, an extraordinarily long string of numbers appeared before everyone's eyes. 9754652. At a glance, it surpassed the benchmark results of Longguo's 5nm chip by over 100,000 points. Kate glanced at the screen behind her before turning her attention to the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is the benchmark score for our beautiful country's 5nm chip. Once again, it has shattered the world record. In the realm of chips, absolutely no one can surpass us." Kate's passionate voice ignited the audience's enthusiasm, prompting a flood of comments in the livestream chat. "I knew the United States wouldn't lose. America, you're the global benchmark, a model for all nations to follow. That's the United States for you. Head netizens of China, what do you have to say now? The facts are clear, your 5nm chips have been crushed by the United States once again. You'll never surpass the beautiful country." Under Kate's guidance, the pretty country's lackeys were all gloating like petty victors. Though seething with anger, Dragon Nation netizens could do nothing against the pretty country's unreasonable tantrums. They resolved to turn away from the irritation and shut off the livestream. However, just as most viewers were about to exit the stream, two bullet comments instantly captured everyone's attention. "Wait. Did the US benchmark results have an extra digit? This data's in the millions. Is the 5nm chip really that powerful? What else could it be but a glitch in the fabrication process? Ha!" A single stone sent ripples across the pond. More and more people began to notice the discrepancies in the US benchmark data. Seeing the blunder in the US benchmark tests, the Dragon Nation netizens who had been seething with anger yet powerless burst into laughter. They all knew the performance boost from 5nm chips couldn't possibly be this huge. The US must have rushed the data input process due to tight deadlines, leading to input errors. But this undeniably proved that the US was indeed tampering with the data. And now they were caught in a no-win situation. In an instant, the taunts the American lackeys had hurled at China came back like boomerangs, stinging their own faces. The once arrogant American lackeys were utterly speechless. In these two press conferences representing the strategic showdown between the Dragon Nation and the United States, the latter has undoubtedly suffered a double loss. Not only did their 5nm chips fall short of the Dragon Nation's performance, but they also laid bare the ugly truth about the pretty country's true colors. Meanwhile, Kate and the others. Notified by staff, they were positioned at the front. Kate, who had been smiling moments ago, was struck dumb as if by lightning. He stood frozen in place, turning back to stare anxiously at the numbers on the big screen. Suddenly, his legs buckled and he nearly lost his balance. The situation unfolded exactly as netizens had predicted. Due to staff negligence, the benchmark scores had been altered to an absurdly inflated level. This time, ASML and Apple had lost all face in front of the entire world. What had been intended to block the development of Dragon Nation's chips had instead paved the way for them. Today's incident had effectively cleared the path for Dragon Nation's chips to enter the international market with ease, and as a side effect, it had indirectly boosted the reputation of Huawei phones. This devastating blow left Kate stunned for several minutes before she could gather her thoughts. After a moment's deliberation, he steeled himself to explain to the audience. "Dear viewers, we sincerely apologize. This performance test was poorly prepared by ASML and Fruit Company. This led to issues with both data releases. But please trust that our chips and fruit phones are absolutely top-notch. We will take today's issues seriously and ask for your patience while we address them." As Kate spoke, she sheepishly cut off the live stream. Witnessing Kate's hasty retreat, netizens from Dragon Nation erupted in cheers. What a stark contrast to the lackeys of the pretty country. Standing at the front of the stage, Wang Haotian heard the gasps from the audience and knew exactly what had happened. He smiled and addressed everyone. "Thank you all for your support of our work. Your support is our greatest motivation. In the future, we will dedicate even more effort to the chip industry, make greater contributions in this field, and fulfill our role as leaders in the chip sector. Rest assured, Dragon Nation will continue to achieve breakthroughs in even more technological fields. With that, Wang Haotian waved to the crowd and walked off stage. But this time, the audience was reluctant to leave. They remained seated, eagerly anticipating the unveiling of another mysterious product. Had it not been for the host's persistent persuasion, not a single person would have been willing to leave. Chapter 100, Scheming. Amidst the resounding success of Dragon Nation's launch event, Wang Weiguo and Lin Feng emerged from the venue with broad smiles. A profound sense of satisfaction filled their hearts. They scanned the crowd around them, seeing every person leaving the venue with smiles of pure joy. Wang Weiguo laughed heartily as he turned to Lin Feng and declared, "This time, we've given the United States a profound lesson. If they ever attempt to slander or suppress us again, they'll have to think twice." As he spoke, Wang Weiguo looked at Lin Feng with a satisfied expression. "But, the success of today's press conference owes the most to you. At the end of the day, you're the one who deserves the most credit." Lin Feng walked slowly alongside Wang Weiguo, scratching his head awkwardly. "You flatter me, Professor. Without the Dragon Nation scientists working day and night in the labs, my ideas would have remained mere fantasies. None of these advanced products would have seen the light of day." Wang Weiguo patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "You truly live up to the student I hold in high regard." The two chatted casually. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Lin Feng turned to Wang Weiguo and asked, "Professor, it's been 3 or 4 days now. Has there been any word from the Propulsion Research Institute? I suspect the head of that department has probably forgotten about it by now." Wang Weiguo nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. Since we both have time now, I'll give them a call and see what's going on. If that doesn't work, I'll take you straight to the Propulsion Research Institute to check it out." With that, Wang Weiguo pulled out his phone and dialed the Propulsion Research Institute's number. Shortly after, the receptionist answered. Wang Weiguo immediately asked, "Hello, this is Wang Weiguo, president of Long Science University. Could you please relay a message to Chief Engineer Zhang? Has he forgotten the promise he made to me earlier? Several days have passed since then. If he has forgotten, please remind him again. If that doesn't work, we can visit the institute when he's available and provide him with the propulsion system development documents." The receptionist, upon hearing this, immediately recalled the earlier matter and hurriedly replied, "My sincere apologies, Academician Wang. With the institute's work just getting back on track, Chief Engineer Zhang has been quite busy and may have overlooked it. I'll check with him immediately and notify you as soon as I have an update." Wang Weiguo nodded on the other end of the line. "Thank you for your trouble." With that, Wang Weiguo hung up. The receptionist headed straight for Chief Engineer Zhang's office after the call ended. "Knock knock knock. Come in." The receptionist knocked a few times, then opened the door and stepped into the office after receiving permission from Zhang Huaxian. Glancing at the visitor, Zhang Huaxian asked casually, "Shaolin, you need to learn to judge matters for yourself going forward. Don't report every little thing to the Research Institute. Now, what's the matter this time?" The receptionist detected the displeasure in Zhang Huaxian's tone and replied with her head bowed. "President Longkita, Academician Wang Weikong called again. He asked me to inquire whether you've forgotten your agreement with him? If you can't spare much time, they can send the propulsion technology research directly to the institute." Hearing this, Zhang Huaxian frowned unhappily. He didn't respond to the receptionist immediately, instead sneering inwardly. This Academician Wang is truly persistent. A talent from the chip field wants to meddle in our Propulsion Research Institute? How shameless. Very well. Since you persist despite my cold shoulder, I shall give this matter my full attention. With that thought, he turned to the receptionist and replied, "I'm available this afternoon. Please inform Academician Wang that we'll meet in the conference room at the Propulsion Research Institute around 3 p.m. The receptionist nodded, took note of Zhang Huaxian's words, and hurriedly disappeared from sight. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Huaxian always looked at him with a hint of contempt, radiating an inexplicable sense of superiority. He just didn't seem like the typical professor from Longguo. Lost in thought, the receptionist hurried away. Upon returning to his office, he relayed Zhang Huaxian's message to Wang Weiguo. Wang Weiguo and Lin Feng took the news very seriously. Lin Feng even declined Wang Weiguo's invitation to dine together outright, heading straight back to his room to conduct a final review of his documents. Feeling tired, he pulled out his phone to watch a couple of science videos on Douyin for a 2-minute break. But the moment he opened the app, he stumbled upon the apology video from the United States. In the video, Smith, now wearing silver handcuffs, confessed to his crimes before reporters. He explained that the incident stemmed from his attempt to leverage government power to disrupt Dragon Nation's fused quartz production, leading to the false accusations. He claimed the beautiful country was merely an unwitting victim. Smith tearfully apologized, saying he had disgraced the United States and disappointed its people. He claimed to have realized his mistake and hoped everyone wouldn't blame the country too harshly. With Smith's confession video, the US government effectively absolved itself of primary responsibility and did not apologize for the false accusations against China. It merely stated that it deeply regretted the incident involving Smith.
While Dragon Nation netizens protested this extremely perfunctory apology, the beautiful country went into a state of complete denial, ignoring any further news about the incident. They were waiting for time to fade public memory of the incident. Reading this, Lin Feng felt both anger and helplessness. He knew this was America's consistent modus operandi. As long as its hegemonic status remained unchallenged, it would never change. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng realized there was still much work to be done. He closed the Douyin app he'd opened minutes earlier and returned to reviewing his materials. Before he knew it, it was already 2:30 p.m. Had Wang Weiguo not called, Lin Feng would still have been immersed in that document. Upon receiving Wang Weiguo's call, he quickly answered, gathered all his materials, ensured nothing was left behind, and rushed straight downstairs. After getting into Wang Weiguo's car, they headed straight for the Propulsion Research Institute. At that moment, at the Propulsion Research Institute, Zhang Huaixian had already gathered all the institute staff and was waiting there. Standing at the front of the conference room, Zhang Huaixian addressed the assembled researchers. Everyone, I've gathered you here because this afternoon, a very important person will be visiting our Propulsion Research Institute. This distinguished guest has no direct connection to our propulsion research, yet they intend to deliver a set of propulsion research materials. I've gathered you all here to assess whether the propulsion research materials this important figure brings are feasible. At these words, murmurs rippled through the room. They weren't fools. Zhang Huaishan's meaning was clear. They knew this big shot was trying to insert himself into the propulsion project to grab some credit. Despite his status, they couldn't help but feel profound contempt for such behavior. In their eyes, such individuals who contributed nothing yet reaped fame and fortune were nothing but parasites on society. For a moment, the room buzzed with murmurs about this influential figure. Observing their reactions, Zhang Huaixian smiled with satisfaction. After all, Wang Weiguo had established an exceptionally lofty image in everyone's minds due to the lithography machine incident. If it became known that Wang Weiguo was merely a fame and fortune-seeking individual, it would undoubtedly disillusion countless people in the Dragon Nation. As a scientist who openly admired the United States, exploiting this minor incident to tarnish Wang Weiguo's reputation was a surefire win for him. Chapter 101, Shock. Before long, Wang Weiguo arrived at the Propulsion Research Institute with Lin Feng. After completing the necessary formalities, they were guided by a receptionist into the conference hall. The engineers in the conference room all cast peculiar glances at Wang Weiguo as he entered. They never imagined that the important figure Zhang Huaixian had mentioned would be Wang Weiguo. They were well aware that Wang Weiguo had recently helped Dragon Nation resolve its lithography machine issues. They also knew that his professional expertise lay in lithography machine manufacturing, a field completely unrelated to propulsion systems. Now, Wang Weiguo wanted to suddenly insert himself into the propulsion field. What reason could he possibly have besides seeking fame? Unexpectedly, Wang Weiguo turned out to be this kind of person, causing the engineers present to doubt whether his lithography technology truly belonged to him. Under Zhang Huaixian's deliberate steering, the engineers present couldn't help but harbor a hint of doubt toward Wang Weiguo. Entering the conference room, Wang Weiguo naturally sensed the peculiar glances directed at him. Though inwardly puzzled, he remained focused on his own objectives. He led Lin Feng to stand before Zhang Huaixian. Chief Engineer Zhang, truly a rising star. To possess the talent to become a chief engineer at such a young age, the youth are formidable indeed, Wang Weiguo said as he extended his hand to Zhang Huaixian. Young scientists like you are the hope of Longguo. Whether influenced by Lin Feng or not, Wang Weiguo now placed great importance on the younger generation capable of shouldering major responsibilities. Seeing outstanding young scientists in the Dragon Nation filled him with deep satisfaction. Zhang Huaishan gave an almost imperceptible cold smile and shook hands with Wang Weiguo. Academician Wang, you flatter me. Any contribution to the nation is commendable, regardless of age. As he spoke, Zhang Huaixian prepared to guide Wang Weiguo back to the seat on his left. However, noticing Lin Feng beside him, Zhang Huaixian asked with some confusion. Academician Wang, may I ask who this gentleman is? He is my student, here to assist me with explanations and to learn. Wang Weiguo deliberately avoided mentioning that Lin Feng had developed the propulsion technology. Otherwise, the research institute staff would surely think he had lost his mind. That would not only waste precious time explaining things but could very well eliminate any chance of explanation altogether. Currently, aside from the publicly acknowledged work on the Goldbach conjecture, all of Lin Feng's other contributions remained classified. When the time was right, the leadership would personally announce to the world all that Lin Feng had done for the Dragon Nation. However, unaware of the truth, Zhang Huaixian shook his head. Mr. Wang, the propulsion technology is far too critical. Having an undergraduate student observe the proceedings here seems rather inappropriate. Wang Weiguo shook his head. Rest assured, he is absolutely safe. I have also submitted a request to the leader, allowing him access to most important meetings whenever he wishes. At that moment, Zhang Huaixian couldn't help but regard Lin Feng with newfound respect. His interest in the young man piqued. He even entertained the idea of recruiting Lin Feng into the United States, believing it would bring immense benefits to the nation. But while he entertained the thought, he knew progress must be made step by step. So, after giving Lin Feng another careful look, he shifted his gaze back to Wang Weiguo and spoke slowly. Since the leader has given his approval, there should be no further reservations.
Next, let us examine the propulsion system manufacturing technology that Academician Wang has brought us.
Wang Weiguo nodded, and Lin Feng retrieved his materials from the backpack behind him.
Glancing around at the assembled group, Wang Weiguo stated, I hadn't anticipated so many attendees, so I didn't print copies in advance.
My student here is quite familiar with this document, so please bear with us and view it via the projector.
The absence of printed materials drew no objections after all. Wang Weiguo hadn't been informed that the entire institute would be present.
However, the decision to have Lin Feng deliver the presentation sparked confusion and murmurs among the attendees. Logically, this research material should have been developed by Wang Weiguo himself. As the primary author, he was undoubtedly the most familiar with it. Yet, he had chosen to have a student present it. This only reinforced their suspicions Wang Weiguo was likely just trying to piggyback on this project for personal credit. Facing the collective skepticism, Lin Feng paid it little mind. He was no stranger to such situations. He calmly walked to the front of the stage, projected the materials onto the large screen, and began his presentation. As time passed, the expressions on the audience's faces gradually shifted. From initial skepticism to disbelief, and finally to solemn expressions. They recognized the document's professional expertise. Certain phrases within it were knowledge only practitioners in their field could possess. Zhang Huaxian, seated beside Wang Weiguo, also shifted his expression slightly, muttering to himself. I've encountered the most advanced propulsion technology abroad, yet some of the insights in Academician Wang's document align perfectly with classified information from the United States. Certain aspects are remarkably groundbreaking. Puzzled, he turned to look at Wang Weiguo. Could it be that he isn't here for fame and fortune, but actually possesses genuine, tangible technology? Wang Weiguo, perhaps sensing Zhang Huaxian's gaze, turned his head. But Zhang Huaxian had already shifted his attention back to the projection. The entire presentation lasted approximately 5 hours. 5 hours later, Lin Feng stepped down from the podium and stood quietly behind Wang Weiguo. Wang Weiguo looked at the audience and smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, we've concluded this presentation. What are your thoughts on the feasibility of this proposal? Hearing this, all the engineers except Zhang Huaxian wore relatively neutral expressions. Although the document Wang Weiguo presented was highly technical, apart from a lengthy section they couldn't comprehend, the rest fell within their understanding. Thus, they regarded it as merely a standard document with a high degree of technicality, feeling no particular shock. This assessment aligned perfectly with their expectations that he'd used a rather inconsequential document to insert himself into the project. What they didn't know, however, was that Zhang Huaxian was seething with excitement inside. He understood the section the Dragon Nation engineers couldn't grasp. It contained the core secrets of the beautiful nation, representing an expansion and extension of their classified knowledge. Zhang Huaxian was certain this document was 100% feasible and could very well revolutionize propulsion technology. Chapter 102, Physics Competition. To conceal his inner excitement, Zhang Huaxian controlled his expression, stood up, and said calmly, Academician Wang truly lives up to his reputation as one of Dragon Nation's most renowned scholars. This research material will be of immense assistance to us. On behalf of the Propulsion Research Institute and the entire nation, I extend our deepest gratitude. Wang Weiguo smiled and waved his hand dismissively. After Lin Feng handed him the documents, he passed them on to Zhang Huaxian. It is an honor for my student and me to help Dragon Nation accelerate the development of its own propulsion system. Since these documents will be useful to the institute, I shall leave them here. Should you encounter any issues with the documents or have further ideas, please feel free to contact me. I stand ready to assist at any time. With that, Wang Weiguo rose to his feet, leading Lin Feng behind him as they prepared to exit the main gate. Zhang Huaxian took the documents and clutched them tightly in his hand, accompanying Wang Weiguo toward the institute's entrance. Though the others harbored some doubts about Wang Weiguo, his standing in Longguo prompted them all to rise and follow behind. Once Wang Weiguo and Lin Feng were in the car, Zhang Huaxian waved enthusiastically at Wang Weiguo. Academician Wang, we are deeply grateful for the materials you've provided our institute. We will certainly put it to good use. Amidst Zhang Huaxian's words, Wang Weiguo drove back to Longguo University of Science and Technology. Once Wang Weiguo was completely out of sight, Zhang Huaxian turned around and headed back to the institute. Noticing Zhang Huaxian's earlier excitement toward Wang Weiguo, several engineers approached him with puzzled expressions. Chief Engineer Zhang, judging by your reaction, the materials Academician Wang gave us seem quite valuable? Could they truly be of great help to us? Much of the content was so advanced that many engineers had dismissed it as ordinary material. They speculated that Chief Engineer Zhang's reaction stemmed from Wang Weiguo's status, yet they feared they might have overlooked a highly valuable document and misunderstood Wang. Thus, they sought confirmation from Zhang Huaxian. Deep down, they still refused to believe Wang Weiguo was the type to chase fame and fortune. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huaxian paused. He turned to face the group, contemplated for a moment, then spoke slowly.
From my professional expertise, this document is dispensable for our research institute. There are some sections that are difficult to comprehend. I will take it back tonight for further study. If I haven't delivered a copy of this document to each of you by tomorrow morning, it will mean this document is of no use to us whatsoever. Of course, I must reiterate this point to everyone here. Propellant research is inherently arduous. There are no shortcuts, and advanced propellant production materials certainly won't materialize overnight. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone, go get some rest. With that, Zhang Huaxian waved his hand and turned toward the institute's office. The other engineers were left staring at each other in silence. In truth, Zhang Huaxian had made his point abundantly clear, only further solidifying their conviction in Wang Weiguo's pursuit of fame and fortune. Those who knew him well murmured among themselves. Could academician Wang really just want a title without doing any work? He can't possibly be that kind of person. Didn't Chief Engineer Zhang make it perfectly clear? You can never truly know someone's heart. Once out of sight, Zhang Huaxian's expression couldn't contain his agitation. He practically ran toward his office. He entered the office and slammed the door shut with a click. Sitting back in his chair, he eagerly began flipping through documents. Before he knew it, midnight had arrived, yet not a trace of fatigue appeared on Zhang Huaxian's face. Instead, his excitement only grew. After thoroughly reviewing the entire document and deducing the highly advanced knowledge contained within, he let out a long sigh. He kept smacking his lips, saying, "I never imagined it. Truly never imagined it. This Wang Weiguo possesses such extraordinary talent. Some of this knowledge even surpasses the United States' latest theoretical research at this stage. If I could bring this document back to the United States and revolutionize their propulsion industry, forget about citizenship, the country would undoubtedly regard me as its most important figure. It would bring me immense honor and wealth." But Zhang Huaxian wasn't a fool. He knew very well that smuggling this document back to the United States would be no easy feat. After deep contemplation, his furrowed brow finally relaxed. He already had a plan to take this data away. The next day, Lin Feng woke up at 6:30 as usual. However, after organizing the propulsion system knowledge and handing it over to the Propulsion Research Institute, the latter had no immediate questions regarding the documents that needed resolving. He found himself unexpectedly free. The relaxed, idle morning felt somewhat unfamiliar to Lin Feng. After lying in bed pondering for a moment and mentally mapping out a plan to spend most of his time in the library, he shot up from the bed with a thud. He finished his morning routine without delay, ate breakfast, and headed straight for the library. However, at 10:30 a.m., while he was studying, class monitor Xia Qianqian tagged all members in the class group chat. "At all members, everyone, please gather in room 206 during the last class period this morning. The advisor will hold a brief class meeting." Reply when received. Zheng Cheng, received. Lin Xian, received. Yang Zongbao, received. The persistent vibration of his phone caught Lin Feng's attention. After a moment's thought, he replied with a "got it" as well. Although he had the exemption from class documents provided by Wang Weiguo, he still needed to maintain the appearance of a student. Some classes he still had to attend. Thus, after studying for another hour and 15 minutes, Lin Feng gathered his things and headed toward classroom 206. Since he'd left the library late, nearly all his classmates were already present when he arrived. Entering the classroom, he naturally found a seat toward the back. Within minutes, their homeroom teacher, Li Tao, entered the room. He first wrote his name on the blackboard, then looked at the students and smiled. "Welcome to Longguo University, everyone. I'm delighted to be your advisor. I should have met you sooner, but the start of the semester has been quite busy, and I simply couldn't find the time. I hope you all understand. University marks a new beginning." For over half an hour, Li Tao delivered a lengthy motivational speech. However, after all these years, everyone had grown tired of it. They were all itching to pull out their phones and dive into the web novel Science and Technology. Did the college entrance exam failure become a national hero? Li Tao, of course, knew exactly what was on everyone's minds. He decisively wrapped up the tedious pep talk and shifted to a topic that piqued their interest. "Classmates, besides holding this orientation meeting, I'm here for another reason. Registration is now open for our physics department's annual physics competition. Participating in the contest can earn you extra credits." Chapter 103, Cross-Grade Competition. Physics competition? The students perked up instantly at this, lifting their heads to look at Li Tao with puzzled expressions. Li Tao explained calmly. "Our university's physics competition was originally designed for juniors and seniors. Its purpose is to select talented students from our physics department to represent our university and the nation at the international physics competition scheduled for mid-September. However, limiting participation solely to juniors and seniors felt unfair to freshmen and sophomores. So starting this year, underclassmen can also join, with each grade competing in its own separate track. All students are encouraged to sign up. Those who register and advance to the finals will receive academic credits, and the first-place winner will be given priority consideration for graduate school admission." The announcement sparked lively discussion among the students. The prospect of securing priority for graduate school admission and representing the university in an international physics competition was undeniably appealing to anyone. However, many students present still had reservations. After all, the physics knowledge acquired in secondary school constitutes only a small fraction of the entire physics system. Coupled with the 3-month summer break, much of that knowledge had become unfamiliar. Even competing in the freshman track offered little advantage. Poor performance could risk embarrassing themselves. With these concerns weighing on them, the students discussed the matter, but none raised their hands to sign up. Class monitor Xia Qianqian watched this unfold and shook his head, thinking to himself, "Seems enthusiasm is low this time around. But for a class, participation in these activities is essential, otherwise it'll affect our class evaluations. Looks like we'll have to draw names by student ID." Several more minutes passed. Seeing no one step forward, Li Tao cleared his throat awkwardly and spoke up. "When you get to university, actively participate in activities. Fully showcase your talents and treat every event as an opportunity to develop yourselves. Think it over carefully. Those interested in signing up can come find me in room 2136. With that, Li Tao prepared to conclude the class meeting. However, Lin Feng stood up at that moment and addressed Li Tao. "Advisor, I want to sign up for the competition." Lin Feng's words instantly captured Li Tao's attention. Li Tao looked at Lin Feng with a smile, as if he had grasped a lifeline. "What is your name, student?" "Lin Feng." Li Tao nodded at Lin Feng. "After class, come with me to the office. I'll get you a registration form." After speaking, Li Tao motioned for Lin Feng to sit down and turned his attention back to the other students, urging them once more. Lin Feng showed great courage. Everyone should learn from him. This is the first year we're holding the competition for freshmen and sophomores, so the questions won't be too difficult. I hope you'll all participate enthusiastically. However, while Li Tao spoke these words, some students with ulterior motives didn't see it that way. A few glanced at Lin Feng and inwardly sneered. "Oomph, what a schemer." He effortlessly ingratiated himself with the advisor, paving the way for future favors. "How unlucky can I get? Ending up in the same class as someone who plays such petty tricks?" He sure built up his connections. Just wait and see what happens when he scores 10 or 20 points higher than us. Lin Feng's proactive volunteering didn't earn him encouragement. Instead, it drew a few disapproving glances. In truth, Lin Feng hadn't thought that far ahead. He'd already grasped most of the physics knowledge taught at the university level. He couldn't care less about extra credits or priority consideration for graduate school admission. What he truly desired was to win first place in the physics competition, represent Longguo University, and bring honor to the nation by securing a top ranking for Longguo at the international physics competition in mid-September. Therefore, when he heard the advisor instinctively assume he was signing up for the freshman division, Lin Feng promptly stood up again. "Advisor, you've got it wrong. I'm not entering the freshman division. I'm competing in the senior division." At this declaration, not only Li Tao but the entire class froze in shock. For 3 minutes, the classroom fell into complete silence. Li Tao was the first to recover. Instead of discouraging Lin Feng, he encouraged him. "This student shows a commendable spirit of challenge. A freshman competing in the senior group isn't out of the question. I'll be cheering you on when the time comes." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. "Thank you in advance, sir." With that, Lin Feng calmly returned to his seat. However, the other students began whispering among themselves in mocking tones. "This guy's a real badass, a freshman joining the senior group competition? How dare he? Oomph, I think he's just talking big to impress the teacher. I'll bet my money he'll find some excuse to skip the competition when it starts. This guy getting into Longguo University must have given him blind confidence. Doesn't he know everyone here is exceptional? How dare he challenge seniors in his first year? He probably can't even understand the problems." As more and more people whispered among themselves, their voices grew louder and more unrestrained. Even Li Tao, standing at the lectern, caught the murmurs and quickly spoke up to redirect the students' attention. All right, everyone. I've said what I needed to say for this class meeting. You may all leave now. Lin Feng, please come with me to the office to pick up your registration form." With the instructor smoothing things over, the students murmured among themselves, but their feet were honest. They stood up. Lin Feng, who hadn't heard the murmurs due to the noise, followed the advisor toward the office. Once inside the office, Li Tao pulled out a registration form for the senior group and handed it to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, let me confirm one last time, are you certain you want to compete in the senior division? To be honest, your advantages in the senior group competition aren't that great." Lin Feng shook his head firmly. "I haven't misjudged the situation, and I have confidence in myself." Seeing Lin Feng's resolve, Li Tao could say little more and simply patted him on the shoulder. "Go prepare well. I believe in you." Lin Feng took the registration form from Li Tao's hand, gave a brief nod, and headed toward the office door. Little did he know, news of a freshman competing in the senior division had quickly spread across campus, earning him the nickname Strong. Chapter 104, Rising Star. "Hey, have you heard? The freshmen are buzzing our physics department has a genius." "What kind of genius?" He's entering our senior physics competition as a freshman. Whoa. Are you sure this is real? His registration form is already out, how could it be fake? Wow, wow, wow. Who knew today's youth were this bold? Barely out of high school and already challenging us seniors. This actually has me looking forward to the physics competition. Let's see what this freshman has under his belt. Such whispers echoed throughout Longguo University. In everyone's eyes, even juniors wouldn't dare compete in the senior division, let alone a freshman. Yet here was Lin Feng, a new student leaping straight from freshman to senior level. How could anyone not be stunned? Truly unprecedented and unmatched. That day, the guy sitting by the window in the back row of the dorm shook his head in disbelief. Guys, Lin Feng from our class is all the rage now. A freshman competing in the senior division? Just making it to the finals would be thrilling. How could he not be famous after bragging like that? And he actually got a ranking? He probably couldn't even pass the initial rounds. Now the whole school knows about his glorious deeds. He probably never imagined that a casual boast would land him in such a sticky situation. Listening to his roommate's words, the man in the back row by the window didn't argue. He just shook his head. In theory, every class should have spots to participate. I wonder who else from our class will join. If everyone competes across grades, our class would really be something. The male student continued talking to himself when suddenly, a notification sound rang out from his phone. He opened it to find a message from the class monitor. You've been selected as one of our class's 5 representatives to compete in the freshman physics competition. This was determined by a random selection app, fair and impartial. Please come to my office before 3 p.m. to pick up your registration form. Reply to confirm receipt. Upon seeing the message, Diyu instinctively thought he had misread it. He looked again, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Clutching his head, he exclaimed. This is outrageous. I'm stuck in the back row by the window, and now I have to compete? This is just setting me up to embarrass myself. Why do all the good things like the flower presentation event never come my way? Those who don't want to go are rushing over. When his roommates learned Diyu had been selected as a contestant, they patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Diyu, we're rooting for you. Don't feel pressured. Lin Feng is competing in the senior division. Even if you do poorly, at least Lin Feng is there to cover for you. Diyu waved his hand dismissively at them, then climbed onto his bed as if in a daze, muttering to himself. Why is my luck so terrible? Why did it have to be me? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, fully rested and disciplined as ever, Lin Feng arrived at the library. Lin Feng knew himself well. The senior level questions were certainly challenging, but he didn't let his knowledge make him overconfident. Instead, during his lunch break, he'd collected all the competition questions from the past 4 years at the academy. His task for this afternoon was to complete all the exam papers he had gathered over a dozen sets. With that thought, Lin Feng found a relatively quiet spot to sit down, pulling out the thick stack of exam papers and scratch paper from his backpack. But reality seemed slightly different from what he had imagined. Whether due to the bound system or some other reason, Lin Feng felt himself growing smarter. The senior physics competition problems seemed to reveal their answers at a glance. He didn't even use a single page of his scratch paper, finishing all the exam papers in just 2.5 hours. Now, Lin Feng was absolutely certain he could secure first place in the physics competition. He raised his hand to rub his eyes, murmuring softly. The senior division questions aren't too difficult. Since that's the case, I might as well preview the difficulty level of the International Physics Olympiad questions and prepare accordingly. But, where could he find past papers from the International Physics Olympiad? As Lin Feng pondered this, he looked up and saw a senior sitting right in front of him, also practicing past test questions. When the senior took a brief break, Lin Feng tentatively asked. Senior? Are you also competing in the senior level physics competition? The senior glanced at Lin Feng and instantly recognized him as the campus sensation who had gone viral earlier that day. He sized Lin Feng up, then caught sight of the past competition papers Lin Feng had placed on the edge of the table, seemingly untouched. Instinctively, he assumed Lin Feng had questions he wanted to ask. He looked at Lin Feng and said in a lecturing tone, Yes, what can I do for you, Junior? If you have questions, feel free to ask. But I should remind you, when solving problems, you should think for yourself first. Just listening to others explain won't get you very far. Hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head. I actually wanted to ask where I could find past problems from the International Physics Olympiad. I'd like to review them beforehand. At this, the senior froze, his face filled with utter disbelief. Seriously, dude? You're just pretending? You can't even handle the school's past exam questions? You really think you can win first place and represent Longguo University? Forget you, freshman, even I, a senior, wouldn't make that claim. The senior silently cursed inwardly, then snapped back to reality, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. Lin Feng seemed to notice the senior's awkwardness. After saying he'd interrupted, he started packing his things, intending to go ask Professor Wang Weikong. Just as he finished packing and was about to leave, the senior finally snapped out of it and spoke up. Junior, the 4th floor of the library is the digital lending room. You can check there to see if it's available.
Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded his thanks and headed toward the fourth floor. Once Lin Feng's figure vanished completely, the senior stopped worrying about his homework and started tapping away at the screen.
Guys, I ran into Lin Feng. He's super confident about the senior physics competition and is now hunting down past international physics contest problems to solve.
Those two brief sentences instantly sent the students into a frenzy.
Forget the international competition problems, I can't even solve many of the college qualifying round questions. What's this freshman thinking? Does he really believe his freshman level knowledge can compete with us seniors? And he actually wants to win first place? No way. I'm heading to the library to see what this freshman's got. Within moments, the entire group surged toward the library. Chapter 105, You've Lost Me Forever.
Before long, more and more students poured into the library, eager to see who this braggart really was. Before anyone realized it, the electronic lending room was packed with students, every single pair of eyes fixed on Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was intensely focused on the screen before him.
Displayed on the screen were the problems from last year's International Physics Olympiad.
It must be said that compared to Longguo University's exams, the International Physics Olympiad problems were significantly more challenging.
During the Longguo University exam, it took an average of only 25 minutes to complete each paper. Some had even solved problems in seconds, finishing in just over 10 minutes. Yet, after 25 minutes on the International Physics Olympiad problems, he hadn't even completed half of them.
The difference in difficulty was obvious.
The students watching for amusement didn't disturb Lin Feng.
They stood quietly by, observing him completely absorbed in the screen yet making no calculations. Some began whispering among themselves. This freshman sure has nerves of steel. With all these people watching, he's not even breaking a sweat, just staring straight at his screen.
Do you think he might be doing mental calculations, which is why he's not writing anything down? Dude, are you kidding? Those are International Physics Olympiad problems. Even the top contestant couldn't possibly solve them mentally, let alone a freshman who just enrolled. Suddenly, everyone was intrigued, eager to see just how long Lin Feng could keep up the act. And so, in the fourth floor electronic lending room, everyone watched Lin Feng put on his act with amused expressions. Time flies when you're engrossed in something, but drags on like an eternity when you're bored. Before anyone realized it, 7 o'clock in the evening had arrived. Completely absorbed in solving problems, Lin Feng tackled one after another, set after set. During a bathroom break, he noticed the unusually crowded electronic lending room on the fourth floor. Yet his mind was entirely occupied with the solution steps, leaving no room to wonder why so many people were there. After mentally completing the final set of problems, Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Finally finished. He glanced up at the crowd as he spoke, then calmly slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed toward his residence. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, the others in the reading room sprang into action. They rushed to the terminal Lin Feng had just used and began scrolling through his browsing history. To their astonishment, the record showed that Lin Feng had indeed been browsing past problems from the International Physics Olympiad. Witnessing this, shock rippled through them. They never imagined a freshman would spend an entire afternoon studying physics problems that might even baffle them. Then, they couldn't help but chuckle, whispering to their friends. This freshman sure puts on quite the show. Knowing we were all watching him, he had no choice but to go through with it. He actually spent the whole afternoon looking at past exam questions. But he probably didn't understand a single problem this whole afternoon, ha ha ha. He's put on quite the show to establish his image now. I can't wait to see what he'll pull off when the competition actually begins. After exchanging whispers among themselves, the group finally shared the news with their roommates before leaving the library. Lin Feng's decision to compete in the senior physics competition despite being a junior instantly made him the center of attention across campus. After this afternoon, some students even started several betting pools on the school forum. Prediction 1, will Lin Feng make it through the preliminary rounds? Prediction number 2, can Lin Feng make it to the finals? Guess number 3, can Lin Feng win first place in the senior division? Guess number 4, can Lin Feng achieve a ranking in the international competition? Guess 7, can Lin Feng win first place in the international competition? Students were highly intrigued by these predictions, eagerly selecting their answers under each one. As expected, almost no one supported Lin Feng in any of the predictions. For the first two, a handful of students still cast hopeful yes votes. From the third one onward, only one vote was yes, with the rest all no. Seeing that solitary yes under each prediction, the voting students joked that it was the only vote Lin Feng had cast for himself. In truth, Lin Feng hadn't even glanced at these polls. Back in his room, Lin Feng brushed his teeth, chatted briefly with Xia Qianqian, and prepared for bed to rest up for tomorrow's studies. Just as he was about to lie down, his phone rang. Unlocking it, he saw it was teacher Wang calling. Assuming it was about some question needing clarification from the Thruster Research Institute, he answered immediately. Before Wang Weiguo could speak, Lin Feng cut in. Professor, calling me this late, is there a problem at the Propulsion Research Institute? Your materials are so detailed, there shouldn't be any problems. Wang Weiguo's cheerful voice came through the phone. I'm actually calling to cheer you on. You're something else, kid. I knew you weren't one to be pushed around. I've seen what the other students are saying about you at school.
You really shouldn't care what they think.
If you want to join an activity, just go for it. You'll never know your true capabilities unless you try. Just focus on preparing. I'll always support you.
Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded on the other end of the line.
Don't worry, Teacher Wang. I have confidence in myself. Satisfied that Lin Feng's mindset was sound, Wang Weiguo shared some lessons learned before ending the call.
After ending the call, Lin Feng put down his phone and climbed into bed to prepare for sleep.
No sooner had he lain down than his phone rang again. This time, Lin Feng assumed it was Wang Weiguo with something else to add.
Without even looking, he answered the call. To his surprise, however, it was Xia Qianqian's voice on the other end.
Lin Feng. If you're calling to bother me again, you can save your breath. Lin Feng preemptively warned Xia Qianqian. Hearing his words, Xia Qianqian didn't get angry, she laughed instead. This is the last time I'll ever call you. From now on, I'll never contact you again. Is that even possible?
Lin Feng's words slipped out instinctively, but he forced himself to stop mid-sentence, listening quietly to Xia Qianqian's words. I'm calling to tell you I've found someone who cherishes and loves me, someone 100 times better than you. You've lost me completely. There's no place for you in my heart anymore. Please don't ever show up in front of me again, even if you regret it later. Of course, it's your own fault for not knowing how to cherish. Oh. Lin Feng responded with a tone devoid of emotion, hung up the phone, and promptly added Xia Qianqian to his blacklist.
Chapter 106, I already have a boyfriend. Hearing the dial tone on the other end, Xia Qianqian's expression darkened considerably. Glaring at her phone, she snarled.
Damn Lin Feng, how dare he hang up on me?
And you said I didn't matter to you? The moment he heard I had a new boyfriend, he couldn't handle the jealousy. But even if he begged me on his knees now, I wouldn't soften my heart. From today onward, I'll be your eternal regret. After all, I'm your white moonlight. It doesn't matter how outstanding you are.
When you look back one day, I'll still be your lifelong regret. As Xia Qianqian spoke these words, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction wash over her. A faint smile curved her lips, her expression radiating smugness. She exited the call interface and switched to WeChat, opening the chat with a contact whose profile picture showed a man holding a cigarette, looking decidedly rogue. His username was Day Doesn't Understand Night's Darkness. Fresh Lemon, honey, I just got off the phone with my ex. Fresh Lemon, I clarified our relationship to him.
You won't bother me anymore. Day doesn't understand Night's Darkness, that guy is disgusting. Zero gentlemanly manners.
Even after she apologized, he couldn't give her a way out. Still acting all high and mighty in front of her, refusing to commit and just stringing her along.
A guy like that doesn't deserve a girlfriend. Day doesn't understand Night's Darkness, Qianqian, you must have saved the world in a past life to escape such a loser. Fresh Lemon, thanks, sweetie. From now on, you're my one and only.
Thank heaven for letting me escape Lin Feng and find you. This is a blessing I've earned over 8 lifetimes.
Fresh Lemon, honey, since I gave my ex such a decisive warning, don't you think I deserve a little reward? Day doesn't understand Night's Darkness, tomorrow I'll reward my sweetheart with a brand new iPhone. Fresh Lemon, thanks, honey.
No need to buy me something so expensive, I'm not materialistic.
Day doesn't understand Night's Darkness, it's just a fruit phone. Oh, and can you send me your ex's number? As your boyfriend, it's my duty to give him another warning.
If he still won't listen and tries to rekindle things with you, I'll have to teach him a lesson so he'll never dare come near you again. Xia Qianqian nodded to herself and sent Lin Feng's number to her boyfriend without hesitation. After sending the number, she cuddled with him for a while longer before setting her phone aside to sleep. Meanwhile, Xia Qianqian's boyfriend, Chen Ji, promptly dialed Lin Feng's number. By then, Lin Feng had already collapsed into bed and was snoring away. The shrill ringtone instantly shattered his sweet dreams. Xia Qianqian's number was already blocked, but he felt compelled to answer any other calls. So Lin Feng slowly blinked awake, sat up, and answered the call. Chen Ji's voice came through the phone.
Lin Feng? Hello, who is this?
Ha!
I'm Xia Qianqian's current boyfriend.
I know you might still have feelings for her, but since I love her, I absolutely won't allow you to get close to her again. I'm calling specifically to warn you, never show your face to Xia Qianqian again. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens to you. Before Chen Ji could finish his sentence, the call abruptly ended. A surge of rage welled up inside Chen Ji. He tried to call Lin Feng back, only to find himself blocked. Seeing this, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh.
Ha, no different from a fool. Does sulking help? Do you really think this will make Xia Qianqian come back to you? What are you thinking, buddy?
After mocking the phone in the air, he turned to his roommates and asked, Hey, guys, any recommendations for a good place to buy a used phone? Give me a shout if you know any. By then, Lin Feng had already placed his phone back beside the bed and closed his eyes, lying back down. But one question kept circling in his mind. He couldn't fathom what Xia Qianqian was thinking. He hadn't shown her the slightest hint of affection, and every action he'd taken clearly stated his stance. Yet Xia Qianqian seemed oblivious, persistently believing he was in love with her.
Even with a new boyfriend, she still had the nerve to call and rub it in his face. But he couldn't care less about Xia Qianqian anymore. Fortunately, Xia Qianqian would never bother him again. This was tremendous news to Lin Feng, lifting his spirits so much that he drifted off to sleep in an instant. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up early as usual. He planned to spend the entire day at the library again. Yet, unexpected twists often disrupt the mundane. While brushing his teeth and packing his things, Lin Feng accidentally knocked his laptop onto the floor. When he picked it up again, the laptop wouldn't turn on, and the casing was damaged. Realizing important files were stored inside, and needing the laptop to handle potential issues at the Thruster Research Institute, Lin Feng decided to postpone his studies for the day and get the computer repaired immediately. With a plan in place, Lin Feng sprang into action. He packed the laptop into his bag and headed straight for Huaqiang South Digital Market near Longguo University. After over an hour's drive, he arrived at his destination. The market was packed with shops. To avoid unscrupulous vendors who might steal his data, he searched for larger, more reputable stores. Before long, he arrived at a shop called Bald Strong Digital. Compared to other shops in the market, this one was clearly a cut above the rest. Finding a reputable shop in this mixed bag of stores wasn't easy, so Lin Feng stepped inside. As soon as he stepped inside, he overheard a man talking to the owner. "Boss, do you have any used Apple phones in good condition, almost like new? Specs don't matter much, even a refurbished one would work. I just need it as a backup phone, so I'm not picky about the configuration." The owner glanced at the man and instantly understood. Having run this phone shop for years, he'd discovered that sales of phones with replacement cases were more than double those of genuine used phones. He knew exactly why people bought these counterfeit devices. Adhering to the principle of providing whatever customers needed, he went out of his way to meet their demands. It was precisely through these counterfeit phones that his shop had grown larger and larger. The owner gestured for the man to take a seat while he went to fetch the item. He was very accommodating, telling Lin Feng to find a seat and wait a moment. Chapter 107, Encounter. Lin Feng was eager to finish repairing the computer and return to the library at Longguo University to continue his studies, but everything had to follow the order of arrival. The man who had bought the second-hand fruit phone noticed Lin Feng was around his age and approached him. "Hi. Are you here to buy a used phone too? Then you've come to the right place. My roommates all say the used phones sold here are top-notch. Hey buddy, you look like you're still in college. Which university do you attend? We might even be alumni of the same school." Lin Feng looked at the man before him. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, as if he'd heard it somewhere before, yet the face itself seemed completely unfamiliar. So Lin Feng took a closer look at the man and said, "I'm here to get my computer repaired. I attend Longguo University, just started my freshman year this year." Upon hearing Lin Feng was from Longguo University, the man seemed hesitant to mention his own school, not wanting to show off in front of someone from a prestigious institution. After a moment's thought, he finally spoke. "I go to Beijing Aviation University. Even though we're not at the same school, we can still be friends." The man said this without a hint of embarrassment. After all, one's identity was self-defined when away from home. He also comforted himself with the thought that Lin Feng's identity might just as well be fabricated. Hey, you there. Come take a look at these phone cases. They're pretty good. Not only do they perfectly replicate the look of the iPhone 15 Pro Max, but they even match the weight. You can pick whichever one you like." The man intended to chat with Lin Feng a bit longer, but the shop owner's voice interrupted him. He promptly walked toward the front counter. After testing the feel and examining the system to confirm it was convincing enough, he selected a pink shell iPhone 15 Pro Max. Once the owner finished installing it, the man took the phone and left the store, waving to Lin Feng as he departed. After the man left, Lin Feng was the only customer remaining in the store. So Lin Feng naturally pulled his laptop out of his bag and handed it to the shop owner. "Boss, could you take a look at this? It fell on the ground this morning and won't turn on. The casing is also a bit damaged." The shop owner frowned as he took the laptop from Lin Feng. After pressing several keys in succession, he said, "It should be fixable, but it'll take quite a bit of time." Lin Feng nodded. "As long as it can be fixed, time isn't an issue. I can wait." "Alright then. If you're willing, you can wait here in the shop. There aren't many customers today anyway, so I'll try to get it fixed as quickly as possible." Lin Feng didn't disturb the owner and returned to his seat. Coincidentally, as Lin Feng turned to sit back down, he noticed the man who had just bought that fake iPhone 15 Pro Max case across the street, asking the shopkeeper to find a new box to seal it in. Adhering to the principle of respecting others' choices even if he didn't understand them, Lin Feng didn't dwell on it. He sat down on the stool and pulled out a physics textbook to read. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Lin Feng glanced over at the shop owner and noticed he was drenched in sweat. It must be said, this shop owner was incredibly dedicated. He hadn't left the front counter for 3 hours, pouring all his energy into repairing the computer. Fortunately, the shop owner worked efficiently. The computer powered on again, and he had inspected all the internal components. Only the outer casing remained unrepaired.
About half an hour later, the boss's voice interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts.
Student, come take a look. The computer's fixed.
Lin Feng gathered his books and walked to the counter. After confirming the computer worked, he paid the repair fee and packed it back into his backpack. Leaving the repair shop, Lin Feng planned to grab lunch at a nearby restaurant. But as luck would have it, he encountered the last person he ever wanted to see in his life right around the corner, Xia Qianqian. The moment he saw Xia Qianqian, Lin Feng's brows furrowed sharply. He immediately prepared to walk past her as if he hadn't seen anything. He had absolutely no desire to interact with her whatsoever. But Xia Qianqian didn't feel the same way. The instant she spotted Lin Feng, Xia Qianqian's lips curled upward in a smug sneer.
Lin Feng, do you think this is amusing?
Going out of your way to investigate me, pretending to bump into me by chance, hoping that by constantly appearing before me, you can worm your way back into my heart? I told you last night, even if you still have feelings for me, it's too late.
No one can keep accommodating you forever. I have a new boyfriend now, so…
Lin Feng, stop playing these petty games and acting like a clown. I gave you chances before, but you didn't know how to cherish them. Now you've lost me.
Even if you regret it, it's too late.
Lin Feng sighed helplessly.
I'm sorry.
Running into you was pure coincidence.
I'm just here to get my computer repaired.
Lin Feng didn't want to say another word to her. After briefly clarifying his presence, he walked straight past Xia Qianqian toward a restaurant farther away. Xia Qianqian, however, let out a cold laugh at that moment.
Oomph, always the same. Do you really think putting on this act will make me forgive you? Let me make this clear once more, I have a new boyfriend now. You mean absolutely nothing to me.
As she spoke, Xia Qianqian pulled out the pink iPhone 15 Pro Max Zhenji had given her today from her handbag and waved it in front of Lin Feng.
See? This is from my boyfriend. Can you afford it? Don't think I just picked someone randomly to make you jealous. The boyfriend I, Xia Qianqian, chose is better than you.
Lin Feng stared at the fruit-patterned phone in Xia Qianqian's hand, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. He knew the only way to deal with Xia Qianqian was to ignore her, or else he'd inevitably get dragged into one of her utterly ridiculous arguments. Seeing Lin Feng ignore her and turn to walk away, Xia Qianqian's expression grew even colder. Just as she was about to speak again, Chen Ji's voice came from behind her.
Honey, who are you talking to? Did you run into a friend from our school here?
Hearing the voice behind her, Xia Qianqian shot Lin Feng a smug look. Well, my boyfriend just happened to arrive.
This should put an end to your delusions and make you give up any future attempts to pursue me.
Xia Qianqian said, turning around with a smile.
Baby, you're finally back.
She gave Chen Ji a knowing smile and pointed at Lin Feng, saying,
Honey, this is the ex-boyfriend I told you about before.
At the mention of ex-boyfriend, anger flashed across Chen Ji's face as he coldly retorted.
I never imagined this ex-boyfriend of yours would be so ungrateful.
I warned him just yesterday, and today he shows up. If I catch him, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Chen Ji rolled up his sleeves and strode towards Xia Qianqian. But the moment he saw Lin Feng, Chen Ji froze in his tracks.
Chapter 108, It's Too Late for Regrets.
In that instant, Lin Feng felt profoundly how life could be filled with such coincidences. The man before him was none other than the one who had bought the counterfeit fruit-branded phone at the electronics store.
So he's Xia Qianqian's boyfriend. So that student at Jinghang story was just a lie too.
Heh, so that pink iPhone 15 Pro Max in Xia Qianqian's bag must be the one he just bought.
Wonder what Xia Qianqian will think when she finds out her new boyfriend deceived her like this?
Lin Feng muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Chen Ji, who had caught sight of Lin Feng, flushed bright red with anger. He spat out a threat before going silent. He was at a loss for what to do next. He feared that if he laid a finger on Lin Feng, the latter would immediately spill everything that had just happened. Watching Chen Ji hesitate, Xia Qianqian frowned and walked up to him, asking with concern.
Bao, what's wrong?
I already warned that guy, but he still came looking for me. You just need to teach him a lesson, make sure he never dares to bother me again.
I really can't stand him right now.
I just showed him the fruit-themed phone you gave me earlier.
He must have realized the gap between us.
Listening to Xia Qianqian's words, Chen Ji feigned intense anger as he shot Lin Feng a glare.
Then, turning away, he whispered to Xia Qianqian. Honey, everything has its limits. I already warned him once yesterday. Today gives him one more chance. If he comes looking for you again, I'll make him pay dearly.
Chen Ji spoke very softly and deliberately slowly, noticing that Lin Feng seemed uninterested in their conversation. As soon as Chen Ji started speaking, Lin Feng appeared ready to leave. So he deliberately blocked Xia Qianqian's view and whispered to her. When he turned back to face Lin Feng, he feigned shock and declared triumphantly.
See, sweetheart? Your ex still has some sense.
He knows he can't hold his own against me, so he slipped away while we were talking.
Since that's the case, let's be magnanimous this time and not hold it against him.
Also, honey, try not to pull out that fruit brand phone I bought you in front of that guy.
I'm afraid he'll feel too inferior when facing me.
Though Chen Ji's words were spoken with such politeness, his true thoughts were entirely different. He glared fiercely in the direction Lin Feng had left, thinking to himself.
Kid, you got lucky this time grabbing that leverage. Next time we meet, you won't be so fortunate.
Standing nearby, Xia Qianqian had no idea what Chen Ji was thinking. She only felt her boyfriend was broad-minded and reasonable, and suddenly threw her arms around him.
Baby, you're 100 times better than Lin Feng.
The Fruit 15 Pro Max you bought me is the best gift I've ever received in my life.
I'll remember it forever.
Perhaps because Lin Feng had found out about the fake phone case he'd given her, Chen Ji felt a pang of guilt the moment he heard Fruit Phone.
He quickly interjected. Alright, baby, if you're happy, I'm happy. It's getting late. I've already picked out a restaurant. Let's just eat first.
Xia Qianqian nodded and followed Chen Ji to a small, rather shabby-looking restaurant. Sitting on a wooden stool and surveying the restaurant's interior, Xia Qianqian's expression darkened. But remembering how much Chen Ji had spent today buying her the Fruit 15 Pro Max, she forced herself to hold back and didn't erupt on the spot.
However, just as Chen Ji finished ordering 2 bowls of rice topped with meat and was about to sit back down beside Xia Qianqian, the owner of Bold Strong Digital Store walked in. Having interacted with the owner earlier that morning, Chen Ji knew him to be an extremely enthusiastic person, and he might very well greet them. So Chen Ji quickly lowered his head, hurriedly sat back down beside Xia Qianqian, and deliberately positioned himself behind her, hoping she would block his figure from the owner's view. But the more he tried to hide, the more obvious his movements became. With few people in the restaurant, the owner spotted Chen Ji beside Xia Qianqian at a glance. Oh, young man, it's you. Who'd have thought you'd be dining here too? The owner of the electronics store looked at Chen Ji with a very friendly demeanor. Chen Ji's heart sank. He knew he couldn't avoid talking to the owner now. He shifted his gaze nervously and nodded awkwardly. What a coincidence. As the shop owner walked toward the counter to place his order, he asked confidently. You've had the whole morning to try out the phone I sold you, right? Even though it's a knockoff, the performance is decent enough, isn't it? Honestly, within your price range, this is absolutely the best shell phone you can get in Huaqiang South. If you can, please spread the word about Uncle's digital shop to your classmates. Next time you come back, I'll give you the best deal possible. Before Chen Ji could respond, Xia Qianqian piped up. Honey, what's a knockoff phone? The question caught both Chen Ji and the shop owner off guard. Chen Ji awkwardly explained. A clone phone is just another name we use for Apple phones. The store owner instantly realized something was off. Earlier, he'd been completely focused on ordering food and had only casually greeted Chen Ji without paying much attention to the person sitting beside him. Judging by the girl's affectionate tone, she was undoubtedly his girlfriend. To avoid embarrassing Chen Ji and tarnishing his shop's reputation, he forced a smile and told Xia Qianqian. Yes, your boyfriend is right, clone phones are just another name for Apple phones. Xia Qianqian seemed satisfied with this explanation and dropped the matter. But Chen Ji, sitting beside her, wore a grim expression. Having his lies exposed multiple times today left him feeling miserable. Especially when facing the person he'd lied to, he couldn't lift his head. It felt like a mouse meeting a cat. The atmosphere in the restaurant instantly turned awkward. Even the electronics store owner felt uncomfortable sharing the space with this deceitful individual. So, the owner hastily finished his meal and left the restaurant without another word. Only after the owner had departed did Chen Ji feel a bit more at ease. He and Xia Qianqian then finished their rice bowls at a leisurely pace. By late afternoon, Xia Qianqian was exhausted from shopping, so Chen Ji drove her back to her dorm. Grateful that Chen Ji had gifted her a Fruit 15 phone, Xia Qianqian planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Babe, thanks for keeping me company. I had such a great time today. With that, she turned, waved at Chen Ji, and walked toward the dormitory. Chen Ji stood frozen in place, his expression utterly stunned. Only after Xia Qianqian had walked far away did he snap back to reality, smiling as he waved after her. I'll make sure every day from now on is this happy for you. Hearing this, Xia Qianqian's lips curved upward in a faint smile. Her mind drifted to Lin Feng's coldness toward her, and she murmured to herself. Lin Feng, my heart already belongs to Chen Ji. Even if you still have feelings for me, there's no chance now. Chapter 109, Lin Feng's True Strength. The next morning, Lin Feng received a message from class monitor Xia Qianqian early on. Lin Feng, to better prepare for the upcoming physics competition, the class presidents from freshman to senior year in our major have consulted with our advisor. It's been decided that from 9:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. today, in room 201 of Mingda Building, you'll be familiarizing yourselves with the exam question formats. The advisor takes this seriously. The problems provided cover the most frequently tested topics from past years. The actual exam will likely feature similar questions. So please be in the classroom promptly at 9:30. Lin Feng, upon seeing the message, recalled the past exam questions he'd worked through the day before. After some consideration, he decided to attend. Though he felt quite confident now, he couldn't afford to be complacent. He sat up abruptly, brushed his teeth, ate breakfast, and headed straight to the library without another word. By 10 minutes to 9, Lin Feng had gathered his things and set off for room 201 in Mingda Building. However, upon entering the classroom, Lin Feng realized he had arrived too early. Only a handful of people had trickled in. So Lin Feng found an empty seat and sat down. As time passed, more and more students entered the classroom. By 9:25, nearly all the contestants had arrived. Although Xia Qianqian wasn't participating in the competition as class monitor, he still needed to maintain order for his class. He scanned the 5 contestants from his class and immediately spotted Lin Feng seated in the freshman contestant section. Seeing this, Xia Qianqian addressed Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you're sitting in the wrong spot. You're competing in the senior group and should be seated in the area on the left with the senior school sisters." Though his voice wasn't loud, it drew the attention of the entire classroom. The reason was simple: over the past 2 days, the name Lin Feng had become too prominent on campus. Having competed across grade levels and spent an entire afternoon solving international physics Olympiad problems in the library, anyone who encountered Lin Feng couldn't help but give him a second look. Is he the Lin Feng everyone's been talking about? People are getting more and more ignorant these days. I'm a junior and wouldn't dare enter the senior competition, yet he's a freshman daring to compete across grades. Today's test focuses on problem solving, but we'll see if he's got the real skills or if he's just all talk. Do you watch Lin Feng head toward the senior group section, muttering to himself? No need to panic. It's just a mock exam, and the questions are from the freshman group. He won't get a 0. Even if he does poorly, Lin Feng will be there to prop up the bottom score. Xia Qianqian couldn't bear to look at Lin Feng either. In all his years, he'd never seen anyone so delusional. Shaking his head, he muttered. Sigh, Lin Feng just hasn't been tempered by society's harsh realities. Becoming teacher Wang's student has made him blindly overconfident. Now everyone's eyes are on him. By the time the results come out, it'll be too late for regrets. The crowd watched Lin Feng, each harboring their own thoughts. Lin Feng paid no heed to their stares. Following the direction Xia Qianqian had pointed, he found a spot and sat down among the senior students. He knew his own capabilities well. Actions speak louder than words. He would prove everything through his performance. Shortly after, Li Tao, the chief coordinator for this mock exam, arrived in the classroom at 9:30. Stepping to the podium, he scanned the room before speaking slowly. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted you've been selected to represent our department in this competition. All the faculty members are placing great importance on this competition. The mock questions I've brought today, along with the practice problems for homework, were developed collaboratively by all relevant instructors. They will be highly beneficial for future exams, so I urge everyone to take this simulation seriously. After the simulation, feel free to ask me any questions you may have. Li Tao spoke as he retrieved 4 stacks of exam papers from his briefcase, instructing the 4 class representatives present to distribute them to the participating students. In addition to these mock exam papers, Li Tao also distributed several sets of practice questions tailored to each student's specific track. The set completed in class was the highest quality one, while the others were meant for students to work on independently in their free time. The moment the papers were handed out, everyone grew serious. Their 5mm ballpoint pens danced swiftly across the pages as they calculated answers to each question. Li Tao quietly observed the students, his gaze unconsciously settling on Lin Feng. Following his gaze, Lin Feng wasn't frantically calculating answers like the others. Instead, he remained unhurried, not even picking up his pen yet, simply scanning each question on the paper. Only after scanning the entire paper did Lin Feng begin to write slowly. However, he didn't write continuously. It seemed as though each time he picked up his pen, he wrote down only one answer. Watching Lin Feng's actions, Li Tao instinctively shook his head and sighed helplessly. As a teacher, he could tell at a glance that Lin Feng was guessing the answers. Seems the students were right after all. Lin Feng is just putting on a show for me. I wonder whether this is good or bad for Lin Feng. Having seen Lin Feng's true abilities, Li Tao no longer focused his attention on him. In his view, the other students present had a much higher probability of ranking higher than Lin Feng. After about an hour and a half, most of the students present had finished the first set of exam papers. The seniors surrounding Lin Feng, having solved all the problems they could on their own papers, turned their curious gazes toward him. To their surprise, Lin Feng had laid out all the exam papers Li Tao had distributed on his desk. At a glance, the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections were fully completed, while the essay questions were largely blank. Each question had only a few words written beneath it. For a moment, the seniors around Lin Feng covered their mouths and chuckled softly. Now they all saw Lin Feng for what he was utterly lacking in real ability. Seeing everyone had finished, Li Tao stepped down from the podium and walked down the aisle to review their answers. He had intended to collect the practice papers for review, but upon seeing the vast swaths of blank space on Lin Feng's paper, he decided to spare him some dignity and instead instructed the students to ask questions directly if they had any. After resolving most of the students' doubts, he informed them they could leave. As he left, he shot Lin Feng one last helpless glance. And Lin Feng's performance in the classroom that morning quickly spread like wildfire among the students. Suddenly, Lin Feng's true abilities became the subject of heated debate once more. What they didn't know was that although Lin Feng's exam paper appeared mostly blank, he had written down all the answers in his mind. And thus hadn't written them down. Moreover, in the time it took everyone else to complete one exam paper, Lin Feng had already finished all the papers Li Tao had distributed. Chapter 110, Fame Spreads. Hey, have you heard?
During yesterday's physics mock exam, that cross-grade contestant Lin Feng guessed every answer just a few words for each major question.
Whoa. From what I know, the senior level questions include some relatively easy gimme problems. It shouldn't be too hard for a freshman to get those simple points. Looks like Lin Feng was just putting on a show when he spent the whole afternoon doing problems in the library the other day. Doesn't that mean Lin Feng isn't even as good as a freshman? How dare he compete against us seniors? Who knows? Probably just trying to make a splash. Looks like he succeeded, huh?
But acting like this will only make him a target for everyone.
In an instant, the entire campus was abuzz with speculation about Lin Feng's true abilities.
Even students from neighboring schools had heard his name.
Xia Qianqian, all the way at Kyoto University, heard the news and immediately called Lin Feng. Lin Feng, have you heard what's been circulating at Longguo University? What's going on?
Hearing this, Lin Feng seemed to perk up. I spend most of my time in the library and haven't been very involved in campus affairs.
What could be so noteworthy that the entire university is discussing it? Even Kyoto University has heard about it? Xia Qianqian knew Lin Feng wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, so he continued as expected.
There's a freshman at Longguo University named Lin Feng who wants to skip grades and join the senior physics competition. But based on the mock test results, he doesn't have the skills for it, he's just talking big. If this has nothing to do with you and it's just a coincidence that someone with the same name did it, I suggest you clear things up. Strong brother isn't exactly a good reputation to have.
It'll make life tough for you at Longguo University. But if you did do this... Xia Qianqian spoke to himself, momentarily at a loss.
After all, the incident had already spread far and wide. If Lin Feng was truly responsible and proved to be incompetent, his reputation at Longguo University would be utterly ruined. Lin Feng listened quietly on the other end of the line before nodding. I did plan to enter the competition, but I never imagined it would cause such a stir.
Xia Qianqian's tone was shocked. How could it not be huge? This is the first time in years that a freshman has entered a senior-level competition. If this happened to me, I wouldn't even dare to think about it.
Hearing Xia Qianqian's astonished tone, Lin Feng smiled calmly.
I haven't overthought it either.
I simply want to represent Longguo in the international physics competition and bring more honor to the nation. Besides, I'm confident in my abilities. I've solved every problem from both our school's competitions and previous international physics contests. It's not particularly difficult for me.
Xia Qianqian froze upon hearing Lin Feng's words. He inwardly scoffed. Dude, this is the International Physics Olympiad. And you think it's no big deal?
Suddenly, Xia Qianqian felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with this scene.
Hadn't it been just like this when Lin Feng took the independent enrollment exam for Longguo University not long ago? Back then, everyone still saw Lin Feng as a complete underachiever.
When word spread he was taking the entrance exam, no one gave him a chance. But not only did Lin Feng successfully take the exam, he also ranked first in the independent admissions test and even solved the Goldbach conjecture, a problem that had stumped mathematicians worldwide. Reflecting on this, Xia Qianqian began to think Lin Feng's claims weren't so exaggerated after all.
The reason everyone reacted so strongly was simply because they hadn't witnessed Lin Feng's true capabilities. Ever since parting ways with Xia Qianqian, Lin Feng seemed to have unlocked some hidden potential.
While he had always been intelligent, his current level of brilliance was clearly in a different league.
Could breaking free from love-induced brain fog really boost intelligence that dramatically?
Even Xia Qianqian found himself fantasizing about falling head over heels in love just to shed that romantic haze and unlock a surge in his own intellect. As this thought crossed his mind, Xia Qianqian's emotions gradually settled. He addressed Lin Feng. I know you're incredibly strong, but don't get too complacent.
This is a national competition, after all.
Lin Feng nodded.
Just wait and see. I always deliver on my promises. With that, Xia Qianqian ended the call.
After hanging up, Xia Qianqian immediately logged onto the school forum to defend Lin Feng to the other students. However, no matter how he defended him, the other students remained steadfast in their opinions. Xia Qianqian realized that only when Lin Feng truly took action could he dispel everyone's doubts. Meanwhile, Lin Feng. After hanging up on Xia Qianqian, he gathered his belongings and started walking back. Just as he was about to reach his room, he encountered Wang Weiguo, who seemed to have been waiting there all along.
Teacher, what brings you here? Wang Weiguo smiled as he looked at Lin Feng. You youngster, don't you realize the impact of your actions? The entire school is watching you now. But they don't know your true strength, don't I, as your teacher, know it best? Arguing with them will only waste more time. Instead, let your actions speak for themselves.
Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly and said, Sorry, teacher. I didn't realize this would cause such a stir.
Wang Weiguo patted his shoulder and said, No need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong, they just don't understand. I came here specifically to tell you not to let outside influences sway you. Believe in your own abilities. Doubt will always exist, no matter what. If you dwell on it too much, you'll never achieve anything. Only by letting those doubts wash over you can you keep moving forward. Lin Feng nodded and replied. Don't worry, I understand everything you're saying, teacher. I have the ability, and I certainly won't be swayed by outside doubts. Wang Weigui nodded. Seeing you like this puts my mind at ease. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Lin Feng, he departed. Time flew by. Amidst the ongoing discussions about Lin Feng, the opening ceremony of the physics competition finally arrived. Typically, such events on campus drew little attention beyond the participants, but this time was different. Everyone was eager to see Lin Feng's true capabilities, making this physics competition the focus of nearly every student at Longguo University. Hey, do you think Lin Feng will actually show up this time? He barely passed the practice tests by guessing. I doubt he'd dare show up for the actual competition. Who knows? Probably just showing up for appearances. If he scores poorly, he'll claim he didn't perform well, leaving others sighing but with nothing to say. For a moment, the entire exam hall buzzed with whispers about Lin Feng. Yet what made everyone laugh was that the competition was about to begin, yet Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 111, the last one to hand in. Witnessing this, everyone sneered coldly, their convictions about the school forum's assessments of Lin Feng only solidifying further. Looks like Lin Feng really didn't dare show up at the competition this time. Anyone can brag, but when it comes to the real thing, he chickened out. He really doesn't care about his reputation. This move will undoubtedly ruin his name completely. I'll be damned if he can still walk around Longguo University with a straight face. As time passed, more and more people began discussing Lin Feng. Some even started joking about guessing whether he'd actually skip the competition or what excuse he'd use to back out. Soon, only 5 minutes remained before the exam began. Seeing Lin Feng still absent, everyone's patience was wearing thin, and the surrounding atmosphere was filled with murmurs of disappointment toward him. Gradually, everyone lost patience with him, clamoring to leave the scene. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Lin Feng's figure strolled unhurriedly into view. Look! He actually came to the competition? The words instantly drew everyone's attention, all eyes turning toward the entrance. Whoa! I never thought he'd actually dare to show up. He's got some nerve. I reckon he's just here for show. Taking the exam doesn't mean anything. He'll probably just make up some excuse about not performing well to fool everyone. He's playing his cards right. This way, he loses nothing but gains a reputation for daring to break boundaries, challenge himself, and compete across grade levels. Lin Feng heard the murmurs but paid them little mind. He swiftly walked through the crowd of onlookers and joined his class's competition team. He glanced at Li Tao and the other contestants who had been waiting there, his expression apologetic. Sorry to keep you waiting. I ran into some things this morning that held me up. Li Tao shook his head. You're here now. That's what matters. And Lin Feng, let me remind you, just daring to compete in the senior division is commendable enough. Whatever place you finish is impressive. You shouldn't let outside opinions bother you. He didn't want external factors to dampen the spirits of such an outstanding student. Lin Feng understood Li Tao's sentiment and nodded without further comment, then followed his class's team into the exam hall. Before Lin Feng entered his competition zone, Du, who had been forced to participate, glanced at the remarkably composed Lin Feng. Lin, you're competing in the senior division, yet you don't seem the least bit nervous. Could you share your secret to staying composed? If I keep shaking like this, I might not even solve a single problem. Lin Feng replied as he walked. When you have the skills, you won't feel nervous. Well, Du was momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Feng spoke the truth, but it didn't apply to him. If he had the skills, he would have signed up for the competition himself. Why would he be forced to participate? So Du could only console himself? Don't panic, don't panic. Someone will be worse than me. I definitely won't be the worst. After all, Lin Feng entered the senior division as a freshman. What kind of results could he possibly achieve? At least I solved quite a few problems during the practice tests. Before long, Li Tao led them to their respective exam areas. Because Lin Feng had been dealing with the thruster issue that morning, he arrived late, by which time all the other contestants in the exam hall had already gathered. As Lin Feng approached, the senior students' gazes instinctively converged on him. The senior group competition differed from the other three divisions. While a handful were forced to participate due to mandatory enrollment requirements, most were confident in their abilities. After all, the prestige of this competition hosted by Longguo University was immense. Mentioning a high ranking in the Longguo University senior competition during graduate school interviews could potentially even exempt candidates from the interview process altogether. Thus, the vast majority of students present possessed genuine talent and skill. Of course, the buzz about Lin Feng competing across grade levels had been spreading like wildfire lately. These seniors were all curious to see just how Lin Feng would perform, to witness the true caliber of this freshman junior. With everyone present, Lin Feng quickly found his seat. As the last candidate entered, the proctor glanced at their watch before pulling the exam papers from a bag. This is only the preliminary round, so like previous years, it will primarily consist of multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. Additional question types will be added for the finals. Due to the nature of the questions, grading will be swift. Results will be available within half an hour at most.
Those wishing to know their scores immediately may wait in the classroom.
For everyone's convenience, we will display the list of finalists on the large outdoor screen while simultaneously pushing each exam room's results to its corresponding electronic display. The proctor began distributing the exam papers as he spoke. After receiving their papers, everyone began tackling the questions with intense focus. The entire testing hall fell into an atmosphere of intense solemnity. This made Lin Feng, who was calmly surveying the entire exam paper, seem somewhat out of place. Just like during the practice exams, he scanned the entire paper before putting pen to paper. In Lin Feng's eyes, while the question formats differed slightly from the practice tests, the overall difficulty was manageable. In just over half an hour, he had completed every question, considering each one thoroughly to ensure a perfect score. Just as he prepared to submit early, a thought struck him. His decision to compete across grade levels had already caused quite a stir. Submitting early with a perfect score would inevitably amplify the controversy, while winning first place in the competition would bring him significant influence. That was a matter for the future. Lin Feng valued the present moment more. Thus, he dismissed the idea. Remaining seated quietly at his desk, he deliberately altered one or two multiple choice answers to deliberately lower his score. The seniors seated beside him observed Lin Feng staring at his exam paper, seemingly idle. Their observations seemed to confirm the rumors circulating about him. Soon, over 2 hours passed, and the preliminary round drew to a close. Only after all the seniors had stood up and handed in their papers did Lin Feng finally submit his own as the last one. Chapter 112, Results. After the proctor confirmed the number of papers, they left the exam hall. The atmosphere instantly relaxed after the exam ended. Hey, Zhang Xiaoli, how'd it go? I think this year's questions were tougher than usual. There were a few I stared at for ages and still couldn't figure out. I just guessed on some of them. I probably won't fail, but making it to the finals is out of the question. The girl called Zhang Xiaoli looked at the person in front of her, pushed her glasses up, and smiled. Compared to the last two exams, the final two questions this time were indeed tricky, but with a bit of flexible thinking, they could still be solved. Hearing this, the questioner expressed envy. No wonder you're the genius scholar of our dorm, solving such tough problems. From the sound of it, making it to the finals is practically a sure thing for you. As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Feng sitting nearby and whispered, the questions were so tough this time, even I only got 65 points. That freshman must have fared even worse. Zhang Xiaoli nodded in agreement. From my perspective, this exam's difficulty still follows a stair-step pattern. There are relatively easier questions, but for freshmen, even the lower middle level problems are pushing their limits. And the really easy questions only count for 7 or 8 points. So if that freshman has bad luck, his score could plummet to rock bottom. Whoa! The girl across from Zhang Xiaoli shot Lin Feng a resentful look. The entire Longguo University and several nearby schools are watching him. If he really only scores a few points or a dozen points, he's destined to become a laughingstock for everyone in the future. Most people wouldn't know how to handle that. Just thinking about it feels suffocating. Glancing around the exam hall, not only those near Lin Feng but others too kept stealing glances at him, speculating about his score. Outside the exam hall, onlookers were glued to the screens before them, all eager to see if Lin Feng could make it to the finals. At that moment, inside the grading room, teachers had already scanned the answer sheets from every exam hall into the computer system. During the scanning process, they had simultaneously completed the grading of the multiple choice questions. The graders only needed to mark the fill-in-the-blank sections. As the grading progressed, each teacher reviewed a certain number of papers. Without exception, their brows furrowed deeply. Teacher Rin Jun, who was grading Lin Feng's exam hall, remarked after correcting dozens of papers, Professor Zhang, did we make the questions too difficult this time? So far, not a single student has gotten all the fill-in-the-blank questions correct. Increasing the difficulty is necessary, after all. The top performers will represent our country at the International Physics Olympiad. Ever since the International Physics Olympiad began, the top spots have been dominated by Western countries. Raising the difficulty is precisely to align with international standards. Only through rigorous training with challenging problems can we achieve breakthroughs at the international level. Besides, even freshmen are competing at higher grade levels now. If we don't raise the bar, won't it seem like we're treating our competition as child's play? Professor Qianqian spoke without pausing his hand movements. At that very moment, Rin Jun's body froze abruptly. His furrowed brow relaxed, giving way to a look of utter astonishment. He had only casually mentioned it earlier, yet now they were actually switching to a full-point fill-in-the-blank exam. He chuckled teasingly at Professor Zhang. Well, Professor Zhang, you just mentioned it, and now we're already switching to full-point fill-in-the-blank exams.
Perhaps this perfect score belongs to that freshman who skipped a grade.
Encountering a perfect score, Professor Zhang nodded with satisfaction, but upon hearing the latter remark, he shook his head firmly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even for a senior, getting every fill-in-the-blank question correct on this exam is extremely difficult, let alone a freshman. Hearing Professor Zhang's words, Ren Jun merely smiled. He'd only said it to lighten the mood. He knew the difficulty level of this exam set. No one would believe a freshman could outperform a group of seniors. Soon, the 45 minutes were up. With over 30 teachers grading non-stop, the scores were automatically tallied by the computer. After 5 thorough checks to confirm accuracy, the scores were announced. Hey, look, the scores are out. The change on the massive electronic screen outside the exam hall immediately caught everyone's attention. Hearing the commotion, the crowd turned their gaze toward the screen in unison. Due to Lin Feng's recent skyrocketing popularity at Longguo University, people initially didn't notice who the top 3 were. Instead, they frantically scanned the list for Lin Feng's name. He actually made it onto the finalist list. And he's not at the bottom. The first person to spot Lin Feng's name on the list couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Within moments, everyone had spotted Lin Feng's name on the screen. Seeing it, they all rubbed their eyes in disbelief, double-checking that those 2 characters were indeed Lin Feng. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. The stunned crowd seemed frozen in place, their faces frozen in shock. They never imagined Lin Feng could actually make it to the finals, let alone with only average skills. After all, none of the people present had even the slightest confidence they could scrape by the cutoff. Yet here was a freshman who had actually made it to the finals. How utterly unbelievable. Great. Now we're the real clowns. This freshman actually has the skills. Didn't they say he just guessed his way through the mock exams? How could he possibly make it to the finals by guessing? Anyone who says Lin Feng lacks skill from now on will have me to deal with. Thanks to Lin Feng's outstanding performance, most people present did a complete 180 in their attitude toward him. They pulled out their phones and deleted the comments they'd posted about Lin Feng on the school forum just days earlier. For Lin Feng, this was actually the result of him deliberately holding back his true potential. Had he shown his true abilities without deliberately altering a few multiple-choice answers, the crowd's reaction now would have been unimaginable. Given his current performance, no one dared to underestimate him. But just then, someone murmured under their breath. We both know the preliminary physics competition questions are mostly multiple choice and fill in the blank. So luck could play a huge part in this. And since Lin Feng advanced to the finals with average scores, that possibility is even greater. Chapter 113, Speculation. Those few words instantly cooled everyone's enthusiasm. After a moment's thought, they realized it wasn't impossible. While fill-in-the-blank and problem-solving questions were nearly impossible to ace by luck alone, multiple-choice questions were another story. If Lin Feng performed poorly on the fill-in-the-blank questions but scored high on the multiple-choice section, it was entirely possible he could have advanced to the finals. Though the odds were slim, they existed nonetheless. At this realization, some began to feel resentful. Even Dan Fan, as a normal person, felt a twinge of envy. Lin Feng, a freshman who had just entered university, had passed the preliminary round that many seniors weren't confident about. This left everyone feeling a bit wistful. But if it was just luck, that changed things. Luck was elusive and unpredictable. What worked this time might not next. That thought made everyone feel a bit better. Honestly, I also think Lin Feng likely got into the finals by luck. After all, in our minds, it's simply impossible for a freshman with his level of knowledge to make it that far. Exactly. He's only been in college for a short while. Even with a strong middle school physics foundation, there's no way he could master all this university-level physics material. With this new perspective, people began murmuring in small groups. The shock Lin Feng had caused them vanished almost instantly, replaced by widespread suspicion. Before long, the theory that Lin Feng had advanced to the finals purely by luck gained widespread acceptance. Although this incident had altered many people's perceptions of Lin Feng, considering the numerous factors involved, they dared not readily defend him. For now, they maintained a neutral stance, pondering which possibility seemed more plausible. As examinees began trickling out of the testing hall, a voice rang out from the crowd of onlookers outside. Hey, let's call it a day. Whether Lin Feng has the real skills or not, we'll see in the finals. The finals format differs from the preliminaries. Multiple choice questions carry minimal weight, and the difficulty curve will steeply increase. Even with his luck, Lin Feng couldn't possibly guess his way through the essay and fill in the blank sections. Once the results are out, his true abilities will be laid bare. These words found agreement among the crowd. In small groups, they discussed Lin Feng as they made their way back to their dorms. At that moment, satisfied with his ability to control his scores, Lin Feng followed the seniors out of the exam hall. Before the exam,
He had already considered controlling his own score
to minimize his classmates' enthusiasm for discussion. He had even reviewed the score distributions from previous competitions before taking the test. Controlling his own score was straightforward, he could score whatever he aimed for. The real challenge lay in gauging the exam's overall difficulty. By analyzing the difficulty level, he could roughly estimate the score distribution for this exam, ensuring he wouldn't stand out too much nor get eliminated. So, achieving a precise mid-range score to pass the preliminary exam was no easy feat. As it turned out, his score management worked quite well, and he was fairly satisfied with the result. In his view, passing the preliminary round with such a score was quite reasonable. As more and more participants exited the exam hall, Lin Feng happened to bump into Du at the exit, the latter looking rather grim. Du walked with his head down, seemingly afraid to encounter a classmate also competing in the freshman group. But, when he encountered Lin Feng, the gloom and stiffness on his face faded considerably. Approaching Lin Feng, he even smiled and asked, "Lin, how did you do? The senior group's questions must have been tough. Our freshman group's questions were tough enough, yours must be even worse. I don't know about the others, but you and I are definitely in the same boat. I only scored over 30 points this time. And you? Du clung to Lin Feng like a lifeline, babbling incessantly as he followed him toward the exit, not giving Lin Feng a chance to respond. In his mind, he instinctively assumed Lin Feng was just like him, someone who not only failed the preliminary round but also scored dismally on the exam. He never once considered that Lin Feng might have passed the preliminary round. From the very start, he treated Lin Feng as someone to console himself with, listening to Du's incessant chatter at his ear. Lin Feng tried to respond but found he couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he quietly quickened his pace, steering them toward the distance. Before long, the two arrived at the electronic display screen outside the exam hall. Du also wanted to see which prodigies had made it through the senior group's preliminary round, so he shifted his gaze to the screen. Xiang Hao, Yuan Yi, Du Siyu, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. The moment Du saw Lin Feng's name, he froze involuntarily and turned to look at the person beside him. After scrutinizing Lin Feng carefully, he tentatively asked, Lin, you really made it through the preliminary round? Lin Feng didn't answer, merely nodding calmly. Seeing Lin Feng's nod, Du felt as if the sky had fallen. He had been counting on Lin Feng to bring up the rear, sparing him the embarrassment of being the worst in class. Now, Lin Feng had actually passed the preliminary round outright, passing the preliminary round for seniors as a freshman? Compared to him, who hadn't even made it through the freshman preliminary round, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Even the top performer from their class couldn't hold a candle to Lin Feng. At that moment, Du finally snapped. He knew the gulf between himself and Lin Feng was vast, so he couldn't bear to linger around him any longer. His face twisted with embarrassment as he trudged back to his dorm. With no one bothering him, Lin Feng felt a welcome quiet around his ears as he walked back to his room. What he didn't know was that not only were all the students in the school shocked by his passing the preliminary round, but even the grading teachers found it incredibly hard to believe. Inside the grading room, the preliminary round's overall results had been analyzed through big data statistics. Renjun looked at the score distribution on the computer screen and remarked, "Looks like this year's questions were too difficult. The overall scores are lower than previous years. Still, a few promising talents have emerged this time." As he spoke, Renjun moved his mouse. While grading earlier, I was curious what kind of student could get every single fill-in-the-blank question correct at this level. Now I finally get to see. Before long, he pulled up the one exam paper where every fill-in-the-blank question had been answered correctly. Yet after a few seconds of loading, when Renjun finally made out the information on the screen, he froze in shock. Chapter 114, Difficulties. Class of 2019. Physics major Lin Feng. Class of 19. This is this year's freshman class. Renjun muttered in disbelief, deliberately dragging the exam paper to the back to check the fill-in-the-blank questions. Perfect. That freshman actually got every single one of these difficult fill-in-the-blank questions correct. Not only that, Renjun specifically retrieved Lin Feng's original exam paper and discovered that Lin Feng had initially answered all the multiple-choice questions correctly. For some unknown reason, however, he had changed his answers later. Could he be deliberately holding back his score? A thought so unbelievable it startled even Renjun himself suddenly flashed through his mind. He immediately shook his head. No, impossible. He's only a freshman. Professor Rin is still here. Since you're more familiar with the computer, could you pull up the student who scored perfect on the fill-in-the-blank questions? We should train such promising talent thoroughly during this period. He might just achieve a breakthrough at the International Physics Olympiad. Not only that, but someone who performs so exceptionally in this preliminary round is destined for a bright future. We can give him some special attention.
so he can contribute more to the development of physics in our nation and become a valuable asset to our country. As Rin Jun stood stunned, Professor Zhang Yun slowly approached. In truth, the moment he learned of the student who had achieved a perfect score on the fill-in-the-blank section, he had been eager to learn more about this student, but at that time, he had been too busy to spare the attention. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Professor Zhang Yun's words snapped Rin Jun out of his astonishment. Professor Zhang, you might not believe this either, but the one who aced all the fill-in-the-blank questions is that freshman competing across grade levels? Hearing this, Zhang Yun was momentarily speechless, standing frozen in place as he stared at Rin Jun. After finishing the preliminary round of the physics competition, Lin Feng could roughly gauge the difficulty of the final round questions, having already worked through past problems from both his school and the International Physics Olympiad. He felt no pressure to review. Just as he was idly pondering what to study next, Wang Weiguo's call came through. Professor? Lin Feng answered the call and spoke first. Whenever calling his star pupil, Wang Weiguo would always let out a hearty laugh before slowly asking, "How did the preliminary round go today?" "I made it smoothly into the finals. The pressure for the finals isn't too intense either," Lin Feng replied, following Wang Weiguo's lead. Wang Weiguo nodded with a smile on the other end. "That's more like you. Lately, besides preparing for the physics competition finals, you must have plenty of free time. If you're available and willing, you could visit your senior Xia Qianqian." Right after finishing his junior year, he started his own research project. I've been a big supporter, providing him with lab space and equipment. Lately, their research seems to have hit a snag. I know his field isn't directly related to your major, but I can't help feeling that with your intellect, you might just offer some groundbreaking insights. What exactly is Senior Su's primary research focus? I'd be happy to assist him, but I'd need to brush up on some specialized knowledge beforehand. That might make my contribution even more effective. He's researching shape memory epoxy resins. Epoxy resin. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before replying to Wang Weiguo. Alright, Professor. I'll start learning more about this field and will definitely communicate with Brother Su during this time. Wang Weiguo nodded. Helping your senior brother is certainly a good thing. It will also broaden your knowledge and expand your horizons. But your immediate priority is preparing for the physics competition. In Wang Weiguo's view, while Lin Feng possessed formidable talent, it shouldn't be underestimated. If Lin Feng truly represented Dragon Nation in the competition, he might just bring honor to the country. Even though he already held Lin Feng in high regard, he still underestimated him. The current level of problems posed little challenge to Lin Feng, requiring minimal preparation. Lin Feng offered no further explanation, merely acknowledging the call before hanging up. After ending the call, Lin Feng, who was relatively free, began researching the relevant knowledge related to Xu Xianquan's research topic. At that moment, inside Xu Xianquan's laboratory, the atmosphere was tense. Senior Su, it's still not working. The structure always fails at the last moment, causing the experiment to collapse. We've been stuck here for over 8 months. Hearing the words from the person before him, Xu Xianquan's expression also grew grave. This memory-based epoxy resin was a promising new material he had identified, one with immense potential to revolutionize aerospace applications in the future. But developing this material proved incredibly difficult. Despite their knowledge and drive, countless failures had severely dented their confidence, causing some to entertain thoughts of giving up. Xu Xianquan stared at the failed synthetic material on the lab bench, let out a long sigh, then forced himself to shake off his despondency. He plastered on a smile and addressed the group. Fellow students, this may be the most difficult step, but it is also the final one. We've invested so much effort into developing this novel memory material, we absolutely cannot let all our hard work go to waste. I've already sought my mentor's guidance, and I'm confident he'll offer valuable insights. Everyone present knew Xu Xianquan's mentor was Wang Weiguo, so they all breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Academician Wang is profoundly knowledgeable and has extensive connections in academic circles. He should be able to assist us with this final hurdle. A female junior student across from Xu Xianquan spoke while tidying up discarded materials on the lab bench. The others nodded in agreement, regaining their resolve to resume the error analysis. Just then, Xu Xianquan's phone rang. Instantly, hopeful eyes turned toward Xu Xianquan, who instinctively assumed it was Wang Weiguo calling. Professor, Xu hurriedly spoke up. Xiao Su, I'm aware of your issue and have sought assistance from my colleagues. I expect we'll have results soon. Thank you, Professor. Xu Xianquan was deeply moved, fully aware of Wang Weiguo's extensive connections in academic circles. Of course, this time, I didn't just consult my friends, I've also found you an assistant? An assistant? Xu Xianquan frowned in confusion. I plan to have your junior colleague join your project. Though he specializes in physics, you know his capabilities, he might just spark some fresh ideas for you.
Wang Legua delivered this statement calmly, yet it left everyone present utterly stunned. Chapter 115, The Solution. Xu Qianqian froze in place as well. He knew his junior was brilliant, he'd even proven the Goldbach conjecture. But brilliance aside, without systematic training in the field, he couldn't even grasp the most basic literature, let alone offer meaningful input. To put it bluntly, even if Lin Feng were here, he wouldn't be able to contribute anything meaningful, he'd just be muddling through. Yet he was still his fellow disciple. Xu couldn't bring himself to say much more. After a long moment of silence, he finally nodded and replied, "All right, Professor. I look forward to my junior brother's arrival too." Xu Qianqian then discussed some latest experimental issues with Wang Legua before ending the call. As soon as the call ended, the others around him began to question him. "Senior Lin, if I recall correctly, you mentioned your junior brother majored in physics, right? We're researching materials, a physics major probably won't be much help. Our current experiments are critical. Bringing someone with no background in this field onto our project might not be wise." Xu Qianqian looked at the group with a wry smile. He understood that everyone present was an elite researcher, and no elite team would willingly carry a liability. Of course, it wasn't their fault. This project was of utmost importance to everyone present, they'd poured their hearts and souls into it. Their reluctance toward Lin Feng stemmed precisely from how seriously they took this endeavor. Xu Qianqian understood their perspective completely. After a moment's consideration, he stepped in to smooth things over. "Everyone, rest assured, I'll take care of my junior colleague. If he couldn't even grasp the most basic literature, I wouldn't have brought him into this project in the first place." Hearing this, everyone nodded and returned to their tasks. Lunchtime. A student researcher in a white lab coat burst into Xu Qianqian's laboratory. "We did it! We've successfully secured our entry into the International New Materials Competition." The news instantly sent Xu Qianqian and the others resting in the lab into an uproar. "Is this for real?" Xu Qianqian was the first to look at the person in front of him and ask. "It's true. The official notification will arrive in a couple of days." Looking at the other competing teams, they're merely modifying existing materials, but the material we're researching is truly groundbreaking and forward-thinking. If we can actually develop this material, we have a real shot at winning the championship. This single sentence instantly filled everyone with renewed vigor, sweeping away the disappointment from the earlier failed experiment. No one bothered resting, except for those who had to stay and monitor the experiments. Everyone else was either poring over literature or analyzing where things went wrong. Before they knew it, 5 days had passed. For those 5 days, Xu Qianqian and his team scarcely left the lab. But this final step proved exceptionally challenging. No matter how they tweaked the process, the new material refused to take shape. Their initial enthusiasm from securing the competition spot steadily eroded. Doubts even crept in about whether they could participate in the competition smoothly in 2 months' time. While the initial stages of their project had progressed smoothly, they never anticipated such difficulties in the final phase. Inside the lab, every researcher stared solemnly at the discarded materials on the workbench. This scene had repeated itself countless times. Just as the atmosphere froze once more, a soft knock sounded at the laboratory door. Hearing the sound, Xu Qianqian hurried over and opened the door. "Senior Xu, junior brother Lin, you're here already? Didn't you say you were cramming on this subject?" Xu Qianqian spoke as he led Lin Feng deeper into the lab. Facing Xu Qianqian's question, Lin Feng smiled and replied, "A week was more than enough for me. Besides, I've developed my own insights into why the experiment failed and come up with solutions, so I came to see you." Ever since activating the system, Lin Feng felt he'd grown smarter. Just days ago, he'd accidentally discovered the passive talent the system had granted him. His intellectual capacity had surged dramatically during study sessions. His comprehension abilities had greatly improved. His concentration had greatly improved. Energy consumption drastically reduced. After reviewing all his passive talents, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel he had transformed into a learning machine. What took others considerable time to master, Lin Feng could accomplish in a fraction of the time. In truth, Lin Feng hadn't even finished studying all of this knowledge. Even with the terrifying boost from his system, it would still require a tremendous amount of time. His presence here stemmed solely from serendipitously applying his existing knowledge to uncover the flaw in Xu Qianqian's research. Besides, sometimes a major problem often stemmed from minor issues that were difficult to detect. But to others, this seemed almost impossible, causing the senior students in the lab to regard Lin Feng with strange looks. Yet, since Lin Feng was a student of academician Wang, they held their tongues. Xu Qianqian, aware of their unspoken thoughts, felt a bit awkward and muttered to himself, "Junior colleague, you really shouldn't put it so bluntly. Everyone here has spent years specializing in this field. While they might not be as brilliant as you, their intelligence is certainly no less. At their level, Forget a week, even 10 weeks wouldn't be enough for them to claim they've grasped the fundamentals of an entire discipline. Moreover, these seniors are top talents in their fields. They spent months trying to crack this problem and failed. How could you possibly succeed? Junior? He could already guess how everyone was judging Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was still his fellow junior. So Xia Qianqian hurriedly introduced the senior lab members to divert everyone's attention. After the introductions, seeing the group's expressions ease slightly, Xia Qianqian turned to Lin Feng and said, "Junior brother Lin, you mentioned earlier that you found a solution to the problem. Before the seniors start working, why don't you share your approach with everyone, and let all these seniors see if your idea holds any merit?" Xia Qianqian looked at Lin Feng, already having his next move planned. He absolutely refused to believe Lin Feng's claims that he had grasped the fundamentals of this knowledge and identified a potential solution. Therefore, he planned to listen to Lin Feng's proposal, then point out its shortcomings. This would force Lin Feng to review the documents and search for solutions on his own. This way, he could justify his actions to the professor and avoid disrupting his own work. However, when Lin Feng pulled out that thick stack of documents from his backpack, everyone's expressions changed involuntarily. Chapter 116, The Parachuted Mentor. They had assumed Lin Feng merely had some superficial ideas with little merit. Their willingness to listen to this freshman stemmed solely from respect for academician Wang Weigua. But to their surprise, Lin Feng pulled out a thick stack of documents from his backpack. Lin Feng proceeded to take the documents out of his backpack without noticing the change in everyone's expressions. He then flipped open the documents and began sharing his insights. The primary issue with this research project is the difficulty in forming the material. At the final stage, structural instability consistently leads to experimental failure. Lin Feng meticulously explained the contents of the documents to everyone, starting from the initial problem analysis and progressing to the final solution. Every statement and viewpoint he presented was backed by scholarly references. It took him a full hour to fully articulate his thoughts. After finishing his presentation, he closed his documents and looked at the group, who were practically frozen in place. "Seniors, this is based on my own perspective and extensive research. While the final solution is speculative, all other points are backed by literature." With that, he handed the document to Xia Qianqian. "Senior Su, I'm entrusting this document to you. You can experiment with it during this period. I'll also continue researching this field to see if I can find any alternative approaches." Xia Qianqian stared blankly, momentarily failing to notice Lin Feng had already placed the documents before him. Only when someone nudged him did he snap back to reality and take the papers. Junior brother Lin truly lives up to his reputation as the genius who proved the Goldbach conjecture. Some of the perspectives you've mentioned are beyond what even those of us who've studied this field for years could conceive. With your help, I'm confident our research team will overcome this final hurdle. You're our savior. Faced with Xia Qianqian's unreserved praise, Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Senior Lin, you flatter me. These ideas are merely the result of fortunate circumstances, and I have no guarantee of success. Compared to the seniors present here, my knowledge is far inferior." Due to Lin Feng's astonishing performance, the students in the lab immediately changed their attitude toward him. Only now did they realize that Lin Feng hadn't been boasting at all. He possessed genuine ability. Having just entered freshman year, studying an unrelated major, and having only spent 5 days learning the subject, considering the prerequisites required to produce this document, the entire lab collectively gasped in awe. For a moment, the lab was filled with heartfelt praise directed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable being surrounded by everyone's praise. After exchanging a few words with Xia Qianqian, he made an excuse and left. After Lin Feng departed, Xia Qianqian and the others forgot about lunch. They hurriedly printed out the document Lin Feng had left behind, distributing copies to everyone for careful study. Even while listening to his explanation, they had found his reasoning and solutions remarkably ingenious. But it wasn't until they thoroughly examined the entire document that they realized just how extraordinary Lin Feng truly was. Although Lin Feng had described the final solution as his own conjecture, the document revealed that this conjecture was grounded in solid theoretical foundations. Not only that, but Lin Feng had also refined their original experimental methods, a monumental undertaking. Even they themselves doubted they could achieve what Lin Feng had accomplished. They were confident his proposed solution held immense potential to resolve the long-standing problem that had plagued them. At this thought, one of Xia Qianqian's female juniors couldn't help but turn to him and ask, "Senior Su, is your junior even human? How could a normal person achieve this level of accomplishment?" Xia Qianqian pointed at himself with evident pride. "Don't you know who his senior is? Senior, you're so full of yourself." Xia Qianqian's playful remark instantly drew a wave of sighs from everyone, effortlessly lightening the mood throughout the lab. Xia Qianqian scanned the group, waiting until everyone had snapped out of their collective failure before speaking. "As you all saw,
This document not only offers a potential solution to the problem but also modifies some of our previous experimental conditions. Resetting these conditions for experiments and verifying the feasibility of this solution will still take us a lot of time. Fellow students, Lin Feng has brought us new hope and a fresh direction forward. So let's rally our spirits and get back to work. I have a feeling this time we will succeed. Xia Qianqian's words ignited everyone's enthusiasm, and they eagerly took up their respective tasks. However, barely half an hour after returning to their posts, the laboratory door was knocked upon once more. The knocking drew everyone's attention. Their eyes instinctively turned toward the doorway, expecting Lin Feng to return with explanations for the difficult parts of the document or perhaps a new idea. But when Xia Qianqian opened the door, it was an unfamiliar teacher who stepped inside. Seeing this, a hint of confusion flashed across everyone's faces. "Hello, Professor. May I ask?" The new teacher didn't immediately respond to Xia Qianqian's question. Instead, he walked into the lab and began surveying the space. After gesturing around the lab, he instructed everyone to put down their work and gather in front of him. During this, a female junior student, who had to constantly monitor the ongoing reaction and couldn't step away, tried to explain to the new teacher but was immediately scolded. With tears welling in her eyes, she stood before the teacher, having been forced to abandon the experiment and waste the materials already used. The teacher surveyed the group before speaking. "The university places great importance on your application for the international materials competition. We believe your research holds significant value. Learning that you are an entirely student-led research team, the school plans to assign you a professional mentor. I also hope our country achieves breakthroughs in materials science. So I applied to the school and was approved to serve as your temporary mentor and project leader. Therefore, since I am in charge of this project, we will follow my rules. I'm a strict person, so I won't tolerate anyone else ignoring my instructions like what just happened." Chapter 117, Establishing Authority. Seeing the new project leader before them, everyone felt a sense of restraint welling up inside. Before they could respond, Professor Zhao Jing spoke again. "First, thoroughly clean the entire lab. Not a speck of dust should remain. After cleaning, we'll hold a brief meeting to report on the current progress and methodology of the experiments. Then we'll redefine our research direction." Zhao Jing had the habit of issuing orders the moment she entered a room. A professor parachuted in, and with such demanding expectations, it wasn't just the others. Even Xia Qianqian, the easygoing leader of the research group, felt a twinge of discomfort. He understood exactly how everyone felt, given his own reaction. Moreover, they had just evaluated the solution proposed by Lin Feng. Though it was based on conjecture, its feasibility was high. They were just one final step away from experimental success. With sufficient time for verification, the problem would be resolved. The sudden arrival of this new advisor, while undoubtedly providing strong technical backing for their research project in the long run, would inevitably disrupt their current experimental plans. It might even backfire. With this in mind, Xia Qianqian wanted to say something, but out of respect for Zhao Jing's position as a teacher, he held his thoughts for the moment. Instead, he addressed the rest of the research team. "Fellow students, Professor Zhao is an expert in this field. Compared to us, her knowledge is undoubtedly broader. With her joining us, I believe our experiments will proceed much more smoothly. We've been so absorbed in our research that we've neglected the lab's cleanliness. So, everyone, please follow the teacher's advice and give the lab a thorough cleaning first." Having led this research project for so long, Xia Qianqian's words carried far more weight than those of the newly assigned advisor. Though the underclassmen felt uneasy, they complied with his request and set aside their work to begin cleaning. Zhao Jing, meanwhile, paced slowly around the lab, flipping through documents and reviewing recorded experimental data. Before long, Xia Qianqian and his group had cleaned the lab. However, as they organized the materials and approached the table, they found Zhao Jing sitting there with a displeased expression. She held their recorded data and waited silently for them. They weren't fools. They knew Zhao Jing's expression meant he was displeased with either their experimental data or methodology. As they approached, each of them pondered which step of the experiment could have gone wrong to provoke such displeasure. But then they reminded themselves, the fact that their project had reached this final stage meant their experiment was viable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten stuck here. The entire experiment would have failed in its early stages. This thought bolstered their confidence as they approached Zhao Jing. Watching them gather before her, Zhao Jing placed the documents in her hands on the table. "As I mentioned when you entered, I am a strict teacher. My words may be blunt at times, so I hope you are mentally prepared." Her expression turned serious as she surveyed the group before speaking slowly. "I've reviewed your experimental data records from this extended period and have gained an understanding of your research methodology. Perhaps due to the lack of professional guidance, your experimental methods are a complete mess. I'm genuinely puzzled how you've managed to get this far.
This is likely why you've been stuck at the final stage all along. At this remark, Xia Qianqian and the others froze in shock.
One particularly hot-tempered student immediately bristled. All their hard work over the past months had been dismissed as worthless by this instructor. He looked at Zhao Jing and retorted, "Professor Zhao, I believe our plan is highly feasible. Although we've been stuck at the final stage for a long time, we've now identified a potential solution. If we're given more time, we might just crack this problem." Hearing this, Zhao Jing grew irritated. He supervised several graduate students, and in front of his students, his word was law. No one dared to challenge him like this. Once, a student who had challenged him had been delayed in graduation multiple times and was still stuck in his research group. He knew his own research students would never dare challenge him. At worst, he could delay their graduation and assign them extra lab work. But while graduation decisions for students in this lab weren't his responsibility, as the temporary project leader, he had the authority to remove them from the project. His gaze turned angry as he fixed it on the student who had just challenged him. "From my professional perspective, your overall methodology is fundamentally flawed. Therefore, even if you somehow found a solution, it would be unimplementable, a complete waste of time. Moving forward, I will use my professional expertise to redesign the experimental methodology. Of course, I realize this will inevitably demand more time and effort. All your previous research will serve only as reference material, but that's the nature of scientific research. Without substantial time investment in trial and error experimentation, how could it truly be called research? For us, whether we can participate in the competition isn't urgent. What matters is that we successfully produce this material. Secondly, as the current leader of this research team, if you are dissatisfied with my arrangements, you are free to leave. I have no place for troublemakers in this group. They would severely disrupt our experimental progress." These words sent shockwaves through the entire lab, not just the person who had just argued, but everyone present. They had poured so much time and effort into this project, treating it as more vital than their own lives. Yet this newly appointed leader had arrived and acted in such a manner. This left everyone feeling utterly disheartened. The man who had challenged Zhao Jing earlier turned crimson with anger, but before he could speak, Xia Qianqian cut him off. Xia Qianqian turned to Zhao Jing with a calm expression and a respectful tone. "My apologies, Professor Zhao. Fang Yuan is simply struggling to accept this outcome and has become somewhat emotional. Please don't take it personally. His professional competence is actually quite strong." Hearing this, Zhao Jing shifted her gaze to Xia Qianqian and nodded. "I don't want this kind of situation happening again." Chapter 118, Frozen on the Spot. Soon, Xia Qianqian and his team concluded their group meeting in the lab. During the meeting, not only was the potential solution proposed by Lin Feng rejected by Zhao Jing, but nearly all their previous experiments were ordered to be scrapped and restarted from scratch. Everything was essentially starting from scratch. Is everything discussed in the meeting clear? We've outlined everyone's responsibilities and research methods. If you have questions, ask now. I don't want anyone wandering around the lab clueless about their tasks, trying to muddle through. Zhao Jing's assertive nature made her difficult to approach, and after the earlier incident, no one felt inclined to engage with her much in the immediate future. They merely nodded without speaking. After waiting 2 minutes with no questions, Zhao Jing stood up. "Since there are no further questions, proceed according to the assigned roles. With my sound theoretical guidance and our collective effort, this research project is bound to succeed. I have some matters to attend to. The initial experimental phase shouldn't pose significant challenges. Since I have other commitments, I'll take my leave now. Remember to keep me updated on the experiment's progress at all times." With that, she turned and walked out without waiting for a response. Only after Zhao Jing's figure vanished completely at the doorway did the tension in the lab begin to ease. "Senior Su, should we really scrap all previous experiments and start over as Professor Zhao suggested? The approach Lin proposed seems highly feasible. Maybe if we try it, it could solve our final problem? Besides, everyone agrees that Junior Lin's approach has tremendous potential." Xia Qianqian shook his head helplessly and sighed. "After all, he's the project leader assigned to us by the university. By all accounts, we should be following his lead right now. But I can't agree with his approach. Even though Professor Zhao rejected our previous research approach, we can still conduct our own experiments. As long as we can implement the method Lin proposed, we'll succeed." Hearing this, the others relaxed slightly. The thought of starting completely from scratch, as Professor Zhao suggested, was truly unbearable for them. With that in mind, they proceeded with the new experimental plan while simultaneously validating the method provided by Lin Feng. A week had passed since the preliminary round of the physics competition, and the finals were fast approaching. After providing Xia Qianqian with a solution, Lin Feng had tried to think more comprehensively, searching for backup methods, but after much deliberation, all approaches ultimately converged back to the original solution. Thus, Lin Feng ceased spending excessive time on it and returned to his usual routine of studying in the library. Today, as Lin Feng prepared to enter the library as usual, he discovered it was unusually crowded. The vast majority were participants in the physics competition finals.
Hey, isn't that Lin Feng over there? The finals start tomorrow, and he's only just started preparing in the library today.
Most of the seniors who made it through the preliminary round have been holed up in the library for 7 straight days now.
And this is Lin Feng's first visit since the preliminaries.
Even though his performance in the preliminaries was surprising, this is just too arrogant. This is the physics competition finals.
Multiple choice questions carry minimal weight. Without genuine ability, achieving a high score in the finals is impossible. Even those who performed exceptionally well in the preliminaries aren't as relaxed as Lin Feng. The moment Lin Feng stepped into the library, he instantly drew everyone's attention. The topic, which had grown somewhat dormant due to Lin Feng's absence these past few days, was once again brought up for discussion. Overhearing the murmurs, Lin Feng paid little heed, simply finding an empty seat and sitting down. However, the moment he sat down,
Ren Jun, who had been aware of Lin Feng's true caliber in the preliminary round, seemed to have been waiting for this moment. He sat down directly in front of him. Ren Jun looked at Lin Feng with a calm expression and said,
"Lin Feng?"
Lin Feng had just set down his backpack when he heard the voice and quickly turned his head.
"Hello,
sir." Lin Feng looked at the man before him with some confusion.
While he knew Huawei, the president of Longguo University, he wasn't familiar with many of the faculty members.
This particular teacher looked somewhat familiar,
but he didn't recognize him. Ren Jun, perhaps sensing Lin Feng's uncertainty, smiled and said, "No need to be nervous.
I was the proctor for your physics competition preliminary exam a few days ago.
I just wanted to have a chat with you." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. His posture in the seat relaxed a bit, becoming more at ease.
"I've reviewed your original exam paper from the preliminary round. I want to understand your true capabilities." Lin Feng studied the teacher before him for a moment.
Considering his clumsy editing technique during the exam, he realized he probably couldn't hide anything from this teacher. Anyway, he intended to win first place in the finals and represent Dragon Country at the international physics competition. At most, everyone would discover his true level tomorrow.
Rather than forcing himself to lie, he felt there was no harm in revealing his actual abilities. With that thought, Lin Feng slowly spoke.
"Teacher Ren, the truth is, I could have gotten nearly perfect on that exam." His voice was barely audible, yet it reverberated like thunderclaps in everyone's minds. He means he deliberately held back his score. That was the preliminary round for the senior group.
The top-scoring senior barely managed over 80 points, even giving it his all. How dare he claim he could have gotten everything right? He's only a freshman, how dare he say such a thing?
For a moment, everyone present froze in place,
their minds racing with countless thoughts.
After all, Lin Feng's claim was utterly shocking, as unbelievable as a rooster laying eggs.
Sitting across from Lin Feng, Ren Jun noticed the reactions of their classmates and silently grumbled to himself.
"Good thing I was mentally prepared. Otherwise, I might have lost my composure right there. But these youngsters are far too timid. It's the 21st century, why not be bolder? What's wrong with a freshman joining the senior group's competition? Times have changed. Classmates."
Ren Jun mused to himself before turning to ask Lin Feng,
"What do you think your chances are in the finals? How confident are you?"
"First place.
100% confidence." Lin Feng's seemingly offhand remark left everyone present utterly stunned. Chapter 119, Dragon Nation's National Treasure. Did I hear that correctly? He said he has absolute confidence in winning first place in the physics competition. How dare he say that? This is the school physics competition finals. Even the preliminary round winner wouldn't dare make such a claim. Lin Feng's seemingly ordinary remark left everyone frozen in place. To them, the fact that Lin Feng, a freshman, had even made it through the preliminaries was already hard to believe. Winning first place in the finals? Not even they dared imagine it, let alone Lin Feng. This freshman had undeniably shattered their expectations once again. Ren Jun, seated before Lin Feng, felt a surge of shock within him, though it was nowhere near as profound as the astonishment radiating from the other students. He had prepared himself before arriving. Knowing Lin Feng's true capabilities, he nodded and said, "Impressive composure. Your outstanding performance in the preliminary round convinced me to trust you. Whether or not you win first place in the finals, you can come find me. You're a very promising student." With that, Ren Jun rose to his feet. His purpose in coming today was to get to know Lin Feng and have a chat. Now that his goal was achieved, there was no need for him to linger. Lin Feng also stood up and smiled at Ren Jun. "Thank you, Professor." Only after Ren Jun had left did he sit back down, calmly focusing on his book, completely unfazed by the curious stares from his classmates. Today's incident had undoubtedly opened everyone's eyes.
The words Lin Feng had just spoken to Ren Jun were immediately posted on the school forum, sparking another massive uproar. This Lin Feng isn't joking, is he? He's making such bold claims right in front of the school's teachers. Could it be that he didn't advance through the preliminaries by luck alone? I always knew this junior wasn't ordinary. Think about it, would he dare compete without real talent? If Lin Feng truly has that kind of ability, it's beyond belief. Calling him a genius would be an understatement. In an instant, the entire Dragon Tech University buzzed with discussion, everyone eagerly anticipating the day of the exam. Time flew by, and the day of the finals arrived in the blink of an eye. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng and the other contestants entered the examination hall. Lin Feng took his seat, acutely aware of the multitude of eyes fixed upon him. Some were whispering among themselves. Most present were accomplished seniors. They too were eager to see just how capable Lin Feng truly was. Before long, the proctor entered with the exam papers. Even the teachers couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng. As the papers were distributed, the atmosphere in the exam hall instantly grew solemn. It must be said that the difficulty of the finals had increased significantly compared to the preliminaries. Multiple-choice questions could still rely on a fluke of luck, but the fill-in-the-blank sections were already giving everyone headaches. The problem-solving questions were outright killing brain cells. A large portion of the students were on the verge of giving up after finishing the multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank sections. They sat there frowning, staring blankly at their papers, seemingly lost in thought about what to write next. Over an hour passed, and only a handful of students persisted. Yet, while classmates sitting at their desks working on the same exam remained unaware of each other's struggles, the teacher standing at the front of the classroom saw everything clearly. At that moment, most students wore grim expressions, but Lin Feng's demeanor stood out distinctly from the rest. Occasionally, he furrowed his brow, occasionally, he scribbled furiously. His demeanor remained relaxed. Unlike the others, if anyone else witnessed this scene, they would inevitably suspect that Lin Feng was working on a different exam paper. Compared to the others, Lin Feng's demeanor was far too relaxed. Soon, another 20 minutes passed. Lin Feng had already put down his pen. After one final review, he stood up, took his exam paper in hand, and walked toward the proctor. "Teacher, I'm done." Witnessing this, not only the students present but even the proctor was stunned. He knew the difficulty level of this exam paper. The test designers had intended for students to barely finish within the 2-hour time limit. For most others, this time frame was woefully inadequate. This meant that virtually none of the contestants would finish their exams early. But Lin Feng had not only finished early, he had finished a full half-hour ahead of schedule. His classmates stared at him with gaping mouths, their eyes filled with shock. The proctor glanced at the paper, then nodded at Lin Feng and said, "All right, just leave your paper here and you may go." Lin Feng placed his paper as instructed, gathered his belongings from his seat, and walked out without a second glance. At that moment, outside the exam hall, though everyone was deeply curious about Lin Feng's true abilities and eager to know his exam score, the final exam format differed significantly from the preliminary round, making it impossible to immediately determine his score. The onlookers gathered here were waiting to see who would be the first to exit the exam hall. At an exam of this caliber, the first to exit the hall would undoubtedly demonstrate remarkable ability. In their eyes, the first student to emerge was highly likely to be the top scorer of this exam. "Look, someone's coming out?" A shout erupted from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. "Holy crap! But there's still over 20 minutes left on the exam. What kind of prodigy is this? Finishing the exam so early? Is this even the finals? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Finishing over 20 minutes early? Since this competition began, no one has ever left the exam hall this early." For a moment, the entire area outside the exam hall was filled with the sound of people gasping in shock. But when they finally recognized the figure before them, everyone froze in unison, because the first person to walk out of the exam hall was someone they never could have imagined. Lin Feng, Jr. This incredulous exclamation exploded like thunder in everyone's minds, leaving the students present with blank expressions and tingling scalps. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere around him, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. After glancing around at the stunned expressions, he simply walked out of the exam hall, oblivious to the shocked gazes following him. Ding dong! Only when the bell signaling the end of the exam rang did everyone snap out of their shock. As more and more people exited the exam hall, the discussions about Lin Feng grew increasingly heated. Within moments, Lin Feng had become the top trending topic on Duel. Now, not only Longguo University, but the entire nation of Longguo had its eyes fixed on Lin Feng. As time passed, the day for Longguo University to release the exam scores drew near. Numerous Longguo University students even went live to announce Lin Feng's score to the world firsthand. First place, Lin Feng, 100 points. The moment the score was revealed,
Everyone in Longguo felt a jolt of shock. Wang Weigui immediately convened a commendation ceremony. Student Lin Feng is a genius of such rare talent that Longguo University has not seen in a century.
This occasion also calls for sharing some important information.
Our nation's lithography machines were developed by Lin Feng. Our nation's fused silica technology was developed by Lin Feng. We believe he will make even greater contributions to our nation in the future.
He is a national treasure of our dragon nation.